Chapter 431. If anyone in this cave world knows what the spell pottery jar that seals the 7 monarchs of the natural disaster is, Ji-sun thinks that the high priest of Terran, who has been passed down from generation to generation, is one of the few people who is most likely to know. The information that has been confirmed now is that at least 7 mysterious pottery jars have been passed down since the chaotic era, and the jars are sealed with the 7 monarchs of the natural disaster. So the question is here. Ji-sun has always been curious about who made these pottery jars, what was the motive, and why several foreign gods were sealed. What is special about these foreign gods? According to Terran's historical records, the 7 in the jars have escaped from the seal many times in history for various reasons, and each time caused huge disasters and casualties. War, plague, extreme weather, insect plague, etc. However, it seems that it is the first time that 7 outer gods escaped at the same time, as in the late period of Talon. This is what puzzled him. Other gods can be killed. Why are those 7 outer gods immortal? Is there a difference between god ranks? And Ji-sun always felt that these jars seemed to be left behind by someone. Intentionally. And the person who could leave such a jar must be of a very high rank, and he would not have thought of bringing disaster to mankind for such a little evil pleasure. So what is his purpose? Since it has been asked, of course, I have to listen. Originally it is too early for you to approach this issue now. However, I am afraid that we will not have many opportunities to talk. Since you want to listen, I will tell you the origin of these sealing god jars. Nanshin thought about it and explained, but to explain this problem, we have to start with the special promotion method of the extraordinary system of the card master. Not only Ji-sun, Chu-jiu and Nanjing were also very curious. The 3 of them looked solemn, waiting for the next words. Nanshin said, after the card master reaches the peak of the 9th level of the Holy Realm, he needs to condense his own great rune to condense the Godhead, which is actually his own understanding of the laws and rules of the universe, which is embodied as a stable crystal of divine power. Of course, language cannot accurately describe this realm. You only need to know that the practice of the card master is essentially different from other extraordinary ways. Ji-sun and the other 2 nodded. Nanshin continued, and when you condense the Godhead, you have a very thorough understanding of the universe. In other words, unless you are in some very special places, you can hardly get a higher level of extraordinary understanding from the environment you are in. You should have heard the old saying that extraordinary people cannot recognize the rules that do not exist in the universe. Ji-sun fell into deep thought. Nanjing blinked his blank eyes. Chu-jiu frowned slightly. What? For them, there are too many secrets in the real universe, and various laws have only touched the threshold. The 3 of them obviously cannot understand the realm that they cannot even imagine when they look up. Nanshin was not surprised by their confused expressions, and explained with a smile, this is a bit abstract. Extraordinary practice is like boiling water. The improvement of the card master's understanding of the law is the rise of water temperature. But when your temperature reaches a certain height, higher than the environment that provides you with heat, it is difficult to absorb heat from the outside world. On the contrary, some will leak out from time to time. This is easy to understand. Ji-sun and the other 2 seem to understand something. Is this the perspective of a peak card master? After a pause, Nanshin said, if the outer gods want to maintain their divine power and not decline, or even go further, they need some external forces. Nanjing was reminded of something and suddenly realized it, and asked, so, ancestor, is this the reason why the outer gods collect faith? Yes. Nanshin nodded gently and peacefully, this is one of them. It is also the most important way. After hearing this, Ji-sun and the other 2 realized that faith is related to the growth of the power of gods. But it's obviously not that simple. After a pause, Nanshin asked again, however, our card master's extraordinary advancement does not rely on faith. So what other methods do you think there are? After saying this, Nanjing and Chu-jiu fell into thought. Ji-sun's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he had thought of something, and responded, plunder. Yes. Nanshin looked at Ji-sun with a look of relief, knowing that he understood. She continued, and our card master's fusion of professional materials to advance is actually to seize extraordinary characteristics from other extraordinary substances in the universe. This method can still be used after condensing the godhood. This is the powerful and special part of our card master heritage. However, when it comes to the god level, the extraordinary characteristics required are also very high-end, and it is difficult to find them in the plane. After all, the materials required by the card master profession will be higher than their own level. As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them seemed to understand. To advance to the extraordinary level, the materials required are almost all of a higher level. Just like Ji Sun is now at the 6th level, the materials required for advancement are the 7th level. This is not a dilemma for him at this level. If he really can't beat the 7th level disaster, there are stronger card masters who can help him find materials. He has never encountered the problem of not being able to find materials. But what if you are the ceiling, such as the god level? Where do the materials come from? And where can you find so many god level materials for you? Ji Sun suddenly realized, so those jars are the source of materials. When he said this, Nanjing and Chuchio beside him also had very interesting expressions. Ji Sun suddenly understood why the people from the Holy See of the southern continent were looking for these jars. Does this jar give him the feeling of a power bank for charging mobile phones? When needed, let them out to charge themselves, and then use them? Although the analogy is not quite accurate, it is roughly this idea. Yes and no. Nan Sushang did not comment, and corrected, the pottery jars are far more mysterious than what you see. They are involved in the ultimate secret of the plane. It's just that some people regard them as the source of divine power supply. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something, and her tone became deeper. After all, there is the god sealing jar, and the overall risk is controllable. So many people in history thought that the disaster of the resurrection of the outer gods was actually the outer gods deliberately released by some ill-intentioned guys who wanted to steal the power of the gods. As soon as the voice fell, the room fell into a brief silence. The three of them had never thought about what the outer god disaster that led to the destruction of civilization was. And from this perspective, things become extremely absurd. Humans are really like leeks, cut when needed. In the final analysis, there is no natural disaster, no tragic and turbulent history, there is only the conspiracy of the powerful gods. Nanshin Yu guessed the thoughts of the three people at the moment, and said with a smile, "Does this truth sound cruel? It's not what you want to hear?" Ji Sun and the other two were silent. After all, in the alien space of thousands of soldiers besieging the city, even high-level card masters like them are just cannon fodder. Death follows like a shadow. I thought that by taking such a huge risk, I was at least on the side of justice. But as long as you look high enough, you will find that the essence of this war is just the extraordinary resource plundering of the god level. What compassion, bravery, wisdom, justice and evil. The idea of cannon fodder seems a bit self-indulgent. Only despair is real. Just like the war currently being staged in the East Wilderness, it seems to be a conflict of civilizations. But the source of motivation is the promotion ceremony and resource plundering of a top-level strongman. As Ji Sun, who is still a cannon fodder, suddenly felt a little confused. It was a feeling of powerlessness against the ruthlessness of the god level. Nanshin Yu shook his head, indicating that their thinking had gone into a misunderstanding, and said, "The cognitive world is your own promotion ceremony. No matter where you are, every step is. Even in my current realm, it is still the same." After these words came out, Ji Sun and the other two's expressions eased a little. But they still couldn't understand. Nanshin Yu said again, "When you can really comprehend the power of God, you will understand this. After the usurpation of fate, it is difficult to empathize with low-level life forms. Below the god level, even the rules of the universe cannot be seen. How can higher creatures treat you as equals? Just like the lazy people on the street, it is difficult to get the recognition of the hard-working people. So why should they enjoy the same treatment? This is why believers are just consumables of faith in the eyes of the outer gods. And our Kashi civilization has a unique heritage, so the conflict of this rank difference is not so obvious. Moreover, the inheritance of our card master civilization itself is of extraordinary significance." When these words came out, Ji Sun could vaguely understand. He has now touched the threshold of divine power. However, he did not expect that he would know so many high-level truths by asking questions about the jar. It really fulfilled what Gongwu once taught: if you don't reach the realm, knowing some things will only add to your troubles. This topic is not something that can be understood by talking about it. You need to reach a sufficient realm to touch it. Nanshin Yu did not say anything more. The atmosphere was a bit dull after talking about this topic. Nanjing suddenly asked curiously, "Ancestor, is there a realm above the god level?" Nanshin Yu said, "Of course. Even I have only just touched the threshold of the middle-level god." God? Middle level? There are new words that refreshed Ji Sun's understanding of the extraordinary, and he became more curious. Then, Nanshin Yu said, "But the 7 lords of natural disasters are very special. Although they have condensed the status of lower-level gods, they are immortal and indestructible, and their peak strength is similar to that of middle-level gods." Although the three of them could not understand this distinction, they felt it was impressive. Nanjing asked again, "Do you mean there is a higher realm above the middle-level gods?" "Yes." Nanshin Yu nodded and said, "The founding ancestor of Terran, Emperor Lanlingster, is said to be the legendary upper-level god, with unimaginable divine power. And according to some clues left by the emperor, it is far more than that. Which emperor once told my ancestor of the Nan family that the status of the upper-level god is only the limit of this plane, and it is far from touching the deepest secrets of the universe. However, after the disappearance of the emperor, no one could touch that realm anymore. I can't understand it, and I can't explain it to you. Nanjing was surprised. Plane? Nanshinyu, yes. It's like the underworld. The underground world we are in may just be a special plane in the universe. After all, it is said that before the chaotic era, our ancestors witnessed that this world had the moon and the sun. In the inheritance of our 52 demon god sequence, there are also many things that are different from the current world, but many secrets are submerged in the long river of history. Ji-sun listened and narrowed his eyes slightly, and his thoughts became active. He instinctively deduced, but in return, he was only confused. Things beyond cognition, even imagination cannot touch. At this time, Nanshinyu said again, if you really want to explore the ultimate secret of this world, then go to the South Continent. That is the origin of the Kashi civilization, and there may be the truth of the world that Emperor Lanlingster has not explored back then. Hearing this, Ji-sun and the other two were thoughtful. They had heard the Gravekeeper talk about this history in Rune Highlands before, and the place where Emperor Lanlingster disappeared last was also in the abyss of the South Continent. Moreover, Griffith, the leader of the rebel dragon army, once said that she had ventured deep into the southern continent. Although she returned with heavy losses, she had seen many mythical creatures that were above her realm. This made Ji-sun once again have a strong interest in the dangerous and mysterious continent. The great Emperor Lanlingster said that his realm was still a long way from the ultimate of the world. Could it be that there was a wider world outside this plane? Ji-sun now understood almost everything. But it is still unknown who left the jar, and what its purpose is. However, one of its uses is clear. It is not the source of the catastrophe that was seen before, which would occasionally bring destruction when the outer gods revived. It is a divine-level extraordinary resource. However, that level is too illusory for Ji-sun and the other two at present. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Then, the guard outside the door reported, Lord Nan, His Majesty summoned you. There are 3 more guests. Nanshinyu smiled when he heard it. Okay, I'm leaving. You should leave too. Although the previous battle successfully sealed the outer god Mutu. But the Empire's elite also suffered heavy losses. The current Imperial City is already very dangerous, and it will become more and more dangerous if you stay any longer. This is the benefit of having acquaintances. The plot character directly reminded that a high-difficulty plot is about to happen. But it was not triggered. This is the cleverness of Nanshinyu, the High Priest. If it were someone else, after saying so much, I'm afraid he would have been forced into some super difficult plots. Ji-sun and the other two did not take too many risks. And the 3 of them also realized that it was the will of space that was rejecting them. They had already received too many rewards in the Imperial City. If they stayed, they might trigger some hidden plot to make up for the difficulty of gaining equal rewards. Nanshinyu was obviously aware of this. She did not want to cause trouble to the 3 of them, and did not say anything more. Before turning around, she gently touched Nanjing's pretty face again, looking at this inheritor of her 3,000 years later, and said with relief, It's great that our Nan family has such an heir. Although she had just met this ancestor, the blood connection and concern were sincere and strong. Now that they were parting, a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes, and she whispered softly, Ancestor. Although she knew that the ancestor in front of her had disappeared in the long river of history, the scene in front of her was exactly the same as the real thing, and Miss Wanzatu always felt inexplicably sad. I told you so many secrets of the god level before, not to make you lose confidence in the future, but to let you know why you are alive. Only when you realize that you are alive can you understand what the divine power is. Speaking of this, Nanshinyu looked at Nanjing gently, then looked at Ji-sun and Chujio, and said goodbye. I saw some future scenes in the prophecy, and you will be very close partners. In fact, this is enough in many cases. After saying this, the twisted light gate appeared without warning. The space settlement also appeared in front of him. Cleared the level. Congratulations on clearing the level. Fallen Behemoth, Siege of the City. Space Exploration Degree 23%, Fixed Reward 50%, Additional Exploration 20%, B-Level Evaluation, Rare Card Draw plus 10%. Godseer, Card Pool God Level Card Increase plus 15%. Unparalleled Wisdom and Courage, High Level Card Draw Probability plus 7%. Lightseeker's Blessing, Special Card Draw Probability plus 3%. Hidden Plot Triggerer, High Level Card Draw Probability plus 11%. High-level merit winner. Card pool special card increase plus 15%. Rebel Massacrer, additional rare card draw probability plus 3%. Rare Survivor, all series card draw bonus plus 9%. Complete a hidden plot Lightseeker Pharaoh's commission. A-level opportunity plot the language of the High Priest Talon. A-level plot intercept the defector and recover the space, or B-level plot collect mechanical angel fragments. C-level mission Shadow Blade Herald's Pursuit. C-level mission assassinate rebel officers treasure chest rarity probability plus 15%. Card draw bonus plus 15%. Boss kill. 7th level guards commander Colonel Roden. 7th level Orc Legion commander Danchik Luo. Orc Legion deputy commander Gary. Participation rate 41%. 6th level Orc Intelligence Commander Portia card pool adds epic cards. Rare card draw probability plus 35%. Comprehensive evaluation A. Get clearance settlement treasure chest asterisk 5. Chapter 432. Force clearance. Ji-sun had encountered this once before. In the Third Holy Grail War, Outpost War, the story as difficulty had been cleared, and the space will did not allow the adventurer to infinitely brush the war merit, so it was forced to settle. But this time was different. He knew that if he stayed, he would definitely trigger a super high-risk story mission. It was also thanks to that Nanshinyu, otherwise this kind of mission would not be something the adventurer could refuse, but would be directly triggered. However, because of this, Ji-sun felt very dreamy. Obviously, they are NPCs that replicate the will of space, but they can interfere with the development of the space plot to a certain extent. This Nanda priest is, and so is the Light Chaser Pharaoh. Obviously, they are characters that have long passed away in the long river of history, but they still affect the world thousands of years later, or even countless years later. This made Ji-sun truly feel the difference between higher life and lower life for the first time. It's not just about strength, but more of an indescribable gap. After experiencing this alien space of thousands of troops besieging the city, he met the Light Chaser Pharaoh and the High Priest Nanshinyu 3,000 years ago. After communicating with them, Ji-sun seemed to have a feeling of breaking through the cognitive barrier. For the first time, Ji-sun really thought about the relationship between himself and the world. He suddenly had an epiphany, and thought of the words in countless myths, God can create the world. With this thought, everything in the different dimensional space seemed to be understandable. Isn't the different dimensional space the world created by the gods? But whether it is the real world or not, beings of the level of Fa Luo and Nanshinyu have their own consciousness. And those other NPCs are really just NPCs. They seem to be alive, and have their own consciousness, but all their actions are controlled by the illusory will of space. Their fate line is completely controlled by the will of space. This suddenly made Ji-sun have an idea. I remember the previous conversation with the Light Chaser Pharaoh. How can you be sure that the world you are in is real? Could it be that the real world I think is actually because I died at some point in the future, and an adventurer met me in another dimension? Isn't everything I think and do controlled by my desires? Ji-sun repeatedly asked himself in his heart, if I am also an NPC, how can I have my own consciousness? This idea spread out, as if the world has become wider. No. Ji-sun is very sure. Whether it is his love of adventure, his desire to become stronger, his desires, or his ideals, it seems that there is an invisible line of fate connecting them, which is a kind of track like a train track. The future seems uncertain, but looking back, there is only one way. No matter what decision you make, you can't get rid of it, and you will inevitably go towards the fate line. This is one of the most important bases for the deduction of I am the world. Oh right, the fate line. The power of God is the usurpation of fate. Is it true that the essence of understanding the power of God is to be able to see, to truly understand and control your own fate line? In this way, no matter what the world is like, you will be truly alive. Thinking of this, Ji-sun seemed to have a sudden enlightenment, as if he had grasped something. Enlightenment is also constantly refreshing from time to time. You gain insights while thinking, and the progress of divine power enlightenment +1. You gain enlightenment while thinking, and I am the world proficiency plus 9,999, and the skill level is increased by LV5. You should know that the level of the magic secret method in the later stage is not completely improved by quantity, but more by enlightenment. Ji-sun did not realize that I am the world, which had just broken through LV4, has now directly raised a large level. It was a very clear feeling, which made him realize that the skeleton of his universal domain was basically feasible. Ji-sun realized that this was the greatest gift given to him by the two seniors. This kind of understanding cannot be explained, it can only be guided. And Ji-sun grasped it. This step forward is another world. Ji-sun looked at the twisted light gate in front of him, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said in his heart, "Thank you, Senior." It was a conversation across the air, but at this moment, he seemed to really hear the response from 3,000 years ago. The world in Ji-sun's eyes became clearer and clearer. He didn't think much about it. He would need to spend a lot of time to digest this experience in the future. Ji-sun clicked on the clearance reward. Although the clearance evaluation was only A, it was not outstanding in his previous adventures. But he was satisfied to be able to survive in a space as difficult as thousands of troops besiege the city and get such a high evaluation. The evaluation was not too high, but this time in a different dimension, because of his own magic secret method, he came into contact with the light chaser Faluo, and because of the Chujiu Nanjing, he came into contact with the southern god Rain. These are all top NPCs that you can't touch in the original plot. According to the space settlement rules, there is a chance to draw related items whenever you touch them. Moreover, the plot completion is very high, and the probability of rare cards is also high. Ji-sun is also looking forward to what he can draw. After 5 card draws, Ji-sun clicked on it. There is not even a golden legend. But the black, red, and colorful lights of the exclusive dark gold, legendary, and epic flashed. Inspiration tips. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the 3rd level ancient relic Danjik's demon breaking mace. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the inheritance scroll, I am the world domain construction experience. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the epic blueprint mechanical angel 3.1 gravitational distortion mechanical arm. Left. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the special card Terran Royal Advanced Mechanical Authority authentication key. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the one-time spell card Divine Art Starry Sky Exile. Ji-sun looked at the items displayed on the card in front of him, and was in high spirits. He was surprised and said in his heart, "It's true that the higher the level of the space, the more exaggerated the prize pool is. Although I didn't draw the exaggerated things shown in the Enlightenment before entering. But the 5 items in front of me are already very ideal. The mace is the weapon held by the 7th level orc leader killed before. This mace doesn't look good, but it is really useful to break the aura, suppress, and break the magic. Ji-sun, the Qigong master, has had his aura broken many times, not to mention some fragile professions, which can be beaten into meat paste with just one stick. I saw that I couldn't take it out of the space before, but I didn't want to draw a card. It is also a close combat weapon that fits him very well. And the I am the world's domain construction experience surprised Ji-sun even more. After a rough look, it was the practice record recorded by the light chaser Pharaoh himself. Before, Pharaoh couldn't talk too much in the space, and Ji-sun felt that it was a little lacking. Now that this experience has come out, the domain framework is basically complete. The 3rd item is the blueprint of the mechanical angel's arm. Ji-sun happened to have a broken arm fragment in his hand. This blueprint is perfect for repairing and reshaping. As for the 4th item, the mechanical permission key, it seems useless, but Ji-sun knows it is very useful. The high-level machinery of the Talon era, especially the Titan Mecha and Mechanical Angel in the hands of the royal family, which can threaten the top strong men, are highly confidential. It can't be used by the enemy just because they are seized by the enemy. So these machines have corresponding mechanical keys. Ji-sun thinks that Dong Qi will definitely use this thing. As for the last one, Starry Sky Exile, Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the magic spell used by the defector who was killed before. The effect is to open a void gate and banish any target to the endless void. This spell is effective whether it is used to save life or kill enemies. Ji-sun looked at the conditions for use. It requires mastering certain spatial laws, which happens to be his own. You can use it after thinking about it. It's a pity that it's just a one-time spell card. It can be used as a life-saving card at most. But I am also very satisfied. I am very satisfied with the 5 settlement draws and 5 reward items. Ji-sun had not forgotten that he still had nearly 50,000 war merits. He opened the exchange panel, and saw that he was not disappointed. The other dimensional space understood what he needed better than the adventurer. There was a series of exchange items in the war merit exchange list, many of which were highly compatible with Ji-sun's profession. The first few hundred war merits were exchanged for materials, and the drawings were skipped after a glance. He pulled to the end. Spear of Order, Legendary, the Spear of the Gladiator King Brolos, 500,000 war merits, Diamond Metal Asterisk One-Time Quicksand, Epic, Precious Time Material, 980,000 war merits, Diamond Metal Asterisk 3 Void Poison Flame, God Level, the Original Divine Fire of the Insect Mother Karakta, 155,5500 war merits. Diamond Metal Asterisk 5 he pulled to the end just out of curiosity, wanting to see what the world's top extraordinary items are. But in a blink of an eye, Ji-sun looked at the exaggerated military exploits, and then he put aside any unrealistic thoughts, shook his head and laughed at himself. It's really expensive. Killing a 7th level only earned a few thousand points of military exploits, and a gold medal. He couldn't even imagine how exaggerated the difficulty of the plot was with these tens of millions of military exploits. Ji-sun glanced at it, and didn't look at it anymore. In a blink of an eye, he turned to the things he could exchange. What he wanted to see most was the career advancement card. Now, whether it was divine power or domain, he had touched the threshold, and the 7th level was also in sight. It is necessary to prepare career cards in advance. The 7th level is a blank in the East Wilderness, and even in the South Continent, it is the domain of top card masters. Many inheritances are secrets that are not circulated within the official in palace. Ji-sun does not know much information, so he cannot determine which sequence is most suitable for him. But the spatial will save him this trouble. And he also discovered a redemption rule. The war merits obtained by the tasks that the adventurer can complete with his strength are almost equal to his rank. Ji-sun's war merits can just be exchanged for some top-level career cards of the 7th level. He took a look and found that there were several career advancement directions to choose from in the list of military exploits. Melee 4 of Spades Beast Walker Sequence 7th level Advanced Career Original Template Beast Guardian, Transform into Beast God Form, Super Amplify Flesh and Blood, Ace of Spades Black Knight 7th level Advanced Career Special Template Demon Slayer Wiglaf, has special suppression against demons, super strong physical and demonic dual defense body, strong and high output. 3 of Clubs Assassin Sequence 7th level Career Template Void Hunter Blade, Escape into the Void, Kill Invisible. These 3 career cards are highly compatible with Ji-sun's current physical attributes. Originally, they were all good choices. No matter which one you advance to, your strength will be greatly improved. But they are all melee-based. Ji-sun didn't think it was completely in line with the path he wanted to take. Until he saw the next card, his eyes stopped. Wisdom Path Club 5 Polymath the 7th level Element Law Master, High Wisdom Growth, Huge Growth in all elemental laws, and Mastery of Spells. Original template? This is good. Ji-sun looked at this career card, and immediately deduced it in his mind. He chose the Art Path 7 of Hearts Magician for the 6th level. Although he sacrificed some of his melee growth, in return, his wisdom released the previously accumulated physical combat power several times. And the 7th level Ji-sun wanted to build his own universal domain, and it was not enough to have a strong body. His ideal direction was the 2 shortcomings of wisdom and elements. And the wisdom path was almost a panacea sequence. Super high wisdom usually means that card masters in this sequence are often well-informed and knowledgeable. In history, this sequence has also seen many wise men who are almost all-rounders. They use their super wisdom to master many abilities of other professional sequences. Although they are not as proficient as Ji-sun in many magic secrets, they can also achieve high achievements with wisdom as the foundation. Moreover, although the understanding of natural elements of Wisdom Path card masters is weaker than that of Element Path card masters, their strength is that they are also all-rounders in other laws. This is not a good thing for others. Because there is an unwritten tradition in the card master civilization, all-round equals all useless. And Universalists represent the mastery of all laws. Even those dragonborn card masters in the Wisdom Path of the Southern Continent rarely choose this original template. Instead, they will regress and choose some specialized professional cards. Because the more laws you choose to comprehend, the higher the threshold of extremely high talent is required, and at the same time, practicing and advancing will consume many times more energy than specializing in 1 or 2 elements. The more you understand about elements, the stronger you will be. But if the talent is not enough, the upper limit will be limited, and it will be stuck in the speed of cultivation. But this is just right for Ji-sun. Joker is a demon mark that will become stronger and stronger in the later stage. The extraordinary characteristics of Feast Devouring have accumulated little by little, so that Ji-sun's current template has a dozen element affinity values that are not low. This professional card can make up for the shortcomings in wisdom and law understanding. Perfect fit. Ji-sun tilted his head and saw that Chujio and Nanjing had also finished drawing cards. Judging from their expressions, the harvest seemed to be quite pleasantly surprised. The 3 of them looked at each other, and without any delay, they stepped into the twisted space together. They did not dare to appear directly at the entrance of the space, but used Ivan's ability to teleport to a landing point several miles away that had been marked before entering. There was a space gale nearby, and people from the Southern Continent would deliberately avoid it. As expected, there was no one around after they came out. However, before the 3 of them could think about it, the moment they landed, an alarm sounded in the distance. They are here. Sensing countless powerful auras gathering around their base, Ji-sun was not surprised at all. He turned his head and smiled at Chu Jio and Nan Jing. I had seen King Arthur in the Imperial City before, so it would be strange if he was not hunted down. However, the three of them were not panicked at all. Ivan's spatial law ability was very, very high. Except for the space rune stone that he used last time, which could trap her, ordinary spatial barriers were completely useless. Even a catastrophic object like Monet's sunrise could not trap her. The restrictions around them were useless. So the three of them teleported again as soon as they came out and fled into the distance. This battle was inevitable, but they had to choose a suitable battlefield. Moreover, they had to wait for a strong reinforcement. As soon as they came out, Ji-sun crushed the scroll that contacted Griffith, the leader of the rebel dragon army. This time, they were not only going to break through, but they might also catch a few big fish. Chapter 433. In the void, three figures fled quickly. If Ji-sun really wanted to run, only top masters could catch up with him. And not everyone can be so cautious to run wildly in the dangerous and shattered void. But he didn't want to be exposed so early. He walked slowly, and occasionally let people go, making people think he could catch up. Soon, a large group of elites followed behind the three people. Because Ji-sun knew very well that the news of their ambush must have come from the Oran royal family. The new King Arthur was not sure about the relationship between Ji-sun and the three and the Dragon Rebellion army. Most importantly, the people of the Holy See were not stupid. For such a plan of killing someone with a borrowed knife, it was impossible to provide too much information, otherwise it would be easy for people to suspect the motive. Ji-sun estimated that the news received by the Holy See was most likely just someone with unknown identity sneaked into the space. This situation was not strange in the wild. The mercenaries also had normal means of response. The fact was as Ji-sun expected. Judging from the strength of the pursuers, the Holy See did not take the 3 6th level ones too seriously. Otherwise, the first time they showed their faces, the top masters would have taken action. After running for a while, Ji-sun and the other two came to a floating ruin and rushed into the dense ruins. It seemed to the pursuers that they were in a panic and could not run, so they could only hide. But Ji-sun knew very well that they had been locked and marked by mysterious means, and it was impossible to hide within a certain distance. They chose this place just because it was suitable for clearing a wave of enemies. Most importantly, the response from Griffith, the leader of the rebel dragon army, came from the communicator. I'm here. I need to prepare a spell. You try to lead the people out. This is a large piece of city ruins, with a large number of white stone buildings remaining. The enemy is probably still mobilizing people to surround it, and did not enter the ruins immediately. The three of them strolled leisurely in the ruins. Coincidentally, as they walked, they saw a ruined bell tower with a full sense of art on the side of the road. Ji-sun took a look at the half of the bell tower, and instantly felt familiar. Nan Jing on the side exclaimed, "Hey, isn't this the bell tower with many pigeons next to the post house where we were before?" "Yeah." Ji-sun nodded. He was just about to say that. This clock tower is the clock tower on Yelin Street, in the behemoth Imperial City in the other dimension. When Nan Jing heard that he was not mistaken, he immediately sighed. It's obviously a beautiful clock tower. Chu Jio's crystal eyes also flashed a strange color. In fact, the three of them had the same feeling, and the scenes they had seen before appeared in their minds. This clock tower is an ancient relic that witnessed history. It once stood in the Imperial City of the Terran Empire 3,000 years ago. At that time, it was used to seeing people coming and going, and had seen the extreme prosperity of the world. But now it has been waiting in the ruins for thousands of years, silently telling the glory of the former empire. Ji-sun and the other two were probably the first group of people that the bell tower had waited for in 3,000 years, and they also recognized it. Having seen the bell tower at its most beautiful, now I have also seen its decline. This touch is like traveling in time, giving people a feeling of being in another world. But this feeling faded in an instant. The feeling of touching the passage of time also disappeared in an instant. Ji-sun came back to his senses, and saw that enlightenment also reminded that you have touched the mystery of the law of time in your perception, and the affinity of the law +1. Law of time? Ji-sun's deep pupils were faintly shimmering, and he seemed to be thinking. He always felt that after he came out of the different dimensional space this time, these high-level laws seemed to be easier to understand. In the past, when I looked at the world, I saw the colorful appearance of the world. Now when I look at the world, I can vaguely see some of the threads behind the operation of the world. Ji-sun noticed this subtle change and thought, is it the threshold of divine power, or is my ability to be the world enhanced? Or are they actually the same thing? But before he could think about it, Chujio's expression became stern, sensing something, and warned, the enemy is surrounding us. 1 or 200 people, at least 2 are level 7. Yes. Ji-sun nodded. None of the 3 people had any strange expressions. This was just an appetizer. The situation in the orc camp in the space before was much worse than it is now. Moreover, after the fight, the 3 of them also understood each other's strength, so this situation was not difficult to deal with. Ji-sun thought about it and reminded Chujio, Nanjing, be careful. In fact, from the beginning, when they were able to break through the space blockade and escape, he knew that they had been suspected by the top masters of the Holy See. The reason why those people did not take action directly was that they were not sure what means they used to break through the blockade, and secondly, they felt that these clearing teams were enough to solve the problem. However, once Ji-sun and his 2 companions kill the pursuers, those top masters will definitely take action. The methods of top-level card masters are mysterious and unpredictable. Even if Griffith is nearby, the risk of the 3 of them being bait is very high. They have to be cautious. The 2 nodded. Suddenly, around the ruins where the 3 of them were hiding, a space barrier full of hexagram magic arrays appeared instantly. In just a moment, the space became hard. Incomparably. At least at Ji-sun's current level, it is impossible to walk in the void. Spiritual spell. Prison of the realm prison. The space was sealed immediately, and in the blink of an eye, the spell condensed into a thick black fence that emerged from the ground, forming a huge iron cage that instantly trapped the 3 people. After preparing for so long, they will definitely not let them escape again. The spatial confinement plus the physical restrictions made the 3 people become birds in a cage before they even made a move. After trapping the target, in the blink of an eye, the sound of breaking air was heard all around, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of people gathered around. The overall situation has been decided, and these people are not in a hurry to take action. It seems that he wants to capture them alive, and he looks at the 3 people through the cage. I thought they were powerful characters, but they are just like this. Captain Robert solved them with 1 move. Don't struggle. It's impossible to break this cage of level 7. Hey, are you from the Rebel Dragon Army? You actually sneaked into the other dimension. You are quite capable. But these 3 people can come out alive. I think they got a lot of treasures. Ji-sun looked out and saw that these people were wearing the emblem of the mercenary group. He recognized the middle-aged goat in the star robe as the leader of his brother's killer mercenary group, Robert, the 7th level psychic, who was good at driving sub-dragons to fight in groups. He was well known in the mercenary world. When Ji-sun disguised himself as an intelligence merchant, he basically remembered all the strong men in these large mercenary groups. He was not familiar with the other 7th level one. But looking at his silver-gray manufacturing armor, he could tell at a glance that he was a clergyman of the Holy See. Judging from the specifications of the armor, he should be the Knight Commander of the Holy See. Equipped with 2-handed swords, there are only a few people in the occupation sequence who are good at close combat. For Ji-sun and the other 2, only these 2 people are worth paying attention to. If they don't have any particularly tricky abilities, they are just worth paying attention to. As for the others, after just a glance, Ji-sun immediately deduced their occupations and general abilities in his mind. As long as there are no special abilities and relics, these people are really not a threat. Ji-sun and the other 2 were trapped, and they were not in a hurry to break out. Seeing the target trapped, the enemy was not in a hurry to act, and seemed to want to wait until more people gathered. At the same time, some people also persuaded him to surrender and wanted to capture him alive. Originally, this start was very unfavorable for Ji-sun and the other 2. After observing it, the grade of this iron cage relic was very high. Ji-sun felt that the probability of him breaking it by force was not high. And if he really wanted to do so, it would take a lot of time and energy. The most important thing is that the enemy will definitely not watch him destroy it. Once there is a sign of action, he will inevitably be attacked by concentrated fire. This tactic is almost a dead end. It makes sense. Just when Ji-sun was considering asking Ivan for help and teleporting out first, Nanjing, who was standing by, saw this spiritualism and pursed his lips in disapproval, saying, "This spell is of high quality, but the flaws are also obvious. The spell cast by using the relic is not very compatible with the relic, and the relic already has a certain spirituality, so it is difficult to tame." After hearing this, Ji-sun and Chujio also cast curious glances. They also understood what he said. For a psychic, the psychic technique performed with relics is not very compatible. It feels like using someone else's dog to hunt. The dog may rebel at any time. But even if you know this flaw, the difficulty lies in that the other party cannot perfectly match it. So how can you? Others can't do it, but Nanjing can. Ji-sun asked directly Xiao Nan, can you break this cage? Yes. The bald-headed lady said confidently, the biggest use of the imperial court is to force the contract of psychic objects. Besides, with the secret scroll of my Nan family inheritance, this level of relic is not too troublesome. To be honest, he used this kind of spell in front of me. There are many flaws. Ji-sun became interested after listening. Then let's try it. Okay. Nanjing agreed immediately, and as she spoke, her whole body was surging with spell power, and the shadow of the demon behind her instantly appeared. Then she slapped the void with one hand, and the huge inheritance scroll appeared in her hand out of thin air. At the same time, on the pretty face of this bald-headed lady, a wisp of blue crystal spell was clearly lined up, and then gathered at the center of her eyebrows, forming a crystal of divine power. Ji-sun saw this different scene, and suddenly thought of something. Huh? Xiao Nan, your forehead. Isn't this the mark on Nan Xinyu's forehead? Ah, you mean this? Nanjing didn't see the change on her face, and was stunned at first. But looking at Ji-sun and Chu-Jio's eyes, she also understood that her forehead was condensed with divine power, and explained, this is the spiritual divine pattern that the ancestor drew for me before. It is a kind of family authority key of my Nan family, which allows me to communicate better with the spiritual objects in the inheritance scroll. Ji-sun realized that Nan Xinyu had caressed Miss Bun's head several times in the space before, not only doting on her, but also leaving a mark. With this mark on Nanjing's forehead, her aura instantly changed. It felt like a double magic solution, with a special magic power lingering around her body. Ji-sun looked surprised, but his eyes were also full of relief. As I said, with Nanjing's status, how could he not gain much from meeting the ancestor of the Nan family? At the same time, he turned to look at Chu-Jio beside him. Since Nanjing has such a great opportunity, what about this descendant of Augustus? Chu-Jio knew what his old friend wanted to ask, and said directly, I got the luck of the dynasty. Ji-sun was also surprised when he heard these few words. The luck of the dynasty. For Chu-Jio, who is on the path of kingship, this thing is simply a divine power. He ran away directly after the calculation, and didn't have time to talk about his gains in detail. Now it seems that the gains of the two are no less than his. Seeing this scene, a group of people from the southern continent outside also instantly became alert. But they couldn't figure out what a 6th-level person could do. In the intelligence system of the southern continent, there were basically no noteworthy masters in the eastern wasteland, so no one took Miss Ballhead seriously. However, looking at the shadow of the demon behind Nanjing, Robert, the dragon rider, who was also a psychic, frowned instantly. Not good. This is the Imperial God Court. Only he could see the brilliance of Nanjing's psychic skill just now. And just from this start, he had a bad feeling. With this shout, the people from the southern continent immediately took action, taking out various cards and shooting them into the cage. However, it was still a step too late. Nanjing first opened the inheritance scroll, stretched out her hand, and slapped a certain sealing spell in the scroll, reverse spiritualism, all spirits imprisonment. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge 9-pointed star formation covering the entire iron cage appeared under her feet. Before others could see what was happening, countless spell cards exploded nearby. The storm, fire, thunder, rain, and colorful elemental spells exploded into a boiling pot. The entire ruins were in turmoil. Under normal circumstances, if you were trapped in place to resist this wave, even a 7th-level immortal would lose half your life. However, before the sound of the spell exploding next week dissipated, someone shouted, "They are over there." The group of people in the South Continent looked over and saw that Ji-sun and the other two, who were supposed to be trapped in the center of the explosion, were now standing on a broken wall hundreds of meters away, looking at them leisurely. And in the palm of the girl with the bun, a small iron cage the size of a palm appeared. Robert, the dragon rider, saw the change in his expression, and couldn't help but exclaimed in pain, "My relic. This is not only a high-level relic, but also has spirituality. As long as it is cultivated for a few more decades, it can grow into a top-level spiritual object, which is definitely a family heirloom. Now seeing it being taken away, I feel sad and terrified. This guy actually took the spiritual object away by force? Only those in the same profession know the difficulty of the spell just now." Robert looked at Nanjing again, and there was no contempt in his eyes, only solemnity. "Who is this guy?" On the other side, Nanjing looked at the iron cage relic in her hand, ignoring the murderous eyes of the guy opposite, and said to herself, "It seems that it likes me more." As she said that, she smiled and said to the iron cage, "I will call you Long Long from now on. What do you think?" The iron cage seemed to understand, and the spells all over its body lit up. Ji-sun looked at the expression, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was obviously a very powerful relic, but in the hands of the bald head, it felt like a dog training. Suddenly it became docile. But it's not over yet. Nanjing got the recognition of the iron cage, but his hands were not idle. When the iron cage recognized the master, another spell appeared on the inheritance scroll. Nanjing said to himself, "Ah, Long Long, this is the first time I use you to fight. You have to perform better." As soon as the voice fell, the spell that had been prepared just now was ready, and he whispered, "Spiritual spell jail prison." The same spell was displayed. A familiar scene appeared. The iron cage disappeared from Nanjing's hand. Looking at the opposite side not far away, countless spell iron rods rushed out from the ground and instantly locked into a huge cage. This iron cage relic has an entry called Instant Enchanted. The speed was so fast that even the 7th level Holy Sea Knight did not have time to escape and was trapped inside. It also included more than 100 elite soldiers around him. Now, before the fight started, 90% of the pursuers were trapped in the iron cage. The dragon rider Robert himself is a psychic. Just now, he watched Nanjing's opening move and predicted the spell in advance, so he escaped. Now, seeing his teammates trapped by his former signature psychic, his expression was also very ugly. However, the situation was reversed, and the more than 100 people trapped became lambs to be slaughtered. Damn it! Robert cursed inwardly, not realizing the seriousness of the matter. He just thought he had met a special colleague, and his profession was restrained. After all, it was the 7th level. Even if his companions were trapped, it was enough for him to deal with 3 6th levels. As soon as the thought came to him, several cards in his hand instantly collapsed. Spiritual spell Flying Dragon Attack City. Just watching the cards explode in the air, 7 huge flying dragons with wingspans of dozens of meters appeared in the air with flapping wings. As the 7 flying dragons appeared, the high-pitched dragon roars resounded throughout the ruins. As the spiritual objects appeared, Robert snorted coldly, and his momentum soared. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with contempt, and instantly felt that he was good again. He once relied on 7 contracted flying dragons to destroy an entire army. It was hard to find an opponent in the same level. Oh, flying dragons! This was also the first time that Ji-sun saw a flying dragon in reality. After a closer look, the color of the dragon scales was not pure, and it was obviously a mixed-blood subdragon species. He sensed the strength of the dragon's power again, and it was not particularly strong. But it was not bad. Just these 7 flying dragons were almost equivalent to 7 7th level disasters of at least sea level. Under normal circumstances, Robert could fight at least 3 or 5 of the same level with a group of dragons. Dealing with 3 level 6 dragons can be solved with just a few breaths of dragon breath. However, this guy was wrong. Nanjing looked at the 7 mighty and domineering dragons, blinked his crystal eyes, and said happily, "Ah, your flying dragon is a good mount." Robert's eyes twitched for no reason when he said this, and he always felt that his treasure was being coveted again. However, these flying dragons are spiritual creatures that have signed a blood contract and will not betray themselves. Thinking of this, Robert shouted, "Kill them!" Nanjing certainly knew that the blood contract was irreversible. But there was another possibility. Once the host died, the contract would be automatically terminated. Ji-sun looked at the flying dragon attacking them like lightning, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Shao Nan, the flying dragon is in your hands. Chujio and I will kill the guy first." Nanjing nodded obediently. "Okay." Originally thought it would be 3 against 200, and there might be a big battle. Now it's good. Most of the enemies are trapped in the iron cage. Ji-sun and the other 2 only need to concentrate their firepower and kill the 7th level psychic first. If they really kill them, the rest are no longer a threat. At the moment when the flying dragons were on her face, Nanjing looked at the 7 aggressive flying dragons, smiled brightly, and murmured to herself, "When it comes to spiritualism, our Nan family will not lose to anyone." She also started with spiritualism in her hand. In a blink of an eye, several terrifying disasters with momentum that were no less powerful than the flying dragons appeared and protected her body. At the same time, the figures of Ji-sun and Chujio had disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Robert in the distance looked at Ji-sun and the other person, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and thought he was dazzled. However, when he reacted and tried to distance himself, a chill that made his soul tremble instantly swept through his body, making him unable to move. I was actually frozen by the spell of a low-level card master? Robert realized that the problem was serious, and his face was horrified. These 3 people in front of him not only have special abilities, but also extremely terrifying strength. Chapter 434. The battle was very fast. Ji-sun and Chu-jio did not give the Dragon Rider Robert any time to think. They rushed forward at a burst speed and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Almost all psychics have weaknesses in their bodies. As long as they can kill the body, the spiritual objects will be free of restraint, and the 7 sub-dragons will no longer be a threat. But even if it is a weakness, after all, this guy is a 7th level dragon card master who has mastered the field, and his physical defense is also amazing. This is also the reason why Robert did not take precautions at the first time, but chose to attack. However, when he saw the two of them face to face, he realized that something was wrong. Chu-jio used her domain, Forbidden Domain of No Life, as soon as she made a move. The special feature of this domain is that it controls and hurts a group of people. As long as the law level is not higher than her own, the coldness of this domain can penetrate the super strong spell. Under normal circumstances, no matter how strong a 6th level legendary card master is, after all, he has not crossed the threshold of the 7th level, and there must be a high level law to suppress him. Therefore, it is a very ideal result for Chu-jio to use the domain to delay the enemy and maintain a stalemate. It might take some time for the two of them to kill the enemy together. Ji-sun's battle plan was also deduced in this way. After all, they had killed a 7th level monster together in the other dimensional space before, so they knew each other's strength very well. However, the facts were surprising. As soon as the Chu-jio domain was activated, the cold air overflowed and penetrated Robert's body protection domain directly, causing his movements to freeze for a moment. It penetrated the 7th level domain in one go. Not only the enemies, even Ji-sun could not hide his shock. Because he knew Chu-jio's strength, he knew that her understanding of the law at this moment was much stronger than before in the different dimension. The only explanation was that Chu-jio said that she had obtained Terran's dynasty luck. Ji-sun was of course happy that his partner had become stronger, but at the same time, he was also very surprised. How much dynasty luck did she get to raise her understanding of the law to a higher level? At this moment, he suddenly realized that it was as if the top masters of the former Terran dynasty had reserved some dynasty luck for the descendants of Augustus. But no matter how he thought, his hands were not slow. Even the moment when the enemy was frozen was enough for the three people to launch a fatal attack at their current level. Ji-sun seized the opportunity, condensed a gravitational wave that distorted space on his fist, and punched out fiercely. The body of the Dragonborn card master was strong due to blood inheritance. Even for a fragile profession sequence like a psychic, the damage that this punch could cause was very limited. Besides, people can still run. However, at this moment, the cold air cast by Chu-jio froze the opponent's body and mind. In an instant, Ji-sun's punch hit Robert's chest firmly. The gravitational wave penetrated the field shield outside the robe and acted on the enemy's whole body, causing a sudden wave of disturbance. What kind of trick is this? Robert was hit by a punch, his internal organs turned upside down, and his face changed drastically. He realized that it was not only the ball-headed psychic whose methods were unbelievable, and it was not only the Ice Queen who could break his field with one move, but also this ordinary Qigong master, whose methods were also extraordinary. This punch actually drove gravity. All three of them are monsters. Over the years, Robert has seen all kinds of genius card masters in the southern continent, but he never thought that he would meet three outrageous freaks at once. He knew that he couldn't stand there and get beaten. He only heard a muffled sound of bang, and the figure flew backwards, shooting a line of blood in the air. Although injured, he got out of the predicament by dissipating the force. The two joined forces, and severely injured a 7th level Dragonborn as soon as they met. However, Ji-sun and Chu-jio didn't intend to give him a chance to breathe and chased him closely. While flying backwards in the air, Robert sensed the murderous aura of the ulcer. He was horrified, but he suppressed the restless blood in his body, and finally had the chance to release a few defensive cards in his hand. Psychic spell Lizard Guard. The cards scattered, and 4 lizard soldiers in robes came out to guard around his body. Having just experienced the terrifying ice field, Robert no longer dared to be careless. He knew that if he really gave the enemy another chance, he would probably die today. As soon as he made this move, the 4 lizard mages around him immediately cast a spell, forming a diamond-shaped barrier 10,000 diamond magic shield. This was Robert's strongest means of defense. The combined magic cast by the 4 lizard mages was enough to offset more than 90% of any attack. He thought that as long as he could catch his breath and summon a few spiritual creatures, he would have a chance to survive. He didn't expect to win, he just hoped to drag it out and wait for reinforcements to arrive. The fact was just as this guy expected. Once the magic shield was covered, even if Ji-sun and Chu-jio hit it multiple times together, the damage caused was very limited. Ji-sun looked at the 4 lizard wizards and recognized the legendary creatures. He was surprised. The legendary Dragon Blood Lizard Man? The lizard man who can cast magic can only be the legendary Dragon Blood Lizard Man. This is not a monster, nor a mixed blood dragon. It is a mythical creature, a close relative of the legendary dragon, an intelligent race that is infinitely close to higher creatures. To some extent, these 4 lizard men are even rarer than dragons. Sure enough, card masters, who can be promoted to the 7th level, have more or less some trump cards. Ji-sun and Chujio looked at each other, and Chujio took out the Holy Grail, looking like he was going to use the secret method of royal power to bless the fighting power and kill. However, the one who knows the psychic best is the psychic. The original Nanjing is also paying attention to the battle here. The 7-headed dragon and the disaster she summoned were fighting fiercely, but this ball-headed lady was very idle. Seeing that the 2 partners had not broken the magic shield of the lizard man for the time being, Nanjing also wanted to help. Suddenly, she thought of something, and flipped through the inheritance scroll to take a look. However, she saw a seal that had never been activated, and thought of something. She said in an unconfident tone, I don't know if those seniors are willing to accept my call. Although the inheritance of the Nan family is very special, it is impossible for a psychic to summon a spiritual object that is too much higher than its own level. It's okay if it is loyal, the other party may not pay attention. If the contract is really vague, there is a high possibility of backlash against the master. Having said that, Nanjing is still ready to try. After all, she always feels that the ancestor left her a lot of things. The divine seal on her forehead glowed brightly. She reached out her slender hand and slapped it on the cursed seal, chanting softly, "Necromancy Undead Bone Dragon." The battle on Ji-sun's side was getting more and more intense. After Robert had 4 lizard mages to save his life, he began to randomly place all kinds of cards. Necromants are so troublesome. As long as the main body is not killed, there will be a constant stream of psychic creatures summoned. Soon, the bodies of psychic creatures were piled all over the ground. They were all various sub-dragon monsters, such as 2-headed fire dragon, 1-horned earth dragon, toothless pterosaur. Although they were not as strong as the 7 sub-dragons besieging Nanjing, they were outnumbered. Moreover, dragonborn beasts are generally half a level stronger than ordinary beasts, and these 6th-level sub-dragons are almost at the level of quasi-7th level. Although Ji-sun and Chujio killed smoothly, they were still tied up a lot of their energy. However, at this moment, a cold undead aura suddenly descended, and at the same time, a domineering dragon might swept the scene. The 3 people who were fighting fiercely were so sensitive that they all looked at the black 9-pointed star formation in the sky not far away. Ji-sun felt that this aura was very familiar just now, and when he looked at the 9-pointed star formation for a few breaths, he was full of surprise. She actually summoned this kind of existence? The reason why it felt familiar was because I had seen this spiritual spell in the other dimension before. Chujio, who was standing by, was also surprised. However, the most horrified one was Robert, the enemy. The moment he saw the 9-pointed star spiritual formation appear, his eyes widened like copper bells. How is it possible? Different spiritual objects require different exclusive spiritual formations to summon. As a spiritualist, he knew very well that this mysterious formation pointed to the summoned object, and the spiritual object pointed to was a 9th-level spiritual object. How is it possible? How could a 6th-level psychic summon such a terrifying existence? If Robert was just amazed at the strength of the 3 enemies he encountered, now he is only afraid. The ability to summon such a spiritual creature not only means that the psychic is strong, but also the family heritage behind it is probably unimaginable. Before thinking too much, a huge creature with white bones and blue phosphorescence slowly descended from the spiritual formation. The 9-pointed star formation in the sky disappeared, and the eyes of the overlord of the undead creatures flashing with the dark fire looked down at the battlefield. With just one glance, the 7 sub-dragons near the south mirror seemed to have suffered some great terror, and they trembled all over in an instant. They could barely fly in the air, not to mention fighting, and fell down with a bang. The sub-dragons were like this, and the nearly 200 dragonborn card masters trapped in the iron cages all felt the pressure in their blood. The card masters below the 6th level could hardly even stand, and fell to the ground. On the other side, Robert looked ashen as he saw the bald-headed lady, who still had a harmless smile on her face, summon such a terrifying undead creature. Because at this moment, the 4 lizard wizards around him were also greatly shocked, and the magic shield could not be maintained. It's really an undead bone dragon. No wonder Ji-sun felt familiar with that breath. And not only familiar, Isn't this the undead bone dragon they rode in the other dimension before? But looking closely, this bone dragon's wings are missing half, and the bones are broken everywhere. It seems that in the battle that destroyed Talon, this top-level bone dragon was also seriously damaged. Even after 3,000 years, it still couldn't recover. It seemed that it was because the bone dragon was seriously injured that Nanjing could summon it. However, this was a pure-blooded dragon that turned into an undead bone dragon. Even if only some broken bones were left, it was still a pure-blooded dragon. For the Dragonborn, there is an innate pressure. At that time, in the other dimensional space, in the fierce battles among many god-level strongmen, the power of the undead bone dragon was not outstanding. And now, it appeared on this battlefield, and immediately showed its domineering momentum and strength. Even a 7th-level dragon in front of it is like the difference between a lion and a wild dog, with a huge difference in momentum. Ji-sun was also amazed when he watched. He was just a background board before, but now that he has come to reality, he is more impressed by how high the realm of the top masters of the Talon dynasty was back then. Once this domineering dragon power appeared, even without taking action, most of the Dragonborn and sub-dragons lost the will to resist. At this level, it seems that they are completely at the mercy of others. Ji-sun looked at the group of trembling Dragonborn card masters, and suddenly felt that this scene was too dramatic. At the same time, he also realized that the so-called Dragonborn card master, no matter how strong, is a slave of the dragon. The future of the card master civilization still depends on humans. However, despite being shocked, Ji-sun was not idle. Just when the bone dragon appeared and shocked the 4 lizard mages to break their shields, he and Chujio had seized the opportunity to appear in front of Robert again, and they used another set of tacit combos. Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds like artillery fire rang out in the ruins. The leader of the Goblin Slayer mercenary group, who was known as the Dragon Master, was completely suppressed by the bone dragon that descended from nowhere. Moreover, his own dragon bloodline became a burden at this moment. Originally, he could still hold on by relying on the suppression of his rank, but after being shocked, his strength was greatly limited. Ji-sun and Chujio both used killing moves, and soon, Puff and Ice Spike pierced Robert's head, and this 7th-rank person died on the spot. Ji-sun and Chujio teamed up to kill Robert, and the battle suddenly ended. On the other side, Nanjing did not kill the 7 sub-dragons. Instead, he communicated with interest. Now that the master was dead, the blood contract also dissipated automatically. As she said before, she was very interested in the flying dragon mount. Ji-sun collected the body, and did not intend to drag it out. Most of the pursuers from the southern continent were still trapped in the iron cage. He teleported over and prepared to completely eliminate these enemies. However, just before he killed a few, a pressure from the sky suddenly descended. Humph. The pressure was obviously directed at Ji-sun and the other 2. Ji-sun was struck by lightning, and couldn't help but bleed a little from the corner of his mouth. But he said to himself in his heart, sure enough, they're here. Although the newcomer used some deterrent means, he obviously didn't kill people. Compared with killing 3 people, the intelligence after capturing them alive is obviously more valuable. After this cold snort, I looked up and saw a white-haired old man wearing a dark red cloak with gold patterns walked out of the void. The positions in the Holy See can almost be distinguished by the clothes. When Ji-sun saw the dark red cape with golden patterns, he immediately knew that this was the cardinal who had chased Griffith before. It's Lord Lambert. Oh my God, we are saved, praise the Holy See. Why is this lord here? As soon as the old man appeared, his powerful aura instantly dispelled the pressure of the bone dragon in the sky, and the mercenaries and church personnel who were waiting to die in the cage were relieved. Saved. In their opinion, with this person coming, everyone knelt on the ground, surprised and obviously didn't know that the cardinal was in the ruins. Ji-sun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, expressionless. Chujio and Nanjing also came to his side immediately. The 3 of them looked at the suddenly appeared strongman, without any strange color on their faces. For others, even looking directly at such a top strongman is an unforgivable offense. The 3 of them looked at the red-robed old man, and several senior deacons of the church beside him, without any strange color. The red-robed archbishop was originally very confused about where these 3 people came from, but the 2 sides looked at each other for a moment, and he suddenly realized something, and said coldly, so they are members of the rebel dragon army? Ji-sun heard this, and responded fearlessly, Your Excellency guessed it. It was all a performance to lure the enemy before, and now it's the real test. Seeing the real master appear, there is no need to hide it. What's more, the crisis intuition of masters at that level is very sharp. The slightest flaw can make the other party guess the truth, so there is no point in hiding it. The Cardinal's expression did not change after hearing this. There are only so many people in the Rebel Dragon army. Even if they really plan to encircle and kill, he is not afraid at all. After all, Griffith, the leader of the Rebel Dragon army, was severely injured twice before, and he personally participated in both. He knew exactly how much strength the other party had left. Moreover, they had come to the ruins to hunt down the high-ranking members of the Dragon Rebellion army. It was just right that the other party would come to them. One more time would solve the problem completely. He was no longer in a hurry to attack the three minions. The old man asked in a deep voice, "Since you want to defeat me, does that mean your leader is here too?" Ji-sun did not doubt that the other party could guess it, and grinned, yes. This plan was not expected to be hidden from the other party, and even the impromptu tactics of luring the enemy were so crude that people could see through it at a glance. The opportunity of this plan was not to ambush, but to make the other party guess that Griffith's injury had healed. Before the two sides finished speaking, it was as if they heard a soft humming in the dark. The Holy Land unfolds, the colorful world magic, the colorful house of the visionary. In the blink of an eye, the painting style of the surrounding environment suddenly became a distorted texture like an oil painting. The surrounding void suddenly changed and turned into a huge oil painting castle. Everyone became a little man in the castle. The Cardinal was still not surprised. The barrier that restricted the space? This was not a substantial threat to him. Instead, he glanced coldly at a certain place in the void. Seeing this holy land, he was sure that the target of the Vatican had come. In a blink of an eye, a woman in a plain palace dress walked out of the painting, so beautiful that it was beyond description. It was Griffith, the leader of the Rebel Dragon army. She completely ignored the Cardinal and his group, and instead smiled at Ji-sun and the other two, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." Ji-sun chuckled and shook his head without comment. It was not hard at all. Since the magic secret technique of I Am the World in the other dimension was upgraded by 2 levels, his deduction ability has become more and more proficient. From the beginning of the battle to now, there has been no plot that surprised him. What Ji-sun was more curious about was whether he could personally observe this battle between top card masters. Griffith obviously guessed his thoughts, with a bright smile on his lips. However, the enemy was more decisive than expected. Seeing Griffith's calm appearance, the Cardinal suddenly felt something was wrong, as if there was always a sense of crisis that he hadn't seen through the conspiracy. He made a prompt decision, and a black card in his hand collapsed, and the spell was instantly completed. Forbidden spell, Void Strangling. This spell is a large-scale void strangling. No matter what the situation is, break the barrier first. However, the spell that was supposed to turn the oil painting castle upside down, as soon as the space wind appeared, it turned into ripples, like wind on the oil painting. Then, this spell that was obviously full of murderous intent was assimilated and dissolved by the colors in the space barrier. No! Seeing this scene, the Cardinal frowned instantly. He then realized that the opponent's barrier was many times higher than he expected. The faces of several deacons beside him also changed drastically. It was obvious that they had tried various methods, but failed to break the barrier. This meant that they were trapped. Ji-sun was not surprised at all. How could a spell that a top card master like Griffith had prepared for so long be so easily destroyed? Even if he couldn't kill the Cardinal this time, he would at least give him a skin. Since the enemy had already taken action, Griffith didn't hesitate any longer. She gave Ji-sun an apologetic smile, and at the same time took out a quill pen and quickly scribbled a few flying bird patterns in the air. Divine art colorful crows. The spell was completed instantly, and a group of crows suddenly appeared in the sky. However, they were clearly black crows, but when Ji-sun looked closely, their feathers became colorful. The grade of the spell was too high, and the low-level card master could not understand the murderous confrontation between the two sides. Ji-sun did not understand the situation of this crow magic, but at the same time, because he also knew the exclusive magic secret of the painter sequence of the imaginary universe, he vaguely guessed that the color of these crows was forcibly extracted from the enemy's law power. This was also the first time he saw this method, and he could not hide his amazement. So powerful. He also knew which leader of the Rebel Dragon army seemed to be interested in teaching him the true use of this magic secret method. At the same time, enlightenment also appeared. You watched the battle, and your fantasy universe proficiency plus 21. On the other side, the colors on the red cardinals and others seemed to fade and gradually dimmed. The faces of several people changed instantly. At this moment, Archbishop Lambert finally understood something. Looking at Griffith, who was still calm after performing the magic, he could not hide his shock. "Have you recovered from your injuries?" "Yes." Griffith's beautiful face showed a smile that made thousands of colors pale, and his whole body suddenly glowed with colorful brilliance. She looked at the enemy in front of her and said to herself, "It just so happens that I was seriously injured before, which gave me some new insights and spells." As soon as she finished speaking, the goose feather pen in her hand had finished drawing, and she murmured, "The world I draw, I am the master of all illusions. The world I draw has 7 colors of light. Divine magic, there must be light." As the pen fell, the feathers of the crows in the sky suddenly burst into 7 colors of light, and suddenly became scorching. The 9 crows flapped their wings and flew, turning into bright suns. 9 suns are hanging high. In an instant, the entire colorful space was lit up. The light dispelled everything and illuminated the frightened faces of the enemies. It also illuminated the amazed faces of Ji-sun and the other 2, and their spirits were high. Chapter 435. 9 suns hang high in the sky. The blazing and brilliant sunlight illuminates the entire domain space, and the atmosphere of the battlefield reaches a climax from the beginning. The light emitted by the crows that transformed into the sun not only illuminates the space, but also has an indescribable force of erosion of high-level laws, which permeates the entire space. The entire colorful world is drawn with colored lines, and the abstract artistic beauty fills every corner of the space. Because Ji-sun can imagine the magic secret method of the universe, he sees it more clearly than others. But in his eyes, it was more like a trace of the laws of the universe. This is the fantasy universe created by Griffith, where she is the master of everything. There is no solution at all. Ji-sun squinted at the sun in the sky, feeling very emotional. At this moment, Griffith was more like the legendary god who created the world. Painter Sequence can depict the entire world with colors and lines, and everything she imagines can become real in this space. This ability, to some extent, is in line with the extraordinary level of I Am the World. One can deduce the laws of the universe, and the other can depict it. Ji-sun suddenly had a feeling that these 2 magic secrets to construct his own domain seemed to be very good. On the other side, the enemies were not in such a good situation. Griffith used this magic to catch Cardinal Lambert and his entourage off guard. The scorching sun was unavoidable. It was not only a continuous erosion of the high-level law, but also a means of perception without blind spots. In other words, as long as they were in the sun, their every move was under the control of the opponent. And to resist the ubiquitous erosion, they had to continue to consume a huge amount of magic power. The best way to deal with this kind of space blockade and control field is to break through the field and get out first, or to suppress it. Under normal circumstances, Lambert, who is also a 9th level, is not afraid. This is also the most important reason why he dared to come even if he guessed that there was an ambush. Because at their level, they have a very thorough understanding of the laws of the universe, and it is difficult to have such a huge gap. Unless you are fighting one against many, it is difficult to be killed by the same level. However, accidents are happening frequently at the moment. Not only did he find that Griffith's injuries had completely recovered, but he also found that his realm had improved. As the leader of the Dragon Rebel Army, Griffith was still active despite the long-term suppression of the Holy See, so his strength was naturally beyond doubt. It was because the Pope and many archbishops joined forces that he severely injured this guy. Now that the injury is recovered, Lambert knows very well that it is impossible for him and his men to take her down. Originally, after discovering this, the people of the Holy See had already begun to retreat. However, after trying, they found that they could not break the space by any means. They instantly understood that this was no longer a sanctuary created by human power, but borrowed some kind of space treasure. Seeing this, Lambert's face was gloomy, and he instantly understood in his heart, Space Rune Stone. That's right. Griffith built this sanctuary by borrowing the Space Rune Stone that Ji-sun had given her before. This space treasure can greatly increase the space affinity and the skill level of space-based spells. The improvement will also be different due to the card master's understanding of the space law. In Ji-sun's hands, this stone can only improve the space skill from LV1 to LV3, but in Griffith's hands, it may be the difference between LV9 and LV10. At the top card master level, this difference may be the key to breaking through some supreme critical points. Cardinal Lambert's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it when he thought of this. He had not thought of this possibility before. However, he himself is a 9th level space card master, and he is confident that no one in the Rebel Dragon army can trap him. Not even the leader Griffith. He thought that if the other party really used it, he would just kill the original body. Not only is it not a threat, but he can also retrieve the rune stone. However, what he never expected was that Griffith not only recovered from his injuries, but also inexplicably broke through his realm. How can the prophecy be true? You have to know that their level has already touched the peak of the extraordinary, and it is not so easy to break through. How could this woman suddenly break through? But it's useless to think about it now. The fierce battle has begun. Humph. Lambert snorted coldly. Even if he was trapped here, he would not surrender. His eyes were stern, and his body was shining with silver light like stars. The Holy Church is the ruler of the southern continent, and its background is beyond the imagination of others. The robe on his body fluttered, and his whole body swelled up. When he looked again, silver dragon scales appeared all over his body, and his cold eyes turned into amber vertical pupils with fierce eyes. Silver Dragon, a giant dragon with superspatial affinity in its bloodline talent, Lambermon transformed into a giant dragon. For a moment, ripples that distorted the space formed around his body, forcing out all the colorful colors. Then he flipped out a colored card, infused it with the power of the law, and the spell was completed. Divine Art, Space Dimension Reduction. General spells are special structured spells composed of the power of elemental laws. However, the essence of most divine arts is to use the rules of the universe. This is an extraordinary power that humans cannot touch. Even for their level, using divine arts is a great burden on the body. But since the opponent used this superclass technique, he had to be equal. The effect was also very ideal. As soon as this magic was used, the large area of the colorful world around was instantly reduced in dimension. The castle, the sun in the sky, the rainbow, everything was originally real and three-dimensional, but at this moment, it was reduced in dimension by a mysterious force and turned into a background board like an oil painting, reducing the dimension with one hand, using space to isolate the space. In just a moment, the pressure of the Holy See group was instantly cleared, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Without the fatal threat, the several great deacons who transformed into dragons also instantly gathered into a battle formation, summoning a huge dragon skeleton from the magic circle, looking like they were preparing to cast some powerful combination spell. The space has been blocked, and it is impossible to send a signal to call for reinforcements, so they can only fight to the death. In the huge space, the murderous horror was overwhelming. In the distance, Ji-sun and the other two were surprised at this scene. Space has been reduced in dimension? Is this still a method that humans can have? The three of them watched this battle between the top powers intently. Griffith looked at the enemy's tactics without any change in expression, still wearing that indifferent smile. The Dragon Rebel Army and the Holy See have been fighting for thousands of years, and they know each other's tactics very well. She certainly knew that it was impossible to easily get rid of such an opponent. But since the opponent was trapped, it was not impossible to come up with a solution. Griffith picked up the quill in his hand, and while drawing in the void, he chanted, "What I draw is real. There are warriors holding spears to hunt dragons. They are brave and invincible." The forbidden spell of the painting, the epic of slaying dragons. The brushstrokes were drawn very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a fog of war was drawn in the void. In the fog, hundreds of warriors on war horses were charging. And deep in the fog, it seemed that there were thousands of troops. The painting skills were very advanced, and the expressions of the characters and war horses were vivid. As soon as the melodious chanting sounded, the picture in the void suddenly came alive. Suddenly, the sound of war horses kicking sounded beside my ears. One by one, warriors rode their war horses out of the fog and bravely charged towards the dragon descendants of the Holy See in the distance. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, the fog of war seemed to have endless warriors charging out. In a blink of an eye, the huge space turned into a scene of thousands of troops slaying a dragon. Griffith was still painting slowly, and gradually a burly hero and an Amazon warrior fighting a snake demon appeared under her pen. She continued to paint and chant. The epic of the dragon-slaying hero Beowulf I painted. He was brave and invincible, holding a spear that could break the tough dragon scales. The epic of Hippolyta I painted. She is the body of the god of war, a god from heaven, domineering and unparalleled. Looking again, the two powerful heroes in the picture have come alive. One of them held a spear and threw it at the dragon in the distance. With a whoosh, the spear seemed to have a special effect and accurately hit a black dragon that was casting a spell. The tough dragon scales were like paper under the spear, and a huge blood hole was pierced in an instant. On the other side, a female knight in full armor held a short sword and a round shield, like a Valkyrie descending to the earth, with holy light all over her body, leading thousands of troops to rush towards the distance. Facing death, she showed no fear, stabbing the enemy's heart like a sharp knife. Ji-sun saw the scene from a distance, and his heart was filled with shock. Beowulf, Hippolyta, Siegfried, these are all epic characters that have appeared in mythological history and have been passed down by bards. And Ji-sun used the Beowulf dragon-slaying sequence to upgrade his third-level career card. Now watching the legendary character being resurrected, he instantly felt like he was in a dream. This method is really like a god, able to create the world at will. Griffith used the brush in his hand to materialize the magnificent epics that were sealed in the long river of time. This shock also brought great insights, and the enlightenment was constantly refreshed. You have learned something from watching, and your proficiency in the fantasy universe plus 12. You have watched the battle, and your proficiency in I am the world plus 14. You have glimpsed the mystery of art, and your painting skills are proficient plus 332. Seeing this scene, Ji-sun suddenly thought of Jia Yu, who used the ability of the Light Chaser to design a perfect persona for himself and lurked in the X-Bureau. At this moment, he seemed to know how the mushroom head did it. In other words, I can also draw a perfect character for myself? An idea suddenly flashed through Ji-sun's mind. Before, he thought it would be troublesome for him to go to the South Continent with this identity. Now it seems that there is no problem at once. With Griffith's painting ability and the perfect character of the Light Chaser, it is like a character in a novel has a picture, and the whole person suddenly becomes vivid. Now that he has touched upon the secrets of the two abilities, Ji-sun feels that given time, he can draw a perfect clone for himself. Griffith was clearly alone against many, but now the situation has suddenly changed. In her sanctuary, it has become a huge army that is besieging and killing those dragonborn. The mighty dragon-slaying army keeps charging and losing, but it is constantly being drawn. If it were in the real world, if one wanted to besiege and kill a cardinal and several archdeacons, who knows how many people would die with the human wave tactics. However, in this colorful world, it only takes some paint. This battle of Stranglehold became extremely tragic from the beginning in an unexpected way. Like a violent water flow hitting the rocks on the river beach, when the water flow is strong enough, the rocks will also be washed away. Ji-sun saw this, and knew that the overall situation was determined. From the beginning, when the people of the Holy See could not break through this holy land, it was destined to be a head-on battle, and it would inevitably end in a miserable defeat for one side. Griffith had been preparing for a long time. How could there be any reason for him to lose? Since the battle was already decided, Ji-sun and the other two who were watching from a distance also looked relaxed. The three of them watched the battle carefully. It must be said that Griffith's fighting style is not only strong, but also pleasing to the eye. Everything she drew is full of artistic atmosphere. It feels like watching an animated story to Ji-sun. While marveling at the excitement, he also enjoyed a visual feast. Nanjing's big eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Miss Griffith's skills are so powerful, she can easily draw a top epic strongman, which is more outrageous than those great psychics." Yeah. Ji-sun felt the same way. It must be said that the art path is really a late-stage career sequence. This sequence is almost the bottom of the 13 sequences in terms of combat power in the early stage. However, in the field of top card masters, it is really terrifyingly strong. Hearing this, Chujio, who had been silent, sank his eyes and said, "She may have touched the bottleneck of condensing the godhood." Ji-sun also felt the same way. Otherwise, she would not have such a big advantage over the red cardinal. However, he was not surprised that Griffith was strong. He tilted his head to look at Chujio's flawless pretty face, and looked at it carefully for a few seconds. Chujio looked sideways at his direct gaze and asked, "What's wrong?" Ji-sun said bluntly, "I found that your royal power is still rising." This feeling was vague, but because he was close, he could feel it clearly. The royal power was rising rapidly, and the majesty of this old friend was getting stronger and stronger. Even if she didn't show it intentionally, she had a kind of domineering and arrogant attitude. "Oh!" Chujio listened to this and looked thoughtful. After a moment's silence, she confirmed, "Yeah. But I don't know why. After coming out of the different dimension, it has been rising." Nanjing seemed to know something and blinked. It should be that the dynasty's luck has affected Sister Chujio's royal power. The usurpation of fate will also improve the law of royal power. She paused and seemed to think of something, or there may be some related external factors. A drastic change in luck will also lead to the stability of royal power. This is the special feature of the law of royal power. Chujio frowned when she heard this. Ji-sun understood a little. Just like an emperor, it is not just one person who is powerful. When the country is rich and the people are strong, the kingship is also strong. However, Chujio is now alone and has only a handful of friends. Where did this external factor come from? If we really want to talk about the organization, she joined the Illuminati Hermitage, but now Jia Yu has gone to the South Continent, and the other members have also disappeared. It is hard to say what the future of this mysterious organization that once affected the situation in the East Wasteland will be. How can it affect Chujio? Could it be that the mushroom head went to the southern continent to cause trouble? Ji-sun and the other two chatted intermittently, but they couldn't come to a conclusion. In comparison, this battle was more important to them. It was not difficult to win a battle at the 9th level, but it was not easy to kill the opponent completely. Griffith also used all his means to finally injure this guy. This battle lasted for most of the day. All the people in the Holy See were killed, and only the Cardinal Lambert was left struggling to hold on. The old man wanted to fight to the death, but unfortunately, Griffith was also proficient in the space law that he was good at. The battle finally ended, with the Holy See's annihilation. Ji-sun and the other two also witnessed a battle in which a top-level strongman fell. Just watching this battle, you can gain a lot of insights. But this is not the most important thing at the moment. Seeing the end of the battle, Ji-sun came to the corpse as soon as possible. After asking Griffith, he took out a palm-sized pottery figurine. While the soul was still there, he put it into the pottery figurine. X227 soul hosting pottery figurine. This is the disaster item that he bought from the black market in the extreme thieves city of the Bai family. The current known function is to contain the spirit. I didn't dare to use it before because the side effects of this disaster item were very serious, so I kept it sealed. Now even if it is contaminated, I have to try it. The soul of a 9th level card master is inestimable. Ji-sun plans to collect this soul and see if there is a way to use it in the future. At the same time, Ji-sun also devoured the extraordinary characteristics of the corpse of the 9th level card master. Griffith, who was standing by, just smiled slightly, obviously not minding at all. She had also guessed some of Joker's special features during the previous communication. Besides, it was originally a cooperation, and the spoils should be reasonably distributed. No matter how high your rank is, these are the basics of cooperation. It must be said that the extraordinary characteristics of the top-level extraordinary corpse are so strong that it is the strongest organism he has ever devoured. And the most rare thing is that Ji-sun also absorbed a lot of space law affinity from it. As for the rest, Ji-sun had no idea. A legendary demon mark of square 5-star warlock was also analyzed on the corpse, and there was also a storage ring. Needless to say, the 9th level spoils must be inestimable in value. Not long after, the battlefield was cleaned up, and Griffith had almost recovered his breath. She retracted the sanctuary, and the surrounding scenery changed. The oil painting-like world also disappeared and turned into endless void. After a closer look, Ji-sun realized that they were no longer on the ruins fragment. Griffith looked at the three people's puzzled expressions and smiled. When I used the Holy Land before, I used the space coordinates I prepared earlier to teleport here. This place is very far from the previous ruins, so there is no need to worry that the people from the Holy See will chase us. After hearing this, the last trace of doubt in Ji-sun and the other two people's hearts completely disappeared. The sense of crisis was gone in an instant, and only the relief of a good harvest remained. Griffith drew a small boat casually, and the four people floated in the void slowly. The ambush killed a cardinal of the Holy See, which was definitely a more serious event than the assassination of the kings of the three kingdoms in the southern continent. However, the four of them were very calm and talked about some light topics. Before watching the battle, Ji-sun and the other two also had many insights and doubts, and now they had the opportunity to ask the main person. Griffith was also generous and carefully explained the methods and extraordinary secrets of the top card masters. After killing the strong enemy, the atmosphere was full of joy. As for the top-level extra-dimensional spaces controlled by the Holy See, they need not be considered for the time being. After this battle, the enemy must have taken precautions, and it is extremely risky to sneak in again. And most importantly, those spaces are extremely difficult to explore, and it is impossible to explore anything without spending a lot of cannon fodder. The ancient ruins near Behemoth cannot be explored without 10 or 8 years. Just wait for the opportunity. And they have more important things to do. Having obtained 2 space stones and a large number of mechanical drawings, Ji-sun and the other two plan to go to the Abyss Rift as soon as possible to build a transmission channel. Coincidentally, Griffith happens to be a master of formations, who is proficient in transmission arrays. It just so happens that she has killed the Cardinal now, and wants to avoid the limelight, so she readily agrees to go to the East Wilderness with Ji-sun and the other two. Chapter 436. More than a month later. Eastern Wasteland. Grass and Moss Wasteland. This is the uninhabited area of Eastern Wasteland, and there is no human settlement within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. This is also a remote place that has never been marked on the map of the Card Master Federation. The most abundant thing in the wasteland is the sea of green fluorescent wild grass. When the breeze blows, large patches of wild grass undulate like waves, like a fluorescent ocean. And just as a gust of wind blew, a little metallic luster flashed in the depths of the sea of grass. It was a few hunter god mechanical armors. Looking closely, a group of 7 or 8 mechanics wearing liquid combat suits were hiding themselves with the help of the sea of grass. It seemed that the situation of this group of people was not good. Everyone looked tired, and there were 2 wounded lying on the ground dying. They had been trapped in the wilderness for more than half a month. The atmosphere of despair was spreading. "Seventh brother, if we don't go back to the base for supplies, the kinetic energy raw materials and consumables of the armor will be used up. And Gib, Ari's injuries may not last. Rog, you are making things difficult for the captain. Those guys from the Orlan Royal Court have been chasing us for more than a month. Do you really think they can't kill us? They just want us to go back to the base, so that they can find the location of the base. Once we go back, we will implicate everyone. But now that we have turned off the communication signal with the base will definitely send someone to find us. After all, we have the experimental equipment and data of the god-killing artillery. By then, the people of the Orlan Royal Court will definitely find a way to catch the search team. I hope the search team can find the encrypted information we left before being discovered. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. These 8 mechanics are not very old. The leader, who is called Captain, is a heroic girl who is Dong Chi. The others are not others. Most of them are her classmates at the Royal Mechanical College. These people have good talents in the field of mechanics, but because they are civilians, they do not have enough money to support experiments and equipment. They used to be in Federal Mechanical Warfare College. They are not outstanding in the wilderness. It is precisely because of their lack of prominence and the secret manipulation of the Song family that they were not recruited by the Oran royal family. Now they have formed the elite mechanical team of the Song family, responsible for operating the first batch of mass-produced mechanical armor, and the number has a very interesting name, the New World Mechanical Corps. This time their mission is to cover the experimental team to experiment with some powerful secret equipment in the wilderness. But for some reason, they were targeted by the people of the Oran royal family, and they were surrounded for more than half a month, with many casualties. The rest of them would have no chance of survival if they went up. In the East Wilderness, no one could be sure to rescue them from their current predicament. The team gathered in a circle and talked about their recent situation. Their tone was depressed. There was a dead atmosphere beside the haystack. Dong Chi remained silent. As the captain, she felt even more depressed. She also knew the current situation better than anyone else. The Oran Royal Court sent a Titan armor to hunt them down. It was probably difficult for them to survive. But she will never give up. Seeing the morale getting lower and lower, Dong Chi glanced at the group of teammates who had lived and died together and read out their names one by one: Gib, Rock, Dina, Donna, Ari, Roger, Wendelin. We were classmates who trusted each other in the School of Mechanical Engineering. Now, we are sincere comrades fighting side by side. Any difficulties, as long as we unite, there is hope to overcome them. Everyone was shocked by this, and the 7 team members looked over. In their eyes, Dong Chi is not only the captain, but also a guiding light in the field of mechanics. Regardless of her mechanic attainments, combat skills, righteous character, or anything else, she is a role model for everyone. This is also the basis for everyone's absolute trust in her. After saying this, everyone seemed to be encouraged by the words, and the dead air in their eyes was diluted a lot. Dong Chi said, looking at the pairs of expectant eyes, and said, "I don't want to hide it from everyone, the current situation is not optimistic. Everyone should be mentally prepared. We can't return to the base before we get rid of the pursuers. And once you are captured alive, please activate self-destruction immediately, and never leave your body to the enemy, including myself. Only in this way can we avoid implicating others." At this point, the black-haired girl with freckles on her face in the team said, "Captain, we are not afraid of death. It's just that we feel that we are trapped to death by the enemy even though we have such powerful equipment. It's very frustrating." As soon as she said this, someone next to her said excitedly, "Yes, we are not afraid of death. On the contrary, because of you, Brother Chi, we can get in touch with the pinnacle of mechanical art such as the hunting god armor and the most advanced mechanical knowledge. My lifelong dream is to control the best armor and gallop on the battlefield. Now the dream has come true. I will not be afraid of dying in my dream. Yes, we will fight those guys in the Orlan Royal Court. We, the New World Mechanical War Corps, will never give in. That's right. I have always firmly believed that machinery will definitely lead civilization to the New World. Even if our group is destroyed this time, there will definitely be people in the future who will remember us as the New World group that once fought for the mechanical civilization. As soon as the voice fell, the other team members also became excited. The oppression of death was swept away at this moment, and these young mechanics only had the burning passion to face death. Dong-Chi looked at his teammates and nodded seriously. She also planned to do so. Even if she died in battle, she would never surrender to the enemy. But mechanics are a group of extraordinary people who believe in science, and fighting also requires rigorous data comparison and tactical support. After everyone finished speaking, Dong-Chi said, "Other enemies are easy to deal with. Our Hunter God armor can kill them in conjunction, even the 7th level Moon God guard. But that Titan armor, even if I use the full power of the experimental equipment to deal with it, it can only be restrained for a moment. This is the biggest trouble." This statement seemed to pour cold water on the high fighting spirit that everyone had just recovered. Everyone wilted at once. As mechanics, only they knew that Titan armor. It was like a mountain that was impossible to climb. It was because of their understanding of machinery that they knew how terrifying the Titan armor, which was several orders of magnitude higher in technology and materials than the God Hunter armor, was. Intelligence said that there were only 3 Titan armors in the Orlan royal court, and they were all ancient relics. It was an honor for one of them to come all the way to this no-man's land to cause trouble for them. However, behind this honor, there was also despair that could not be matched. The same was true for Dong-Chi. In the previous fight, she relied on the golden ball of power gem given by Ji-sun, which gave her an unlimited power source for her armor. With some laboratory-level equipment, she was able to hold on and prevent the enemy from being wiped out in the first wave. But there was no way to change the situation. The enemy did not kill them, but was just curious about her special equipment and was afraid that she would self-destruct. In addition, they wanted to find the base through them, so they played cat and mouse until now. The atmosphere of the team sank again, and Dong-Chi told the worst-case scenario. However, looking at the faces whose hopes were brightened and then disappeared, she suddenly changed the subject and spoke out the last hope in her heart. "Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. The current situation is not completely hopeless." There was an unprecedented hesitation in her tone, because she was not sure. However, to others, this seemed to have grasped the last straw of hope. As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of the 7 team members lit up, as if hope was rekindled immediately. All the team members knew that Captain Dong-Chi had always been rigorous, and what she said must be reliable. Donna beside Dong-Chi asked hurriedly, "Captain, what do you mean by hope?" Thinking of something, Dong-Chi's eyes showed a soft color, and he said lightly, "Half a month ago, I received a call that a very powerful friend of mine came to see me." "A very powerful friend?" Brother Chi said, "A very powerful friend. Of course he is very powerful. Is he a master of the Revolutionary Army?" "Ha ha ha, I still remember it clearly. When I knew that Brother Chi was the Miss Hong Lu on the wanted list, my jaw dropped." The teammates excitedly discussed the mysterious expert. Although everyone knew that the Titan mechanical armor could easily kill the 7th level. But in the Revolutionary Army, there is a Valkyrie Qin whose reputation is now resounding throughout the East Desert. Could it be that she has come? Dong-Chi heard everyone's speculations with a faint smile on her face. It seemed that she tacitly agreed with the speculations of the team members. But no one noticed the strange color hidden in her eyes. If I remember correctly, this was the first time in her life that she lied to a friend. She thought, if the end is certain to be death, then letting everyone die with hope seems to be the only thing she, the captain, can do. If she is in danger, Aunt Qin will definitely come. But the friend Dong-Chi is talking about at this moment is not Qin Rushi, who is far away in the far north, but Ji-sun. Half a month ago, when she was not besieged, she was still on the way to the experiment and was not besieged. She received this message from the base that Ji-sun had arrived in the East Wasteland and was on his way. But unfortunately, they were attacked by the Oran royal court. The Oran royal family currently has a lot of black technology. In order to prevent the signal from exposing the location of the base, she turned off all communication devices. There was no contact anymore. Calculating the time, if he wanted to come, he should have been found almost by now. But Dong-Chi was very conflicted. She was looking forward to seeing that old friend, but she didn't want to see him. Dong-Chi wanted to see him, because if she felt that there was still regret, then at least seeing that old friend before dying would be the best. But Dong-Chi didn't want to see him. She was afraid that if he came, it would be dangerous. Because the Titan armor was currently unsolvable. She couldn't think of anyone who could solve this problem. Dong-Chi knew that Ji-sun would definitely come. He was so smart, and Fatty Song was not tight-lipped. If he told her the general location, he would definitely guess the hiding place he wanted. But if he came, it would be very dangerous. Dongqi didn't want her friend to take risks. But there was always a voice in her heart, saying from time to time that the person would always bring surprises to people. It seemed like every desperate situation in the past was like this. It was such a contradiction and struggle. Dong Qijing's eyes sparkled, and she murmured to herself, well, it's better not to come. She still remembered that they had promised each other that if the other party died first, the other party would go to the other party's grave and send a bouquet of flowers. Looking at the fluorescent grass sea around, it seemed that it would be nice to be buried in this wasteland. Calculating the time, the enemy should soon discover their hiding place this time. Thinking of this, Dongqi felt that she should take the initiative to end the siege. When I die in battle, I won't have to worry so much, and that old friend won't be in danger. Oh, that guy always likes adventures, and is not afraid of danger at all. Thinking of something, Dongqi's pretty face, which had been tense for half a month, showed a gentle arc for the first time. I used to think I was not afraid of death. Now I realize that I am still not afraid, but it seems that I feel a little bit regretful. Dongqi's mind was in a mess. From time to time, he thought about the battle plan, and from time to time he thought of that guy who always made people feel at ease. I don't know how long it has been. The breeze swept through the wilderness, blowing up waves of grass. 2 teammates in armor were on guard, and the others took the opportunity to rest and replenish supplies. The nerves that had been tense for more than half a month were still tense, and everyone was very tired, as if the enemy could come at any time. Suddenly, a light spot flashed on the instrument for detecting life beep. The alarm sound instantly alerted everyone. Captain, someone is coming, 20 kilometers away. Hey, the target disappeared again. Strange, is the instrument broken? Impossible. No, the signal appears again. So fast, that person is already 15 kilometers away. Damn, did that guy use space displacement? How could it be so fast? It can only be the Titan armor. But there is no mechanical signal. The Hunter God armor carries the most advanced individual life detector in the East Wilderness, with a wide sensing range and very sharp. It can detect life targets within a radius of dozens of kilometers. There are no other living people in this wilderness. The most powerful beast is a jackal that is slightly larger than a rabbit. It is impossible to arouse such a large signal reaction from the reaction instrument. It can only be the enemy. However, the enemy is not scary. What is scary is that the light spots on the screen are like supernatural events. They are not the normal movement trajectory of life, but flickering, like ghosts. The speed is so fast that it is completely beyond the level of human ability in the cognition of these young mechanics. Moreover, as the distance gets closer, the reality on the instrument becomes clearer and clearer. Everyone then saw clearly that the life signal was not an illusion, and it was coming straight towards them. Before the members of the New World team were fully equipped, they saw a young man with extraordinary temperament walking out from the fluorescent weeds. Is he really a human? Everyone looked at each other in surprise. From such a long distance, he was in front of them so quickly. What the hell? The communicator on Dongqi was a high-end ancient communicator that he had obtained from Catalina before. Even if this thing is not turned on, it has the function of mutual positioning within a certain range. After wandering in the moss wasteland for a day, he finally sensed the signal and rushed here quickly. He was not sure what Dongqi had encountered. But it can be speculated that there are not many people in the East Wasteland who can force Dongqi, who is wearing the Infinite Energy Hunter armor, into a desperate situation. Either an 8th level card master or a Titan armor. However, the Red Dragon Empire of the southern continent is now fighting a fierce war of plunder in the East Wasteland, and the manpower of the Orlan Royal Court is also tight. It is unlikely to be at the 8th level. There are 2, and they were brought by the moon goddess Arachne. I saw one in the ruins of the behemoth imperial capital in the old continent before, and the other one may also be protecting the new King Arthur. It may not have rushed back to the East Wilderness. Moreover, the Titan armor is the main target of ambush by those people in the southern continent, and the Red Dragon royal family has even offered a reward of the title of Marquis. All the masters are watching, and the Orlan Royal Court dare not let them show up on the battlefield easily. It is most appropriate to send them to this no-man's land to perform the mission. However, even though Ji-sun guessed that Dongqi's trouble might be related to the Titan armor, he still felt that it was very dangerous. After all, he was one of the few people in the world who had personally witnessed the terrifying combat power of the Titan armor. After getting the news from Song Kan, he rushed to this wasteland without stopping. Then he searched for 2 days. Fortunately, he found it. Ji-sun saw this team of fully armed hunter armors in the dense weeds, and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the armor, with a special structure and many special devices at the head, He tacitly felt that this was Dong Qi. As expected, Dong Qi's face was full of surprise when she saw Ji Sun appear. She looked at the teammates who were pointing their guns at Ji Sun and said quickly, "Don't do it." Then she took off her mask immediately, revealing her pretty face that couldn't hide her joy. The two looked at each other, and both felt relieved. Ji Sun also sighed slightly, calming down the restless blood on the way, and said to himself, "It's good to be alive." Then, only heard click, click, the sound of mechanical joints opening. Dongqi took off her armor and went to meet him. She did not avoid anyone's gaze, and gave her old friend an intimate and warm hug. She knew Ji Sun would definitely come. But when she saw him coming at the most desperate moment, Dongqi's crystal eyes also flashed with tears of joy. She leaned over Ji Sun's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "You shouldn't have come." Ji Sun hugged Dongqi's slender waist, and without asking, he knew why she said this. This old friend was afraid that he would also be in danger. But dangerous? Not really. In the current East Wasteland, there are not many enemies that are truly dangerous to him. At least not in the current situation. Ji Sun had only speculated before, but when he saw this group of people, especially the marks on the mecha that were obviously left by machines, he had already deduced all the causes and consequences in his mind. He listened to Dongqi's self-blaming murmur, patted her on the back, and said with a faint comfort, "It's okay." The words "it's okay" instantly brightened Dongqi's expression, as if she had heard the most reassuring words in the world. After half a month of pursuit, her tense mind finally relaxed for a moment. As the captain, Dongqi is the backbone of the team, and she has always faced everything with strength. Any team member can say discouraging words, show fatigue and despair, but she can't. The nerves that are tense all the time have made her physically and mentally exhausted at this moment. However, at this moment, she seemed to feel the inexplicably familiar reliability. It seemed that when this guy came, all the problems would be solved without even thinking. However, now was not the time to reminisce about the past, Dongqi hurriedly said, "But the enemy is very strong." She didn't know how to start. She was thinking about how to get to the point quickly, but Ji Sun interrupted her before she finished speaking. "Titan Mecha? Is it the melee type that came?" Dongqi was just about to tell him about the extremely critical situation at the moment. She was stunned for a moment when she heard Ji Sun say the most critical trouble. Then, he suddenly raised his head from behind his shoulder. Dongqi looked at the indifferent face, with crystal light flashing in his clear eyes, and asked, "How do you know?" "It's okay to know the Titan armor, but how do you know it's the melee one?" "Heh." Ji Sun smiled but said nothing. Now that he is in the realm of I Am the World, it is difficult for him to have any secrets. But this deduction was done in an instant in his mind. It's troublesome to explain. Now that my old friend is alive, I don't need to talk about it anymore. Dongqi looked at the familiar indifferent expression, and her mind immediately flashed back to the experiences of several adventures they had shared before. In an instant, all her worries disappeared. This feeling came back again. Sure enough, this guy always has a way. Dongqi's brows finally relaxed completely, and a bright smile of surprise instantly appeared on her face. However, it was not only Dongqi who was surprised. The members of the New World team on the side were stunned by the two people hugging each other intimately. This is still the iron-blooded captain they know, the gang leader, the unruly wanted criminal, the ruthless killer, the mechanical female war god, and countless other nicknames. Brother Qi? Chapter 437. Donna, could it be that we are under an illusion? Why do I see the captain hugging a man? Why are you pinching me? Pinch yourself, stupid Rog. Isn't this the friend the captain mentioned? The members of the New World mechanical team looked at the scene in front of them, and rubbed their eyes at the same time, thinking that they were under an illusion. However, after watching for a while, their brains believed what they saw. Captain Dongqi was really hugging a man, and judging from their intimate expressions, the two were not just ordinary close. What was going on? 7 pairs of eyes just stared at the two, no one spoke. But all 7 faces had the same stunned expression. The breeze blew, and the sea of grass was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of grass waves. After the hot and longing emotions of reunion reached a climax in the moment of hugging, rationality gradually recovered. Just now, Dongqi only had Ji Sun in her eyes. Now, she saw the curious faces of her companions, staring at her intently. Dongqi suddenly remembered something, and without any awkwardness, she introduced to everyone generously, "Let me introduce everyone, this is Ji Sun." She then introduced Ji Sun's partners. "Ji Sun, these are members of our New World mechanical group, Gib, Rock, Dina, Donna. On one side is the closest friend, and on the other side is a fighting partner." Dongqi introduced them one by one very seriously. Both parties nodded, and they were considered to be acquainted. Some people also paid attention to the wanted list of Dongwang, and recognized Ji Sun as the S-level wanted criminal who has been on the wanted list so far. However, because they recognized him, everyone had some doubts in their eyes. The captain mentioned before, this is the powerful friend. They did not doubt the captain's words. But in the current situation, unless the Valkyrie of the Revolutionary Army comes, they really can't think of anyone who can save them from danger. Although the 7 young mechanics didn't say anything, they couldn't hide the sadness in their eyes. There was still a glimmer of hope when they didn't see the reinforcements, but when they really saw people coming, it seemed that all illusions were shattered. If I remember correctly, this person is on the wanted list at level 4 or level 5. In the current situation, even a level 7 card master cannot solve the problem. What's the point of this person coming? Compared to the complicated thoughts of her partners, Dongqi did not feel any urgency at all. Because she knew her old friend's character very well, he said. It's okay, then there must be no problem. But in the current situation, Dongqi was also very curious about what Ji Sun was planning. She looked at Ji Sun expectantly and asked directly, have you advanced again? In fact, what she wanted to ask was, have you advanced to the 8th level? In the eyes of Miss Chi-Chi, she herself did not believe that Ji Sun could advance to the 8th level, so she did not dare to ask directly. But what if, however, the fact is that the last time they met, he was still at the 5th level, and now he is at the 6th level, which is indeed an advancement. Ji Sun looked at the look of great expectation in Dongqi's eyes, smiled, and shook his head. His strength has improved a bit. But it's not as exaggerated as you think. As he said this, he knew what the other party wanted to ask, so he simply added, at least it can't beat the Titan armor. The combat capability of the Titan armor is comparable to that of an 8th level card master. Because of the special nature of the machinery, it does not have shortcomings like humans, so it can perform well even in front of a 9th level card master. This was originally designed by the Terran dynasty to deal with the top combat power that changes the war situation. How could it be so easy to deal with it? Not to mention Ji Sun now, even if he is at the 7th level, he can't get any advantage in front of this peak work of Terran machinery with normal means. Hearing this, Dongqi was also stunned. Ah? What should I do if I can't beat him? Before the panic in her mind appeared, she looked at the calm face as always, and guessed in her heart, is there anyone else coming? But after looking, it seems that there is no one. There is only a bulge in the pocket, and it seems to be Ivan who is sleeping soundly. Ji Sun smiled and shook his head, saying meaningfully, you don't have to beat him to solve the problem. Dongqi was completely puzzled. Ah? How to solve the problem if you can't beat him? Ji Sun did not explain much, and pondered for a moment this. Now he also somewhat understood why he used to feel that when chatting with people like Jia Yu who are good at strategy, he always felt that the other party was talking halfway. In fact, it is not a mystery. It is that some plans are completely deduced. You can understand it yourself, but if you tell others, you may need to explain too much. And the deduction line does not necessarily point to one result, but multiple possibilities. He can explain, but the listener may not understand. It's still troublesome. Ji Sun thought about it, looked at Dongqi, and said, Chi-Chi, you only need to know that if you really need reinforcements, you can find them. This time he came to Dongwang to build a teleportation array. Now Griffith is in the headquarters of the Old Continent Chain Alliance Army. Once the space scroll is used, people can be summoned. If such a master comes, even the Titan armor can handle it. But the leader of the Rebel Dragon Army is not a thug, you can summon him just by saying so. That favor is more valuable than a mecha. Ji Sun would never trouble others, unless the problem was truly unsolvable. Dongqi listened to Ji Sun's words and blinked. Although she didn't quite understand, since the other party said it, she believed it completely. She knew Ji Sun's methods, and that he had a close relationship with the Rebel Dragon Army in the southern continent. She thought that the reinforcements referred to the masters over there. It was indeed not convenient to elaborate. Ji Sun didn't say anything, and Dongqi was also very sensible and didn't ask. However, the brows of the 7 team members on the side became more and more tense. These young mechanics knew almost nothing about the intelligence outside the East Wilderness, and it was difficult for them to understand where Ji Sun's calm confidence came from. Dongqi also knew the worries of his companions, and now they needed something practical to boost morale. She asked again, what should we do now, Ji Sun? Now we have been targeted. If we can't deal with the Titan mecha, I'm afraid we can't go anywhere. Ji Sun was not surprised at all. In fact, from the moment they met just now, he had even guessed everything about their entry situation. He asked back, Why do you think the people of the Orlan Royal Court didn't kill you? Dong Qi said directly, for the intact armor, for the experimental equipment and data we carry, and to find the location of the base. Ji Sun listened with a slight smile on his face. So, what do you think is the best way for them to get these? Dong Qi had thought about this question a long time ago, and said directly, capture us alive. Ji Sun nodded, still looking at her inquiringly, as if asking, then what? The people listening were confused. Aren't these questions something that anyone can think of? What's so good about asking? Dong Qi understood what he meant instantly and said, are you talking about how to capture us alive? Ji Sun nodded yes. Dong Qi frowned when she thought of this. It's not that she hadn't thought about it. She had thought about it countless times along the way. They could die in battle, but no matter what, they couldn't be captured alive. However, just when she was about to speak her mind, she knew that Ji Sun would definitely be able to think of such a simple question. There must be a deeper meaning in this question. So Dong Qi didn't respond in a hurry, but fell into deep thought. Ji Sun looked at him, and didn't rush to ask for an answer. Danger has always been the best way to grow. He can easily help solve the problem, but he can't help every danger in the future. He saw that there was a guy with a very sophisticated plan among the pursuers of the Oran Royal Court. He looked like a strategist who was very experienced in marching and fighting. Dong Qi is no longer the gangster lady she used to be. This kind of strategic confrontation is a valuable experience for a qualified commander. But after thinking for a while, Dong Qi still couldn't think of it, so he could only ask, so Ji Sun, what do you mean? Being in the game, it is sometimes difficult to be seen through, and Ji Sun also reminded some key words at the right time, psychic illusion, or some mysterious means. This. Dong Qi's expression became more solemn when he heard it. She thought about it, and it was true. If you want to capture them alive, the best way is not to capture them alive in a head-on battle, because that is simply impossible. The hunting god armor can be immune to almost all known illusions. So they can only wait until they are not prepared, such as when they are camping and resting, and use the mysterious spell to directly control their bodies. But they have thought of this idea before. Dong Qi didn't know what Ji Sun saw, and tried hard to think of the point he overlooked. However, the young companions on the side were a little impatient. They listened to the conversation between the two throughout the whole process, but they were not as good as Dong Qi in following Ji Sun's ideas. After thinking for a long time about his captain's simple question, the boy named Rock finally couldn't help but speak. Sir, I don't mean to question you, but you may not know much about the mechanical armor we wear. This hunter god armor is not any mechanical device on the market. Its design takes into account almost any possibility in the battle, including mental spell impact. He thought Ji Sun didn't know the characteristics of the armor, so he asked such a question. Then he continued to explain, the main material of the helmet of the god hunter armor is abyssal copper, which is a high-grade metal that can shield mental pollution. Besides, there are complex protective spells inside the armor that are enough to resist any mental illusions and mysterious spells. And the mechas have self-destruct devices. Once we can't escape, we will activate the self-destruct mode. So, we can't be captured alive on the battlefield. When he said this, the boy's face showed inexplicable pride and courage. Although the other 6 young mechanics didn't say anything, they obviously meant the same thing. However, what they didn't know was that Ji Sun not only knew the detailed parameters of the mechanical hunter armor, but also that the armor was made from the blueprints that he and Dong Qi had robbed. Dong Qi looked at his partner and wanted to remind him, Rock, don't. However, Ji Sun interrupted her and agreed with him, well, you are right. This made the others even more suspicious. But he suddenly changed the subject and asked everyone at the same time, what if it's not in battle? You won't always wear the armor, right? As soon as this question came out, the team members showed an expression of, oh, it turns out that this guy really doesn't understand technology. Only Dong Qi was still thinking. Although Rock felt that this reinforcement was not very reliable, because he was the captain's friend, he still patiently explained, Sir, this problem is almost impossible to happen. Our mechas carry equipment such as Hage's life detector, 5th generation energy fluctuation detector, and high-sensitivity mechanical signal capture. These devices are a bit troublesome to explain, but no matter what, it can be guaranteed that as long as any target approaches us, we will find out immediately. While explaining, he pointed to the precision instruments with light screens on the armor, and added, just like you just came over, we also found out in advance. Rock said what all his teammates wanted to say. In front of this group of young men, who can be said to be mechanical geniuses, talking about machinery, their eyes instantly became hot. However, as soon as the voice came out, they looked at Ji Sun's still smiling expression and realized that something seemed strange. Oh, I almost forgot. How did this guy go so fast just now, even faster than the hunter god mech? Ji-sun listened to Rock's explanation patiently. But these young mechanics didn't know that he knew the devices equipped with the hunter god mech better than they did. He even copied those drawings himself. He could remember every data of the equipment clearly. No one spoke after this. There was an indescribable awkward atmosphere in the quiet air. Dongqi also knew that he had the ability to remember everything he saw, but this attitude made her feel that they had overlooked something. Miss Chi-Chi is not good at those conspiracies and intrigues because of her straightforward personality. But now that she is the commander of the New World Group, she always feels that she has the responsibility to think about these tactics. But after all, it is not her strong point. Dongqi thinks that she has considered everything she can. She simply stopped thinking about it. Her brows relaxed instantly, and she hugged Ji-sun's arm, with an expression that she didn't want to think about it anymore. Hey, so what is it? Tell me quickly. The familiar Miss Chi-Chi is back again. Seeing this scene, the friends around were stunned again. Ji-sun felt the soft and tender touch on his chest, and said helplessly, hunters often deal with fierce prey. The best way is not to deal with it head-on, but to use traps. Mechanics have many advantages. But the disadvantages are very obvious. Their bodies are almost the weakest among the 52 sequences. They rely too much on mechanical equipment, so the crisis premonition ability that other card masters have is almost zero for mechanics. The equipment is fine, and what they said is also fine. But the problem is that there is a person in the enemy who is good at setting up traps. As soon as these words came out, Dongqi and his team members immediately felt as if they had woken up from a dream trap. Yes, this metaphor fits their current situation very well. In the eyes of those people in the Oran royal court, aren't they dangerous prey? But how to set up traps? At this time, Ji-sun didn't beat around the bush. His thoughts had already given them enough guidance, so he said directly, "Did you come all the way from the northeast?" Dongqi blinked and asked, "How do you know?" She thought about it, and wondered if she hadn't asked this question just now. Ji-sun had been wandering around here for a whole day, so of course he had discovered the traces left by the mecha operation. Because he had deduced the purpose of the Orlan royal family to capture him alive before he saw him, he also deliberately observed more details. As long as he could connect the purpose, the intelligence of both sides, and the environment, Ji-sun could certainly think of the plan that the enemy could think of. He said directly, "What you think is a random route is actually driven by someone. It's like a hunter driving prey to a preset trap. It's just that the enemy is very clever, and you may not realize it." Hearing this, Dongqi was struck by lightning. She thought that Ji-sun had guessed the direction they came from just now, so couldn't the enemy guess it too? Although she didn't know how they did it, the facts were in front of her. The 7 teammates on the side still didn't understand. Ji-sun broke their last fantasy and said directly, "There is a canyon to the south of this sea of grass that is very suitable for hiding. You can't stay in the same place for too long, so next time you change camp, you will most likely enter the canyon. Then, you will most likely encounter a trap that has been set up long ago. I guess it's the silver moon illusion." Everyone understood this. The instrument can indeed sense nearby enemies. But what if there are no enemies nearby? As long as the trap is set up, they will run into it and be caught without knowing it. Thinking of this, Dongqi and the others all felt cold on their backs. They realized that the enemy's conspiracy hidden under the surface was so clever. Ji-sun said these words lightly, and for a moment, the young mechanics, who had looked down on him just now, looked at him differently. They all listened to the conversation between the two. The captain hadn't said anything yet, but this man had guessed everything. Not only the way they came, but also the canyon, which they had already discussed and decided to go to next. This feeling was very absurd. It was as if they were actors on a stage, and everything they did was performed according to a predetermined script. Everything was completely under the control of others. At this moment, the young mechanics felt a chill in their backs, and their eyes became more and more unbelievable. The enemy's layout was clear, and the dark clouds that shrouded everyone's hearts were swept away in an instant. The suffocating pressure seemed to disappear. The captain's friends seemed to be really powerful. All the members of this new world mechanical group felt a sense of power at this moment. Ji-sun looked at those pairs of eyes that were full of admiration and smiled and shook his head. It was as if he remembered the feeling of watching Jia Yu or Nanjing's mother, those masters, layout and game. It turned out that he had become very powerful without realizing it. Those layouts that seemed profound and difficult to understand to others were now easy to come up with. Ji-sun thought a lot in his mind, and his eyes were slightly distracted. Dongqi pursed his lips, but he was not as reserved as others. He just hugged him intimately and muttered, "Sure enough, you can think of everything." Although he was also surprised, this feeling was very familiar, just like before. She likes this feeling. Ji-sun looked at Dong Chi and said, Chi-Chi, you rely too much on machines and lose some of your judgment. Dong Chi pursed his lips and said, I know. Although his tone was sarcastic, he remembered it in his heart. After thinking for a while, Dong Chi asked, But Ji-sun, what should we do next? The other team members also cast curious eyes. This time there was no doubt, only expectation. Now they knew that the enemy had set a trap to drive them away, so they thought that they could not go to the canyon. But he couldn't think of a better way to deal with it. The dilemma that was supposed to happen didn't even change at all. However, Ji-sun's next words shocked everyone. He casually said, Of course we should continue to go. Ah? Dong Chi was puzzled, but if we go, won't we fall into the enemy's trap? Ji-sun also said casually, yes. Without bait, the enemy won't fall into the trap. Hearing this, Dong Chi felt familiar again. Although she was not convinced by being used as a bait, she had to admit that Ji-sun's plan was always correct. Ji-sun did not hide it, and said bluntly, If we don't completely get rid of the pursuers, you can't just wander around in the wilderness forever, right? My idea is that you should just pretend that you know nothing, go to the canyon when you should, and get caught when you should. Dong Chi, everyone, Ji-sun's words made everyone confused. So knowing that it was a trap, we still wait to hit our heads? Is this guy serious? Ji-sun knew that his thinking was a little off. The truly brilliant plan is not to break it, but to go with the flow. He didn't know how to explain it, and said the plan that sounded like a fairy tale to others, well, then I will try to completely eliminate the pursuers. Only in this way can you really get away. Before he finished speaking, the young mechanic's eyes twitched, obviously thinking that this plan was terrible. Dong Chi-jing's eyes turned, and the tacit understanding between the two made her understand a lot. She knew that if Ji-sun said that, he must have the strength to solve it. But she was still afraid that the other party didn't know the situation, and said, But even if we don't count the Titan armor, there is also a 7th level Moon God guard among the pursuers. That was the Lieutenant General of the 2nd Legion of the Federation, Dreamweaver Harrow. Newly promoted to the 7th level, it's not a big problem. Ji-sun smiled indifferently. He could come up with this plan, so how could he not deduce the enemy's strength? Except for special beings like the Moon Goddess Arachne, the highest combat power of the East Wilderness should only be the 7th level. The Titan armor is already a high-end one, and the other things are just a side job. And the other party must have considered capturing him alive, so the people they sent are also good at mental magic. Dreamweaver Hera, a former senior staff officer of the Federation, has the rank of Lieutenant General, and is good at mental magic. Ji-sun remembers every high-level card master in the East Wasteland, who has an official record. Hearing this name, it almost completely matches his previous speculation. Dong Chi looked at Ji-sun so confident, and his eyes were full of surprise. Can you deal with the 7th level? She would definitely not believe what others said, but she believed Ji-sun's words without a doubt. Ji-sun shrugged noncommittally. It's hard to say about other 7th level ones, but this kind of spiritual system can be tried. Dong Chi was shocked to the point of being unable to describe when he heard this casual admission. How strong is this guy now? However, the 7th level one is not the biggest problem, they can even kill it. The most critical thing is the Titan armor. Thinking of this, Dong Chi frowned and asked, But what about the Titan armor? My words can be used to contain him for a while. But he will lose after a while. After all, the gap between the mechanical armors is too big. This question is really hard for Ji-sun to explain. After thinking about it, he said meaningfully, If that guy is really well informed and sees me, he will probably run away. Titan will run away. After hearing this, Dong Chi and the young mechanics froze their expressions on their faces again. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were surprisingly consistent. They thought faintly, how could this guy say such outrageous words in such a calm tone? Chapter 438. After resting in the fluorescent grass sea for a day, Dong Chi and the members of the New World Mechanical Corps moved towards the canyon in the south, according to the original plan. Although they now knew from Ji-sun that there was an ambush in the canyon, they also felt that this behavior of knowing it is a trap, but still going was very unreliable. But they still went with the determination to die. In addition to believing in the decision of the Captain Dong Chi, more importantly, they themselves had no better plan. After all, there was a Titan armor among the pursuers of the Orlan Royal Court. That was a problem that made everyone despair, but it was completely unsolvable. Hey Dina, what do you think is the relationship between the captain and Mr. Ji-sun? What else could it be? It must be very close. Ah, I thought the captain didn't like men. Oh no, she doesn't like women either. After all, she always stayed in the laboratory in the academy. Yes. Many nobles and military young masters in the academy pursued the captain, but she never responded. At that time, everyone in the academy thought that the captain had a problem with his sexual orientation. It turned out that it was because of this. Well, he is handsome, strong, and full of wisdom. No wonder the captain looks down on others. If it were me, I would definitely be tempted. Donna, stop being a fangirl. How do you know he is strong? The captain said so. Since the captain said he is very strong, he must be very strong. But then again, can he really deal with the Titan mecha? I don't know. Ji-sun has a special healing potion obtained from a senior clergyman of the Holy See. After taking it, the two seriously injured members of the team will at least not die now. This also made the young mechanics no longer feel the urgency to find supplies. In the sea of grass, the team walked quietly, chatting about gossip from time to time. The girls had a good impression of Ji-sun, who was young, handsome, and had an impeccable temperament, while the young boys had some of the competitive spirit that they should have at this age. To use the original words of a guy, they were going to be bait. Bait? Who are you looking down on? Although they didn't say anything, these young mechanics were still very dissatisfied. They always felt that someone had never seen the pinnacle of mechanical art like the God Hunter armor. Each of them had a single combat power comparable to that of the legendary Card Master. The team's joint attack could not only kill the 7th level, but also destroy the city with one team. In the East Wilderness, their secret team was already considered the top combat power. In order to make the plan go smoothly, Ji-sun was not in the team, and the team members chatted unscrupulously. Dong-chi could occasionally hear the whispers of his teammates, but even if he heard that he was misunderstood, he just smiled and didn't explain much. Because she was also looking forward to what kind of surprises there would be. On the other side, in an inconspicuous cave in the Moss Wasteland, a group of people from the Orlan royal court were resting here. In addition to the more than 20 moon knights wearing white moon robes, the most eye-catching thing was the Titan armor that looked like a steel beast. Lord Hera, will those guys really go to the canyon? Yes. They will definitely go. During the previous pursuit, I made some hypnotic suggestions on the environment. With the deliberate driving these days, they will definitely go to the canyon in 1 or 2 days. That will be the time for this siege to end. As long as we can capture those mechanics alive, the Song family's secret base will have nowhere to hide. Since the Song family is unwilling to work for our Orlan royal court, it's time to clean it up after this time. If it weren't for those guys from the Song family secretly draining most of the mechanical resources in the East Wilderness, our armor production wouldn't be so passive. That can't be said completely. The mechanical technology of the Song family's military factory is much higher than the average level of other families. It can even be said that the current level and scale of the mechanical manufacturing industry in the East Wasteland is due to the layout promoted by the Song family over the past 100 years, which was not done now, but long ago. But then again, the old grandmother of the Song family really planned far ahead, and actually planned this wasteland decades ago. If that powerful person had not been interested, the Song family would have had a seat in the federal parliament before, and they would not rest in peace even after their death. The group chatted intermittently, with the simple map on the ground. Suddenly, the magic crystal beside the campfire shone for a moment. The middle-aged woman in the white robe was delighted and shouted, "The prey is in the cage. The plan has been set up for so long, waiting for today. This is an uninhabited area, and there is no mark on the map for this nameless canyon. There are a lot of glowing mushrooms in the canyon, like dwarf huts, all over the mountains. The colorful light emitted from the red and green mushrooms makes the whole canyon look like a dream, which is beautiful. However, in this light, no one noticed that the moonlight that was invisible to the naked eye was hidden in it. Dong-chi and his group walked very carefully when they came. They knew there was a trap here. Although they knew they could not reveal the flaws, they could not help but be careful. The young mechanics also observed the signals on the instruments from time to time, trying to detect where the hidden danger was. But all the instruments showed normal. There were no abnormal mental signal fluctuations. The biological detection fluctuations were also very weak, and the largest fluctuations were just some sawtooth rats. The environment was so safe that the instruments did not detect any abnormality, so much so that the mechanics even doubted whether Ji-sun's deduction was correct. However, they still followed the original plan and planned to rest in the depths of the canyon. Half a day passed like this, and everything was normal. On the magic boiler, the food was also boiling and wafting with fragrance. Everyone sat in a circle and distributed food. Dong-chi was also given a portion of thick soup by his companions. These days, I have been worried all the time, And today's meal is the most reassuring. The team members would question Ji-sun's judgment, but she wouldn't. Even when eating, Dong-chi was still thinking about what Ji-sun had said before. That guy said that it might be some weak fluctuations that can avoid mechanical perception. Where would the mental erosion come from? So many mushrooms. Could it be light pollution? Yes, the Silver Moon sect is best at moonlight spells. For some reason, after meeting Ji-sun, Dong-chi also found that his thinking ability was also affected by that guy. But she is very proficient in mechanical knowledge, but knows little about other fields. After thinking for a long time, I still can't think of any problems. And the fact is that everything is normal. Until this moment, Dong-chi suddenly felt that the content of his teammates' chat began to be a little strange. Jib, this mushroom must be delicious. Should we pick one to try? How do you know? The mushroom told me itself. Didn't you hear it? It said I am delicious, best stewed in meat soup. When Dong-chi heard this, her eyes suddenly trembled. The mushroom spoke, but not just one. Dina, who was asked, suddenly said, I think the green one tastes better. That bug said that the green one is sweet. Ari, Wendy, Keen, oh where have you been? You haven't eaten yet. Come and have a meal together. When Dong-chi heard this, she immediately realized that her companions had been tricked. It's okay that the mushrooms can speak, but the dead companions also appeared. People who have not been trained don't know they are dreaming when they are dreaming. The teammates were completely unaware that they had been under the illusion, and were still chatting excitedly. Sure enough, there is an ambush. Dong-chi immediately became alert. She was the only one in the team who had been injecting super sobering potion, so she was the only one who was not hit. But it was only temporary. She remembered that Ji-sun said that the other party would definitely take this factor of the potion into consideration, so the grade of the spell would be very high. A huge sense of crisis weighed on Dong-chi's mind. At this moment, she kept thinking about what Ji-sun had said before. That guy also said that the enemy would create some psychological hints to make the people who were hit take the initiative to change their defenses, and then control the mecha. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Rog and Wendelin stood up and said, Captain, we're done eating. Let's go change shifts. Dong-chi's eyes twitched inexplicably when she heard this. Looking at this normal change of shifts, it seemed particularly weird in her eyes at this moment. Everything seemed to be playing out like a script, and this feeling of being controlled by someone made her feel very bad. Dong-chi did not stop them, but quietly activated the commander mode of all the armors. As long as she was still awake, there would be no trouble. Soon, the two people who had been rotated came over. Dong-chi carefully observed the expressions of the two people. When she found that the two people did not notice that their partners had hallucinations, she knew that the two people were also caught. Is it really light pollution? Dong-chi understood something instantly. The sensing range of the machine is indeed very wide, but when it comes to speed, what is faster than light? The light emitted by these mushrooms concealed some high-level spells released by the enemy. Besides, she remembered that Ji-sun said that if they really waited for the change of guard, the enemy would come. Although Dong-chi had absolute trust in Ji-sun's arrangement, she couldn't help but get nervous at this moment. Not wearing a mechanical armor made her feel very insecure. However, before she could think about it, she suddenly saw a bunch of silver moonlight strangely condensed together on the mushrooms not far away, and then gradually formed a middle-aged woman in a white robe. It was the moon guard Dreamweaver Hera whom I had seen before. However, even though the enemy was so close, the alarm on the instrument was already piercing, but the companions still did not react. They seemed to be completely blind and continued to sit around eating and chatting. This strange scene made Dong-chi feel cold on his back. If Ji-sun hadn't reminded them, they would have been completely wiped out without knowing it. The enemy came in a way that was beyond their cognition, and Dong-chi was a little at a loss. Ji-sun's plan was to use them as bait, but he didn't say how to fight. Dong-chi also pretended not to see it, and didn't look directly at the enemy. But her hand had already touched the mechanical box beside her, and she was thinking about whether to activate the hunting god armor immediately to prepare for the battle. However, it was this slight flaw, but she heard a light exclamation in her ear. Hey, you didn't get hit? Strange. Did you use a potion? Or a very advanced sobering potion? Dong-chi listened to the whisper, as if it was right next to her ear, and suddenly turned her head, but saw that the woman in white robe had appeared in front of her face. Not good. At this speed, even if she was wearing armor, it was too late. Dong-chi got goosebumps all over her body instantly, as if she saw the gaze of the god of death, and a great fear surged in her heart that made her unable to move. Yes, it was fear. She was not afraid of the enemy, but she was immediately shocked by the charming eyes at this moment. Dong-chi felt dizzy, and there were countless voices in her heart that seemed to hypnotize her. asking her to give up resistance. However, despite the wave after wave of mental shocks, she had been gritting her teeth and holding on, glaring at the enemy in front of her. Hera was slightly surprised by Dong Chi's super mental resistance, but she sneered more. TSK, mechanical deity? You really know this magic secret technique. But in front of my dream weaving technique, how can I let you wear a mecha? Have a good dream. The purpose was to capture him alive, especially the captain. After all, Dong Chi had defected from the secret military factory of the Orlan royal family, and she had more information than others. Hera controlled everyone and originally planned to search for information on the spot. These young mechanics had no ability to resist her spells. As long as she entered their dreams, the information in their minds would be revealed. The plan went very smoothly. It was exactly as she expected. However, the 7th level is already a top card master, and this level has an extraordinary sense of crisis, especially the mental system. The closer the crisis is, the stronger the sense is. Hera was about to attack Dong Chi, but suddenly, her heart trembled. No! She didn't know where the danger came from, but she clearly sensed that her life was in danger. Assassin? Hera couldn't figure out how these mechanics could pose a threat to her without their mechas. It could only be assassins lurking in the dark. She couldn't even find him, so the assassin must be of a very high rank. Could it be the thief King Quinto? Hera thought of the legendary thief, who had a close relationship with the Song family. Only thieves of this level could bring her such a strong sense of crisis. However, as soon as the thought flashed, she had already pulled away. At the same time, the cards in her hand disintegrated, and strong moonlight burst out all over her body, and her body gradually became ethereal. Illusionary Shock plus Moonlight Elementalization, 2 life-saving spells. One can release mental shock in a large area, restricting the actions of nearby enemies, and the second is Elementalization, exempting a large part of the physical and demonic damage and saving her own life. Once these 2 spells are released, under normal circumstances, even if the thief King Quinto comes, it will be enough to save her life. As long as they keep their distance, once the Titan armor arrives, Quinto will also die, but she was surprised. At the moment when these 2 cards exploded, she seemed to hear a strange sneer. Your reaction is really fast. Hera didn't understand what happened. She suddenly felt her body sink, and the gravity around her increased tenfold, pulling her body to stay in place. At the same time, she saw the shadow under Dong Chi come alive, and a dark fist hit her in the face. Damn it! Hera realized that the assassin had been hiding in the shadows. Although she was caught off guard, she was not in a mess. After all, even if her body was pulled by gravity, she had already transformed into an element, so the damage she received would be very limited. But the facts disappointed her again. The person who came was not Quinto, and he did not use the legendary dagger that killed countless masters. It was just a fist. A strange ripple lingered on the fist. This punch was like hitting the shadow of the moon in the water, instantly causing ripples in the entire space. Not good. There was no way to avoid it at such a close distance. Hera felt that the terrifying gravity distorted the entire space, so that even though she was an elemental body, every inch of her body was still affected by the wave-like impact. Hera felt that her blood and chi were about to erupt like a volcano, and she couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. The blood and chi were shaken, and the spell was interrupted instantly. She flew backwards in an instant, smashed heavily into a large mushroom not far away, and then embedded heavily in the rock wall, and then stopped. Although Hera didn't die on the spot, she was seriously injured by this sneak attack. The enemy was seriously injured, and the mental control field around him collapsed instantly. Dong Chi also recovered from the shock, sweating and panting. She just witnessed the whole battle process with her own eyes. She felt like she was walking on the line between life and death. But behind the shock, there were more surprises. At this moment, Dong Chi looked at Ji-sun again, and her eyes were full of amazement, so powerful. He actually severely injured a 7th level card master with one blow. On the other side, the dream was shattered, and the other teammates woke up instantly. They looked at the scene in front of them, and before they understood what was happening, they heard Dong Chi shouting, "Prepare for battle." The young mechanics woke up as if from a dream. Although they were still confused, they were well trained. Without hesitation, everyone pressed the switch on the mechanical box. Then they heard a series of click, click, metal friction sounds, and in a blink of an eye the whole team had been dressed and entered combat status. 8 hunting god armors formed a battle formation majestically, and their long guns and short guns locked onto the enemy in front of them. Ji-sun looked at Hera, who was severely injured by him, without any surprise on his face. The enemy had no precautions during the whole plan, and a sneak attack was inevitable. The spiritual card master's body was weak to begin with, and he didn't die on the spot after being hit head-on. It was probably the immortal secret of the Silver Moon cult. I haven't seen this immortal secret for a long time. After Ji-sun punched, his figure instantly disappeared on the spot and rushed towards the enemy. The secret technique that was once thought to be unsolvable, now that the rank is high enough, it seems that some of the tricks have been discovered. It's better to try. Hera was embedded in the stone wall. Before she could suppress the chaotic blood in she suddenly saw the fist that distorted the space appeared in front of her again. How could a spiritual card master dodge such a sharp fist? Damn it! Hera's expression changed suddenly. She had no time to dodge, and could only activate the power of the moon god again. Then she heard a bang, and she didn't even have time to weaken her body. She was hit again. Bang. 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 In the blink of an eye, the fists fell into the pit like a rainstorm. Ji-sun's understanding of the law and the field is not much weaker than that of a card master who has entered the 7th level by taking shortcuts. He also clearly sensed that this woman tried to escape many times, but every time, Ji-sun interrupted those secrets just right. Silver Moon secret? To be honest, the enemy in front of him may not know more than Ji-sun. This is also the reason why Ji-sun told Dong-chi that he could try it. It's hard to say about other 7th level ones. But the 7th level of the Silver Moon sect is still a spiritual one. He will never give the enemy a chance to attack again. Once he is seriously injured, he will definitely be a serial killer. Just like the scene in front of him. He thought the only surprise was that this guy could summon the moon god. But Ji-sun is not completely without means. Is it not okay to not give her the opportunity to summon? In the current I am the world deduction, there will be no surprises in the enemy's every move. This rain of fists was violent and visually impactful. If one were to describe Hera's current state, it would be like the rock walls that were crumbling around her, with no intact part of her body. The sex immortality secrets did allow her to avoid death, but it was not unlimited recovery. With this kind of torrential attack frequency that left no one breathing, after being beaten, there was no chance to breathe. On the other side, the New World Mechanical team members, who were on full alert, were stunned when they saw this violent scene. The young mechanics, who had doubted Ji-sun's strength before, were only shocked. A level 7 being hammered and unable to fight back, originally thought they were needed to join the battle to deal with the enemy. But it has been tried before. The God Hunter armor can pose a fatal threat to that woman, but it can't kill her at all. The high-ranking members of the Silver Moon sect seem to have a secret art of immortality. This battle will definitely be fierce. However, the mechanics never expected that the guy alone completely controlled the situation. The 8 armors were just watching from the side, unable to help at all. The energy fluctuations shown on the display far exceeded their understanding of human card masters. At least, they had not seen anything stronger than this fluctuation so far. That figure was like a god descending from heaven. In the hearts of these young mechanics, a shocking scene that would never be erased in their lifetime was imprinted. Captain, what level is your friend? Oh my god, I have never seen such a powerful card master before. Too outrageous, isn't it? His fist can actually trigger the gravity that only our God Hunter armor can trigger? Is this the extraordinary power that humans can master? It's really strong. Although they can't help in the battle, they are eager to watch the show. In the internal communicator, the team members started to discuss. Dong-chi listened to those excited words, and did not respond. Because she didn't know how to explain it. In fact, she was no less shocked than her teammates. With this heavy hammer that was nowhere to dodge, Ji-sun completely controlled the situation of the battle. However, it was one thing that Hera could not be killed in a short time. He was not in a hurry to kill her. Because he still needed this bait. Only by attracting other enemies could he root them out. As he expected. Suddenly Ji-sun put away his fist and tilted his head to look at the distance of the canyon. He only heard the sound of a magic boiler jet, as if something huge was rushing in. Looking again, a tall mechanical armor holding a magic light knife appeared in front of him from 1,000 meters away. Is it finally here? Ji-sun murmured in his heart, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Of course, he was familiar with it. It was one of the 3 Titan mechas that he had seen in the mausoleum of Augustus. However, compared with his calmness, Dong-chi and her teammates not far away were facing a great enemy. In comparison, the hunting god armor they wore was like the difference between a hound and a lion in front of the Titan armor. This made them extremely nervous. How to break this deadlock. Chapter 439. As soon as the Titan armor arrived, the atmosphere on the battlefield became solemn, and Dong-chi and his men instantly felt the suffocating sense of oppression. Like a lion king patrolling the territory, The threat from the Overlord made the Hunter God armor on everyone unable to give them any sense of security. The enemy is not just this unmatched super powerful Titan machine. Almost at the same time, several Hunter God armors, and a group of Silver Moon Knights in white robes surrounded them from the other side of the canyon. Judging from the situation, the guys in the Orlan Royal Court had planned an ambush long ago, and never intended to let them escape. They could only fight to the death. Dong Qi and his friends had made up their minds. Their peripheral vision unconsciously looked at the figure, who was still punching Hera hard, and they were confused and uneasy. They witnessed Ji Sun's terrifying fighting power with their own eyes, and were also amazed that his deduction was completely correct. However, the biggest problem is still how to solve the Titan armor. At the moment, when everyone was shocked, the enemy did not give them more time to think. The Titan armor looked at the phantom of the clown demon behind Ji Sun, and immediately confirmed his identity. It was precisely because of the confirmed identity that the Titan seemed to be frightened at this moment, even though he had the ability to capture him alive. The enemy was very decisive. An invisible gravitational field instantly covered the surroundings, and the giant magic sword in his hand slashed down like lightning. Ji Sun felt the pressure of death from the lightsaber. This particle magic annihilation technology derives from the extraordinary ability of Red Heart 8-element decomposer, and the slash is comparable to the 8th level decomposition spell, which can annihilate almost all matter, elemental shields and energy barriers. In other words, if hit by this giant sword, the defense of the 8th level card master will be broken 100%. If it hits, it will kill anyone in seconds, and the speed is extremely fast. The design of the Titan armor is the pinnacle of the technology of the Talon Empire. The stiffness of mechanical equipment, which is a common problem, almost does not exist on this kind of machine. With one slash, even Ji Sun's current nerve reaction speed can only barely catch it. Teleportation appears, the gravity field controls the field, and this slash is enough to kill any 7th level card master in seconds. However, seeing that the other party took action immediately, Ji Sun was not surprised, but a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Did you recognize me after all? The strength of the Titan armor was expected. He was afraid that the other party didn't recognize him, and might really call for reinforcements. Now seeing the other party's reaction of wanting to kill him as soon as they met, he knew that the operator recognized him. And the reason for the action must be that he knew the information sent from the old continent. In other words, if he couldn't kill him in seconds, then the other party should escape. Thinking of this, Ji Sun twisted to the limit, and only managed to evade by slightly turning sideways. At the same time, the spell on the gloves of black magic lit up, and an invisible barrier quietly lit up, and the 5th seal of the curse was released. Defense? It was because he had seen the horror of the Titan armor in the mausoleum of Augustus that he did not dare to underestimate it. It was also fortunate that it was a melee Titan in this game, otherwise, if it was another assassin or magician, Ji Sun would have to use life-saving means as soon as he met him. Schwa, the moment the thought flashed, the lightsaber almost passed by Ji Sun's face. The magic light blade was like cutting through the air, and it decomposed the protective aura on his body without any obstruction. The feeling of being immersed in strong acid almost disintegrated Ji Sun's body. Fortunately, the black magic gloves created an absolute repulsion field, and the invisible armor repelled most of the high-level magic erosion. Ji Sun's body surface was burning, but fortunately he dodged it. The Titan wanted to continue slashing, but almost at the same time, a bang of metal collision sounded, exploding the entire canyon. Ji Sun looked closely, and saw a specially modified hunter armor holding a huge shield hit the Titan armor heavily. It was Dong Qi who made the move. Because she knew that she was the only one who could barely fight the Titan armor for a while, so she joined the battle without hesitation. It was precisely because of this collision that Ji Sun had a chance to catch his breath. The two had not discussed tactics before, because Ji Sun knew that fighting the Titan armor was very dangerous. If the opponent was determined to kill, even Dong Qi's special version of the Hunter God armor would definitely be fatal. Ji Sun could control the risks himself, and could bear the cost of death. He didn't want Dong Qi to take risks. However, Dong Qi still attacked without hesitation. This was the tacit understanding between close friends. She guessed Ji Sun's thoughts. But since they were partners who shared life and death, fighting side by side was also her choice. It was just a moment of collision. Dong Qi thought it was a sneak attack and slightly knocked the Titan armor off. But the tonnage difference between the two mechas was too big, just like a wolf hitting an elephant, it didn't hurt. Titan also lost the opportunity to kill Ji Sun, and swung the magic lightsaber horizontally, and slashed at Dong Qi. At this distance, The God Hunter armor didn't have the extreme dodge ability like Ji-sun, so he could only hold up his shield to resist. Shwa. A knife. The sword and shield touched with lightning. This hard shield, which was 100% immune to any 7th level spell, broke into 2 halves with a clang. This was the strongest defense device on the God Hunter armor, and it broke with a single knife, which showed how dangerous it was. However, Dongqi seemed to have thought of such a scene a long time ago. She remained calm in the face of danger, and several micro-missiles on her arms fired at the moment the iron shield was broken. Bang bang. Exploded. The flames exploded, and although the Titan armor was not hurt at all, the violent explosion caused the 2 mechas to keep a safe distance. Dongqi's microcontrol armor, like a flexible mantis, suddenly bounced up the moment it landed, and then used the boiler jet to change direction in midair and went around the back of the Titan's huge body. Although the mechanical armor does not have the blind spot of humans, the back is still a relative weakness in attack power. The bomb bay on the chest of Dongqi's armor instantly popped open, and several experimental micro-missiles swayed out with long tails of fire. This is a mechanical interference bomb, a black technology specially designed to interfere with the light source and heat energy capture signal of mechanical devices. Bang. 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 Several bombs exploded, and large flashes and dazzling heat burst out. It was as if the human was confused by the flash smoke bomb, and the perception of the Titan armor in the smoke was also limited, and it was obviously slashed a few times randomly. However, the Titan armor gathered black technology that could not be touched in the current mechanical field. This chaos lasted only for a moment, and then I saw the opponent's magazine also bounced open, aiming at Dongqi. The battle broke out very suddenly and fiercely. In the blink of an eye, Dongqi had fought several rounds with Titan in the armor. At this time, the other members of the New World group also reacted, and only heard a burst of urgent shouting in the communicator. Cover the captain! 3-3 battle formation, we also go up. Knowing that they couldn't win, the other members rushed forward without fear. It was clear that a fierce battle was about to take place. However, Ji-sun, who was the fuse of the war, was not in a hurry at all. At this moment, he took out a scroll in his hand, and the black 9-pointed star formation representing the law of space under his feet had already lit up. Obviously, this movement was not noticeable in the battlefield with flames, but both sides saw the scene. Dongqi and his companions vaguely understood that he was going to summon helpers. However, the people of the Orlan royal family also saw it and wanted to stop it. But the grade of this space scroll is supreme, which can be seen from the lit 9-pointed star magic. This is not something that these low-level card masters can interrupt. That is to say, under normal circumstances, regardless of whether Ji-sun could be killed or not, the helpers he summoned had already connected to this spatial coordinate. The moment Ji-sun took out the scroll, an unexpected scene happened. The Titan armor seemed to have thought of something terrible, and suddenly forced Dongqi to retreat, and then the boiler gushed out powerful power, and the huge armor fled without looking back. With a whoosh, it disappeared in an instant. Everyone was stunned by this scene. After a moment of shock, their minds finally accepted the reality. The Titan armor really escaped. Tactics. Seeing this strangeness, Dongqi and the members of the New World Mechanical Group immediately thought of what Ji-sun said yesterday. Titan would most likely escape when he saw me. This? No one dared to believe it before. However, the fact is that the prophecy that sounded absolutely outrageous has really come true now. Ji-sun was not surprised at all. Others did not know about Ji-sun's situation, but the operator of the Titan armor, as the core layer of the Oran royal court, knew it. More than a month has passed, and the news of the killing of the 9th-rank cardinal of the Holy Church in the Behemoth ruins has long been spread. The cause of that incident was that the new king of Oran, Arthur, wanted to ambush and kill Ji-sun and the other two. In the end, the cardinal was attracted and then killed. So the top leaders of the Oran dynasty must have known that Ji-sun had a close relationship with the rebel dragon army, and that the leader Griffith, who was good at spatial abilities, had also returned to his peak strength. That's why Ji-sun dared to say that to Dongqi and the others before. Griffith can kill the 9th level cardinal, so he will probably have no problem dealing with the Titan armor. In this case, the reason why the Titan turned around and ran away was because of Ji-sun's space summoning scroll. In fact, the moment he recognized Ji-sun, the enemy had already guessed this possibility, thinking that if he could kill him instantly, things would not develop in the worst direction. But unfortunately, he failed to kill Ji-sun. And the moment Ji-sun took out the space scroll, the enemy's last bit of luck was wiped out. Turning around and running away is the most rational choice. Otherwise, there is no one to support this no-man's land. If Griffith really travels through space to reinforce, he will not be able to escape. 80% of them will lose a precious Titan armor. There are only 3 Titan armors in the Orlan Royal Court, and they are templates for future production. If they are really lost, it will even affect the future fortune of the kingdom. The speed of the Titan armor is extremely fast. If you want to escape, you can't see it in a blink of an eye. The two sides of the battle, who are confused, look at each other. The Titan ran away, but the others in the Orlan Royal Court did not run away. There were still several hunter armors, and a team of Moon Knights. They didn't know what happened and were completely stunned. Without the Titan armor, they couldn't beat the New World team in front of them. The New World 8-man group was also confused. What should we do now? Could it be that Mr. Ji-sun had other plans? As the instigator, Ji-sun put away the scroll with a calm face. The scroll is real, but the use is fake. Just now, I just casually simulated the magic array of the teleportation array and scared away the enemy. It saved a lot of trouble. But Ji-sun was sure that even if the other party guessed it, they would not dare to gamble. Having nothing in hand, and having something in hand, but not using it are two different things. If the enemy does not run away, Ji-sun does not mind really summoning Griffith. But he is not willing to do this. Not to mention owing favors, the most important thing is that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Griffith just killed the Cardinal and is now in the limelight. If she really shows up in the East Wilderness, it will definitely attract the attention of the Holy See. The Holy See will definitely send experts to investigate. If it really comes to that, it will be a big trouble. The people of the Orlan Royal Court are still developing in a sluggish way, and they are definitely not willing to confront the top leaders of the Holy See now. They definitely don't want to see this scene. And Ji-sun's idea is the same. Compared with the threat of the Orlan Royal Court, the Holy See is more than 100 times greater. If you can handle it in a low-key manner, do it in a low-key manner. The Titan operator is not stupid, and escaping is beneficial to both parties. The Orlan royal family must forcefully swallow this loss. So regardless of whether they can catch up or not, Ji-sun had no intention of chasing just now. However, those who can think of this must be high-level officials, who know the intelligence of the old continent. Now there are dozens of people present, except Ji-sun, no one else knows, and it is normal to be confused. Now that the Titan armor has run away, the battle is no longer suspenseful. Ji-sun ignored the gazes of others, just chuckled, and then teleported in front of Hera, the Dreamweaver of the Moon Guard, who had just gathered her body from a serious injury and was ready to fight again. Another punch came at him. The enemy's body, which had not yet recovered, was hit hard again. Ji-sun's fists rained down like a rainstorm. As long as there was still faith in the Moon God's magic, he would not die. But energy is conserved. If he killed a few more times, the faith in the Moon God would not be endless. As for summoning the Moon God to come, just like the situation when Titan escaped just now, Ji-sun didn't think that the Moon God really knew that he was here and dared to come down rashly. Seeing Ji-sun beating the enemy, Dong-chi also reacted the fastest. She controlled the armor and rushed directly to the enemy's mechanics. Seeing the captain take action, the other New World team members also rushed forward. Without the deterrence of the Titan armor, this group of young mechanics were like hungry wolves rushing into a flock of sheep, killing indiscriminately. Soon, the battle was over. The more than 30 people in the Orlan Royal Court were all dispatched, and this time, they were also completely destroyed. At the same time, the New World team also seized 3 brand new hunting god armors, and a large number of accessories, which was a great harvest. Ji-sun finally killed Hera, and obtained the divine blood of Pegasus from the corpse. Not long after he advanced, the blood of the divine beast used by this woman to advance was also analyzed. There are also a bunch of spiritual materials and equipment, Silver Moon books. These are pollution to others, but they are good things to him. Dong-chi led the team to clean up the battlefield and gathered in front of Ji-sun again. Ji-sun, do we need to change camp? It doesn't matter. Hera is dead, and the tracking mark is invalid. But it's okay to change to another place. Yes. Then let's change to another place. It's just right that we can go back to the base. After just experiencing a fierce battle, the team members were very excited. This reversal after a desperate situation brought everyone a precious memory that they will remember for a lifetime. Dong-chi took off the mecha, and his face showed a relief that he had never had in the past half-month. Since Ji-sun said there was no danger, then there was really no danger. The group walked out of the valley calmly. Dong-chi was normal. She was used to the situation that Ji-sun's strength would increase a lot every time she didn't see him for a while. As they walked, they asked questions and even joked a few words. The other team members seemed a little embarrassed. They didn't even dare to look directly at the back of the man in front of the team. If they respected Ji-sun yesterday, It was more because he was a friend of the Captain Dong Chi. And now, in the eyes of the mechanics, the attitude of respecting Ji Sun like a god is entirely because of his absolutely terrifying strength. The murderous aura exposed by Ji Sun in the battle just now shocked everyone's mind. The Titan armor is invincible, but if we really talk about the terror it brings to people, they think that this gentle gentleman Mr. Ji Sun is the most terrifying existence they have ever seen. This is not an illusion, but Ji Sun has touched the threshold of divine power, which is a kind of suppression at the level of life. When the young mechanics saw him, they felt like they saw a monster, and they were afraid from the bottom of their souls. Yesterday, they could still make a few jokes occasionally, but now, they are as silent as cicadas. With Ji Sun in the team, they don't have to wear armor alternately, and they cleaned up the traces along the way, and quietly disappeared into the depths of the moss wasteland. Not long after, a group of 9 people came to a dark river with a waterfall. After walking for a while on the water, we finally found this perfect camping site. Here, the enemy can hardly catch up. The team members began to set up camp. Ji Sun and Chu Jio wandered around in the dark underground valley, observing the surrounding environment and reminiscing about the past. As they walked, they could no longer see the light around them, only the sound of gurgling water. Dong Chi did not dare to ask the question before, but at this moment, without anyone around, he asked the biggest question in his heart without hesitation. I didn't ask you just now, Ji Sun. Why are you so sure that the Titan armor will escape? Because something happened in the old continent. The people of the Orlan royal court dared not take the risk. The two walked side by side, and Ji Sun also roughly recounted what happened in the old continent. So that's how it is. After listening, Dong Chi suddenly realized that so many things had happened during this period of separation. At the same time, she also heard the danger of that experience from the lines. The truth of the 9th level, the Red Cardinal, the 7 monarchs of the natural disaster, and the battle of the collapse of Terran. Too many things that sounded like myths, and were illusory came out of Ji Sun's mouth. Dong Chi listened silently. The darkness concealed the glittering light in her crystal eyes. It turned out that he had become so strong. I thought I had worked hard to become stronger, but now it seems that I am still far away. After listening to him, Dong Chi sighed inexplicably. It seems that our strength is really too weak. I thought they could mass-produce the God Hunter armor now, and as long as they waited for a while to become a real large-scale army, they would be completely fearless of any enemy in the East Wilderness. As long as the number is sufficient, even the Titan armor is not a concern. However, after listening to Ji Sun's analysis, she understood that a greater crisis had long been hidden. The East Wilderness War has just begun. Whether it is the Orlan royal court or the southern continent, the background is far from what ordinary people see. That feeling is very depressing. Dong Chi felt that the mechanical technology they mastered was like a new seedling, but at this moment, it had to bear the pressure brought by the storm. The two walked side by side, stepping on the gravel on the riverbed, and the atmosphere was slightly dull. Ji Sun knew what she was thinking, and then continued, so the most important purpose of my coming to the East Wasteland this time is to build a super long-distance teleportation array. Dong Chi's expression brightened up. Teleportation array? The Song family has a complete mechanical industrial chain. Whether it is equipment, personnel, or mineral deposits, the Song family has been planning for a long time in the past 100 years. Just like the uninhabited area to the northwest of this wasteland, there is one of the Song family's secret bases. That area that has never been developed has a large number of rich mineral layers and fuel layers. In other words, even if there is no connection with other cities, the base can still operate normally and develop, and even establish a new country. However, the problem is that some materials needed to manufacture high-end armor are very scarce in the East Wilderness. The biggest difficulty in manufacturing the hunting god armor on an assembly line is the lack of top-level materials. The Old Continent Alliance army has collected a lot in the East Wilderness, but the problem is that they have no way to bring it back to the East Wilderness. The situation on the Alliance army side is just the opposite. They found enough high-level materials in the ruins, but lack the corresponding equipment, factories, and high-level mechanical talents. There are only two ways to enter and exit the East Wilderness now, either the secret iron chain of the Orlan royal family, or the Void Dragon ship of the southern continent. But no matter which way, smuggling is a huge risk for them. And the amount they carry is very small. Once discovered, both people and money will be lost. And now, Ji Sun actually said that he came to build a teleportation array? Dong Chi was instantly excited, as if he had seen the god-hunting core of the Legion before his eyes. Ji Sun nodded and explained, yeah. The story is a bit complicated. 3,000 years ago, the Terran priest left 2 space stones for future generations, which can be used to build a long-distance teleportation array. Since he was talking about it, he simply explained some things and thousands of armies besieged the city. In general, the teleportation array on the Alliance side has been built, and we just need to wait for this side to be built, and the two sides will be connected in real time. Oh my god, doesn't this mean that we will no longer lack materials? Dongqi couldn't hide her surprise. She didn't expect Ji-sun to bring her such a big surprise. Yes. Ji-sun looked at the dark river, and his mind had already deduced many future scenes. Dongwang is much safer than the old continent, and with the foundation of the Song family, it is definitely the best rear base. With the supply of raw materials from the Alliance army, this side can continuously produce high-performance combat mechas and various mechanical equipment. Correspondingly, these mechanical equipment can also be transmitted to the old continent, greatly improving the combat power of the Alliance army. In this way, as long as they are given enough time, the future war situation is really hard to say. In Ji-sun's deduction, he saw a picture. A breeze blew, and a little spark appeared in the ashes. Then it will surely burn like a prairie fire. Chapter 440. The underground river washed out a large flat river beach. Ji-sun and Dongqi walked and talked. The crisis was resolved, and Dongqi also learned about the huge surprise of the teleportation array. A bright smile filled his face. It seemed that after Ji-sun came, all the problems were solved. This is a state of extreme relaxation. Dongqi hasn't been so relaxed for a long time. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, "By the way, Ji-sun, you just said that you saw the mechanical angel in the alien space of thousands of soldiers besiege the city?" "Yes." Ji-sun responded, and at the same time he thought of something, and was about to say it. But Dongqi interrupted faster and continued, "What a coincidence. Do you remember that I told you last time that the secret base of the Orlan royal family was experimenting with a super ancient weapon? Now, it has been confirmed that it is the super god weapon on the mechanical arm of the mechanical angel. And the god-killing device we came to this moss wasteland to experiment with before is a replica of a degraded product." Ji-sun was also very shocked when he heard it, and asked back, "Did you get the blueprint?" He knew that the Orlan royal family might have the blueprints. But how could that thing be leaked? "Yeah. It's a coincidence." Dongqi's eyes were burning, and he said excitedly, "I got it from Fatty Song. You know, almost all the best mechanics in Dongwang have a connection with the Song family. If the Orlan royal family wants to build a mechanical factory, they must go to the Song family." Although they polluted the recruited mechanics with the belief in the moon god, it was a coincidence that there was a senior with super mental power in the secret project related to the mechanical angel. At first, he was not contaminated, and then he came into contact with the blueprints and took them out when he had the chance. Our base started researching a few months ago, and has achieved some results. Speaking of this, her tone suddenly became lower, and she said, "It's a pity that the blueprints failed. Only a small part of them was missing, and many key points were missing. What we researched was much worse than the original. In addition, we tried many metals, but none of them could withstand the erosion of that unknown dark energy." Ji-sun listened with a half smile on his face. Dongqi tilted her head and looked at his face, blinking and saying, "By the way, what did you want to say just now?" Ji-sun said in an unhappy tone, "I want to say that I witnessed the battle in the other dimension where the mechanical angel lost its arm." When Dongqi heard this beginning and looked at his playful expression, the tacit understanding between the two made her guess something instantly, and she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Could it be?" Her crystal eyes widened. Obviously she couldn't believe it. Ji-sun didn't say anything either, deliberately whetting her appetite with interest. The arc of the corner of his mouth was more and more playful. Dongqi saw his expression, and immediately realized that her guess might come true. The two of them were already close, and there was no one else in the dark river, so she would not be subtle at all. Dongqi turned around and hugged Ji-sun's neck without any hesitation, and asked intimately, and with a hint of cunning, "Did you bring me a gift?" Showing enough expectation is the best response to the gift. In the different dimension, as long as there is contact, it is possible to get it in the settlement card draw. She didn't dare to think further. She thought that Ji-sun might have obtained some drawings related to the mechanical angel. If there was such a thing, it would be the best gift for a mechanic. "Yes." Ji-sun nodded. Because Dongqi was hanging on his neck, his hand happened to rest on the perky buttocks, and he needed it. Although it was separated by the liquid combat suit, it still felt very soft. Dongqi felt the movement of his hand, tilted his head and looked at him, his eyes full of joy. As he spoke, Ji-sun took out a rectangular box with spells engraved all over it. Dongqi wanted to tease him, but when she saw the spell on the box, she was immediately confused. "Huh? A superclass sealing spell?" Judging from the effect of the spell, it should be a spell related to sealing certain dangerous pollution sources and preventing energy leakage. What kind of thing needs such a superstandard sealing spell? She didn't think that a serious guy like Ji-sun would joke. There was only one possibility, that is, the box sealed something very extraordinary. Dong-chi's expectations were already burning, but she still didn't realize that this gift would exceed her expectations, so she asked, "What's in the box?" Ji-sun seemed to have given a very ordinary gift, and didn't reveal it, but said in a calm tone, "Open it and see." "Oh!" Dong-chi smiled brightly and kissed Ji-sun on the face, then restrained her intimate behavior. "Thank you in advance." She took the spell box and tried it. It was very heavy. Then she tried to open the magic keys using the method Ji-sun said. With a sound of click, the box cracked. Dong-chi opened the lid and saw some metal fragments. However, at this glance, it seemed that the metal had a special magic. Her pupils were fixed on the fragments, and she couldn't move away. She muttered incoherently, This even in the dark? The metal exuded a special sacred glow. Even if they were broken into pieces, the spells on the metal that were difficult to remember added a bit of mystery. High-level demonic ancient spells. Others may not know what these mysterious spells are, but Dong-chi is proficient in the magic secrets of the mechanical sequence, so she recognized these spells used on superclass machinery at a glance. It was because of her recognition that she realized that these fragments were extraordinary. The metal that can carry these spells is at least epic material. As one of the top mechanics in the world, she has come into contact with countless metal materials, but these metals in front of her have never been seen before. Dong-chi looked at it carefully bit by bit, as if appreciating a masterpiece of art. After a long while, her pupils finally opened up, and she saw the metal fragments in the box, which turned out to be a broken mechanical arm. Could this be? Even though the object was right in front of her, Dong-chi still couldn't believe her eyes. She looked at the box, then suddenly raised her eyes to look at Ji-sun, who was smiling, and asked expectantly and nervously, "Is this the broken arm of the mechanical angel?" That feeling was as unreal as a dream. In the dream, everything was beautiful, but when you wake up, everything is gone. "Yes." Ji-sun nodded. "I just got it in the previous space. But unfortunately, a few small pieces are missing." It was a coincidence that these large pieces were found in the different dimensional space. It was normal that some small pieces were scattered everywhere. Fortunately, Ji-sun also got a piece of angel alloy in the different dimensional space when he cleared the horror worm cave, so there should be more than enough for repair. As he said that, he pointed at the whole piece of metal in the box and said, "This is angel alloy, but I can't think of any way to melt it at the moment. Chi-chi, you can study it carefully." Dong-chi seemed to be sleepwalking and did not respond. She was now in a state like floating in the clouds, and her whole body was in an extremely unreal feeling. The mechanical angel is a higher level than the Titan armor, representing the ancient weapon at the pinnacle of the mechanical technology of the Talon Empire. However, the remains of the mechanical angel and the design drawings are in the hands of the Orlan royal family, and outsiders cannot touch them at all. The amount obtained by the Song family was less than 1%. Dong-chi had often dreamed that she could get a glimpse of the true appearance of this super god machine. Didn't expect the dream to come true. Seeing the mechanical arm in front of her, she couldn't think of anything to explain her current surprised state except dreams. Dong-chi still couldn't believe it. She raised her eyes and looked at Ji-sun's indifferent face again and asked foolishly, "Ji-sun, am I under an illusion?" Ji-sun's eyebrows moved slightly and soon smiled. Dong-chi realized that it was true after she smiled. Her excitement instantly blossomed into a brilliant smile on her pretty face, and then she gave Ji-sun a warm hug and said incoherently, "Ah, Ji-sun, you are such a surprise. I have this mechanical arm." Ji-sun helped Dong-chi catch the heavy box with one hand, and held her firm and perky buttocks with the other hand, and said, "In addition to this, there are some drawings and materials brought out from the space." As he said that, he took out a storage ring. The ring contained the drawings that he had bought in Behemoth King City, as well as mechanical samples. Although Ji-sun was not proficient in machinery, he knew enough about it. These drawings were not only numerous, but also of very high quality, with both practicality and functionality. It can be said that with these drawings, the level of machinery in the world would be raised to several levels. Dong-chi was still immersed in the great joy of obtaining the angel mechanical arm, and took the storage ring that Ji-sun handed over without knowing what was going on. Then when he saw the drawings piled up like a mountain, his expression froze again. Normally, if you go to another dimension, you are lucky to get 1 or 2 rare drawings. What is going on? Magic Battering Hammer Military Version, Magic Light Killing Cannon, T-11Y Super Sensitive Mechanical Jammer, Microjet Armor Aircraft, climate bomb, supermagnetic melt-a-knife. Although these drawings are not as precious as Titan armor, each one is a masterpiece. Dongqi casually flipped through the drawings and was immediately attracted by the dense design drawings and data explanations on them. In the eyes of a mechanic like her, those boring parameters are like the most attractive words in the world, and her thoughts are immersed in them unconsciously. These drawings turned into real mechanical equipment in her eyes, and then they were combined together like building blocks to form a mechanical technology tree belonging to this era. I don't know how long it has been. Dongqi finally came out of his own world of thought. He was swimming in the ocean of mechanical knowledge, as if he had woken up from a dream, and suddenly felt the reality of the world. He looked again, and the angel mechanical arm in the box at his hand was still there, and his side and storage ring were also full of drawings. And most importantly, when he looked up, Ji-sun was silently meditating and guarding beside him. Seeing Dongqi's focused eyes, he smiled indifferently. How is your perception? Ji-sun knew that Dongqi was immersed in a state of enlightenment just now, which was precious. Dongqi didn't know how to describe the improvement in realm, but the dreamlike experience just now gave her a deeper understanding of mechanical deification. Ji-sun had experienced this kind of epiphany many times before, and could understand it. He didn't say much, just smiled and watched. Dongqi thought for a while, looking at the drawings around her, and after the hot excitement subsided, she quietly exhaled a breath of turbid air. It was as if at this moment, she truly believed that she had obtained so many treasures. Turning around, the seriousness on that pretty face was swept away. Dongqi looked at Ji-sun and regained her usual relaxed demeanor and said, Ji-sun, you really gave me a super big surprise. As she said that, looking at Ji-sun sitting cross-legged, she also rode on his arms without any hesitation, and said with a seemingly angry and resentful look, but it's such an expensive gift, how do you want me to return the gift? Ji-sun smiled but said nothing. Both of them knew that this was a joke. There was no need for them to be so polite. In fact, for Dongqi, even if it was not such a precious treasure, even if it was just a stone picked up from the river beach, as long as Ji-sun said it was a gift for her, she would be very happy. This is also true for Ji-sun. Now there is no crisis, and there are no other people. The two met again, and they had time to be alone. There is no need to be shy about getting along. The touch of the liquid leather jacket is very good. I have tried it many times before, and I still love it now. Ji-sun played with a graceful and tight waist and hips, and climbed up unscrupulously. Dongqi laughed and responded boldly and passionately, I feel like I've grown up recently. Haha, Ji-sun, you really prefer plumper ones. We're so familiar with each other, don't be polite. Pinch it, does it feel better? In the darkness, the charming atmosphere became stronger. Suddenly, Dongqi suddenly thought of something. Wait. She stood up. Ji-sun looked at her in confusion. Just watching Dongqi stroke the mechanical device on her wrist, the liquid leather covering her body receded like a tide. In a blink of an eye, she was only wearing a sports vest and tight underwear, and her athletic figure was completely exposed to the air. There were some luminous mosses on the damp rock wall of the underground river, and the weak fluorescence illuminated the beautiful body clearly. Ji-sun watched with interest. She took off her combat uniform, turned to Ji-sun and said, I go swimming first. She had been in the wild these days, and was being hunted, and she had never had a chance to take a shower. This was a bit uncomfortable for Miss Chi-Chi, who always loved cleanliness. This is an uninhabited area, and the water in the underground river is very clear. The river where the two of them are located has a gentle flow, like a clear pond, and the pebbles at the bottom of the river are clearly visible. Dongqi said, walked to the water, and jumped in, splashing water. She is a good swimmer, swimming in the water like a flexible fish. Ji-sun's eyesight can clearly see the glowing white body in the water. The graceful figure is as soft as moonlight against the dark background. The long hair is like a waterfall, gently fluttering in the water. When she swam, it was like dancing gracefully in the water. The surroundings were silent, with only the delicate ripples on the water, as if they were the most gentle whispers of nature. Crisp and pleasant. Ji-sun also enjoyed this beautiful scenery very comfortably. Watching with a smile, his whole body and mind fell into an extremely relaxed state. Ji-sun also rarely enjoyed this leisure. It seemed that only when he was with those few friends could he feel this leisure. Soon, Dongqi came out of the water. The clear river water washed away her fatigue, and she felt refreshed. When she got on the shore, the wet sports vest made her feel a little free. Dongqi took it off. She didn't feel uncomfortable in front of Ji-sun. She bent down and pulled her panties, and then took off all her clothes. Ji-sun was watching with interest not far away. Miss Chi-Chi, who was not wearing any clothes at this moment, looked like she had walked out of an oil painting, beautiful and gorgeous. That wonderful figure has shed the immaturity of the former gangster girl, and has become perfect and impeccable. Without the restraint of the vest, the pair of plump jade rabbits are somewhat wanton and ostentatious. She stepped on the gravel barefoot, and her walking was not steady, and her towering figure became lively and swaying. The pair of amazingly long and beautiful legs were also visible at a glance, staggered and dazzling, setting off the whole figure to be tall and slender. Ji-sun was in a good mood as he watched Miss Chi-Chi walking towards him. Dong-chi also looked at him, not avoiding the gaze, but rather delighted. The expression on her pretty face seemed to say proudly, "How about it? Not bad, right? Of course not bad." Ji-sun was not stingy with his praise. Watching Dong-chi walk up to him, he smiled and said, "Chi-Chi is getting more and more beautiful." Dong-chi was very happy to hear this, and responded with a thank you. As she said this, she hugged Ji-sun's arm, and sat on his arms like before, and teased, "Is it clearer now?" The woman who likes riding mechas seems to like this posture very much. Ji-sun didn't think it was bad either. The two were very close, and at this angle, the jumping rabbit almost touched the tip of his nose, a white patch. While swaying slightly, the faint fragrance of the girl also rushed into his nose. Dong-chi's hair was still wet. Drops of clear water fell along the tip of his hair, carrying a fragrance of river water in nature, making the whole person look a little lazy. Before, I felt a little bit when I was wearing clothes, but now I am naked, and my privacy is within reach, and the ambiguous atmosphere has become stronger all of a sudden. Ji-sun held Dong-chi's hips with one hand, and gently rubbed it with the other hand, as if appreciating a beautiful work of art, while also responding to the teasing question, "Well, it's great." Reaching out to touch it, the fingers were filled with the softness of white porcelain. It was indeed more abundant than the last time I saw it, but it was not particularly heavy, but just right. There was still some coolness of river water on the warm skin, and the touch was delicate and smooth. Hearing this, Dong-chi's eyes turned brightly, showing her beauty generously, then pursed her lips lightly, and said softly and gently, "As long as you like it." Chapter 441. 1 month later. Blacktooth Forest. This is an uninhabited area with no markings on the East Wasteland map. In the dense forest, birds chirped. But if you look closely, you can find that some birds' feathers on the branches have a metallic luster. Not only birds, but also mechanical beetles, mechanical civet cats and other bionic animals. This is the mechanical guard of the base. A huge human gathering place is under this forest. The Song family began to plan and build multiple secret bases decades ago. This T11 Chaoyang base. It is one of them. Now it has the scale of a large underground city. Now it gathers almost all the cutting-edge mechanical talents in Dongwang, and it is a base full of technology. So it now has a new name, called New World Science and Technology City. It means that it is different from the technology capital of the decadent old times. The Science and Technology City is more like a magical steampunk-style super-mechanical factory. The city is divided into detailed areas, including planting areas, living areas, production areas, and combat training areas. Pedestrians wearing external mechanical devices can be seen everywhere. At this moment, the residential area is located at number 1002, which is a high-tech apartment. This is Dong-chi's apartment. Dong-chi's status in the mechanical city is very special, not only because she is a good friend of Song Kan, the head of the Song family, but more importantly, she is a first-class mechanic in the mechanical field, and she is the first in the training field in the field of mecha combat all the year round. So Dong-chi has this independent small apartment in the mechanical city. Ji-sun and Dong-chi have been back to the base for more than half a month, and they have been living here. At this moment, the whole apartment was flashing with blue magic welding light. The mechanic's apartment is not only a place to rest, but also a studio. The apartment is very spacious, covering thousands of square meters. But even so, it is densely packed with various equipment and parts. There are various mechanical tools hanging on one wall, and a large number of drawings are fixed on the other wall with thumbtacks. In the room are various large instrument lathes and military-grade black technology equipment. There are also special areas for magic equipment and hardcore mechanical workbenches. The most eye-catching thing is a rusty heavy armor. Ji-sun recognized this mecha. This is the Thor Generation 1, the earliest batch of mechanical armor designed by Dong-chi himself. Compared with the majestic hunter god armor in the laboratory, this Thor armor is like an antique, simple and dilapidated. It has long been behind this era. It is more like waste that should be put into a furnace and reforged into steel. But Dong-chi brought it out of Honglu and kept it with him. Now he disassembled it with a steel cable and hung it at the most conspicuous entrance of the room to commemorate the time when he embarked on the road of mechanical design. At this moment, the laboratory was flashing with a special welding light. Dong-chi, wearing a work suit covered with oil, was concentrating on controlling 8 octopus-like mechanical arms to weld a silver arm full of cracks. This smart octopus mechanical arm was made according to the drawings brought out from the other dimensional space before. As long as there are drawings, the technical difficulty is not very high, but it is very practical for mechanics. After Dong-chi came back, he asked the base factory to work overtime to make it, and now it is very convenient to use. On the other side of the room, in the information room separated by glass, Ji-sun was reading various cultivation books. Just like in Honglu before, the two have become accustomed to this tacit and plain relationship. Not long after, the welding light disappeared, and a strange black light suddenly flashed in the room. At the same time, Dong-chi exclaimed in a muffled voice through the protective mask, "Oh my god, success!" Ji-sun looked over. In the isolation chamber, Dong-chi was controlling the silver arm to do some simple finger movements. On the other side, a target made of the troll alloy, which is said to be the hardest in the base, was pierced with a fist-sized hole. Seeing this, even Ji-sun looked in surprise. Did it really work? Being able to destroy the target means that the black light, just now, was the dark energy beam that he had seen from the mechanical angel that could annihilate everything. Angel alloy, it is completely indestructible. Dong-chi was troubled for several days after getting the fragments. She had no idea how to use them. But the research on the mechanical angel's weapon system in the base has achieved certain results. With the mechanical angel antimatter destroyer device concept diagram 1.0 given by Ji-sun, she had enough technical support and came up with a brilliant idea. That is to use the fragments as accessories and re-embed them on another mechanical arm with a new precision structure. Although the assembled mechanical arm is far less stable and powerful than the original one, and cannot completely replicate its functions. But in theory, it is enough to support the launch of the dark matter magic cannon, which is enough for now. She has tried repeatedly in the past few days, and failed many times. Dong-chi has never given up. Just now, a ray of black light shot out from the muzzle, proving that all her efforts were not in vain. Dong-chi put down the work in her hands, and wanted to share the good news with Ji-sun as soon as possible. She took off her heavy work clothes, revealing her sweaty body, and waved happily through the glass. "Ji-sun, come and see." Ji-sun also walked out of the data room, and came to the workshop. Dong-chi couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes sparkled, and gave Ji-sun a warm hug. "Ji-sun, did you see that? My repair was successful. Ha ha, I told you, my design is fine. Tesla's structure is fully capable of supporting this level of energy impact." Ji-sun looked at the pretty face with great joy, hugged the sweaty body, and was also relieved. "Yeah. Chi-Chi is very powerful." The two knew what this meant. The newly designed mechanical arm can just replace one arm of the Hunter God armor. In this way, Dong-chi's armor can also be regarded as a secret weapon that can threaten the top strong. It also means that the current base has real self-protection ability. Even if it really encounters the Titan armor, it may be able to give the other party a surprise. This dark energy cannon is enough to break through the protective armor of the Titan armor. In addition to being excited, Dong-chi was also a little dissatisfied and muttered, "Ah, it's a pity that the shattering destroyed the original energy absorption structure, and the super god spell was also damaged a lot. From my current understanding, it cannot be repaired. In this way, the power is very limited. I estimate that even if it is a completely stable finished product, it is at most twice as powerful as the previous shot. And the energy storage time is still very long, and the frequency of use on the battlefield is greatly limited." Hee hee. Ji-sun smiled slightly after hearing this. This is just a flaw in the ointment. The weapon system on the mechanical angel's arm does not use a pre-storage energy module like a battery, but is more like a human card master, drawing energy from the universe at any time. This real-time energy drawing technology relies on special materials, and those engraved super god spells. Ji-sun has seen the angel's body release the dark matter annihilation cannon before. The energy storage time is also not short, but the power is more than 10 times that of the experiment just now. I don't know how strong the once complete mechanical angel is. But even at the current experimental level, this is already exaggerated. Whoever is hit by this shot will die. As a mechanic, Dong-chi certainly hopes to solve this problem perfectly. Since she can't solve it herself, she pouts slightly, hugs Ji-sun's neck, and says, "Ah, Ji-sun, what do you say?" This is intimate coquetry, but also some kind of expectation. I don't know since when, Dong-chi seems to have a strange feeling in her heart, As if someone can always bring surprises to the dilemma that she can't solve. Ji-sun shrugged, knowing what she was thinking, and joked, I am not as proficient in mechanics as you are. You can't solve it, what can I think of? Dong-chi didn't take it seriously, blinked, and a hint of expectation appeared in his eyes, and then said, do you think that when your secret method of the lightless sun reaches a high enough level, you can solve this problem? When Ji-sun thought of this, he hesitated for a moment. Because in his deduction, Dong-chi's statement was not impossible. Previously, when in the alternate dimension of thousands of troops besieging the city, the High Priest Nanshan of Talon reminded me that the magic secret technique of the lightless sun has a very special use. And at that time, Ji-sun also confirmed that this is also the source of the mysterious annihilation power of the mechanical angel. However, at present, Ji-sun has only touched the appearance of repulsion when practicing the lightless sun, and is far from understanding the principle of annihilation. The dark energy that can annihilate everything seems to be an element that does not exist in this universe. Except for the dark matter crystal obtained from the remains of the angel's body, at least Ji-sun had never sensed it anywhere else. Thinking of this, his mind wandered a little. Dong-chi looked at Ji-sun's thoughtful expression, but didn't want to embarrass him. She said with a smile, just talking casually. It will be solved in the future. As she said this, she looked at everything in the studio and Ji-sun in front of her, and said with great pride, I always feel that I will create a battle armor that is more powerful than the mechanical angel in the future. Ji-sun came back to his senses and nodded with a smile. Yeah. I think you can do it too. Technology has no limit. The mechanical angel represents the pinnacle of the mechanical technology of the Talon Empire, but it does not represent the upper limit of machinery. At least many mythological goblin civilizations, dwarf technology, and some strange technological civilizations can make gods and demons pale in comparison. The two looked at each other, a man and a woman alone, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Dong-chi was wearing only thin underwear under his heavy work clothes, which was now soaked. The thin material seemed to be uncovered, and it had a hazy touch. Ji-sun held her and pinched her naturally. Dong-chi had a slight smile on her face, letting the big hand do whatever it wanted, but she said, a lot of sweat. She thought of something and smiled again. Besides, isn't your friend the Allied commander coming today? You can go out after taking a shower. Ji-sun heard this and looked at the time. Yeah. That's right. The teleportation array was built a few days ago, and this secret base in the East Wasteland has a direct connection with the Old Continent. The living environment in the Old Continent is very harsh, and the base often has to be moved during guerrilla warfare, which is not suitable for large factories at all. And there are not so many equipment and technicians. After all, 80% of the top mechanical resources in the East Wasteland are in the Song family. So many of the massive materials and drawings found in the Old Continent are piled up in the warehouse, and cannot be turned into physical objects. This predicament has passed. In the past few days, the Alliance Army has also sent a large amount of materials, drawings and equipment. With sufficient material support, the production line of the God Hunter armor can also be fully utilized. Every day, several God Hunter armors and a large number of other mechanical equipment needed for war can be produced. Moreover, this output will continue to grow with the improvement of technology and the expansion of factories. Groups of mechanical armies are just around the corner. And it is precisely because of the God Hunter armor and equipment sent from the New World Science and Technology City that the Alliance Army's situation in the Old Continent has become better and better. One mechanical armor can surely kill a 6th level card master, and several together can kill a 7th level card master. This not only allows the Alliance Army to survive in the confrontation with the mercenaries of the Southern Continent. They can also use these armors to clear high-level disasters and monsters, and open up some dangerous areas and different dimensional spaces that they dared not to set foot in before. As a result, the Alliance Army can harvest more high-level materials. In this way, a virtuous circle is formed. But there are problems. That is the relationship between the two sides. The cooperation between the Alliance Army and the East Wasteland New World was initially a cooperation contract between Catalina of the Lionheart family and Song Ken of the Song family. This is a business partnership, not a subordinate relationship. But in the eyes of any person in power, this kind of business cooperation is not stable. So Catalina came this time to discuss the future cooperation relationship. Anyone with a discerning eye can actually guess that as the leader of the Alliance Army, she must want to make this relationship completely stable. The best thing is to join the Alliance Army camp as an exclusive military factory. This is what makes Song Ken embarrassed. Although this T-11 Chaoyang base was built by the Song family, The reason for changing the name to New World Machinery City is because Song Kan is an ambitious manager, not just a profit-seeking businessman. He wants to build a free, equal, open and neutral future technology city, which is the best soil for developing mechanical civilization and cultivating mechanical talents. This is what her great-grandmother once said. It is also the common concept of countless mechanics. No matter who is in power in the future, their New World will be a pure city of academic freedom. So it is not appropriate to join any force. Otherwise, once certain relationships are established, they will bury hidden dangers many years in the future. This makes Song Kan a little embarrassed. He knows very well that the East Wasteland has been controlled by the Orlan Royal Court with the Silver Moon Faith. Once the Old Continent Alliance army fails again, the East Wasteland will no longer have New World. This is a civilization-level interest, not a simple business transaction. Both sides must cooperate closely for a long time to ensure the survival of each other. Song Kan also understands the concerns of the Allied forces. In fact, given the current situation of both sides, there is no need to worry about cooperation. But what if I die? Or what if Catalina is no longer the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces? Power will corrupt human nature. This is inevitable. If the Allied forces really change a commander, there will be many variables in the future. The federal government has seen too much of the political intrigue, robbery, and conspiracy. There are still many problems that need to be solved. So Catalina came in person at such a critical moment. This made Song Kan feel even more embarrassed. The face of the Allied commander-in-chief must be given. Even if it is rejected, it is impossible to completely reject it. Then how to face this negotiation? Fortunately, Ji-sun is here. And just when Ji-sun and Dong-chi were taking a shower and preparing to go out, in apartment 1001 not far from their apartment, a fat man in a tuxedo was also adjusting his clothes in front of the mirror. Song Kan attached great importance to the upcoming meeting. Looking at himself in the mirror, the fat man frowned slightly. He guessed what the negotiation would be about. And the commander of the Alliance army was very strong. It would be very difficult to talk. Song Kan sighed slightly. Looking back, he got acquainted with Catalina and got the first military order of the Lionheart family because of Ji-sun's matchmaking. At that time, he was still an insignificant steward of the Song family, not the head of the family. Because of Ji-sun's introduction, he was qualified to marry into the Lionheart family. Catalina's unconditional trust laid the foundation for cooperation. So in the future cooperation with the Lionheart family, Song Kan was grateful for that trust. However, it was because of this relationship that he felt embarrassed during this negotiation. But then, I don't know what he thought of. The worry between Song Kan's eyebrows dissipated, and he said to himself, "Oh, fortunately brother Ji-sun is at the base, otherwise this negotiation would be a headache for me." And he also got some gossip about the Allied commander-in-chief from some channels. Thinking of this, Song Kan's fat face twitched and grinned, hee, but speaking of it, brother Ji-sun is still amazing. The Silver Mist Rose, who is famous in the federal aristocracy, and the young lady of the Lionheart family, who is not in the eyes of countless young talents, was actually won by him. Chapter 442. Even in normal business negotiations, there is no lack of verbal battles. Not to mention this kind of negotiation involving life and death. Both parties will certainly try their best to achieve the results they want. In the meeting room of the New World base, the negotiations were very intense. The situation in the Old Continent is very bad now. According to the latest intelligence 7 days ago, the Holy See of the South Continent has issued a development order, allowing the nobles of the three kingdoms to come to the Old Continent to develop territories and conquer new territories to establish countries. In other words, the Old Continent has now been tacitly recognized by the people of the Southern Continent as their territory. Now the three kingdoms must do their best. The people they sent to the Old Continent are not just hunters and mercenaries, but also a large number of elite troops. The pressure our alliance army faces is 100 times greater than before. And in the East Wilderness War, the Red Dragon Kingdom's Iris Corps was the main attacking corps before. But now it's different. The church has ordered that the three royal families must participate. The situation in the East Wilderness will be very bad in the future. So we hope to reach a deeper strategic alliance with you and jointly develop and research mechanical technology. Mr. Song, I hope you can seriously consider my proposal. This is a meeting attended only by the top leaders of the Alliance Army and the New World. There are only 8 people at the round table. 3 people came from the Alliance Army, including Catalina, who was handsome in a white commander's uniform, the old patriarch of the Lionheart family, the silver-eyed Lion Cayman, and General Rogers, the current deputy commander of the Alliance Army. On the New World side, there was the fat man Song Kan in a tuxedo, Mr. Gio, who was always meticulous in his black suit, and Douglas, the president of the Mechanic Alliance, and finally Dong Chi. The 7 people are the core management of both parties in the negotiation. In addition, there is another idle person. It is Ji-sun. In this kind of negotiation between two major forces, Ji-sun should be a complete outsider, and he did not say a word during the entire negotiation process. He just sat in the corner and listened silently. But his presence is crucial. He is more like a notary and a witness. The two negotiating parties have differences on some intense issues, and they are about to argue, but when they open their mouths, they glance at Ji-sun at the same time, and then they will subtly ease up. Especially some proposals that require a foundation of trust. As long as Ji-sun does not speak, they can be successfully achieved. He seems to be more effective than any contract, representing the bridge of communication and the foundation of trust between the two parties. There are too many things to discuss. This talk lasted for several hours. Katerina was very strong at the negotiation table. Now her temperament of a superior is more condensed. Even though she deliberately restrained herself because Ji-sun was present, the invisible domineering pressure exclusive to the emperor still made the entire conference room stagnate. Everyone can see that this is a qualified commander and an excellent negotiator. But as a negotiating opponent, he feels a lot of pressure. Song Qian's chubby face is already covered with sweat. He was really suppressed throughout the negotiation process. He dared not imagine how strong this silver mist rose would be if Ji-sun was not there. After all, what the other party said was not wrong. The two sides are interdependent and have a relationship of mutual dependence. In a sense, those requirements for cooperation are also necessary means in wartime. But now the core mechanical technology research and development of the Song family has been returned to the independent organization New World Mechanical City. The mechanics do not want to be constrained by the old power system. And powerful mechanical technology must represent powerful combat capabilities. If it is not controlled by power, this is a conflict. So the other cooperation terms are easy to talk about. On this issue, the negotiations have been deadlocked. Ji-sun just listened quietly on the side. Both parties are friends, and he knows that if he speaks up, either side will give in and reach a cooperation. But in this way, some of the original causal lines are interfered with. Ji-sun's current ability of eye in the world can already deduce things far, far in the future. He can certainly see that both sides' proposals have their pros and cons. In the short term, Catalina's proposal is reasonable and feasible. The military controls scientific research and development and all resources, which will inevitably be more efficient and have a positive impact on the war. But in this way, all research and development and resources will be biased towards military demand, which has a huge constraint on the development of science and technology, and there are many hidden dangers of power corruption. Just like the once powerful Talon dynasty, the Augustus dynasty had a killer weapon like the Titan armor, but because the power was concentrated in the hands of the rulers, and because of some personal reasons of the Mad King, it was not mass-produced in the end and was taken to the mausoleum. So in the long run, an independent new world is indeed better. Such a technology tree will grow without limit, and a brand new technological civilization will inevitably be born in the future. Ji-sun just listened silently. Just be a witness, and will not interrupt any negotiations. The two sides were originally equal, just mutually respectful and cooperative and win-win. So the stalemate was just like that. The talks lasted from noon to night. Although the negotiations were not completely concluded in the end, 90% of the cooperation proposals were passed, and the goal was achieved. The rest, we will talk about it later. After leaving the negotiation table, Catalina was not so strong. With Ji-sun present, she showed the elegant lady side that a noble lady should have. And Song Qian also did his best to be a good host, taking the senior leaders of the Alliance army to visit the mechanical workshop and held a grand reception dinner. 8 o'clock in the evening. The dinner party was over. Wartime dinners were not so fancy, and most mechanics did not like this kind of socializing. It was called a dinner party, but it was more like a work arrangement meeting. After discussing the business, everyone left early. Most people had left, and Ji-sun and Dong Chi stayed at the main table in the banquet hall. Lil Ivan had a good appetite, and was eating and drinking. Not far away, Katerina had also finished talking with several senior executives of the Song family, and came over with a wine glass. She sat directly beside Ji-sun, with a slightly playful expression, and asked, "Long time no see, how are you these days?" The tone was like a friend greeting, but it was obviously a little strange. As she spoke, the young lady of the Lionheart family glanced at Dong Chi. "Miss Carter, long time no see." Ji-sun chuckled and heard the hidden meaning in her words. The last time they met was more than a month ago, which was not too long. However, when Katerina came through the teleportation array, Songkin contacted her as soon as possible, and then she was always talking about business, so the two did not have a chance to chat alone. The two of them were already very familiar with each other, so it was impossible for them to be strangers when they met. But without the little Ivan who ate and drank a lot, there were 3 people at the table, and the atmosphere was a little strange. Dong Qi, who was standing by, of course knew the relationship between Ji-sun and Katerina. But she, who was born in the mafia, didn't mind at all that Ji-sun had several female companions. Even if he had 10 or 8, or even a bunch of lovers, it was normal in her eyes. The only thing she cared about was that the young lady from the Lionheart family in front of her was a little too radiant. Birth, identity, appearance, temperament, and figure are completely impeccable. There are always some comparisons. Katerina cleverly turned her eyes to Ivan and gently stroked the little girl head. Little Ivan, long time no see. Ivan followed Ji-sun all the way to eat and drink, and of course, he was very familiar with Katerina. Hearing this, she quickly responded obediently and politely, "Hello, Sister Carter." But when she spoke, her mouth was full of food, and she almost choked when she forced herself to swallow it. Katerina smiled and patted her back, and the girl continued to eat happily. When friends meet, there are a lot of things to talk about. But the atmosphere at the table was a little awkward. No one knew how to start. Katerina's crystal eyes swept across Ji-sun and Dong Qi's faces, and seemed to find it quite interesting. She said with a curved eyebrow, "The South Continent is making a big move. I have some intelligence to tell you. Let's go to another place to talk." Ji-sun, of course, didn't care. Okay. This cocktail party is indeed not suitable for chatting. It seemed that there were not many people in the banquet hall, but as soon as Katerina sat at the table, gossipy eyes looked over from time to time. A commander-in-chief of the Alliance Army, a most dazzling mechanic, and a Ji-sun. Even if the identities of the 3 people were not related at all, sitting together would give people enough topics. Moreover, the people in the banquet hall were all senior executives of both sides, and they all knew the relationship between the 3. This made the gossip fire in everyone's hearts burn fiercely. Like the fat man Songkin in the distance, he seemed to be talking about serious matters, but his pair of small eyes that watched the fun and didn't mind the trouble would glance at them from time to time. He was sweating profusely at the negotiation table, and now he was eating melons, which made him feel comfortable. Everyone thought that the atmosphere at this table would be very awkward. However, Ji-sun and the other 2, who were the victims, were very calm. Katerina did have something serious to say, and it was not appropriate to take Ji-sun away alone. She cleverly cast her eyes on Dong Qi, who was silent, and asked, "Miss Chi-Chi, if you don't mind, I will go to your place and sit for a while." She was very subtle. This statement puts herself in the position of a third party, with a slightly unfamiliar relationship, and also cleverly resolves a certain embarrassment. Dong Qi certainly didn't mind, he just thought the other party was quite polite, and responded, "Of course. But my apartment is full of machinery, it's very messy. If Miss Carter doesn't mind, I'm very welcome." Fate is also magical. The 3 of them had once been present at the same place, and it was also the first time Dong Qi met this young lady from the Lionheart family. It was in Honlu. At the beginning, Katerina came to Honlu in disguise as a man to find trouble, and then gambled with Qin Rushi, and ended up stripping naked. The first impression was not pleasant. But now it seems that they are allies. Dong Qi is very straightforward. If she likes someone, she likes him. If she doesn't like someone, she won't pretend to like him. To be honest, regardless of other things, she actually has a good impression of Katerina. The Commander-in-Chief has made great contributions to the survival of the Allied forces in such a harsh environment in the old world. He is very heroic. A woman of the same age as herself can achieve this, which is admirable. Katerina listened to this, glanced at Ji-sun again, and smiled gently, "Sorry to bother you." Soon, the 3 returned to Dong Qi's apartment. After entering the workshop, Katerina was really surprised by Dong Qi's studio. Before, she only heard that Dong Qi was the most powerful combat mechanic, but when she saw the machines and equipment in the studio, she realized that it was far from that simple. Every detail in the studio is enough to show a mechanic's love for his dream. Dong Qi is simple by nature, and his character can be seen after a few words. Katerina also had a more intuitive impression of Ji-sun, a close friend she had heard of for a long time. He was very good. After entering the apartment, there was no expected embarrassment. Katerina was immediately attracted by the machines. Without others, she completely lost the aura of the Commander-in-Chief, like a friendly noble lady, sincerely admiring the magical machines. Wow, Miss Chi-Chi, your workshop can be completely controlled by octopus robot arm. It's too exaggerated. How can such high-precision operation be achieved? Is that the Rhodes Type 7 boiler? I've heard that it was designed and improved by Miss Chi-Chi. Hey, what is the purpose of this magic device? Oh my god, it's actually a battering ram. It looks more like a magic sword. Is this your improved version of the Hunter God armor, Chi-Chi? Oh, this is the most beautiful armor I have ever seen. I heard from Ji-sun that the blueprint of the Hunter God armor was snatched from the Orlon royal family when I went with you on an adventure. Just think about it. It's a thrilling experience. The exclamations were not just about the subtle etiquette of getting along. More importantly, Catalina was really amazed from the bottom of her heart. The machines in Dong Chi's apartment are all laboratory grade, several versions ahead of the conventional military versions. There are also some exclusive designs and finished and semi-finished products reproduced from ancient drawings. These machines can be said to almost represent the pinnacle of the world's science and technology. And Dong Chi has an artist-like aesthetic for machines. Even the most violent weapons in her works are extremely violent and beautiful. Here, Catalina saw the future of the allied mechanical equipment. She also saw the unlimited future of mechanical civilization. Dong Chi had a lot to say when talking about machinery. Catalina asked for advice seriously, and she explained it seriously. As they chatted, the two of them soon got rid of the previous estrangement of having nothing to say. Occasionally, Dong Chi would take the initiative to introduce some of his proud works. And Catalina would also cheer and exclaim from the bottom of her heart. Ji-sun was watching from the side, and he also keenly noticed this change and was happy to see it. Catalina, the Allied commander, was really concerned about machinery and asked very detailed questions. But if I really wanted to fully explain the machinery in this room, I'm afraid it would take days and nights to finish. After Dong Chi took Catalina on a general tour, the three of them decided to sit down and chat. Most of Dong Chi's apartment was converted into a workshop, and useless places like the living room had long been abandoned. The entire apartment was battlefield style, and there was not even a complete wall. Even the bed and bathroom were visible at a glance. In addition to the two simple iron chairs in the information room, there was only a soft lazy sofa in the corner. The three people came over, and Dong Chi said to Catalina, "Miss Carter, I said before that my place is very simple." Catalina looked at her with a nonchalant expression, and smiled. "Miss Chi-Chi, please don't treat me as the princess and the pea of an aristocratic family. I really don't mind." Ji-sun knew, of course, and he also felt that this useless courtesy between the three people was meaningless. He greeted, "You sit down. What to drink?" Katerina thought for a moment and raised her eyebrows. "Wine?" Ji-sun nodded. "Okay." This was his own home. Dong Chi sat down casually, took the cup handed over by Ji-sun, and placed it on the simple coffee table. Katerina was still wearing the commander's uniform, which was mostly fixed inside, and it was not suitable to sit on the low sofa. She took off her coat without hesitation. Ji-sun also took it, and hung it on his clothes. Without the uniform, Catalina looked very relaxed. She looked like a friend, and she didn't have the invisible pressure of a superior. Cheers! Cheers! After pouring the wine, Ji-sun and the other two started to drink. There were only 3 people in the room, so there was no need to worry about chatting. After chatting for a few words, Catalina also talked about business. "Catalina, didn't I say in the afternoon that the 3 empires in the South Continent are now sending a large number of troops to the Old Continent, and the war in the East Wilderness will become very tragic in the future? The most important reason is that the top leaders of the Holy See are said to have predicted some future situations, so they changed the strategic plan." Divination? Ji-sun had actually been very curious before. Why did the people of the Southern Continent suddenly think of a large-scale invasion of the Old Continent? I originally thought it was some exaggerated talk about the negotiations, but I didn't expect that it seemed to be more serious. Katerina nodded and said, "There is news from the rebel dragon army. It is said that the prophet of the Holy See learned that several powerful kings will appear in the Old Continent in the future, so they want to eliminate these hidden dangers in advance." When she said this, her eyes were faintly distant. Royal power destiny. Ji-sun pondered in his heart. Of course he knew what this meant. A person with royal power destiny means a powerful regime. The people of the Southern Continent absolutely do not want to see this scene, and it is normal to eliminate hidden dangers in advance. Moreover, there may be one in front of us. Katerina has already condensed the fate of a hero. She is now the commander-in-chief of the Alliance Army. Once a country is established in the future, she will most likely be the leader. And Chujio, the descendant of Augustus. After coming out of the alien space, Ji-sun found that her royal power was getting stronger and stronger. In addition, the descendants of Talon's old ministers in the rebel dragon army seemed to have the intention to support her, and the future was uncertain. Even King Arthur of Orlon, who was still trapped in the East Wilderness, should not be underestimated. Ji-sun felt that if he were a high-ranking official of the Holy See, he would choose to nip it in the bud once he knew this information. However, after knowing this news, his deduction showed some new changes in the situation. Oh, right! Catalina thought of something and said, this news came out 2 days after the teleportation array was built. Oh! When Ji-sun heard this, he immediately completed a cause in his mind. The establishment of the teleportation array connecting the East Desert and the Old Continent almost changed the fate of the Alliance army. With this huge variable, Ji-sun's previous deduction of the situation was almost completely overturned. Similarly, those people in the South Continent did not carry out such a large-scale invasion before. Maybe they did not take it seriously. Now that the teleportation array is connected, the luck of the East Desert will soar instantly, and the luck of some people will also soar. This is why the Holy See divined the result of several powerful people with royal luck. As for the divination, Ji-sun was not too worried. He learned from Griffith that the cost of divination is very high. Divination based on existing clues will consume the least cost. Those with royal luck, in other words, are actually sons of luck. In history, this has always been enough to change the situation of civilization. Dividing the situation of the entire plane, I am afraid that even if the gods come, they will not have enough lives. The fortune tellers of the Holy See can only give some vague clues at most. It is almost impossible to be accurate to a person. As long as those gods do not die, the current problem is not too big. And Ji-sun now knows that there seems to be some taboos in the Old Continent, and the dragon gods of the Southern Continent do not seem to come so easily. When talking about this issue, Ji-sun and Catalina also deduced the future situation by the way. Dong-chi listened on the side. As they chatted, it seemed like a continuation of the negotiations. She was also a representative of the mechanics, listening to the conversation. She occasionally interrupted and expressed her own views from the perspective of the impact of machinery on the war. In this way, many things that were not made clear during the afternoon negotiations were now made clear. Unknowingly, after drinking a glass of wine, there were already several empty bottles on the table. However, there was little information about the South Continent's invasion of the Old Continent, and Ji-sun was not sure about the future. Catalina thought of something and said, oh right. There are 2 very important pieces of information about the Southern Continent. Ji-sun looked at her serious expression, and cast a curious look. Catalina said, the first is that it is said that the Holy See's Pope Polar Anti-A. Russell, was assassinated during an outing. Although he did not die, he was also injured. Ji-sun paused for a moment, and asked in surprise, the Pope was assassinated. You know, Pope Russell, like Griffith, is a top-level expert at the peak of the extraordinary. How could such a being be assassinated? Could it be done by the dragon rebels? No, that's right. Griffith is still hiding in the Old Continent. It can't be hers. But apart from the dragon rebels, who else in the Southern Continent would dare to assassinate the Pope, and have such strength? Katerina knew what he was curious about, and said bluntly, it is said that the assassin was holding a great sword with divine power. Rumor has it that it is most likely the Olympus Holy Sword, one of the 4 great royal sacred weapons. When Ji-sun heard this, his eyes twitched suddenly. He finally understood why Catalina had such a strange expression. Because she knew that the Olympus Ascension sword was brought out from the tomb of Augustus by Ji-sun's friend. Later, the sword recognized Siegwajong. When Ji-sun heard the news, he had countless unbelievable thoughts. Old Xie went to assassinate the Pope. Why? Also, when did Old Xie become so strong? Although he had a jar fused into his body, it was not possible for him to hurt Pope Russell after not seeing him for such a short time, right? I don't know why, just when this thought flashed through my mind. Ji-sun suddenly thought of a picture. In the alternate dimension of thousands of troops besieging the city, he saw Old Man Su leading a man and carrying the royal sword to assassinate the Mad King. And coincidentally, Siegwajong and Old Man Su were also old acquaintances. It was as if countless fragments were pieced together in his mind. Ji-sun was stunned and thought, this can't be true? Chapter 443. The news of the assassination of the Holy See Pope was deliberately blocked, and few people know about it. And this information is useless to ordinary people. But there is someone who is very interested in this information. Catalina looked at Ji-sun's deep eyes, and the strange expression between his eyebrows, and asked curiously, what do you think of? This matter may involve a lot of things. Ji-sun frowned slightly, and seemed to be a little unsure how to express his speculations. His current ability of I am the world will make him unconsciously deduce any news he hears. He deduces the motive from the event itself, and then deduces the cause and effect of the whole event with the background of related characters. There are not many people who can use the Olympus Holy Sword, and Ji-sun thinks it is most likely Xie Guizhong. And if it is really his old friend, let alone how he did it, this motive is very puzzling. Xie Guizhong is upright and full of justice. Why did he want to assassinate the Pope? The only reasonable explanation that Ji-sun could think of might be related to Old Man Su. According to the information he had learned before, if the Mad King Alduin had not been assassinated 3,000 years ago, the Outer God rebels might not have been able to easily capture the imperial city of Behemoth. Xie Guizhong's situation was extremely similar. Ji-sun also thought of the situation in which the Illuminati Hermitage participated in the Battle of Orleans collapse more than 200 years ago. It seems that in the shadow of history, there are always some historical correctors walking in the dark, influencing the development of civilization. At this point, Ji-sun's mind seemed to connect some fate lines. Some of the historical accidents that ordinary people think may be the inevitable layout of some people with ulterior motives. Thinking in this way, even Xie Guizhong's ability to fuse the jar and obtain the Olympus Holy Sword, these seemingly accidental changes may not be real accidents. It may be the intervention of some mysterious forces. Under certain conditions, things are bound to happen. Ji-sun's thoughts suddenly thought of the major events that had happened in the past. Mushroom-headed Jia Yu's teacher, the former light chaser Gu Enai, was killed. Jia Yu disguised himself and lurked in the X-Bureau, and then Xie Guizhong went to the X-Bureau headquarters to investigate, and then was used by the Scarlet Sect. Later, the Scarlet Sect was wiped out in a battle in the Shinshu treasury, and could only use Xie Guizhong to bring the jar. When this series of events happened, it seemed to be accidental under the circumstances at the time. But now, if we follow this causal line backwards, we will find that this kind of incident has a complete thread to follow. Even if the means are sophisticated enough and intervention is made from the beginning, this matter may be a man-made incident. It sounds a bit unbelievable. But the fact is that this is the ability that the top extraordinary people can possess. Before Ji-sun went to the other dimensional space and thousands of troops besieged the city, and saw the light chaser Pharaoh 3,000 years ago, and the high priest Nanshinyu, he did not dare to believe that someone's planning ability would be exaggerated enough to affect the future of the uncivilized thousands of years later. And Old Man Su is even more of an immortal. He must have some means that humans cannot think of. A corrector of history, a supervisor of civilization, or something else. Ji-sun didn't know how to describe it. But whether it was the assassination of the Mad King of 3,000 years, or the assassination of the Pope now, Ji-sun felt that there was the shadow of this person. He was immortal in the years, so he had enough time to plan the results he wanted. As for why the Pope was assassinated this time, from the current situation, Ji-sun still couldn't understand it. He just looked at the recent overall situation of the South Continent entering the Old Continent, and vaguely guessed that it might be another key civilization turning point. It doesn't matter whether he is killed or not. What matters is that once a god shows his health bar, he is no longer a god. The Holy Church of the Dragon, that is superior to humans in the Southern Continent, may be about to undergo a major change. So, it may be related to a senior I know. Ji-sun felt that he might have seen the truth of the incident. However, the cause and effect involved in Old Man Su was very special, and he didn't think that everyone could know the role he played in history. Ji-sun selected some of the situations he deduced that others could understand, and tactfully told them. But even though it was very simple, Dong Qi and Catalina beside him were stunned. I thought it was an accidental assassination, but I didn't expect it to involve so many people. But Catalina also knew that Old Man Su was special. She heard that Ji-sun deliberately avoided certain questions, and didn't ask in detail, just said, "So, regarding these assassinations, do we need to make any preparations?" "I don't know either." Ji-sun smiled and shook his head. After this kind of incident, it is easy to review and reverse the situation. But in the event, it is very difficult. Just like when playing chess, it seems that both parties have countless ways of making moves. But after reviewing the game, it is found that there is only one choice of move. Ji-sun, who is still in the chess game, has deduced many possibilities, but in his eyes, these are still countless uncertain futures. It is this uncertainty that makes him feel more and more looking forward to the future. Dong Qi was surprised. "You don't know?" Catalina was also slightly surprised, thinking that at least he should have deduced something. Because this guy is always like this. Ji-sun looked at the two pairs of eyes, shrugged helplessly, and laughed at himself. "My realm is far from being able to peek into the layout of that level. Do what we should do, and do what we can." As for being a chess piece, he never thought it was a bad thing. The fate line is like the grids on the chessboard, and everyone is a chess piece. Only when you recognize that you are a chess piece on the chessboard, you are qualified to peek at the chess player, and you have the possibility of walking out of the fate line. This is what the light chaser Pharaoh once said, that this is the only way for humans to usurp their status. Now being able to glimpse part of the grid on the chessboard is already a magical experience. As he said this, Ji-sun thought of something and added, but I did deduce something interesting. The Pope is in charge of the royal orb that represents order. Now that he has been assassinated, it means that the original order is in chaos. This statement was a bit confusing, and the two women looked at him with question marks on their faces. Catalina felt that this was very meaningful, but she couldn't figure it out, so she asked, "What does it mean?" Ji-sun shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. He thought of another possibility that Xie Guizhong assassinated the Pope, that is, he himself was a card master of the Order Path 6 of Diamonds Outlaw. As for the others, it's hard to say now. Ji-sun didn't want to say more on this issue. He turned and asked, "By the way, didn't you say there was another piece of news?" After hearing this, Catalina's thoughts came back to her senses and said, "There is another legend. This legend obviously has a great impact." She paused and then said, "It is said that the relics of Emperor Lanlingster appeared in the southern continent." The relics of the Emperor? Ji-sun's expression froze when he heard it, because he knew the exact news that Emperor Lanlingster died in the adventure of exploring the Abyss Rift in the southern continent. In other words, it is possible that the relics of the Emperor appeared in the southern continent. Catalina nodded and said, "Yes. It is said that the set of artifacts exclusive to the Emperor Curse God cards appeared in the world, and an adventurer from the southern continent got it in the wild, which caused a huge wave." Ji-sun frowned as he listened. Curse God card, he had heard that it was a legendary card that could engrave all spells. It was a battle card and also a spell book. It was said that the card set engraved all the spells collected by Emperor Lanlingster. This was the treasure that all card masters dreamed of. However, the artifact disappeared along with Emperor Lanlingster, so everything was just a legend. Katarina did not get much information, and they were all unconfirmed rumors. The general content is that some cursed cards appeared, and then a certain adventurer's strength increased dramatically, and some gossips about murder and robbery conflicts were caused by treasures. The three chatted for a while, but they didn't come up with anything. This kind of thing is difficult to confirm without going to the South Continent to find the real thing in person. After all, as a Joker sequence, Ji-sun also has a strong interest in the Emperor's relics. Besides, he originally planned to go to the South Continent for a tour. After all, comprehending the realm of all things requires a lot of perception, and the Royal Card Master Academy of Arel has the richest collection of card master civilization. Now it seems that there is even more reason to go there as soon as possible. Catalina and Dong Qi both knew his plan and chatted for a while. Either on an adventure or in practice, this is the Ji-sun they know, and the two women did not find it strange. The business was almost finished, and Catalina suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Ji-sun, how are you doing recently?" Ji-sun heard her words, and then looked at the smile in her crystal eyes, and knew what she was asking. "Which pollution?" He replied calmly, "It's still good. I haven't used dark magic recently, and the pollution has been suppressed." Catalina listened to this, and at the same time glanced at Dong Qi next to her, with a faint smile on her lips, and said, "Oh, that's good." As she said that, she took out a few bottles of wine from the storage ring, and placed them on the table. "By the way, Aragorn and Alice came again before they heard about your situation, and asked me to bring these wines to you." Ji-sun looked at the amber wine, and recognized it as the Heberlin Dragon Root wine he drank last time. He certainly knew what Lagan meant by sending this wine. This is a very precious secret wine. It can nourish the body, and suppress the witch's distortion to a certain extent. But this wine needs someone to cooperate, right? Ji-sun looked at the bottle, and glanced at Catalina again. The two looked at each other for a moment, and he saw the teasing flickering in those crystal eyes. The hint of charm in those eyes seemed to be suggesting, "How about I help you suppress it?" This young lady from the Lionheart family was born in a top noble family. She was impeccably reserved and ladylike in front of anyone. But she would not be like that to Ji-sun, with whom she had an intimate relationship. Instead, she was more like a burning rose. Ji-sun always felt that the atmosphere was a little subtle, so he just nodded, "Yeah." Catalina looked at Ji-sun's cowardly expression, and found it interesting. She chuckled and reminded him, "There are only a few bottles of this wine left." It was Miss Alice who finally got it. She even brought the recipe. She said the other ingredients were fine, but the main ingredient for this wine was extracted from a pure-blooded dragon, which was hard to find. Ji-sun had long known that this wine was special. However, Dong-chi on the side was very curious. After hearing the two say that this wine was so special that it even required dragon ingredients, she asked curiously, "Miss Carter, what kind of wine is this?" She and Katerina had already talked a lot, and they were not strangers to each other. As she asked, she picked up the bottle and looked at it curiously. This dragon root wine is brewed with countless secret medicines. Even if the bottle cap is not opened, the aroma of the wine overflowing makes people feel happy. Dong-chi couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, this wine smells so good. This wine seems to have a kind of magic to people, which makes people's body and mind eager to taste it." She is not a person who hides her thoughts, and she is not an outsider, so she asked directly, "Can I drink this wine?" Catalina wanted to explain it when she heard this, but thinking about their relationship, it was unnecessary, so she said directly, "Of course." As she spoke, she even unscrewed the bottle cap and poured half a cup for Dong-chi. This is Heberlin Dragon Root Wine, a rare tonic secret wine. The amber wine was poured into the cup, and the rich and heavy aroma immediately filled the whole room. Dong-chi picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and immediately brightened up and said in surprise, "Wow, what a strong wine aroma. This is the richest wine I have ever tasted. It is like the legendary rainbow soda." Ji-sun had drunk it before. Of course he knew that this wine list was definitely the best in terms of taste. Dong-chi then remembered something. "By the way, Miss Carter, what did you call this wine?" Katrina repeated, "Heberling Dragon Root Wine." "Oh, I see." Dong-chi understood what it meant when she heard the name, but she didn't look embarrassed at all, only a little blush from the alcohol. She held the cup, as if she felt a little embarrassed to enjoy it alone, and asked the two of them, "How about we drink together?" She and Jishu and I were used to being together. First, she really didn't mind any questions, and second, no matter how precious something was, she felt that it had value only when she had friends to share it. Just like Ji-sun gave her an angel mechanical arm. Isn't wine meant to be drunk? When Ji-sun heard her words, he knew that Miss Chi-Chi had not yet realized the power of this wine. "Oh, that's right. I also suffered the after effects at the beginning, and then I realized it. In this case, drinking other wines is fine, but drinking Longjin wine is not right." Ji-sun didn't know how to persuade her. However, she didn't say anything. Seeing Dong-chi enthusiastically raising his glass to invite her, Catalina hesitated for a moment, and actually agreed, "Okay. Let's drink some." As he said this, he glanced at Ji-sun again, and seemed to find the embarrassment in Ji-sun's eyes more interesting. Without such a scene, it would not be seen. Katerina took the half-filled glass of wine from Dong-chi with a smile, and raised her glass to clink glasses. This young lady from the Lionheart family didn't mind, so Ji-sun certainly wouldn't. After clinking glasses, the three of them continued to drink. It must be said that after drinking this Heberlin Dragon Root wine, everything else was bland. And this wine seems to have magic. The more you drink, the more you feel. Ji-sun had tried it before, but he also felt that this kind of greedy feeling was wonderful. The three of them drank and continued to chat about random topics, talking about business, talking about machinery, and some daily gossip. Katerina is very talkative. She can always chat with people on any topic. In this way, a bottle of wine has been drunk unknowingly. Ji-sun and Katerina were able to hold on for a long time last time because they were both 6th level card masters, and their bodies were very resistant. Although they would also feel the effects of the secret potion, their consciousness was completely fine. However, Dong-chi, the mechanic, did not have such a strong body. After drinking 2 cups, the effect of the drug spread in her body, and her face was faintly flushed with a charming look. However, after all, the magic secret method of mechanical descent also has a large mate to increase mental power, so her consciousness is clear, but her body's reaction is greater than Ji-sun and the others. As a gangster lady, she had no scruples when she spoke. She raised the cup and drank happily, and did not forget to ask, "Miss Carter, why do I feel that my whole body is warm after drinking this wine?" Catalina smiled and said, "Because of the nourishing effect of this secret wine." Dong-chi said, "Oh," but didn't think it was wrong, and asked again, "Don't you feel hot?" While talking, she took off her coat, revealing her upper body in a sports vest. She used to dress like this in the apartment. She only wore a coat today because there were guests. Maybe she was drunk, or maybe she was familiar with it, so she took it off directly. Ji-sun was not surprised. But because of the dragon root wine, the air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Catalina looked at Dong-chi, who was wearing cool clothes. Even though she was also a woman, she couldn't help but take a second look and exclaimed, "Miss Chi-Chi has a great figure." Dong-chi listened and responded without thinking, "How can Miss Carter's figure be better? Last time in Honglu, I realize that you are the girl with the whitest skin I have ever seen." As she said that, she seemed to remember something, but then again, our first meeting was magical too. Catalina laughed when she heard this, ha ha ha, it was a little unpleasant when we first met. She will never forget the experience with Hong Lu. When she talked about this topic, the experience instantly emerged in her mind. Ji-sun listened to the conversation between the two and thought of something. He glanced slightly. He recalled some of the beautiful scenes at that time. There were only 3 of them in the apartment, and they didn't have to care about other people's eyes. Once they talked about this private topic, the atmosphere instantly warmed up. Almost at the same time, Catalina caught a glimpse of Ji-sun's eyes looking at her. How could she not guess what this guy was thinking? Having seen it many times, this Lionheart lady had nothing to be embarrassed about. She noticed Ji-sun's gaze, her eyelashes flickered slightly with a hint of cunning, and her slightly open collar was lowered a little, so that the deep spring light could be seen more clearly. Ji-sun's eyes were full of white, and he knew that he was teased again, and he chuckled. Catalina found it interesting, and smiled charmingly. Those who can become friends have some common characteristics. This drinking made Catalina and Dong Chi familiar with each other. The 3 of them drank for a while, and the atmosphere became better and better. As a result, Ji-sun and Catalina drank a lot, but Dong Chi was completely drunk. Miss Chi-Chi was still conscious, but her body was a little soft. She didn't hide anything and collapsed on Ji-sun intimately. After all, she felt unwell, and Dong Chi stood up shakily and said to the 2 of them, "Ah, it's so hot, Ji-sun, you guys chat, I go take a shower first." As she said that, she went straight to the bathroom. Usually when a guest says, "I'm going to take a shower," it means the end of the conversation. Although Catalina was interested in continuing to watch Ji-sun's little embarrassment, her upbringing made her stand up at the right time and said politely, "Chi-Chi, there is another negotiation tomorrow. I leave first. Let's drink together another day." However, Dong Chi was not happy with this and turned around and muttered, "Miss Carter, you are staying at my place tonight. Where are you going?" She knew the relationship between Catalina and Ji-sun and didn't mind. Besides, if they were really friends, she wouldn't mind. And the subtle thing is that all the rooms in this apartment are connected. The bathroom is not far away, only blocked by a few glass panels. Dong Chi took off his vest as usual while talking, exposing his unrestrained upper body under the light, swinging in a spring scene. Catalina, who had been calm from beginning to end, was slightly startled by this scene. Originally, she didn't want to disturb him, and she could choose another time to spend time with Ji-sun. Before she could think of how to respond, Dong Chi had already stripped naked and was walking into the bathroom. "Don't go. Wait until I'm done, then we have some more drinks." The tone was not a question. It was the kind of toughness that one would use to treat a friend. Katerina also heard it. Dong Chi's bath was not an excuse for the nobles to urge her to leave, but because they really wanted her to stay. She couldn't refuse, and as she hesitated, she could already hear the sound of water splashing beside her. Dong Chi was filling the bathtub with water. Catalina couldn't leave, so she just sat down. Looking at Dong Chi holding those long legs and beautiful back, she smiled faintly and murmured, "Miss Chi-Chi looks great." There were only 2 people at the table, so Ji-sun knew that she was teasing him. Catalina said, then looked at Ji-sun and asked, "Isn't it?" Ji-sun didn't know why, but he heard a hint of provocation, and after a moment of silence he said, "Yeah. All good." It seems that she wanted to ask this? Humph. Katrina heard a proud snort from her nose. She was obviously not disappointed with this answer, nor did she feel good about it. Without Dong Chi's presence, Catalina on the sofa was like a queen. Her eyes did not hide the charm of a rose, delicate and thorny. After all, she drank a lot of dragon root wine, and the young lady of the Lionheart family also showed a charming look in her eyes. "Oh, I haven't seen you for a long time either." Ji-sun listened and smiled. She said this several times throughout the night, and the meaning was different each time. This time, he heard a direct teasing. Catalina really found it interesting. She had never seen Ji-sun in such an awkward situation. He clearly wanted to do something, but he was hesitant. This can never be seen at any time. The charming smile on Catalina's face became more and more unrestrained. However, before the 2 of them could chat for a few more words, Dong Chi suddenly looked over in the bathroom and greeted her warmly, "Miss Carter, you are not leaving tonight anyway. How about we take a bath together?" As soon as these extremely bold words came out, Catalina's expression froze instantly. She had never encountered such a situation since she was a child. She had been trained in aristocratic etiquette, and she had never been told what to do in such a situation. Facing the Lionheart family lady, who did not change her color in the face of thousands of troops, she was really confused at this moment. Take a bath together? Although she is a girl, there are other people here. Ji-sun, who was standing aside, looked at her sudden change of expression and found it interesting. You also have this moment? Catalina caught a glimpse of the gloating look, which seemed to arouse the competitive spirit in her heart. The confusion in her heart was drowned in an instant. She stood up, raised her chest proudly, glanced at Ji-sun, and then responded to the bathroom, okay. Ji-sun? This response made Ji stunned. She actually agreed? Ji-sun really didn't expect that Katarina, a noble lady with pride in her bones, would agree to such an outrageous proposal. However, Katarina was more generous than he thought. When he heard Dong Chi's call, he felt hot, and it was good to take a bath. She stood up and walked towards the bathroom. There was no cover in the room, nor was there a dressing room. Besides, it was not like Ji-sun had never seen her naked body before. So she didn't hesitate at all, and Katarina followed Dong Chi's example, unbuttoning her shirt as she walked. Then she took off her shirt and put it in the basket. She reached behind her back and unbuttoned her underwear, and in a blink of an eye, her upper body was naked. While Ji-sun was staring at her in a trance, he saw Katarina standing naked at the bathroom door. She glanced back provocatively. How about it? Isn't it beautiful? The bathroom only had 2 transparent glass panels. Ji-sun looked at the 2 naked beautiful bodies in the bathroom, his eyes dazed. Except in his dreams, Ji-sun had never had such an experience. For a moment, the beautiful spring scenery was so attractive that people couldn't take their eyes off. At this time, an unexpected scene was staged again. Dong Chi in the bathroom called out again, Ji-sun, do you want to take a bath together? It was a casual call, because they usually do this. But now, the situation is different. Because there are not only the 2 of them in the room. There is also Catalina, who has taken off all her clothes. Chapter 444. Ji-sun, do you want to take a bath together? Hearing Dong Chi's casual question in the bathroom, Ji-sun's expression became interesting. Now that he was in a state of mind where the mountain collapsed in front of him, he actually felt a little entangled at this moment. The transparent glass wall of the bathroom could not block his gaze at all. He saw that Catalina, who had just taken off her clothes, also trembled slightly. Just now, she did not avoid Dong Chi's invitation to take a bath together because she felt that only Ji-sun could see this scene, so she had no grudges in her heart. But she was really surprised that there were really 3 people together. Dong Chi's boldness far exceeded the imagination of a noble lady like her. Ji-sun also felt that this proposal seemed not good, right? But his body was honest, and could not refuse the entanglement at that moment. Looking at the 2 wonderful bodies, he instinctively responded, okay. As soon as he said this, Catalina glanced back and rolled her eyes at him. Then, a helpless and angry expression appeared on that beautiful face. She also felt that it was not good. But it seemed that if she really wanted to say something now, it would be even worse. You can't take off all your clothes, put them back on, and say you're leaving, right? Katrina turned her head away and didn't look at him. It seemed that if she didn't look, she wouldn't think about those messy scenes. But thinking carefully, it seemed that in addition to the strangeness in her heart, there was also a little novelty that she had never experienced before. Unconsciously, Catalina walked under the shower and joined Dong Chi. The warm water poured on her skin, fading the hot flashes after the alcohol, and brought a sense of coolness and comfort. The water droplets were crystal clear, and could not stay on the skin. Under the light, they looked like crystal beads with broken strings. Dong Chi looked at the naked Catalina. He could see clearly from such a close distance, and was surprised. Miss Catalina's skin is really white. Oh, it really bloomed so fast, whiter than milk. As he said that, he moved his hands, very gently, but in a very proper way. If you really count the ages, the 2 are only a few months apart. Catalina is slightly older. But now they are both naked, and when compared, there is still some difference in their figures. The aristocratic family is a multi-generational genetic selection, and the innate conditions are excellent. Catalina has been taking care of her skin since she was young. Her skin is as white as milk, and feels unusually smooth to the touch. With adequate nutrition, her breasts are well developed, plump but not drooping. When the warm light in the bathroom shines on her, her whole body seems to be glowing, and her skin exudes a charming color like warm jade. Dong Chi was obviously drunk by the dragon root wine. His eyes were slightly blurred, and he muttered, "Ah, no wonder Ji-sun's expression was strange when I mentioned your nickname of White Jade Lion before. It turns out that you are really as beautiful as a jade lion. Well, it's also much bigger than the last time Hong Lu saw it. If I were Ji-sun, I would definitely love it too." She really thought it was beautiful. It was like appreciating a beautiful work of art. Catalina didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard such straightforward praise words. Although she had a maid serving her closely since she was a child, she did touch him. But it was her first time to experience such a bold bath together. And the only one who dared to do it so brazenly and directly, besides Miss Chi-Chi, was a guy not far away. Catalina felt a little uncomfortable at first, but she suddenly realized that Miss Chi-Chi was not shy and really treated her as a friend. Thinking of this, Catalina suddenly felt good and smiled. Chi-Chi, you are beautiful too. It was not a polite response. But she really thought Dong Chi was equally charming. This was a mutual appreciation. Dong Chi was a little taller, and his figure was obviously more slender. The pair of tight and slender legs reflected in front of her eyes. Even a woman like Catalina felt pleasing to the eye. Especially the heroic temperament of the mechanic, which gave people a unique sense of beauty. Drinking brought them closer, and the frank bathing together seemed to have made the last bit of courtesy disappear. Catalina also quickly accepted the current situation calmly. They were not strangers in the first place, and now they could be said to be friends, so there was no question of being rude. This thought seemed to be a good idea. At this moment, footsteps were heard behind her. It was Ji-sun who walked into the bathroom. Catalina's cheeks showed a slight strange color, but she didn't dare to look back, but the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her momentary panic. Dong Chi beside him greeted him naturally. Ji-sun, you are here, don't just look. Come here and join us. As she said that, she gave up the seat beside her. As she did countless times in the past, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all because of the third person. Ji-sun was not polite, and walked over naturally. Looking around, there was a spring scene without any cover. His eyes slid from top to bottom, and also fluctuated with the curvy figure. Both bodies were beautiful, and each had a wonderful attraction that made people unable to take their eyes away. Infinitely charming, equally beautiful. When Ji-sun glanced at Catalina, their eyes met, and he clearly saw the embarrassment in the eyes of the young lady from the Lionheart family. He had just been teased by her, but now the situation has changed, and Ji-sun also found it interesting. He smiled and put his arms around the waists of the two women, patting the towering ones. Dong Chi really didn't mind at all, with a casual look on his face, and even slightly turned sideways to make it more convenient for Ji-sun, and when Catalina was touched by this hand, a strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she responded with a faint expression that seemed to be angry but not angry. Ha ha ha. Ji-sun didn't laugh out loud, but the faint smile on his lips indicated his increasingly high spirits. The experience was very good. The bathroom was not narrow, but the three of them standing together to shower always felt a bit crowded, and they would always touch something soft and sticky. Dong Chi would also rub Ji-sun's back carefully and flirt with him like other people. The bathroom was filled with unbridled spring light. However, these ambiguous behaviors that were normal on weekdays seemed a bit confusing at this moment, because there was one more person. Although Catalina and Ji-sun were already familiar with each other, she was not opposed to any intimate behavior between them. At first, she could still watch with interest, but as the scene became more and more outrageous and Ji-sun's hands became more and more unscrupulous, she was finally defeated by the inner reserve of the noble girl. She did not dare to be as bold as Dong Chi, and only said, I'm done. You guys take your time. I go soak first. With that, she quietly walked away and got into the bathtub beside her. Catalina was in the warm water, as if the water wrapped around her body was covered, and the panic in her crystal eyes dissipated. She lay on her back on the edge of the bathtub, listening to the gurgling water behind her. Without looking, a picture full of spring scenery automatically appeared in her mind. So that it was just the sound of water drops falling to the ground. But the young lady of the Lionheart family heard it as a chaotic movement of excitement and ups and downs. Ah, it's really nonsense. Katerina murmured in her heart, is the alcohol too much? She also knew that her boldness just now was largely due to the effect of dragon root wine. But she thought of something, and suddenly raised a relaxed smile at the corner of her mouth. This is a very magical experience. Although the nobles live a comfortable life, they have too many rules and constraints since childhood. Every moment, there seems to be a voice in my heart, telling me to be a lady and pay attention to my manners at all times. Just now, it seemed to be gone. Catalina felt that although she was not very comfortable with it, it seemed quite interesting. Just thinking about it, the sound of water stopped behind her. Catalina finished washing, and Ji-sun and Dong Chi didn't want to waste time. Listening to the sound of feet stepping on the wet floor, Catalina saw a white thigh step into the bathtub from her side. Dong Chi boldly lay down beside him, letting out a comfortable breath. Much better. Because he had just drunk some wine, the water for the bath was not too hot, and the slight coolness that swept through his body diluted the dizzy feeling. After lying down for a moment, Dongqi moved his position as if he remembered something. Ji-sun, lie here. This position was very intimate, right between the two women. Seeing Ji-sun coming over, Catalina also took the initiative to move her body to make some space. The three of them had been frank with each other just now, and now they didn't seem so uncomfortable. And lying like this, the three of them didn't have to look directly at each other, and they couldn't see, which also diluted the slight shyness in her heart. Ji-sun also lay down. Soaking in the water, the whole person instantly felt comfortable. He could suppress the desire to destroy the pleasure brought by the dragon root wine, but it was completely unnecessary at this moment, and the majestic spirit was revealed. As soon as his arms were spread out, Dongqi lay on his arms tacitly. She was open-minded by nature, and now that the drug was taking effect, she was not shy at all, and a large area of skin came up. Catalina felt the hand on the back of her neck and glanced at Ji-sun with her crystal eyes. But she hesitated for a moment and rested her head on her arm with peace of mind. The apartment was originally a mechanical workshop. The bathroom was not designed to be big, and the original bathtub was too big. It was just right for 2 people, but it was a bit crowded for 3 people. But this crowding allowed the 3 people to have closer contact at this moment, and also added a bit of warmth to the atmosphere in the room. After Ji-sun lay down, the waves in the bathtub gradually subsided, and the mist rose up. The 3 of them tacitly kept silent, closed their eyes slightly, and enjoyed this rare relaxing time. Ji-sun placed his hands on the shoulders of Catalina and Dongqi respectively, and let them hang naturally, just touching their 2 soft spots. The jumping rabbit and the jade lion, the palm has the same delicate and gentle feeling like clouds, but they are different. He played with one in each hand, and couldn't let it go. Sometimes he seemed to want to compare something, and moved his palm slightly, and changed to another one. Dongqi didn't open her eyes. The after-effects of the dragon root wine became stronger and stronger, impacting her thoughts. She enjoyed the physical and mental pleasure brought by the joyful impact, and a faint smile was always on the corner of her mouth. But Catalina's expression was slightly different. Although this guy often played with her like this when they were together, the situation was different now. Feeling Ji-sun's occasional hand movements, she guessed something. Slightly opening her eyes, and taking a glance, this guy really didn't seem to be happy with his hands playing with her. Apparently he got the upper hand, and was still comparing. Catalina glared at him angrily, and complained in her heart, "You guy." Of course Ji-sun noticed this look, but he didn't respond at all. Instead, he looked at Catalina helplessly with a smile on his face. "You guy, although I don't mind, it doesn't mean you can be so presumptuous. Forget it, let him be." Catalina closed her eyes again, enjoying the subtle pleasure. The water in the bathtub was still on, and the water waves were slightly rippling. The 3 people lay there leisurely, and the pair of jade lions, and the pair of jumping rabbits were rippling with the waves. Ji-sun felt it clearly, and he felt more and more excited. Even if Catalina knew, she would not say it out of her reserve. However, no one expected it. At this time, Dongqi, who seemed drunk, spoke up, "Ji-sun, are you comparing me with Sister Carter?" Catalina was stunned. It turned out that she knew it too. Ji-sun was also speechless. Without waiting for an answer, Dongqi asked again with a smile, how does it feel?" Ji-sun originally decided to laugh it off, but Miss Chi-Chi didn't want to wait for an answer at all. She asked and answered herself, "Ha ha ha, I tried it just now. Sister Carter's body is so soft that it's exaggerated." As he said that, a dirty hand came over. Dongqi turned over, and most of his body fell on Ji-sun. Catalina had no way to avoid it, and she felt embarrassed and ridiculous, and she didn't know what to say. Fortunately, when she looked up, Dongqi didn't open his eyes, and he was still mumbling in his mouth, which was obviously drunk. "I'm not drunk. I just feel a little dizzy." Hearing this, Catalina and Ji-sun couldn't help laughing. It seems that he is really drunk. This smile immediately diluted the shyness that made Catalina at a loss. If this continues, the lustful faces in the bathroom will become more and more uncontrollable. Suddenly, Catalina thought of something and changed the topic, asking about the main business. "Ji-sun, are you going to the South Continent?" Ji-sun snorted and replied, "Yeah." He had a plan long ago, but in order to avoid some mysterious means, he didn't mention it much. Dongqi and Catalina obviously knew about it. Now that it was asked, he simply talked about his plan. "I plan to advance to the 7th level after comprehending the domain. But before that, I still lack some insights. So I plan to go to the Royal Academy of Arel. Griffith said that there are some books there that can help me. Also, it's time to see the legendary place in the southern continent. Besides, Didn't you say before that the relics of the Emperor appeared in the southern continent? I want to check it out. Also, a senior once said that the ultimate secret of this plane is in the southern continent. I also want to go and see it. Hearing these words, Katerina was not surprised at all. She was also very aware of Ji Sun's adventurous personality, and had no intention of persuading him. She was very clear that her relationship with Ji Sun was not as pure as his relationship with Dong Qi. The reason why the two had deepened their relationship was because of cooperation, the hero trial, controlling the Lionheart family, and becoming the commander of the Allied forces. Ji Sun's shadow was everywhere in the most important experiences of her life. So they were more like lovers, allies, or something else. A very complex and intimate relationship. So at this moment, Katerina couldn't help but feel a little worried. She originally thought that her concerns were more about the commander of the Alliance army. For example, if Ji Sun was in danger, many cooperative relationships established through him might not be so stable. But at this moment, Katerina found that it was not the case. She didn't think so much, but just felt that the southern continent was very dangerous. After a moment of hesitation, Katerina finally asked, "Are you too dangerous?" Ji Sun smiled and said, "No, I learned a very useful method from the light chaser before. Even if it is really exposed, most of the dangers can be avoided." He knew what Katerina wanted to say. He is now wanted in the southern continent, and it is very dangerous in the past. There are many masters in the southern continent, even gods. Once the identity is exposed, it is not as easy to get away as in the old continent or the eastern wasteland. But Ji Sun has certainly considered these issues. He learned a very practical camouflage ability from the extraordinary abilities of Jia Yu, the light chaser, and Griffith. Oh! Katerina's expression brightened. She wanted to ask something in detail, but she swallowed the words in her mouth and smiled. Since this guy said so, then there is really no problem. For some reason, she suddenly felt relieved when she got the answer to this question. Oh, so you are worried about this guy. Katerina realized that the unspeakable cloud in her heart seemed to be dispelled just now. So that's it. She tilted her head and took a look, and Ji Sun happened to look over. The two faces were very close, and Ji Sun could clearly see the small water droplets on Katerina's eyelashes because of the mist. The moment their eyes met, they smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was familiar and rich. The remaining reserve in Katerina's heart melted at this moment, and they embraced and kissed each other, gently responding. The bathtub was full of spring scenery for a while. Katerina didn't know why she was so bold, but she enjoyed the wonderful experience at the moment. The water rippled slightly. However, Dong Qi was still lying on Ji Sun's chest, as if he had sensed some changes. Miss Chi-Chi suddenly opened her eyes, and looked at the two of them lazily. Katerina was stunned, and Ji Sun also noticed it. Dong Qi did not seem uncomfortable at all, because she was discovered watching. Instead, she looked at it with interest, as if she was really interested in watching it, and said, "You guys continue, don't mind me." As she said that, she did not forget to add in a lazy tone, "I've already said, I'm really not drunk, I just feel a little dizzy." This. Katerina, a woman who remained calm in front of thousands of soldiers, blushed at this moment. The blush on her pretty face made this usually cold and beautiful white jade lion even more charming at this moment. Ji Sun was thick-skinned and indifferent as usual. "Sister Carter, you really don't need to care about me." Dong Qi looked at this scene and grumbled helplessly. Then Miss Chi-Chi said something shocking again. Do you want us to go together?" As soon as these words came out, Katerina suddenly felt as if the world was spinning, her thoughts were in a mess, and her reason was no longer clear. Ji Sun had no say in this posture, so he gently helped. For a moment, the room was full of spring scenery. Chapter 445. Due to the negotiation, Katerina stayed in the mechanical city of the new world of Dongwon for 2 days. She also stayed in Dong Qi's apartment during these 2 days. After unlocking some new postures on the first night, the young lady of the Lionheart family also accepted some bold and joyful daily life. The apartment is often full of vivid and charming scenes. Whether it is Katerina or Dong Qi, their figures and appearances are pleasing to the eye. The two of them in the apartment often wear cool clothes, which is a feast for the eyes. However, only Ji Sun could see the scene and enjoy it. And since the intimate relationship between the three of them was unlocked, the three of them did not shy away from intimate behavior at all. Ji Sun would occasionally get started inadvertently, and then he would become more wanton while touching, which also caused the young lady of the Lionheart family to blush and complain. Dong Qi never shied away from it, but his daily intimate behavior became more bold, which made Katerina blush. Later, Katerina gradually got used to this absurd life and enjoyed it. However, time passed quickly, and 2 days passed in a flash. The New World executives headed by Song can also found that the negotiations between the two sides suddenly became much more harmonious. In addition to mutual understanding, more importantly, the relationship between Catalina and Dong Chi, the executive of the New World, became very close. This stable relationship provided a new bridge for cooperation. Catalina, the Allied Commander-in-Chief, was very busy, and immediately returned to the Old World after the negotiations ended. Ji-sun stayed in the New World for a few more days, and then left. He was going to the southern continent. But before that, he went to the Extreme Thief City, the base camp of the Bai family. He wanted to get the Grey Mist relic that was suspected to be the relic of Emperor Lanlingster. Before, Nan Xinyu, the last high priest of Talon, mentioned that the witch's distortion could be peeled off. And this relic has a similar function. He wanted to see if it was really useful. In addition, the magician's exclusive Qianji Gishaman magic secret method had already been introduced, and Ji-sun also needed some experience and understanding to understand the higher level of the secret method. The distorted and regretful things that the ancestors of the god of play stripped away were exactly what he needed. More importantly, he was very curious about what Emperor Lanlingster had left in the photo. Unfortunately, Rennie was not found. The Silver Moon believers had completely controlled the entire city, and the camp in the sewer had been moved. After leaving the message, Ji-sun set off for the Old Continent. A few days later, Ji-sun also learned that the main force of the rebel dragon army and their families had secretly moved to the Old Continent. Griffith led the large army of the dragon rebels to choose a rich and remote relic in the Old World to establish their base. This is the place where their ancestors once fought. For the descendants of Talon, it was like returning home, with an inexplicable sense of belonging. In addition, after hearing the news from Chujio, Griffith took the initiative to request that his name and the names of some high-ranking members of the Dragon Rebels be entered into the secret book of Imperial Canonization. The names of their ancestors were in that secret book, and now they were also recorded in the book, as if the civilization that had been cut off for 3,000 years was connected again. Of course, they recognized Chujio as the orthodox descendant of the Augustus royal family. Another reason is that the practice system of the Rebel Dragon Army almost all continued some secrets of the Talon royal family, and this kind of royal treasure is the most suitable auxiliary item for their practice system. This is very important for card masters, like Griffith, who have touched the 9th level ceiling. The blessing of royal luck is one of the most direct means known to break through the bottleneck of realm. Ji-sun also thinks it is good. Because his own name was also on the canonized secret book, he clearly felt a sense of blessing from the invisible luck. A new halo of dynasty luck appeared directly on the panel. And he was not just looking at the appearance, but deduced a line of destiny that lasted for thousands of years. The two flames left by the former high priest Nan Xinyu were now united again in the Old Continent. This seemed to be some kind of historical inevitability. Ji-sun also followed this causal line, and deduced some future scenes. The Central Continent, where the glorious civilization of the Talon Empire was once established, is extremely rich in resources, and there are too many relics and treasures waiting to be developed. As the survivors of Talon, they must know this land better than others. Moreover, without the stranglehold of the Holy See, the Rebel Dragon Army will surely enter a period of stable development, and it is expected to grow stronger in the future. Chujio is finally not alone. Her royal destiny has truly laid the foundation at this moment. 2 months later, Ji-sun hurried all the way and arrived at the province of Pablos at the southern end of the Old Continent. This used to be a remote frontier city of the Talon dynasty, and now it is the throat of the Old Continent to enter and exit the southern continent. On the flat pipeline, an adventure team came from the north in a mighty manner. Most of the team members were adventurers in adventure outfits, and there were also caravans from various chambers of commerce. This was a mixed formation of a group that had just finished their adventure in the Old Continent and were preparing to return to the southern road. The team stretched for several miles, and almost everyone had a lot of treasures. There are also various large objects obtained from the ruins on the huge carriages pulled by various monsters. Oh Lao Luo, I actually met you here. I heard that your Iron Beard group went to the Northwind War Fortress. It's Brother Mag. Yes, our group just came back after being summoned by Earl Maurice. Then you are rich. I heard that there is a large ancient battlefield in the Northwind Fortress. If you open up a different dimension, you will get a lot of rewards. How is your group? The harvest is good, but it's not as good as those big groups. But you can see that the loss is also huge. There are more than 100 people in our group, but now there are only more than 30 left. Ha ha ha, Lao Luo, you guys are going to enjoy life. After this trip, you don't have to take risks for the rest of your life. Everyone looked exhausted from the long journey, but their eyes were filled with joy of harvest. Almost all the adventurers who came back alive had satisfactory harvests. The words in the chat were also full of relaxation and expectations for the future. In the team, an inconspicuous middle-aged man with a beard was also mixed in, listening to people's conversation. It was Ji-sun who came in disguise. As the group walked, the team turned out of the valley, and the view suddenly became clear. Wherever they looked, the lights were bright, and a huge city built on the mountain came into view. This was obviously a new city. The city wall was 100 meters high, but only the gate part was built, and most of it was under construction. Looking ahead, they could also see slaves carrying stones, like ants on the upper and lower walls. Ji-sun looked at it and muttered in his heart, "Have we arrived at Thunder Dragon City?" Behind the city is the Abyss Rift. Everyone in the team was shocked when they saw the majestic city in front of them. When did they build such a big city? When I came here a few months ago, it was just a camp. You don't know this? The church issued a founding order, and now allows nobles to expand territory and establish a country in the old world. This Thunder Dragon City is the territory of Grand Duke Landon. Oh, it should be called the Principality of Landon now. Grand Duke Landon? The descendant of the Thunder Dragon from the 4 southern kingdoms? Yes. These top nobles who were once independent from the 3 kingdoms are now flocking to the old continent. As far as I know, there are now more than a dozen principalities in the old continent. Won't that mean there will be kings everywhere in the future? Isn't that right? People pointed at the majestic city in the distance and talked about it. The power hierarchy of the Iron Empire in the southern continent is very complicated. The Holy See serves the ancient dragon Ire, who is said to have lived for countless thousands of years. He is the supreme existence of the dragon clan. In addition to the 3 kingdoms, there are also many scattered independent nobles. Behind the 3 kingdoms are actually 3 large dragon groups, the Silver Dragon, the Red Dragon, and the Black Dragon. And those independent nobles are not just about power and inheritance, but behind them, there is a real pure-blooded dragon. This is the fundamental reason why those independent nobles can stand under the pressure of the 3 kingdoms. The higher the title, the higher the rank of the dragon behind them. It is said that behind this Grand Duke Landon is a pure-blooded thunder dragon of at least rank 8. Hundreds of years ago, the thunder dragon mated with a dragon woman, and that's how the current Langdon family came into being. Pure-blooded dragon. Ji-sun looked at the city in the distance, and a subtle gleam of brilliance appeared in his eyes. He had seen many dragons and mixed-blood dragons, but he had never seen a real pure-blooded dragon. He had heard Griffith say that the combat power of a pure-blooded dragon was very terrifying. She and the leaders of the Dragon Rebellion army had many experiences fighting dragons. If we really compare their combat capabilities, dragons are usually 1 level higher than normal human card masters. In other words, even if Griffith has now touched the ceiling of human card masters, she can only barely tie with a 9th level dragon in the early stage. So just the Landon family actually has the strength to crush almost all forces in the East Wilderness except the Orlon royal family. There are at least a dozen new principalities like this in the old continent, and there will be more in the future. When Ji-sun thought of this, his lips slightly raised in a playful arc. The strong never made him feel afraid, but only made him more excited and expectant. He was going to the Royal Academy of Arel, and the Landon family was a necessary springboard. The team was very long, and it took Ji-sun nearly an hour to reach the city gate. The team entering the city was very slow, because the soldiers wearing purple armor were collecting the city fees one by one at the city gate. But Lei Longqing's fee was ridiculously high, and when it was passed on, everyone in the team was shocked. Other cities only charge a few dozen copper coins, but here you need a gold coin to enter the city? Why don't they just rob? What's that? When we take the boat back, we will have to pay 10 gold coins. Grand Duke Landon is the king now, and this is the new decree issued by his territory. Oh damn it! We risked our lives to explore the ruins to get a little bit of gains. Why do they want to plunder so much? Be careful not to be heard by those knights. This is almost a year's living expenses for an ordinary farming family. No wonder the adventurers were so excited. But they didn't dare to resist, so they could only line up to enter the city. Ji-sun was not surprised at all. Grand Duke Landon obviously knew that the adventurers returning to the city had money, so he plundered them. Entry fee. This kind of disguised taxation is normal in the South Continent. In comparison, the system of the South Continent is really the most primitive lord-centralized system. The lord owns everything in the territory, including the lives of the people. Oh no, the lord is just an agent. The dragon is the supreme ruler. Ji-sun followed the crowd and cursed those shameless nobles in indignation, but as they approached the city gate, everyone fell silent. People seem to have gotten used to this kind of slavery. They only felt it was unfair, but did not dare to resist. Ji-sun was thoughtful. This comparison showed the difference in the system. And at first glance, a society without mechanical tools was too primitive. There was no mechanical assistance for such a huge project as building the city wall, only hundreds of thousands of slaves and some simple wooden lifting equipment. Slaves wearing only linen shorts carried tons of stones, and piled them up on the city wall bit by bit under the whips and insults of the supervisors. Although this is a supernatural world, humans who have practiced a little can carry hundreds of kilograms of stones, but human energy is limited, and excessive pressure will greatly shorten their lifespan. The number of casualties of slaves in such an exaggerated project of building a city is also a terrifying number. In the southern continent, slaves are completely consumables. The number of slaves owned is also an important indicator of a noble status. Ji-sun walked along, observing all the way. Soon he reached the city gate. There was a notice board full of bounty notices. Ji-sun saw the portraits of Griffith and other high-ranking members of the rebel dragon army, and even his own in the corner. The soldiers were carefully observing every outsider entering the city. Ji-sun showed no strange expression, paid the money, and entered the city. This Thunder Dragon City is a bit like the Innocent City. The Grand Duke Landon obviously wanted to keep the wealth of the adventurers in the city as much as possible, so other buildings in the city have not been built yet, but the entertainment venues are already very complete. Berryman Street is the only well-built street in the city. The entertainment venues in the South Continent are far less open than those in the East Wilderness. Most of them are custom taverns, hotels, and large baths. From the perspective of entertainment projects, there is nothing special. However, many of the female slaves here are prisoners of the East Wilderness War. The female slaves who can be transported here must be of good looks. This also attracted a large number of adventurers to spend money here. Ji-sun was not in a hurry to go to the South Continent, but walked around the street. After drinking in the tavern for a few hours and asking for information, he came to the hotel. In more than a month, the new enrollment of the Royal Card Master Academy of the Arel Empire will begin. However, the enrollment system of the Royal Academy is very special. It is not about money or qualifications. In order to ensure that the best education only serves the nobles, they use the recommendation system. Only the recommendations of the top nobles above the marquis are qualified to recommend new students. There are many extraordinary card master academies in the southern continent, but it is called Arel Royal Academy. There is only one. This is the top school with the best resources in the southern continent, and it is recommended by Griffith. This school has a true inheritance that leads directly to the god level. So if Ji-sun wants to go, he must first get a recommendation letter. Under normal circumstances, if you want to get a recommendation letter from a top noble, you must either be a low-ranking noble descendant who is on good terms with a noble, or a retainer. The first option is fine for other places, but not for going to the Royal Academy of Arel. There are top masters in the Royal Academy, and this cannot be concealed by ordinary disguised identities. In the eyes of the truly top-notch wise men, no matter how clever the disguise is, there are always flaws. The risk of being exposed is very high, and once exposed, death is inevitable. So there is only the second option, retainer. Now that Grand Duke Landon has established his own principality, it is time to need talents. Ji-sun had inquired before that the city lord's mansion was recruiting retainers and various talented seedlings. However, retainers must sign a blood contract. Ji-sun needs a new identity. He thought of the method that Mushroom Head Jia used to sneak into the X-Bureau, which was to use the ability of I Am the World to design a perfect persona for himself. Entered the hotel and closed the door. Ji-sun's shadow suddenly came alive. Looking closely, the shadow was no longer a dark element, but the color gradually became clear. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a naked boy. He was about 13 or 14 years old, and his eyes were full of innocence. His facial features were different, but his temperament was exactly the same as Ji-sun's. Ji-sun looked at the boy in front of him, as if looking in a mirror, and glimpsed his own soul in the boy's body. He looked up and down, confirmed again that there was no flaw, and murmured, "From today on, you will go to the Royal Academy to study." This is the clone he created with his own shadow. The boy nodded and introduced himself. "My name is Su Luan, from the Simas County in the north of the Red Dragon Kingdom. My father was a knight squire of Baron Doge of the Yellow Wolf territory. Unfortunately, he died in the Battle of Ares Valley 5 years ago. This identity was given to him by Griffith, and it is a true and verifiable identity. The reason why the Rebel Dragon Army has been able to persist in the southern continent for so many years is that they have a variety of perfect alternative identities. Ji-sun used his deductive ability to complete the logic of this identity. Theoretically, there are no flaws. And the appearance of Su-lun was also drawn by Griffith. If you are below her level, it is impossible to see the flaws. This clone is even more perfect than the original mushroom head Jiayu. This is also what Ji-sun relies on. Theoretically, as long as the main body is not dead, the shadow can be resurrected no matter how many times it dies. This is also the reason why Jiayu is immortal in the other dimension of Battle of Iron Forge. Because his main body has always been hidden somewhere else. And even if it is a blood contract, it is signed by Su-lun, and the backlash is also on the clone. And it has little impact on Ji-sun's main body. From today, he will go to the Royal Academy to study with a new identity. Chapter 446. A few days later. The Lord's Mansion of Thunder Dragon City has not yet been fully completed. In the open space of the back garden of the Lord's Mansion, there are more than 100 boys and girls aged 13 or 14 standing here. Crystal balls for testing magic are placed on the open space, and the boys line up to test their qualifications one by one. An old man who looks like a butler is reviewing the boys' information. There is also a team of knights wearing purple armor, and with the Thunder Dragon Cross emblem of the Grand Duke Landon family printed on their shields, witnessing the whole process. For more than 100 years, there have been people who wanted Duke Langdon's recommendation letter to enter the Royal Academy for various reasons. In the middle of the team, there is an inconspicuous black-haired boy who is Ji-sun. Oh, his name is Su-lun now. Not everyone can get a recommendation letter. The southern continent is not short of population, so with a high population base, there is never a shortage of geniuses. The retainers of the nobles are also selected for their merits. This requires not only the test qualifications, but also at least a certain talent that reaches the A-level evaluation to be eligible to be a candidate. In other words, the talents here are all 1 in 1,000 if they are outside. Then, there is the screening of identity and bloodline of 3 generations, similar to political review. The candidates can be roughly divided into 2 categories. One is the descendants of nobles and knights who are vassals of the Langdon family. These people have clean identities and do not need to be reviewed. Even if their qualifications are poor, they can pass smoothly. Another category is Ji-sun and other outsiders, who are usually descendants of downtrodden nobles from other territories. The offspring of such a poor noble family have good talents, and can be easily trained to be loyal from an early age. As long as the talent meets the requirements, they can be successfully selected. Those with unknown identities and ambiguous statements will not be selected. Another point is that almost everyone has some dragon blood or is a special race. Anyway, there will be no pure-blooded humans. Seri, dragon blood lizard tribe of the Duokan Mountains, a affinity for the 3 elements of earth, fire, and wind, qualified. Shuisha, sister of the Songling Temple, a affinity for light, qualified. Ariel, Count Sisak, Red Boots Chamber of Commerce, to be determined. Su-lun, Knight Squire of Baron Doge, Yellow Wolf, C+ in all elemental affinity, B in earth, fire, water, and A in wind. When Ji-sun heard that he was selected, he clenched his fists nervously, and his face showed the same excitement as other teenagers. But he was not surprised at all. This is a character designed for this review. The disguised family background is impeccable, and the character with affinity for all elements is just right. It is considered to be above average among this group of people, but not outstanding. Soon, more than half of the more than 100 people stayed. These are not the number of people that the Duke of Langdon recruits every year, but only the Guardian Knights, who accompany one of the descendants to study at the Royal Academy this time. In fact, if we really talk about cultivation resources, although the Duke's mansion is not as complete as the Royal Academy, it is basically enough. But every year, the nobles will still send their children to the Royal Academy. After all, those who are qualified to enter the Royal Academy are the direct descendants of the top nobles. Extraordinary resources are only one of them, and more important are the human resources. It can be roughly understood as study companion. In the southern continent, it is normal for the children of each noble family to bring dozens of followers and servants to school. Ji-sun estimated that the young master they were going to be loyal to should be Sak, the 39th grandson of Grand Duke Landon. Not long after, the selection was completed. Okay, the contract is signed. From today on, you are the reserve knights of our Landon family. Next, start the grouping. The subsequent procedure is to sign the Guardian contract. The content is almost a loyalty contract, without too many restrictions. The main thing is that after signing, you must be loyal to the Langdon family, otherwise you will be backlashed by the contract. It is almost like signing a contract to sell yourself. As long as the parchment of the contract is not destroyed, the contract will exist forever. Almost all large nobles in the southern continent have these necessary procedures when recruiting knights, and they have long foreseen it before coming. Ji-sun signed the contract calmly under a gentleman who is suspected to be a 7th-level mysterious card master. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Luan. This clone intends to keep a low profile and study hard. He didn't intend to cause trouble. If something really happens, the backlash is against the clone anyway. He signed it without any psychological burden. From the moment the contract was signed, the more than 100 of them were considered as the reserve knights of the Langdon family. It sounds like a lot. But when the young master graduates from the Royal Academy in a few years, it is not certain how many will survive. The knight squads of the Academy stream in the southern continent are different from the army. They are still very traditional adventure groups. Generally, there are 5 or 6 people in a team, including melee, magic, nurse, assassin, etc. Ji-sun also got his new teammates. Lizard Mage Selly, Dwarf Shield Warrior Gang Duo, Assassin Gale, Priest Yosha. They are all apprentices of card masters, and have not officially changed their jobs. The final direction of job change will depend on subsequent learning. After the contract was signed, everyone was distributed a set of uniform linen suits and weapons. It must be said that the industry of the South Continent is zero, and the manufacturing industry is also very backward. This kind of coarse cloth clothes, which are considered very high-end in the civilian class of the South Continent, are only worn by the poorest people in the East Wilderness. From the beginning to the end of the selection, nothing was beyond Ji-sun's expectations. There were no accidents in the process. It seemed that the identity verification was passed. This meant that Ji-sun had already stepped half a foot into the gate of the Royal Academy. The verification took from morning to afternoon. After changing clothes, a knight captain led the group of teenagers to visit the city lord's mansion. Then it was already dinner time, and everyone ate in the cafeteria of the knight barracks. Dozens of rough wooden tables and stools were filled with hungry teenagers. The food was potato soup and dry bread, but there was no shortage of meat. The taste wasn't great, but there was enough food. Ji-sun sat at the same table with his new teammates. All of them were apprentice card masters, and their calorie needs were usually only slightly more than those of an average adult. However, the strange thing was that the meat on their table was piled up like a small mountain. Seeing the same look as the others, the short boy wearing a slightly funny horn helmet seemed a little embarrassed, and smiled. "Hey, my name is Gang Duo. You can just call me Duo. I am a dwarf. We are all teammates from now on. We have to take care of each other." Short, but very strong. The forearm is thicker than the legs of most teenagers. The meat is piled in this Gang Duo basin. Sister Yosha is a well-behaved girl with freckles. She introduced herself. "My name is Yosha, and I will be a priest in the future." Then she asked curiously, "Are you dwarves good at forging?" Gang Duo, "Yes. I was an apprentice blacksmith before I came here. Our tribe is in the Red Ridge Mountains of Black Dragon North County, which is connected to the territory of Grand Duke Landon. The tribe leader arranged for me to participate in the knight selection. The tribe leader said that I should get along well with my new teammates." Ji-sun couldn't help but smile in his heart after hearing this. This age is the age of pure mind, and dwarves are even more so. It seems that they say whatever they think. He had heard about the dwarves in the southern continent before. Now that he has seen it with his own eyes, he also thinks it is amazing. The dwarves have great strength, so it is normal for them to have a large appetite. Ji-sun had observed before that this guy could easily swing a battle axe weighing more than 100 kilograms before he officially changed his job. This is the same racial talent as the dragon. There is not only a dwarf in the team, but also a lizard man. When testing elemental affinity before, this guy also stood out very much. He is a natural magic card player. In comparison, Ji-sun felt that the human body really didn't have much advantage. Assassin Gale was a neutral short-haired girl who rarely spoke. After introducing her name, she concentrated on eating. Ji-sun was similar, talking less and eating more. There was a gap in age and rank, and he had nothing in common with these teammates. He also planned to concentrate on hard training in the future. Originally, he thought he would just wait to set off. Unexpectedly, before the meal was finished, a small episode occurred. A sudden shout interrupted everyone. "Stand up!" Before the teenagers understood what was happening, the knight captain who was leading them to eat not far away immediately stood up and stood straight. Everyone looked over and saw a young man in a black robe surrounded by guards. The knights saluted with their chests protected. "Greetings, His Highness Sack." Although the young men had just joined the Duke of Landon's mansion today, they understood what he said and followed suit. Ji-sun looked over and saw a young man with a stern face walk in. He said as he walked, "I'm here to see what the reserve knight my father has chosen for me is like." Dragonborns are basically fully grown at the age of 13 or 14. The boy was over 1.7 meters tall, with a sharp gleam of thunder in his purple pupils. This was Sak, the 39th grandson of the Duke of Landon, who he would study with in the future. When Sak arrived, he seemed to be examining his future team. He took a quick look and thought they were pretty good. But at this time, he said directly, "Anyone who thinks you can fight? Come out and let me see." His words were simple and rough, as if he wanted to see if there were any masters in this group that satisfied him. Ji-sun's eyes slightly stern when he heard this. He knew that this was a good time to show up. As long as he performed well, there would be more opportunities in the future. However, now was not the right time. It was better to keep a low profile in the Duke's mansion. The other young men did not have so many concerns. They all knew what this meant. They were all talented people picked from thousands of people, so they naturally had their own pride. As soon as the voice fell, more than 20 people stood up with their heads held high. Young Master Sak saw that they were not bad, and said happily, "Okay, you will be the most heroic knights of my Sak in the future. Each of them will be rewarded with 50 gold coins." The 20 or so people who stood out cheered upon hearing this. 50 gold coins is already a huge sum of money for these young men. The most important thing is that their bravery has been recognized by the young master, and they have a promising future. Sak continued, "Now I want to see your strength. Anyone who can beat this guy will be rewarded. Also, you will be qualified to become my guard in the future." As he said this, he pointed to the dark-skinned boy following behind him. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over. Ji-sun also looked over. The boy looked ordinary, dark, skinny, and a little malnourished. He must have been born in a bad family. But his eyes were sharp. Facing the scrutiny of so many people, he did not show any fear, but his eyes flashed with firmness and dominance. The most eye-catching thing was the slave collar on the boy's neck. Slave? Ji-sun looked at it and pondered in his heart. Why does a young master of the Duke's mansion always carry a slave? The only explanation is that this slave might be very special. Everyone also understood that this was young Master Sak's plan to verify their strength. But right here, after getting permission, a reserve knight with a dagger on his waist immediately stepped forward to challenge. However, what everyone did not expect was that the fight was over with a crash. After the challenge was launched, the reserve knight was knocked away by the black-skinned boy with a punch, smashing a wooden bench. This scene made everyone stunned. The man who just attacked was called Kinpo, an assassin, and he was also well known among the hundreds of reserve knights. But he was defeated like this? One move? No. To be precise, a flaw was caught, and then the victory was decided by one strike. Ji-sun's current vision could of course see the gap between the two. But he was more surprised by the black curse power hidden in the boy's body. Gluttony's secret method? Ji-sun was also very surprised to see a card master who practiced the same breathing method as himself. But his surprise was not just that. If it was just the secret method of gluttony, he thought it might be the inheritance of some fighting schools in the southern continent. But when he saw the boy's boxing style, he couldn't hide his shock. Bakwan? The biggest advantage of the initial entry of Bakwan is to suppress others with skills. Ji-sun's understanding of Bakwan is now at the master level, so of course he saw at a glance that the boy's boxing style was Gongwu's unique inheritance. Bakwan. Is this boy a disciple of Senior Gongwu? Ji-sun was very familiar with Gongwu's personality. The old man was obsessed with martial arts, so he had no intention of teaching any disciples. Unless he met a top talent. Ji-sun saw that the boy had just defeated his opponent with one punch, and he even immediately deduced his origin in his mind. It was probably that Gongwu met this civilian boy during his travels in the southern continent, and then saw that he had a great talent, so he gave him some pointers. However, I don't know what happened. This guy was captured and made a slave. After all, he was also taught by Gongwu. When Ji-sun saw this boy, he suddenly felt close to him. Young Master Sak looked at this scene, his expression could not hide his disappointment, and asked again, "Is there anyone who can fight?" "I do it." After saying this, another one of the other stunned boys stood up. Then after a few rounds, another punch hit his chest and flew out. The third, fourth, and fifth. The best one only lasted more than 10 moves. Without exception, no one was the opponent of the dark-skinned boy. Others were stunned, but Ji-sun was not surprised at all. The battle at the level of a card master apprentice is not about understanding the rules at all, it is almost a game of skills and external objects. So at the initial stage of this card master, the melee system has an absolute advantage. And Ba Quan is very special. This epic boxing method is difficult to get started. But once you get started, you will definitely have a huge technical advantage. The dark-skinned boy has excellent comprehension and a rebellious look. Ji-sun seemed to see the same stupid shadow of Gongwu when he was young 100 years ago. Hee, the old man really found a good seedling. Ji-sun looked at him and murmured in his heart, but then again, I don't know how the old man is doing now. Ji-sun still cares about Gongwu, the senior who has an important influence on his extraordinary path. Now that he sees that the black-skinned boy has become a slave, he has a bad feeling. After defeating 6 people in a row, all of them ended with a crushing advantage, and no one stood up again. It's not that they are afraid of losing, but that no one is sure that they can break the domineering boxing style. Young Master Sack pursed his lips, lost interest, and turned away. It was because of this young man's strength and talent that he stayed by his side, but it was a pity that he was a slave. I was looking forward to whether there would be such a surprise among my reserve knights. Now it seemed so disappointing. The boys felt humiliated, but no one said anything. The atmosphere in the huge dining room was filled with awkwardness for a while. But in fact, from Ji-sun's current perspective, it was not that the reserve knights were not good enough, but that the black-skinned boy was too good. Gongwu's Tyrant Fist was originally a killer move honed in battle, without any fancy moves, mostly one-hit moves to defeat the enemy. After a while of Tyrant Fist, there are few opponents in the same level. Moreover, it is still the apprentice stage of the card master who competes in skills. It is normal to win so easily. Coincidentally, Master Sack left, but left the dark-skinned boy in the dining room. From what the butler said, he wanted him to eat with him. After a long silence, the injured person swallowed his anger and went back to eating. No one else spoke. The dark-skinned boy seemed to have crushed everyone's pride in an instant. The only sound in the dining room was the rustling sound of chewing. Ji-sun and his table sat down again. The dwarf gang duo muttered, "Fortunately, I was slow and didn't go. Otherwise, although I am stronger than him, I would definitely get beaten." He stood up just now. But because he was a dwarf, his legs were short, and he was a step slower than others. He thought he had lost an opportunity to show off, but he didn't expect to get beaten less. Ji-sun also found it interesting. However, what was even more surprising was that the knight captain also looked embarrassed after listening to the instructions of the personal butler of Mr. Sack. After a quick look, he led the people to Ji-sun's table. It seemed that he thought it was normal to have dwarves and lizardmen at this table, as if there were more freaks. The dark-skinned boy did not speak, nor did he pay attention to the people at the same table. He was arranged at the table and began to eat. It seems that he has been beaten a lot recently, and has been trained to know how to be a slave. Ji-sun glanced at him, but he didn't rush to make contact, and continued to eat his meal. At the same time, the face of the young Master Sack, who walked out, was not looking good. The middle-aged woman in the black robe beside him knew what he was angry about, and said, "Your Highness, you don't have to be so angry. There are actually quite a few good seedlings in the batch of reserve knights just now. It is because the Duke founded the country that the forces of all parties have the intention to join us. This batch, even in recent years, is the most talented I have seen. Teacher, I know." Sack's expression eased a little after hearing this. But he also said, "But I just can't figure it out. If a civilian slave can be so powerful, why can't we find one in our Duke's mansion?" The robed woman laughed. "This slave is indeed talented, but there are many in my empire. He can perform so well, in fact, he just relies on the domineering boxing style. Also, he is an apprentice, and his skills are better than other things. When he really gets a higher rank, I think there must be many knights in your batch who perform better than him." When Sen heard this, the anger on his face completely disappeared, and he said, "By the way, teacher, do you know the basics of that boy's boxing style?" The woman in the robe said, "I did get some information from him. But he doesn't know much, just the basics. And that style is not suitable for your highness." Sokka pursed his lips and said, "But if I don't transform, I can't beat the guy." Hearing this, the woman in the robe smiled and continued, "Your highness, don't worry about such trivial matters. The Royal Academy will open in a month. The Royal Academy gathers all the extraordinary books in this plane. If you are really interested in boxing, as far as I know, there are at least dozens of legendary and epic boxing schools in the library of the Academy. You can learn whatever you want. Besides, I think that the Duke's Thunder Dragon Fist is the most suitable for you, your highness." Speaking of this, the unwillingness in Sack's eyes disappeared. As the heir of a top noble family, his horizons are naturally broader than others. He knew that what his teacher said was right. Compatibility is the most important thing. At this time, thinking of something, the woman in the robe continued, Your Highness, the reserve knights have been recruited now. Please prepare well. We may have to rush to the academy the day after tomorrow. Sack was surprised. So early? Isn't there enough time? The woman in the robe said, If we set off early and avoid some of the original time nodes, the journey will be smoother. Sack was puzzled. Ah, teacher, you are talking about. The woman in the robe, nothing. Just be careful. It is said that the Pope was assassinated, and there are major changes in the top leadership of the church. The three kingdoms and some lords have also made changes, and the empire is not peaceful. Sack asked, Are they the guys from the Dragon Rebellion army? The woman in the robe, as far as I know, no. However, recently in the black market, some ancient legends about the Lord of Bad Omens have begun to circulate again. Sack's eyes were startled, as if he thought of some terrifying existence. Teacher, are you talking about the ancient dragon that was sealed in the legend? The woman in the robe shook her head and stopped the topic. Those rumors are just speculations, not something we can discuss. Your Highness, what you need to do now is to prepare well. We are going to the academy. Also, the Duke recently got a treasure, and will give it to Your Highness as a gift for admission. Your Highness can look forward to it. It is an incredible ancient relic. Sack seemed to know something and said in surprise, Are you saying that Grandpa is going to give me the Curse God card in the auction house? Chapter 447. Unconsciously, there was a black-skinned boy in Ji-sun's five-man team. However, this guy seemed to be hostile to all nobles, including Ji-sun and other reserve knights, who had connections with nobles. When he sat at the table, he didn't talk to anyone, just buried his head in eating. Anyone who provokes him will be beaten. This black-skinned boy is like an untamed and wild wolf cub. There is always a knife-like hatred in his eyes. However, there are many such slaves in the aristocratic class, and the nobles have long had experience in taming them. Humans are just like monsters. If they are kept captive for a long time, they will gradually succumb. Ji-sun could also see that Master Sack kept this black-skinned boy because he saw his outstanding talent. He would not die for the time being, so Ji-sun was not in a hurry to contact him. Every day, he watched this guy practice boxing, eating, and breathing techniques. He was practicing every moment. Hard-working and focused. This made Ji-sun seem to see himself practicing hard in Shangbong prison. He was more and more optimistic about this black-skinned boy. Practicing boxing requires not only talent, but also perseverance. At this age, whether it is hatred or something else that supports him to persist in practicing boxing, this is already very precious. Ji-sun and his more than 100 people settled down in the city lord's mansion. Originally, as the reserve knights of Master Sack, they were supposed to receive some basic etiquette and combat training here. However, what surprised Ji-sun a little was that on the third day, they set off for the Royal Academy. This was nearly a week earlier than expected. Although the intelligence dealers on the market did not find any useful clues, Ji-sun guessed that the turmoil was caused by the assassination of the Pope. If Old Man Su was really involved, he always felt that there was something hidden behind this incident. And the Pope was not dead, which meant that this was just the beginning. The aftermath of the incident had an impact far beyond what he saw. In the deduction of the world I am, Ji-sun also discovered from those fragmentary intelligence that the situation in the southern continent was not so stable. But it was just a deduction. Changes of that level had nothing to do with him for the time being. Going to the Royal Academy to study now, and then advancing to the 7th level, and truly touching the threshold of the top extraordinary is the most important arrangement at present. I have to admit it. Although there are no machines in the southern continent, people rely on their feet and monster carriages to travel. But the travel efficiency of the top nobles is higher. Ji-sun and the more than 100 reserve knights followed Master Sack across the Void Rift, and then boarded the giant flying dragon carrying people, and crossed the continent all the way. The Royal Academy of Arel is not located in any of the three kingdoms, but in the southernmost part, near the Titan Mountains. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least several months to travel from the East Wilderness to the Royal Academy by land. But riding on a flying dragon, in just a few days, they had crossed the territories of the Red Dragon and Black Dragon kingdoms, and arrived at the southernmost tip of the Arel Empire. Ji-sun also felt very good about this flying experience. On this day, in the sky, 3 giant flying dragons were soaring in the sky. This is a giant pterosaur, a giant herbivorous subdragon with a body length of more than 100 meters, gentle in temperament, and capable of carrying a large load. This is also the most common large-scale long-distance means of transportation for the noble class in the southern continent. The flying dragon has the noble emblem of Duke Landon on it, so usually no blind bandits would have the idea of targeting it. Even if the monsters in the wilderness saw it, anyone with a little wisdom would not come to provoke such a noble team. So this team had a smooth journey before. Master Sack and the guard corps were on the leading flying dragon, and the magic light shield isolated a room like a cabin. The magic crystal cost of maintaining this magic array is very high, but it is not worth mentioning for the young master of the Duke's mansion. On the back of one of the two flying dragons behind, Ji-sun and dozens of other reserve knights were blown by the cold wind all the way. Many weak apprentices of the magic system even had snot hanging on their noses and red faces, looking sick. However, even so, the eyes of the young men on the dragon's back all showed their yearning for the Royal Academy of Arel, the top school that all card masters dream of. Not surprisingly, this is the most important turning point in the lives of most people. Suddenly, in the darkness far away, a blue light flickered. Someone immediately said excitedly, "Look, that's the Titan Mountain Watchtower. We're here, the foot of the mountain is the Royal Academy." Everyone got excited when they heard this. Ji-sun, who was meditating, also opened his eyes, and saw the blue star-like light flickering in the darkness. Gang Duoduo, a dwarf, stood up excitedly and said, "The chief said that the Royal Academy has the casting secrets left by our dwarf ancestors, and some legendary ancient forging tools. I have to see them this time." The young girl Zhuo was also full of yearning. "My dream is to become an official priest of the Holy See, so that our village will never have to pay taxes. But I heard that it is difficult. Only those who have successfully graduated from the Royal Academy are eligible to participate in this election. I heard that every year, no more than 30% of students can successfully graduate after 5 years of enrollment." After spending a few days together, Ji-sun and his teammates became very familiar with each other. Even the dark-skinned boy, they now know his name, David K. Kin. When Ji-sun heard this name for the first time, he felt that it was domineering. With this name and the top martial arts talent, as long as he doesn't die young, Ji-sun saw a strong destiny in his eyes. The southern continent is not full of dragons. There are also a large number of pure-blooded humans. After a long period of civilization development, the classes are naturally distinguished. At first, dragons were regarded by humans as mixed races that have intercourse with monsters, and they were lowly species that humans looked down upon. However, dragons are stronger than normal humans, and have better extraordinary talents, and they have a great advantage in the struggle. But as time went by, the number of Dragonborn increased, especially after the establishment of the Holy See serving the Dragon God. The Dragonborn gradually gained power. Later, Dragonborn rarely intermarried with humans and became a superior race. And pure-blooded humans completely became the bottom of society. David was a civilian born in a human village. Ji-sun also deduced his experience from the few words he told. 2 years ago, there was a war, and the village was destroyed by the noble army. He became an orphan. Later, he wandered until he met Gong Wu and learned some basic martial arts skills. Later, because of his good strength, he went to the Adventure Guild to make a living. In the end, there was a war again, and the team was wiped out. It was because of his excellent combat ability that he did not die. He was sold as a slave by the officers, and stayed in the arena for a while. Then it was bought by a noble, and after several twists and turns, it was finally bought by the Langdon family. Speaking of it, the hatred was because of the nobles, but it had nothing to do with the Langdon family. David became Master Sack's slave just like that. Just as he was thinking, the cheers of the young men on the dragon's back became louder and louder. It turned out that they had seen the majestic mountains. Ji-sun also looked up, and was immediately shocked by the mountains. Is this the Titan Mountains? This is the tallest mountain range he has ever seen, rolling and undulating, with no end in sight. And there are clouds on the snow line, as if there is an endless starry sky on the top of the mountain. You have to know that this is a cave world, and the space here is a bit ridiculous. The caves on the southern continent are obviously different from those in the eastern wilderness. Ji-sun said to himself. He had seen the map before. From the Titan Mountains to the south, there is the endless monster forest. Like ancient battlefield of the gods, misty abyss, gate of hell, lost ancient city of Atria, these dangerous places that have long been heard of are all in the endless forest behind the mountains. Griffith once said that she had encountered a mythical creature and returned severely injured in the depths of the demon forest. It is said that Emperor Lannister also fell in a crack somewhere. This is a place full of mystery. It is also a treasure land that countless adventurers flock to. The Royal Academy of Arel is located right behind a pass in the Titan Mountains, and its location is very special. It is said that going to the monster forest for adventure is a compulsory subject for the students of the academy every year. I saw the majestic mountains, but it is actually still far away from the Royal Academy. However, just as everyone was cheering, something strange happened. Without any warning, a sound of breaking wind was heard. Whoosh! 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 3 sharp spears instantly pierced the dragon's body, and blood splashed in front of the boys. The magic lamp on the dragon's back illuminated the panicked faces. At the same time, everyone felt a strong sense of weightlessness. The 3-headed pterosaur flapped its wings and fell from the sky, and the people and goods on its back also fell freely. In the distance, the guards of Duke Landon's family also reacted immediately and shouted, "Enemy attack! Damn, it's bandits!" Almost at the same time, several high-level card masters who were accompanying and protecting young Master Sack started fighting with the master, who suddenly appeared in the forest. It seems that they encountered bandits. However, when Ji-sun, who was falling, saw the attack for the first time, he muttered in his heart, "Entrance test." Although the perception ability of the clone is only at the level of a card master, his mentality is as stable as ever. Not to mention whether there were blind bandits not far from the Royal Academy, and the inexplicable dragon-splitting crossbow, even the fights of those high-level card masters just now, the performance traces, were too stiff in the eyes of a professional actor. You are a personal guard, but you didn't protect your young master, and you ran to fight the bandits at the first time? And the height of the flying dragon is also very subtle, not too high or too low, a height that you will not be killed if you make some preparations. Obviously, this is a drill that was expected in advance. Before coming here, Ji-sun had heard that it was not so easy to get into the Royal Academy, and there were often some strange screening tests before admission. But the content of the test was different every year, and it was highly confidential, so the students would not know it in advance. Now it seems that this year's test subject is the bandit test. But Ji-sun could see that, so he did not dare to be careless. This kind of test has a real death indicator. In other words, if he was not careful, his clone would really die. With the thought, Ji-sun took out a card, Feather Fall Technique, and blessed it, and his body instantly changed from uncontrolled free fall to slow descent. This card is a basic card that everyone who rides a flying dragon is equipped with. Even if it is a melee card, as long as there is a little spell power, it can be activated. The only point of the test is the ability to respond. Now it is not in the Duke's mansion. Ji-sun knows that it is a test, so of course he has to perform better. However, he can see at a glance that this is a drill. But those young reserve knights do not have this calm mentality, nor do they have such a sophisticated life experience. They are still in a daze. His eyes were full of panic, as if he didn't understand what was happening. When Ji-sun took out the card, he also shouted to his panicked teammates, "Use Feather Fall." At this time, Sari, Gale, and Zhuosha reacted and also took out the card to activate the spell, and their bodies froze for a moment. The Dwarf Gang Duo reacted the slowest, but because of the reminder, he also activated the card at a safe distance. Only David ignored Ji-sun's intention. After being panicked for a moment after being attacked, this guy regained his indifferent face, and then the spell power surged all over his body, and a visible air wave lingered on his feet. It was as if he was stepping on cotton, and his falling trend was obviously stagnant. After a few steps in the air, the free fall was controlled. Others used cards to save their lives in a panic, but this guy walked in the air. Although his skills were still immature in Ji-sun's eyes, he was already outstanding among the young men. Seeing this, Ji-sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and sighed again in his heart. Controlling chi? This kid's talent is really outrageous. This arrogant and showy look is exactly like Gongwu when he was young. At the same time, looking at the young men floating in the air like dandelion seeds, somewhere in the forest, 2 people wearing the robes of the Royal Academy tutors were observing carefully and recording something from time to time. Oh, that Qigong boy is very talented. I originally came to see the young Master Sack of the Langdon family, but I didn't expect that a family servant would be so eye-catching. Not bad. His crisis responsibility and chi control proficiency are both excellent. He is a good seedling. There are a few others who are also good. Being able to react so quickly and use the Feather Fall card, the crisis intuition and temporary change ability can also be considered a level. As Ji-sun expected, this was an entrance test. The instructors of the academy notified the accompanying guards of the Langdon family in advance, and then began the surprise trial. The final achievement of the extraordinary path is not only based on talent. Most of the time, such as bravery, wisdom, and crisis intuition, can be seen from the beginning. This trial is the first lesson for students to come to the Royal Academy. It is also the most important basis for the college mentors to select students and allocate resources. The Royal College will not cultivate waste. It is not only about status and family background that can enter, but also the potential in the future. But this is just the beginning of the trial. The main course is behind. From the attack to using the card to save life, there are only a few seconds. If it is too late, the falling speed is fast enough. Even if the feather fall technique is used, it will be too late. If you fall to the ground at that speed, even if you don't die, you will probably fall hard. Just like now. Before Ji-sun and his companions landed on the ground, several muffled sounds came from the ground. Several unlucky guys who used their cards too late had a close contact with the ground. They probably broke their legs and wailed. However, before the boys could figure out what happened, they were reborn unexpectedly. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, another dense sound of breaking wind came, and crossbow arrows with magic inscriptions on the arrows rained down like raindrops. This spell crossbow is as powerful as a bullet, and it can cause fatal damage to this group of card master apprentices. In midair, Ji-sun had already carefully observed the situation in the forest. When the rain of arrows came, he decisively gave up the feather fall technique, force-free fall, rolled to release the force, and hid behind a big tree. Seeing him do this, several teammates did the same. Gale is an assassin and landed swiftly. Shuasha and Seili are both magicians, which is a bit embarrassing, but they also landed safely. Gang Duo has thick skin and flesh, and even after being shot by an arrow, he was completely fine and landed with a thud. The dark-skinned teenager David landed on a tree branch, like a lurking cheetah, already in combat mode. The six-man team hid under the tree and observed the situation of the guy shooting arrows from a distance. Gang Duo was hit by an arrow on his buttocks. Although there was no bleeding, the skin was broken. He pulled out the arrow and complained, "Damn it, how could we encounter bandits?" After the crisis, reason returned. At this time, the teammates gradually reacted. Gale, who rarely spoke, disappeared into the darkness. He had obviously guessed something and said, "It may not be an attack, but an entrance test." After hearing this, everyone finally understood. But they also knew what the entrance test meant. Sister Zhuozha looked at the seriously injured people in the distance and said solemnly, "Even in the entrance test, there are death quotas. That is to say, if we can't solve these troubles, no one will care if we die here." Lizard Mage Sari complained, "What on earth do the college instructors think this year? The entrance exam is so intense, I'm afraid many people will die this time." When everyone heard this, they all put away their previous relaxed expressions, as if they were thinking about how to break the deadlock. However, the dwarf gang Duo seemed to be a little bit stupid, and didn't pay any attention to the danger at all. He rubbed his butt, thought of something, and turned his head and said, "Ah, thanks to Brother Su Luan. If you hadn't reminded us, we would have suffered a great loss. Speaking of which, you reacted really quickly." Ji-sun smiled, "Some practical skills that my father taught me before." Everyone understood after hearing this. They knew Ji-sun's identity. It was normal for a person from a knight family to have stronger combat ability than ordinary people. But besides Ji-sun, there was another guy who performed more eye-catchingly. That was David on the tree branch above. The people in the team were all good in character, and had no class concept at this age. After a few days of getting along, the dark-skinned boy also accepted the fact that there were 5 teammates. At this time, David, who had been observing for a long time, came to the conclusion and said, "There are at least 8 enemies hiding in the forest. It seems that they are at least formal card masters." Although his tone was as cold as ever, this information also gave his teammates a crucial reminder. Formal card master? Gang Duo and the others looked solemn. This means that the other party really has the ability to kill their group of apprentices. Ji-sun was not surprised at all. His current body's observation ability is not so sharp, but he can guess that although the attacker is a formal card master, he should be weak. And he will not act in groups. In total, it was about 10 to 1. In other words, if this group of apprentices formed a team, they would have a chance to fight back. After a little analysis, the teammates also understood the general situation. Although their team was a strange combination, they were still very strong. The means of just the 6 of them were enough to kill some formal card masters. Shuasha asked, "What should we do now?" Lizard Mage Sari said, "Since it is a trial, our performance will definitely be related to the admission evaluation. I mean to protect the young master." Yes. Everyone knows that the trial is only one of them. They are retainers, and protecting their young master is the most important thing, and it is also the choice that maximizes benefits. After making the decision, several people immediately approached the place where young Master Sak landed. However, no one expected that at this moment, somewhere in the forest, 2 cloaked masters saw. TSK, the boss is really a good idea to let us sneak into the trial of the Royal Academy. Otherwise, if you want to snatch the treasure from the young master of the Duke of Landon, even if the boss comes in person, it may not be possible. Don't be careless. I heard that the boy is quite powerful. After the transformation, he has the combat power of a formal card master. Let's make a quick decision. Kill the man, take the things and run away quickly. Okay. But then again, who do you think is the employer of our mission this time, Lao Mo, who dares to target the Landon family? Who knows? We don't know the intrigues among those nobles. Just take the money and do the job. Chapter 448. After a brief discussion, the 6 members of Ji-sun's team moved closer to the place where they saw young Master Sak landed. Not only did they want to perform well, but more importantly, they also wanted to make the best choice to pass the trial. This kind of entrance trial has a death quota, and following the strongest team will increase the chance of survival. And the guards around young Master Sak were originally the strongest. The light in the forest was dim, and only some luminous plants illuminated the general outline of the environment. This environment is very suitable for assassins to sneak. But for most other people, vision is very limited. The blurred vision gives people an indescribable sense of unknown terror. This is extremely restrictive for these young knights, who rarely experience life and death adventures. Sister Juosha obviously has no practical experience at all. She happens to be good at light spells. Just when she wanted to cast a spell to illuminate the environment, she was stopped by David on the tree branch and reminded, "Don't use light sources. That will only make you a sitting duck." Although David was about the same age as everyone else, he had participated in adventure groups and wars, and had more practical experience than the others combined. Coincidentally, just as he finished speaking, he saw a light source somewhere in the forest flash and disappear, accompanied by a scream and a panicked curse. "Oh damn it! Theodore was shot, the enemy is at 9 o'clock. It was obvious that the unlucky guy named Theodore had just exposed his position by lighting up, and was immediately shot by the bandit with a spell crossbow. This is a painful lesson that the Academy has taught the new students with blood. The movement not far away also made Juosha very scared, and she quickly apologized to several teammates. "Sorry, I didn't know." David didn't mind at all, staring sharply at the depths of the forest, and then said, "Without light, not only are we limited, but the bandits are also the same. If it is a trial, even if they are formal card masters, their strength will not be much stronger than our team. The only thing we have to be careful of is the trap." The team has become familiar with each other after communicating for a few days. Everyone knows that although this dark-skinned boy has a cold tone, he is not a bad person. Gang Duo and others also thought it made sense and nodded in agreement. Someone started to talk about these basic common sense of actual combat, which saved Ji-sun a lot of words. Although the plan is a bit simple, it has basically thought of everything that can be thought of. He has been getting along well with the new teammates these days, and he also thinks it is better for these people to survive. I don't know if the Academy is trying to increase the difficulty, but the forest is soon filled with a thick fog of war. Not only was the vision completely limited, but even the direction of the sound could not be distinguished. Of course, no one dared to make a loud noise in the forest. If the trace was exposed, there would be a burst of crossbow arrows breaking through the wind and heading in that direction. There was only the rustling sound of the wind blowing the leaves in the forest, which made people's backs cold. In this way, the 6 members of the team continued to move forward. Because they had to be on guard against the bandits and traps hidden in the dark, they walked very slowly. The qualifications of the more than 100 reserve knights were selected from 100, and many of them had actual combat experience. They quickly adapted to the rhythm of the trial. There were still some sounds of fighting in the forest from time to time, and it seemed that they were fighting with the bandits. Although Ji-sun showed due caution, he had no worries at all. Since it was confirmed that this was an entrance examination, the risks could be estimated. As long as there were no major accidents, their team would basically be safe. With Ji-sun and David, who was much stronger than ordinary card players, there would be basically no accidents. Besides, the dwarf gang Duo and the lizard wizard Sari were also very strong, and there was no reason for them to die here. But gradually Ji-sun found that things seemed to be different from what he expected. The fighting in the forest was not as intense as expected. In this case, either the two sides of the trial did not meet, or the bandits were much stronger than these new students, so they were killed silently. Strange. Why is there no fighting? Ji-sun was also a little confused. Logically speaking, neither possibility should happen. The normal trial scenario should be that the new students unite as one, and then find those bandits and defeat them one by one. Although there may be some casualties, they can still pass the trial steadily overall. The college instructors hiding in the dark will also give evaluations based on the performance of these people. However, why is there no movement? Su Luan. The perception ability of this clone is at the level of a normal card player, and his vision and hearing are also limited. The fog of war also limited his perception to a range of less than 10 meters. However, Ji-sun soon discovered that there was a big problem with this trial. The six-man team did not walk fast, but they also groped carefully and approached the place where young Master Sak was suspected to have landed before. However, the lizard mage Sari suddenly discovered something. His expression changed and warned, "Be careful, there is a smell of blood ahead." Although the fog of war interfered with the sense of smell, the lizard clan's superb sense of smell talent is innate in their blood. His sense of smell is more acute than that of canine monsters. He also discovered the abnormality earlier than others. Smell of blood? Corpses? Everyone heard the warning and approached carefully. Knowing that they were very close, they saw two corpses wearing chain mail on the ground. When Ji-sun saw this, his pupil shrank suddenly, and a bad premonition came to his heart. Even from a distance, he smelled the scent of conspiracy. Everyone carefully checked the surroundings, and found no traps before approaching. Gale walked to the corpses, turned over the faces of the two corpses, and said solemnly, "It's Benson and Bach, they are the guards around Master Sak." Ji-sun had already discovered it. Seeing the two people's attire, he actually recognized who they were. This Benson and Bach are different from these reserve knights recruited from outside. Their fathers, and even grandfathers, are knights of the Duke of Landon's family. So they directly became the guards of Master Sak. Similarly, this kind of loyal guards, who have been trained with a lot of money since childhood, are much stronger in equipment and combat effectiveness than those of the same level. But now, the two are dead. The death was very strange. When they saw the two bodies, everyone in the team felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, they could kill these two elites, and they could also kill them. Gale herself is an assassin. She looked at the wounds and immediately said, "The wounds are all on the neck. This is the throat-slitting dagger skill of the assassin card master." David also looked at the body and analyzed solemnly, "The blade is poisoned, and one hit will kill. The opponent is very strong, and should have used a soundproof barrier. We didn't notice it before." At this point, he hesitated for a moment, as if he doubted his judgment. Ji-sun knew what he was doubting. Because judging from the wound, the strength of the assassin was completely beyond the level that an apprentice could accurately judge. Ji-sun's clone was an apprentice, but his vision was not. The moment he saw the wound, he figured out more clues that others could not see. The wound is from bottom to top, and the person who suddenly attacked should be lurking in the tree trunk at this moment. He is about 1.7 meters tall and left-handed. The wound is dark red and has a corrosive smell. There is a 90% chance that it is violet paralysis toxin. The refining technique is not very sophisticated. It looks like a civilian product that is only circulated in the black market. Is it really a bandit? One clue alone cannot determine anything. But with multiple clues, Ji-sun can completely restore the appearance, strength, moves, and even the origin of the assassin in his mind. But this is what makes him strange. No matter how you look at it, the one who did it is an assassin from a wild way. Although his killing skills are not sophisticated, his actions are extremely experienced and decisive. At first glance, he is a fierce bandit who often kills people. Therefore, Ji-sun was certain that the perpetrator must be a desperate criminal like a real mountain bandit. How could such a person be allowed to participate in the college's trial? And the bigger doubt was that no matter what the murderer was, one thing that was certain was that he was definitely not a first-level assassin. A second-level assassin? Ji-sun immediately realized that something was wrong. If it was a college trial, how could a second-level assassin appear? Normally, the first level was enough for these reserve knights to be busy. Even if the strongest Sak has the combat power of a first-level card master, he will basically die if he really fights against a second-level one. But the fact is that the mysterious man in the forest really killed the two guards around Sak. This means that the assassin was not arranged by the academy at all. No! Someone wanted to kill Sak by taking advantage of the academy entrance test. Ji-sun's thoughts raced in his mind, and he deduced the most reasonable explanation in an instant. No wonder there are always high-level card master guards around Sak. Only after the academy test, when those guards were sent away, did he have the opportunity to take action. It is likely that the assassins were hired to kill. They are also cannon fodder. They should be professional killers on the black market, or gangsters. The news must have leaked from the Royal Academy to know the trial plan of the new students so well. And someone must cooperate. That is to say, there is probably an insider among the instructors of this trial assessment. This is a strict plan that is linked together. Before it is exposed, it is difficult for people to see the truth. But Ji-sun's current I am the world realm is already very high. After just seeing the corpse, he has already deduced the whole story in his mind. But this kind of assassination was nothing strange to him. The plan was not very sophisticated, and was not worth pondering. Anyway, it was not aimed at him, so Ji-sun did not need to worry. However, the problem was that young Master Sak was the key to his admission to the Royal Academy this time. If this guy was really assassinated during the trial, they, the group of reserve knights, would most likely be implicated. Not to mention that they would most likely be buried with him, or demoted to slaves. There was no hope for him to go to school. Oh, it's very troublesome. Thinking of this, Ji-sun frowned. If it was the second level at this moment, it would be difficult to solve the problem even if the clone wanted to help with the current strength. But he couldn't let Sak die. Otherwise, if he wanted to create a new identity to enroll, it would be too late. Thinking of this, Ji-sun thought to himself, but then again, why did the guy behind the scenes hire someone to assassinate Sak? In the Lord centralized system of the southern continent, the crime of assassinating a high-ranking noble is to confiscate the family and exterminate the clan. Even the political enemies of Duke Langdon would never do such a despicable thing as to kill the younger generation of the family. Personal vendetta? To dare to take action in the Royal Academy, and to have such great power, it is not just a personal vendetta. Thinking of this, Ji-sun finally became interested. There are only 3 motives for killing: hatred, political purpose, and treasure. Excluding the first 2, then what is the most likely reason for Sak? Ji-sun's deduction led to this most likely reason. However, there are still some broken causal lines in the deduction. This makes him feel that the conspiracy behind this assassination is far more than this. But no matter what it is, since he doesn't plan to watch Sak die, he will definitely go and see. What should we do now? The other 5 people in the team have not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. They looked at the corpse still bleeding warmly, and their expressions were very solemn. Even Master Sak's guards are dead, and the Master may also be in danger. We are the reserve knights of the Duke's mansion, and we must go and take a look. Yes. The assassin is very strong. Everyone be careful. After a brief discussion, everyone decided to chase and reinforce immediately. Although they did not think that the trial of the Academy would be a fatal crisis for Master Sak. But even if they encountered ordinary dangers, they, the group of contract knights, could not retreat. This was the treaty in the emergency loyalty contract. Everyone had been planning to continue to meet with Sak's team, which saved Ji-sun the effort of explaining. However, he knew clearly that this situation was definitely not something that these apprentices could solve. As he walked, he came to the end of the team. All 5 teammates were in sight, and Ji-sun quietly fell behind the team. Then, without anyone noticing, he took out a very ordinary spell book. He opened it, and tore off 4 specific pages, and glued them together. This was not ordinary paper, but enchanted parchment disguised as book pages. At this moment, those unrelated handwritings were magically spliced into a mysterious spell formation. This was the simple space teleportation array he had hidden with him before. Ji-sun knew that he could not handle the situation by himself, so he could only summon his main body. Besides, he was near the academy now, so his main body could come over. After the splicing was completed, Ji-sun quietly hid the spiritual array in an inconspicuous tree hole. Although the assassins blocked the sound transmission, and used the fog of war to cover the vision. But the traces of the battle in the forest could not be concealed. Ji-sun's 6-member team walked all the way here. They looked at the traces of the fierce battlefield and felt that things were getting worse. When they encountered the corpse again, and looked at the messy battlefield, the 6 people instantly realized that something was wrong. The cruelty of the battlefield was far beyond their expectations. Why is the battle so fierce? What kind of trial did the Academy organize? This burn mark can be caused by the ultimate level spell card Earth Dragon Breath, and more than one card was used. And these 2 corpses are also the guards around the young master. This is the young master's thundercut. He seems to be fighting desperately. Seeing the scene in front of them, David, Gang Duo, and the others looked very ugly. At this moment, even the most stupid people knew that this fierce battle was no longer a simple trial. Ji-sun also looked a little stern. Even if there were no guards around him, Sak, as the young master of the Duke's family, had many life-saving methods on himself and his guards. A first-level ultimate card, this is almost a life-saving spell that card players dare to use when they are desperate. After all, the probability of being backfired when using this ultimate spell across borders is also very high, which is almost a gamble with life. At least a dozen cards were used. This means that someone gambled their lives more than a dozen times. It can be seen that the fight was really fierce. Moreover, such a big commotion could be hidden from the card players, but it was impossible to hide it from the nearby college instructors. This means that the college instructors also took action. The situation is not good. The simple teleportation array still needs some time to charge, and Ji-sun doesn't know if the main body can get here in time. Seeing this scene, the assassin Gale's expression changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, "Not good, the young master may really be in danger." As she said this, she had no intention of negotiating at all, and said, "Hurry, let's hurry over." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Gale's behavior was a bit abnormal. But Ji-sun was not surprised at all. In fact, she had discovered a long time ago that this assassin Gale was most likely a spy planted in the team by the Duke's mansion. It seemed that there was absolute trust in these reserve knights, who signed the contract, but in fact there were some hidden arrangements. But it was too late to say anything at this time. Everyone knew that if Master Sack was really killed, their fate would inevitably be death. Sully, Gang Duo, Shuasha and Ji-sun looked at each other and nodded seriously. Even David didn't say anything. As soon as the voice fell, the 6 people rushed towards the traces of the battle without hesitation. They didn't care about any traps and chased at full speed all the way. This decisive decision also made them hear the sound of the battle soon. But along the way, they also encountered more corpses. Not only did they think of this problem, but other reserve knight teams also thought of it. But the result of chasing after them to protect their young master was that they became corpses in the forest. These apprentices had little ability to resist the bandits, at least one of whom was a second-level assassin. Ji-sun ran all the way and observed the wounds on the corpses. He had already come to the conclusion that there were at least 3 enemies who attacked, 2 second-level and 1 first-level assassins. It was indeed very tricky. But the young Master Sane was not dead yet, which was slightly beyond his expectations. Does he really have a treasure on him? Ji-sun murmured in his heart. He is not dead yet, so this is the only possible outcome. He became more and more curious about what the treasure was that could save Sack's life. Quick, dispel the fog. Ji-sun and his 6 companions ran all the way, and soon found that the sound of the battle was very close. Now there was no need to worry about being exposed. Lizard Mage Sari used purification all the way to dispel the fog around. In a blink of an eye, they heard several sounds of fierce fighting in the distance. Ji-sun saw the figure flashing with lightning and felt relieved. It's good that he's not dead. Seeing this, he decisively shouted at the top of his voice, "Master, we are the knights of the 16th team." This shout was not just to show off loyalty. The real purpose was to distinguish between the enemy and us, so as not to be accidentally injured by Sack and the guards. In addition, the more important purpose was to attract the enemy's attention. Only by reducing the pressure over there can Master Sack survive. Sure enough, this shout boosted the morale of Sack and his team on the opposite side, and immediately attracted the enemy's attention. "Hey, here come some more people who are going to die." As if hearing a contemptuous laugh, a disdainful voice came from the void. Ji-sun didn't sense where the enemy was, but used a shock explosion card without hesitation. With a bang, the air wave exploded in front of him. Gang Duo and the others were still wondering, is this Su Luan stupid blowing himself up? However, before they could figure out what happened, a transparent shadow appeared in the explosion, and they were greatly surprised. Huh? It seemed as if the assassin was surprised. How did he get discovered? Ji-sun's clone didn't have the ability to discover it. Instead, his shout just now exposed his position and his identity as the team's backbone. And he was wearing a magic outfit. If he were an assassin, he would definitely kill the squishy first. So he predicted that the enemy would kill him first, so he used the shock explosion card. This card is not very powerful, but it can cause a large-scale impact around. It is completely enough to deal with this kind of elementary stealth technique. Seeing the transparent sound and shadow appear, Gang Duo and the others suddenly realized what was going on. While they were shocked by Ji-sun's extreme reaction, they all shouted, "It's an assassin! Use the developing powder quickly!" The most dangerous time at this moment is before they are exposed. Now that they have appeared, the threat has been reduced by half. In an instant, the developing powder was all over the ground. Wherever the assassin landed, he would be discovered. The dwarf Gang Duo was not afraid at all. He held a small round shield in his hand, and launched the martial arts charge towards the phantom. After all, there was a big difference in rank. Although the assassin was forced out of position by the explosion, he twisted his body and avoided this reckless straight charge. However, because of this evasive action, the trajectory of the body has been predicted. As soon as he landed, Several green vines on the ground grew out rapidly and entangled him. Damn it! The assassin cursed secretly as he watched his feet being entangled by the vines, and swung the dagger to cut the vines like lightning. But this action made his body stiff again. At this time, a dagger had already gone to his neck. It was the assassin Gale in the team who made the move. However, looking at this assassination technique full of flaws, the assassin did not feel threatened at all. He sneered and blocked the dagger of this colleague, who was one level lower than him. Then he used a knife to tendon, leaving a blood line on Gale's wrist. Gale groaned and instantly realized the horror of death. It was at this encounter that this first-level assassin resolved the joint attack of 4 people in the team. Originally, he could kill Gale next to him with another slash, and then he could kill 3 more magicians, and the battle would be over. But at this moment, the assassin never expected that he would suddenly hear the sound of paws stepping into the air. Before he could figure out what happened, he saw a dark-skinned boy rushing towards him in the blind spot just now. He wanted to dodge, but his tendons were cut. Gale gritted his teeth, turned over and kicked his knee with a broken knee. The assassin's previous actions had already pushed his body to the limit, and now he could only dodge. Thinking that if his knees were injured, it might affect his body movements, he decisively chose to dodge and resist the dark-skinned boy. Bang! At the moment of decision, his fist had already hit the assassin's back steadily. There was only a muffled sound of a sandbag, and a strange after-effect poured into the body from the fist. The assassin's expression froze instantly, and then his teeth were about to crack. How is it possible? He stared with bloodshot eyes, as if he couldn't believe that the apprentice's punch was so terrifying. The huge force was still pouring into his internal organs, and the assassin had no time to retract the dagger that Gale, who he originally wanted to kill, was holding back, and his body was unloaded and flew backwards. With another bang, the assassin hit the tree several meters away heavily, and couldn't help Poochie, spouting blood. At the same time, he looked at the dark-skinned boy with an unbelievable face. This punch not only shocked the assassin, but also Gang Duo and other teammates. This guy punched a first-level card master away. Normally, a first-level card master has the power of spells to protect him, so it is difficult for the card apprentice to cause effective damage. But in the scene before his eyes, David's punch was really good and made his opponent spit blood. Sack and the guards glanced at this side, and were also surprised. 2 reinforcement teams came before, but they were killed by these well-prepared professions. They didn't have time to remind them just now, and they thought that this 16th team would repeat the same mistake. However, they didn't expect that these 6 people cooperated and actually severely damaged the professional assassin. Not far away, only Ji-sun was not surprised. It is indeed difficult for ordinary Qigong masters to hurt a first-level assassin in one encounter, but Ba Quan is different. Just now, David used Ba Quan to activate DG Bung and directly poured power into the opponent's body, so it was expected that the assassin would be seriously injured. However, looking at that punch, Ji-sun also praised in his eyes, this guy's martial arts talent is really amazing. You know, he has been secretly observing David's boxing process these days. But before, he definitely didn't have the strength of the punch just now. The punch just now was obviously a breakthrough before the battle, which produced an unexpected effect. With such comprehension and talent, it is no wonder that Gong Wu can teach real skills. However, the reality is that there is no time for everyone to think too much. David has stepped on the ground again, making an air explosion, and rushed forward. Ji-sun deduced the scene in advance. Originally, he could have made a move in advance according to the prediction, but he deliberately hesitated for a moment, and then released the card in his hand black oil technique. The assassin's blood was boiling, and he didn't calm down. Seeing the black-skinned boy rushing towards him, he didn't care about his injuries and wanted to avoid it. However, he did not expect that when he kicked the ground, a pool of black asphalt-like mucus suddenly appeared under his feet. At the moment when his body was unstable, David's fist as big as a sandbag had hit his forehead. Bang! This punch was solid. Ba Quan's skill of suppressing people made Ivan not lose to the first-level assassin at all. After 2 successful sneak attacks, he punched down again and again. On the other side, the dwarf gang Duo also rushed up with a shield axe. Ji-sun and Se-li, 2 magic systems, were long-range restraint. Although it was not a tacit understanding, the 4-on-1 situation completely suppressed the assassin and left him no room to fight back. The battle between low-level card masters was not a battle that lasted for 300 rounds. If there was a fatal mistake, it would be over. In the end, the thick-skinned dwarf gang Duo ignored the risk and forcibly controlled the enemy after being hit by 2 daggers. David punched the opponent's neck several times again, and heard the sound of bone cracking. He died on the spot. The first cooperation of the six-man team killed a high-level enemy. Everyone exhaled a long breath. This scene happened to be seen by Master Sack, who was fighting fiercely in the distance, and he was also surprised. He was surprised that there was such a talent among his reserve knights. He was also happy that there were finally reinforcements to share some of his pressure. Ji-sun, who had not performed very well from beginning to end, did not look at the dead first-level assassin. In the eyes of others, the assassin had just died a second ago. However, in Ji-sun's eyes, the guy was dead from the moment he shouted. In his eyes, there was nothing surprising in this level of battle. Compared to some inferior assassins, Ji-sun was more interested in other things. He glanced at the golden card floating in the hand of Master Sack, and narrowed his eyes. Curse God card spade 4. Hey, this guy actually has the Great Emperor's relic in his hand. No wonder. It was precisely because of this Great Emperor's relic that Sack survived to this day. Chapter 449. Ji-sun had heard from Catalina that the Great Emperor's relics had appeared in the southern continent. Because the news first came from the Adventurers' Chamber of Commerce, he originally thought that it was most likely a misunderstanding. After all, there have been countless times in history when some similar ancient relics were hyped up as the Great Emperor's relics by merchants with ulterior motives, which could be sold as a gimmick, or some imitations with similar functions. But the real relics of Emperor Lanlingster have almost never appeared among the people. Even if there are, they should be in the mausoleum of Augustus, not anywhere else. However, when Ji-sun was asking for information in Leilong City, he found that this seemed to be true. The relic that appeared at present was the set of 52 Battle Curse God cards of Emperor Lanlingster. It is said that a spade 4 appeared in the auction catalog of the Rainbow Chamber of Commerce auction house. However, it was inexplicably removed from the shelves before the official auction. It seems that a powerful nobleman used his connections in advance and bought it privately. Or it may be another gimmick of the Chamber of Commerce. However, looking at the dark gold card with flashing lightning floating in the palm of young Master Sack, Ji-sun immediately realized that the news was true. It was really the relic of the Great Emperor that appeared in the world. Otherwise, that guy would not have survived until now under the siege of 2 second-level assassins. Crackle. Crackle. Crackle, lightning flashed and crackled. When Ji-sun and 6 others surrounded and killed the first-level assassin, who was on guard for the loser to clear the field, the battle on the other side did not stop. Young Master Sack retreated and fought under the protection of 4 guards in purple armor. The other guards had long since become corpses, and the remaining 4 were obviously the elite among the elite. The 4 were also reserve knights, who accompanied the students to study, and had not yet officially advanced. They were able to survive entirely because of the heavy armor of the dragon cavalry that was obviously passed down from their family. It was also thanks to the amazing natural strength of the Dragonborn. Otherwise, ordinary card players wearing such heavy armor would have difficulty moving, let alone fighting. Every step they took would leave deep footprints on the ground. The heavy armor blocked the sharp daggers of the 2 assassins, so that they did not die on the spot. But they were still alive, and the heavy equipment made it difficult for them to reinforce Sack in time. The young master was able to survive only by himself. At this moment, Sack had transformed into a half-dragon, half-human state, with sharp vertical pupils, a layer of lavender dragon scales covering his skin, and lightning flashing all over his body. In his hand, the dark gold card also appeared with a hexagram magic circle engraved with various spells such as Thunder, Move, and Dodge. Every time this card was activated, Sack turned into thunder and flashed dozens of meters away. He relied on his strange and flexible body movements to hold on until now under the joint attack of 2 assassins. This almost teleportation displacement ability is useless even for the assassin's high agility. Just when Ji-sun and 6 others killed the first-level assassin, Sack turned into lightning and teleported twice in succession, narrowly avoiding the killing move. It was because of this scene that Ji-sun was sure that the dark gold card was a treasure. He also saw the doorway and thought to himself, the solidified thunder shadow instant body, the low-level instant body secret that is said to be more scarce than supernatural powers. The foundation of the Landon family is indeed extraordinary. TSK, the assassin probably didn't expect that the proud descendants of the Landon family would actually engrave an escape spell instead of an attack method. This is indeed inconsistent with Sack's arrogant and conceited personality. He thought that this spell might have been engraved by this young master. However, no matter how rare the spell Thunder Shadow Instant Body is, it is only a low-level spell after all. What Ji-sun cares more about is the outrageous infinite spell effect of the dark card. Normal spell cards are one-time. By engraving the spell on a special carrier in advance, the effect of infusing the spell power can be released in a short time. The engraved spell and the card itself are like the gunpowder and projectile of a bullet. Once fired, the structure is completely destroyed. However, the dark gold card in front of him showed no signs of disintegration. Young Master Sack used this card to continuously cast Thunder Shadow Instant, as if a pistol had an infinite magazine of bullets. This function is exactly the same as the legendary Curse God card of Emperor Landlingster. Unlimited use. It is said that the set of 52 magical spell cards can be engraved with any spell, even divine spells. For a card to be able to cast spells instantly, it is not only necessary to engrave the spell, but also to store energy. There is an upper limit to the energy that the carrier of the card can bear, which is also one of the most important indicators to distinguish the grade of spell cards. Being able to carry spells of divine spell level means that the legendary spell god card has an extremely high upper limit of energy storage. It is so high that Ji-sun cannot imagine it at present. And the spells engraved on the legendary Emperor's spell god card are permanent. As long as the spells are not actively replaced, they will always exist. In theory, as long as there is enough energy in the card, the engraved spells can be used infinitely. Rakeage Instant, after all, it is only a first-level spell, and the energy consumed is probably 1/1000th of that of divine spells. In other words, it is like using an entire hydroelectric power station to power a light bulb. The material of the card determines that it will not collapse, and the energy is sufficient. In theory, the first-level spell in that dark gold card can be used infinitely. Of course, this is theory. It is also fortunate that Master Sack is a descendant of the Thunder Dragon, and his body has a strong affinity with the element of thunder. If it were an ordinary human, using this ultimate spell at such a high frequency would have been burned by electricity. However, Ji-sun estimated that Sack's body would not be able to sustain such a high-intensity spell for long. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Ji-sun took a look at Sack's condition, and knew that this guy would not die for the time being. Instead, he observed the color of the dragon scales on Sack's body, and was slightly surprised. But then again, Sack's Thunder Dragon bloodline is purer than what is circulated in the outside world. Ta-Tu already has such a high affinity for thunder elements. Is he a pure-blooded dragon? Ji-sun had previously studied the inheritance of the noble class in the southern continent. Whether it was the Three Kingdoms or other nobles, they were indeed inherited through blood. However, there were many descendants of the dragon family, and not everyone was qualified to inherit the title. So generally speaking, only the strongest were qualified. And for the dragon family, the purer the dragon blood in their bloodline, the better their talent was. Generally speaking, if they did not fall behind in their cultivation, they would eventually become very strong. This was also the reason why most of the top strong men in the southern continent were in the noble class. Blood purity basically determines the right of inheritance. And now that Ji-sun saw Sack fighting, he realized that the blood purity of this young master was very, very high. This is very different from the previous intelligence that said Duke Landon's mediocre grandson. So, this may also be the reason why someone wants to hire someone to kill him. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, and had already deduced a high probability possibility, hiring someone to kill someone within the family. I have seen the bloody process of Katarina's rise to power in the Lionheart family in the East Wilderness before, and the competition between the heirs of the aristocratic centralized system in the southern continent is even more intense. There is nothing strange about this. Ji-sun is not interested in any family infighting. But this young Master Sack cannot die here. Thinking of this, Ji-sun raised his arm and shouted, "Protect the young master." It would be fine if they didn't come before. If Sack was killed, they would most likely be demoted to slaves. Now they are on the battlefield. If they watch their young master being killed, even if they survive, they will definitely be liquidated later. So they must fight. And even if they don't shout this, the assassins on the opposite side will definitely not sit idly by when they see 6 people killing their companions. They will definitely clean up these annoying apprentices. Ji-sun shouted, and several teammates including David Gang and Duo looked at each other. Everyone's expression twitched inexplicably. Killing a first-level assassin was already the limit of 6 people. They didn't have the Dragon Warrior armor that could block the penetration and cutting of the second-level assassin. If they really faced each other, the expected result would be 1 knife per kill. But even if they knew they would die, they didn't mean to retreat. The loyalty contract cannot be violated. As soon as they gritted their teeth, they were ready to die. Even though Gale's tendons were cut, and he was being treated urgently by Sister Shah, he didn't care about his injuries, and picked up the dagger with his left hand. Ji-sun didn't mean to betray his teammates. The decision he made was the best choice for them. Deserters must die. It's better to fight, and there is still a glimmer of hope. The 6 people hurriedly chased in the direction of the fierce battle. It was strange to say that the dwarf gang duo, who looked silly on weekdays, ran like a clumsy brown bear and turned his head directly to Ji-sun. "Brother Su Luan, what should we do?" Although Ji-sun's performance in the battle was not as eye-catching as David's. But from the beginning of Fei Lung's attack, his teammates also discovered that this teammate, who usually spoke little, seemed a little different, calm and wise. Gang duo did not find anything special. It was just that his intuition told him that this teammate had a good brain. Ji-sun did not hesitate and said directly, "Let's not separate, and work together to contain the assassin with a wounded right foot. Only in this way can we have a chance to survive. There is no way to win the fight with a difference of 2 major ranks. And there is a high probability that several of the 6 of them will die, including Ji-sun himself. So it would be good if they could contain him and give that sack some time to breathe." Ji-sun could see that the guy looked smooth in his infinite teleportation, but his body was already on the verge of collapse. As long as one of the assassins could be contained, it would be much easier for Sack and the guards to deal with the others. Just delay the time. Ji-sun was sure that this was near the Royal Academy, and it would definitely not be a protracted battle to kill the nobles here. Whether it is the Royal Academy or the high-level guards of Duke Langdon's family, they will definitely find something unusual after a long time. Now it depends on who is lucky enough to survive until the reinforcements arrive. Ji-sun doesn't care. If the clone dies, it dies. The only trouble is that the identity he created with great difficulty can no longer be used. But he also has a plan B. Once the clone dies, the main body will have no scruples to take action. At least the Curse God card must be obtained. As for the other teammates, the only one Ji-sun is a little worried about is David. After all, he is the old man's disciple, and he is considered his junior brother, so he must take care of him. However, from his heart, death is something that everyone has to face. The stronger you are, the more impossible it is to avoid this experience. Ji-sun felt that this might not be a bad thing for David's martial arts. Of course, the premise is that he doesn't die. Time is tight, and there is no time to arrange any tactics in detail. And not everyone can keep up with Ji-sun's thinking. He made a simple arrangement and said very quickly, "Gale, you sneak, you don't need to rush up, just wander around that person, wear more armor. Once the enemy gets close to you, you must control him even if you are injured. This is our only chance to attack. Shuishao, run back, at least 200 meters away from us, try not to show your head. David, you are the only one among us who can hurt the enemy. You move around and look for opportunities. Only when the enemy is controlled can you attack. Sari and I use control spells. That guy's foot is injured, but he will definitely kill the 2 of us first. Pay attention to protect yourself." Although the tactics are simple, it is the most reasonable arrangement at present. For Su Luan, who is going to be a card master of the Wisdom Path, this keen observation is not too outrageous. Okay. The other 5 teammates nodded without hesitation after hearing Ji-sun's arrangement. Death was like a big hand strangling their necks, making them unable to breathe. They also realized that this simple tactic was hiding an accurate judgment of extreme rationality. As soon as the voice fell, the 6 people had already caught up with the few people fighting in front. Young Master Sack was delighted when he saw Ji-sun and the other 6 reserve knights rushing towards him. He was surprised and impressed that he actually had such a brave guardian knight. The way the 6 people killed the assassin just now had already made Sack look up to them. Now their bravery had completely won his approval. However, the situation was not so optimistic. The reserve knights would not be able to stop the second-level assassin for long. Sack only hoped that the 6 people could give him some breathing time. There was no time for any communication. A flash of light shot up into the sky, and the 6 people had already forced their way into the battlefield. The 2 assassins had been anxious because they had not killed their target for so long. They had just seen their accomplices being killed, and they were already filled with rage. The flash of light illuminated the forest, and several spell cards flew towards one of the lame assassins. The 2 assassins were also furious, angry and furious. Even the 4 heavily armored guards could only defend themselves in retreat. These card players actually dared to attack, looking for death, although the 2 did not take the 6 card players seriously. If they were not dealt with, they would keep harassing them, which was very annoying. The lame assassin completely ignored the threats of the few people. They were just a few low-level spell cards, which he could completely withstand. But the next second, the cards exploded around him. Dying card, Scent Gland Mark, Developing Powder are not offensive cards, but marking spells targeting assassins. Ji-sun knew that he couldn't deal with a second-level assassin. If he wanted to survive, He had to confirm the enemy's position first. Several cards exploded, all of which were range attacks. Because of his contempt, the lame assassin was inevitably stained with various marks. But he didn't take it seriously at all. He thought that it would only take a few slashes to solve the problem, and there was no need to dodge. The speed of the second-level assassin, which made the card players look like a series of phantoms, instantly made the 6 people's scalps numb. In a flash, the Black Shadow arrived. Ji-sun's shout, and the robe he wore made him the first target to be killed without thinking. Of course, he had foreseen it, but he still shouted because he was the only one who was sure that he could hold out against the second-level assassin. Although the clone had no chance of winning, Ji-sun was not unprepared. His position was very clever, and there was a fully armed gang duo between him and the assassin branch. If that person wanted to kill him, he would have to pass by this dwarf heavy-armored warrior. Gang duo heard the sound charge coming from nowhere, and even though his eyes only caught a series of afterimages, he instinctively charged forward. The lame assassin frowned, as the dwarf's heavy armored charge position just blocked his path. Although he was not injured, it was like being tripped by a stone, and he would stumble if he was hit. The lame assassin sneered in his heart, and his super high agility allowed him to easily dodge Gang Duo, who was blocking his way, and he also cut him with a dagger. It must have cut his skin, but he ignored it and attacked Ji-sun again. However, what he never expected was that this slightly dodging and changing route made him hit a card head-on. The card exploded and turned into 3 skulls. Ghost spell? The assassin recognized this necromancy spell. He was a physical assassin, and was not good at dispelling ghosts. This spell did not cause much damage, but it was very troublesome. Once marked by this spell, he might be tracked when he escaped after completing the mission. At this moment, the lame assassin had an illusion that something was wrong. But he thought it was just an illusion. They were just a few card players, and they could be killed at will. However, when he avoided the ghosts again and rushed to Ji-sun, he found that the people were gone. Instead, there was a pool of soft quicksand on the ground. The assassin jumped instinctively and avoided the quicksand pit. He looked at the place in the middle of the sand pit that was still slowly sinking, and his eyes twitched suddenly, and he suddenly realized where the people had gone. Just now I was blocked, giving the target time to use the spell. That's right. Ji-sun used the quicksand spell. He sank himself into the ground. You are a powerful assassin, but you can't chase me into the ground to kill me, right? If you really want to kill one of my apprentices and go into the quicksand, then well, the other teammates will have a chance too. The most feared thing for a squishy assassin is control. Seeing this, the lame assassin was helpless. If it were somewhere else, this kind of hateful card apprentice would have to be caught and killed no matter how deep he sank. But now, he has too many concerns. Ji-sun used the quicksand technique to sink himself. This operation not only made the assassin helpless, but also shocked his teammates. Sari, Gale and others were stunned. Originally, they saw the enemy heading towards Ji-sun, and they all thought he was doomed. But what kind of operation was this? It's not that powerful. It's just an ordinary quicksand technique. Most magic apprentices can do it. But how did this guy think of it? He trapped himself with quicksand, and if he really fought, he would have been dead. However, with this method of death for death, he actually survived. However, reality did not give them time to think. Although the lizard mage Selly was not as quick-witted as Ji-sun, the extremely high wisdom in the lizard bloodline also reacted in an instant. The assassin's choice of assassination target had already exposed his actions, and the moment he stopped on the sand pit was a flaw. Selly held 2 blue cards in both hands and slammed them on the ground, shouting, "Spell Beast Binding Vine Cage." In an instant, the ground within a radius of 100 meters rolled and tumbled, as if some earth dragon was about to come out. The assassin frowned as he looked at the vines entangled under his feet. Not a big threat, but very annoying. He cut off the vines with a knife and jumped up easily. Then he looked at the vines all over the ground, which grew into a large and thick vine in just 2 breaths. The vines were like an iron cage, instantly imprisoning the space within a radius of 100 meters including Sari. Sari also just got inspiration from Ji-sun. He knew that he couldn't avoid the enemy's attack, so he imprisoned himself. He really couldn't move, but if the enemy wanted to come in, he could still delay for a while. This was a special spell of their lizard mage clan, and its power was not inferior to the first-level vine spell. He risked his life, at least he could be trapped for a while. In terms of practicality, this is much better than the quicksand spell. The assassin looked at the lizard mage in the vine cage with a gloomy face, and his heart became more and more irritated. The 2 magic systems were his top priority targets, but both of them played this trick. Damn it, killing is still easy. But if I really want to kill him, it will be more troublesome than the others. And if I don't kill the target, the pressure on the teammates who are assassinating Master Sack will be great. If they can't complete the task, the longer the time is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. The assassin became more and more irritated. He snorted coldly and turned around to rush towards Gang Duo. The priest ran too far, and the black-skinned boy had already hidden in the tree canopy. This dwarf was hit by a knife just now, but he didn't die. Now he is the best target for harvesting. Swoosh! The assassin arrived in an instant. Gang Duo didn't die just now, not only because of the inner armor made by his father, but more importantly, the dwarves have thick skin and flesh, like natural leather armor. The knife didn't hurt the vital parts. But Gang Duo doesn't know any quicksand magic, vine magic, he is just a melee reckless man. Now seeing the enemy attacking again, Gang Duo's face was frowned, and he could only block with his shield. However, this kind of blocking was full of flaws in the eyes of the second-level assassin. However, what people never expected was that just when the assassin rushed over and wanted to kill the dwarf with a knife, Gang Duo suddenly felt his feet sink, and the ground he was standing on instantly turned into quicksand. Gang Duo's body was heavy, and he was heavily armed, so he sank into it all of a sudden. However, this unstable center of gravity caused the dagger that was stabbing at his neck to deviate a little splash. Blood spurted out, but most of him had sunk into the quicksand. The assassin also noticed the abnormality at the first time, and angrily cursed in his heart, "Damn quicksand, quicksand again!" At this moment, he still didn't notice anything wrong, but he felt that his assassination seemed to be going wrong everywhere. He was actually tricked by a few card players. The quicksand technique was of course Ji-sun's work. He had deduced this last hit, so he prepared in advance. Those marks allowed him to know the enemy's position accurately. It was not all for saving teammates, but to create more chances for himself to survive. Only if Gang Duo was alive, this injured meat shield could attract the enemy's attention more times. Otherwise, once his teammates died, he would soon be targeted again. Moreover, this was also the best opportunity he could see to hurt the enemy. When Gang Duo fell into the sand pit, Ji-sun, who was in the quicksand and could not see the outside world at all, muttered in the darkness, "I hope I can seize this opportunity." In the deduction, Gang Duo fell into the sand pit. As long as he did not care about his life, he would have a chance to control the assassin, who had no place to land and could only use his body to leave. However, the opportunity was only for a moment. Ji-sun could do it himself, but it did not mean that others could do it. Things were moving in a good direction. Gang Duo fell into the quicksand, and after a moment of panic, his thoughts became clear instead. The assassin looked at the quicksand and instinctively kicked at Gang Duo's heavy body, trying to escape from the danger. However, at this moment, Gang Duo's face turned black, and he completely ignored his falling body and grabbed the foot that stepped on his chest. Looking for death. The assassin's face turned cold. I thought that since he was stabbed in the neck, the dwarf would not care about him, and there would be no threat. I didn't expect him to dare to attack. His ankle was grabbed, and the assassin's dagger slashed past, cutting through the gap between Gang Duo's armed guards and accurately cutting his tendons. The force on the ankle was instantly relieved. However, before the assassin could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly frowned and suddenly felt a tiger-like killing intent coming from behind. Huh? The assassin also instantly realized that it was the hidden black-skinned assassin. He glanced back and saw a figure stepping into the air from the treetops. David cleverly used the speed of free fall to step into the air at a fast speed. There was no room for him to turn around. Looking at this posture, he didn't plan to escape after this punch. However, the man was so fast that he could be avoided by the second-level assassin. The lame assassin was about to pull away, but found that his body was stagnant again. The hand that was clearly cut off by him actually burst out with a huge force like a clamp. At this moment, the assassin finally showed panic for the first time. And in his eyes, he saw a big bearded face with a mouth full of blood and a silly grin. The body structure of the dwarves is different from that of humans. The knife just now can easily cut a human tendon, but it did not completely cut his. Gang Duo smiled bitterly. He seized this only chance. Damn it! The lame assassin cursed in his heart, but it was too late to withdraw. He waved the dagger to make the black-skinned young man above him afraid, but he didn't expect that the boy ignored the cold light of the dagger and punched him. Bang! David's fist hit the assassin's right clavicle firmly. As Ji-sun said, he was the only one in the team who could hurt the second-level assassin. He had carefully observed just now that this guy was lame and his behavior was limited. When dodging, he would definitely use the uninjured foot to exert force. So the position of the right shoulder was fixed, and David's punch hit the clavicle. Dipolar collapse, the force was poured into the assassin's shoulder, and there was only a slight sound of bone cracking. Although the protective spell offset most of the punch, this punch really hurt. Swish. Blood spurted out. David's chest was cut, but there was only the arrogance of a winner in his eyes. He actually hurt a second level. This sense of achievement made him completely unable to feel the fear of death, but instead his blood boiled. The fear of death made his mind go blank. This punch injured the enemy's collarbone, and the hand holding the dagger almost slipped out of his hand. Gang Duo still gritted his teeth and held the enemy's feet tightly. This kind of fixed target would not have such a good opportunity again. David did not realize that he had used the air-stepping technique that he had never been able to do before. He changed direction in midair and hit the now wide-open chest again. In a very short period of time, he threw several punches in a row. Bang! 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 The assassin groaned, suppressing the restless blood in his heart, with only shock in his eyes. How did this guy do it? Changing direction in midair? This is not a skill that only a second-level Qigong master can master. How did this guy do it? Being hit unexpectedly, the assassin's blood was in chaos. However, this injury was still not fatal to him. David felt that his fighting instinct was clearer than ever before. He knew he had no chance, so he decisively retreated with the force of his punch, stepped into the air again, and retreated violently, pulling away a long distance. Then he thought of Su Lun, who had said something before, ran away without looking back, and hid in the tree canopy again. Without a chance, he must not act rashly. The lame assassin watched his dagger miss again, snorted angrily, and regardless of the injury on his foot, he stomped on Gang Duo's body, and directly stepped the dwarf warrior into the depths of the quicksand. The iron-like hand finally slipped away. The assassin jumped lightly, turned over and stood on the edge of the sand pit, and looked at the battlefield again. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. I thought I could kill the apprentices easily, but I didn't expect so many accidents to happen. I was injured. The most important thing is that I didn't solve the problem here, and the other partner couldn't hold back the young Master Sack and his men. The battlefield has already fled far away. That is the range outside the barrier. Seeing this, the lame assassin's eyes were full of coldness, but he hesitated again. Should I continue to kill these insignificant minions, or chase them to complete the goal? Whether it is the vine cage or the guy in the quicksand, it will take more time to kill them. If they drag on, the situation will be out of their control. And even if they don't kill them, it's not easy for the guys in the cage and the quicksand to get out. The assassin suddenly thought of this, and forcibly suppressed the murderous intent that wanted to crush Ji-sun and his men to ashes, and turned around and decisively chased after the main battlefield. The mission is the most important, and watching the enemy leave, Sister Zhuosha and David dared to run over. Underground, Ji-sun vaguely heard someone shouting Brother Su Lun, and he knew that he survived. He was not in a hurry, because the main body had arrived through the teleportation array. Su Lun in the quicksand didn't see what happened, but Ji-sun knew it very well. Once the main body arrived, there would be no surprises. Chapter 450. Ji-sun was pulled out of the quicksand by his teammates. The injured second-level assassin had already run away. As expected, if they can't be killed in a short time, it's meaningless to waste time. Compared to killing a few trainee knights, who are meaningless except for venting anger, completing the mission is more important for the assassin. Young Master Sack is not stupid. He has been fighting for so long without being discovered by the family's high-level guards. He must have guessed that this forest should be covered by some restrictive barrier. So he was running all the way, just to get out of the range of the barrier. Seeing the assassin's anxious pursuit, Ji-sun was even more certain that they should be at the edge of the barrier. Ji-sun was pulled out of the dark quicksand by the vines, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a lizard face covered with scales. Sari was relieved to see that Ji-sun was not dead. Brother Su Lun, are you okay? I'm fine. Ji-sun exhaled a breath of foul air, and his face showed a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. As soon as he opened his mouth, he felt a pain in his mouth, and then, poo poo poo, spit out a few mouthfuls of sand. David and Gale have already chased the assassin. Even if they can't beat him, they have to go. And Sari is a magician who can't run fast, so he stayed to save people. Sister Zhuosha was treating the seriously injured Gang Duo. Ji-sun glanced at him, and the dwarf's talent of thick skin and flesh saved this guy's life. Although the wound cut by the dagger is deep, he still has a breath. With the advanced potion of the Duke's mansion and the accompanying priest, it is highly likely that he will not die. Now that he knows that the overall situation is settled, Ji-sun also completely relaxes. After reviewing the situation, none of the 6 members of the team died. And the amazing thing is that the 3 magic systems, who should have been killed first, were not injured at all. The 3 teammates present also found it incredible. They actually survived the hands of the 2nd level assassin, but now is not the time to say more. Sully asked again in a hurry, "Should we catch up and see now?" After saying this, Shueisha and Gang Duo couldn't help but look at Ji-sun. How could they not understand at this time that their survival just now had a crucial impact on the tactical command of this teammate? That set of tactics seemed simple, but being able to clearly arrange them in that emergency situation required extremely calm judgment and observation. This was not something that ordinary people could do. At least they couldn't do it. Moreover, although Su Luan's performance in the battle was not eye-catching, it was very special. Especially the quicksand technique. This made them realize that the spell used to trap the enemy could actually be used to save their own lives. They couldn't say what was so powerful, but subconsciously, they had already regarded Su Luan as a genius. As the decision-maker of the team, Ji-sun did not think that his performance was special, and his performance was just right. His avatar's personality was a talent with affinity for all elements, and he was originally planning to go for the all-purpose profession of the wisdom sequence. If he had a more active mind, it would not be surprising to use any sequence of cards. Hearing the question, although Ji-sun knew that the current situation did not require them to do anything, he also said, "Well, let's catch up." Just now, they had fought for that young Master Sak. Now that the crisis is over, they must show off and try to show off. As they said that, the 3 of them followed Gang Duo, who was seriously injured but still able to walk, while bandaging him. The visibility in the forest was not high, and there were thick trees everywhere. Ji-sun and the other 4 rushed all the way, but before they saw the battlefield ahead, they suddenly heard a loud dragon roar in the sky. At this moment, everyone knew that it was the high-level guards of the Duke's mansion. The swooping dragon in the sky was extremely fast, and after a few breaths, it had already flapped its wings and landed in the forest. The hurricane made the dense forest rustle. Ji-sun and the other 4, under the dragon's might, sped up their pace in tacit agreement. Now the masters were in control. If they didn't show up now, when would they? In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the scene. The high-level guard knights of the Duke of Langdon's family, as well as the Enlightenment mentor of young Master Sak, the 7th level, which also arrived. David and Gale, who arrived first, stood far away. Seeing the 4 teammates coming, they quietly approached. The current situation was controlled by the family's high-level guards, and there was no need for them, the reserve knights, to do anything. Shueisha bandaged Gang Duo, looked at the wound on David's chest with flesh and blood, and took out the healing potion. Although David's expression was still indifferent, he did not refuse. On the other side, the high-level priest of the Duke's mansion was treating Sak's injuries, and it seemed that there was nothing serious. But the young master's face was very ugly. Ji-sun certainly knew why. Because the young master's Curse God card was lost. Not long after Ji-sun and his friends arrived, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the forest. A high-level assassin dragged 2 unconscious guys out of the forest and threw them in front of Sak, reporting, "Master, the assassin has been caught." Ji-sun took a glance at their attire and immediately recognized that they were the 2 second-level assassins just now. Just now, they were chasing their team majestically, but now they were captured alive like dead dogs in front of the high-level card master. But Ji-sun knew very well that even if they were caught alive, they would not be able to get any clues. From the moment they failed to kill Sak, the existence of these 2 people had no meaning, whether they were alive or not. Young Master Sak looked at the 2 assassins with a murderous look in his eyes. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have almost died at the hands of these low-level assassins. But he didn't care about these assassins who were already dead in his eyes, but asked in a deep voice, "Where is my Curse God card?" Asked by this cold tone, the guard couldn't help but freeze his expression and responded, "I didn't find it." Sak was furious. "Damn it, go chase him. There is a traitor among the people who took the entrance test of the Royal Academy this time." At this point, how could he not guess what went wrong? Someone hired a killer on the black market to kill him. But the one who dared to do it during the college trial plan was not something that some low-level killers could do. It must be an insider inside the college. And if he hadn't given up the Curse God card just now, that guy would have killed himself too. The guard responded in awe, "Captain Hook and the others have already gone." That's not what Sak wanted to hear, and he roared, "Go after them, all of you. If you can't find the Curse God card, don't come back." "Yes." The guards didn't dare to respond. After leaving a few people, everyone rushed into the forest. Ji-sun's six-member team saw Sak's rage from a distance. The others then realized that it was their young master's curse god card that was lost. The only one who was not surprised was Ji-sun, because the main body witnessed the whole process of how the great emperor's relic was lost. As Sak guessed, there was a ghost among the college tutors. Under normal circumstances, hiring 3 assassins is enough to kill Master Sak and the group of reserve knights. According to the original plan, the assassins can leave quietly after killing people. Then the inside ghost does not need to be exposed here now. After all, leaving any traces may expose his true identity in the academy. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. Just now, seeing that the 2 assassins failed to kill Master Sak and were about to leave the enchantment area, the inside ghost, who was secretly observing, had to take action. It was because of this that Sak thought of this that he decisively shot the Curse God card in another direction at the last moment of sensing the danger. He knew that the assassin had 2 goals. One was to kill him, and the other was to get this relic of the Emperor. If the other party chose to kill, his means would be exposed, and he would definitely be tracked down to death. But if he chose to chase the Curse God card, not only would he not be exposed, but at least half of the mission would be completed. The result was the same. Sak used this method to save his life. But his Curse God card was also lost. Ji-sun saw the whole scene. He had originally planned to do the same. After seeing the outrageous use of the Curse God card, he wanted to disguise himself as an assassin and fish in troubled waters, at least to find a chance to grab the card. But in this way, not only will someone inevitably track him down afterwards, but the risk of his main body staying near the Royal Academy in the future will increase. Ji-sun's current realm of I am the world is already very high, and he will not take any chances. Once it is done, there will inevitably be traces left on the logic line of the event. Not to mention some mysterious means. Moreover, the hidden insider will definitely try to snatch it. Ji-sun was ready to kill and rob. However, unexpectedly, reality gave him a better choice. Young Master Sak flew the card out, and the insider really chose to chase the card. Ji-sun knew there was such a person nearby, but he had never noticed it before. He didn't notice it until this guy tried to snatch the card. The inside ghost hid very well, like a ghost, without leaking a single breath. I thought he must have used some very advanced invisibility relic. But in the eyes of Ji-sun, who is proficient in the laws of space, even if it is invisible to the naked eye, as long as it is within a certain range, the spatial fluctuation can be sensed. And similarly, with Ji-sun's current stealth ability, the other party can't find him. Just when the 2 of them were chasing the card, Ji-sun sensed the guy. But he didn't take action immediately. After the man got the card, Ji-sun quietly followed him for a while. The guy was obviously very familiar with this forest, and had already prepared a retreat route and various means to confuse the pursuers. The pursuers of Duke Landon's family could not catch up with him at all. This made it convenient for Ji-sun. He also found that the man's hiding method was very sophisticated, but his rank was not too high, probably only rank 5 or 6. This made Ji-sun come up with a more perfect plan, after estimating that the cause and effect relationship of some mysterious means was related to the inner ghost. He used the space rune stone to perform empty hands. The Emperor's relics were too high level to be placed in an ordinary storage space, which gave him an opportunity. Unexpectedly, the process went smoothly, and the man didn't notice it, so he stole the things directly. Ji-sun used this space trick against masters, and the probability of being discovered was very high. But when used in front of a card master of a lower level than himself, the other party didn't even know what happened, and the theft was already completed. When the man found that the things were missing, Ji-sun had already disappeared, as if he had never appeared. I don't even know when he disappeared. The timeline and logic are messed up. Even if someone investigates afterwards, there is no way to find out. The probability of Ji-sun's true identity being exposed will be greatly reduced. Moreover, even if some mysterious forces discover clues, who can be sure which side is the one who did this kind of black-eating black behavior? Absolutely not. In this way, Ji-sun got the Curse God card. On the other side, the people in the Duke of Langdon's mansion are still tracking down the insider, but of course they can't find anything. Such a big incident happened, and the top leaders of the Royal Academy were also dispatched. Although a grandson of a duke's mansion did not receive any special treatment in the academy, the incident happened during the academy's entrance examination, and the negative impact was great. Many masters came to the academy to help investigate. The 2 assassins who were captured alive were not only tortured in various ways, but even the top-level card master searched their souls to restore some of their tampered cognition. But the clues obtained were also very limited. This was a simple murder for hire. Assassins do things for money. The contacts in the black market have been dealt with long ago, and the clues are completely cut off. Everyone only knows that this incident is most likely an internal problem of Duke Langdon's family, and someone from the Royal Academy is secretly supporting it. As for who took the Curse God card, no one knows. Even Ji-sun and the other 6 were strictly interrogated. After all, the 6 of them were the few people who participated in this assassination and are still alive. But the fact is that their behavior of sacrificing their lives to protect their master was seen by Master Sak himself. This bravery cleared all doubts. Although young Master Sak was in a bad mood after losing the treasure, he also knew that loyalty was rare, so he stopped many in-depth investigations. It also saved Ji-sun a lot of effort. In this way, the team stayed in the forest for a whole day. The people who planned the assassination this time were very clever, and they cut off the clues that could be cut off at the first time. Ji-sun did not inquire about the results of the investigation, but he could guess that those people would naturally not be able to find out anything. In this way, young Master Sak lost the Emperor's relic that he had just obtained, and went to the Royal Academy in a rage. However, after the incident was reported back to the Duke's mansion, Duke Langdon did not blame Sak, but instead sent someone to deliver another equally powerful ancient relic. At the same time, Duke Langdon also personally sent a message to stop the college's investigation plan. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this highly targeted assassination is most likely a problem within the family. If the truth is really investigated, it is likely that the Langdon family will be embarrassed in the end. So it is better to conduct an internal investigation. On the other side, Ji-sun followed the large group and arrived at the destination of this trip. At the foot of the Titan Mountains, the Royal Academy of Arel is not an isolated academy. There is also the largest adventurer city in the southern continent, Giant City. The Titan Mountains are the dividing line between the 3 empires and the Warcraft Forest. There are always a large number of adventurers crossing the mountains to adventure in the Warcraft Forest. The pass where the Royal Academy is located is one of the safest routes for adventurers to go south. Adventurers need camps and supplies, and the Academy also needs a lot of materials and resources. The most important thing is that the students of the Academy are either rich or noble, and they can afford to buy the treasures brought back by adventurers from the depths of the Warcraft Forest. Gradually, the magnificent city of Giant Spirit City was formed near the Academy. The flying dragon carrying the group of people from the Duke of Langdon's mansion landed in the city's special post station for flying dragons. Giant Spirit City is as its name suggests. The whole city is extremely huge. Because many of the buildings in this city are for the transformation of dragonborns, or for the service of real dragons, they are much larger than the cities of humans in the East Wilderness. Magnificent and spectacular. This city alone gives people an indescribable huge shock. Dragons love treasures, so palaces inlaid with gold and gems can be seen everywhere in the city. Mysterious dragon runes and totems can be seen everywhere in the city, and the air is filled with a strong magical atmosphere. Various elements are intertwined here, and elemental elves of earth, wind, water, and fire jump in every gap in the city. The streets are crowded with people, almost all of them are adventurers carrying various weapons. Wow, it's so exaggerated. The Dragon City is bigger than the Red Dragon King capital Acheron that I have been to. The elements here are so rich. I feel that if I practice here, it will be much faster than other places. Duo, you don't know this. The monster forest in the south is the area with the richest elements on the continent. There is also a spirit gathering barrier in the academy. Where can I practice faster? I don't know. I have never been far away since I was a child. I have been working in the mountains. Almost everyone came to the spirit gathering city for the first time. As soon as they got off the flying dragon, they were all shocked by the scale of the city. Even though Ji-sun had already inquired about the relevant information, he was still shocked when he saw the majestic city in front of him. There is a reason why the southern continent is strong. The rich elements in the air alone are several times stronger than those in the eastern wasteland. It's like the difference between fertile soil and Gobi Desert in the nutrients they bring to vegetation. For card masters, this is twice the result with half the effort. No wonder the Royal Academy of Arel was built here. Seeing this, Ji-sun couldn't help but murmur in his heart. No wonder Griffith said that the upper limit of the laws in the southern continent is higher. At this moment, he clearly sensed that not only the elements, but also the laws of the universe were also very different. The biggest difference was the ancient academy at the foot of the mountain in the distance. There was the most complete inheritance of the card master civilization in the world. Seeing this, Ji-sun looked forward to his future studies in the academy even more. Chapter 451. Just after the Langdon family entered the city, the news about the assassination spread like wildfire. in a cave deep in the Titan Mountains. There are some sophisticated instruments that are completely out of the civilization level of the southern continent, with lights on. An old man with frizzy hair and a white beard is controlling the sticky octopus tentacles on his back, studying something intently. On the other side, a tall black stone tablet stands in the center of the cave. If Ji-sun was here, he would definitely recognize it as a Forbidden Void stone tablet. At this moment, a man wearing a golden cloak and a Lightseeker mask has been standing in front of the stone tablet for a long time. He looked at the words hidden on the stone tablet carefully, as if he had glimpsed the historical truth buried in the long river of time, and his eyes flashed with a little wisdom. At this moment, a dark gold card diamond 2 suddenly appeared out of thin air in the cave. The spell engraved on the card flashed, and a phantom figure with a graceful figure seemed to come through space, accompanied by a lazy and charming whisper, "Oh, this Curse God card is really useful. Normally, it would cost a lot to use the top-level spell Vision Teleport every time. But now the spell is engraved on the Curse God card, and it can be easily released with just a little energy." Jia-Yu looked up and glanced at the woman with big red wavy hair. He smiled and continued to study the stone tablet, and reminded her, although the Curse God card can make the release of spells more convenient, you should not rely on it too much, otherwise it is easy for a strong external object to affect your normal practice. "I know." The red-haired woman responded with a smile, and did not forget to complain, "You are not very old, but your tone is always like an old man." The person who came was none other than Irene, the intelligence leader of the Illuminati Hermitage. As soon as Irene came, she said straight to the point, "Chief, there was news that the assassination failed." Hearing this, Jia-Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. "Failed? How is it possible that even if the young master of the Langdon family has the Curse God card, those assassins are enough to complete the assassination?" There was a little surprise in his tone. But that was all. There was more thought in his eyes. Irene also found it incredible. After all, the plans made by this person had never gone wrong. And this time, it was the first time that an accident occurred. She was not upset because of the failed assassination, but she was gloating when she saw the leader's defeat. It is said that there are some very good seedlings in the reserve knights of that young Master Sak. They delayed the assassin, and Sak escaped. She didn't say much, paused, and said directly, "It has been confirmed that there is a card disciple who knows Ba Quan, and his strength is very strong." When Jia-Yu heard this, he seemed to understand something. "Senior Gong's disciple? In this case, it is possible. According to the information I found out, the boy is a slave bought by the Duke of Langdon's mansion. He has excellent martial arts talent, and is most likely Gong Wu's disciple." Irene shrugged and said, "But the failure of the assassination is not a big problem. Another big problem is that the Curse God card in Sak's hand is missing." Jia-Yu pondered the wording and asked, "Gone?" As the professional intelligence leader of the organization, he would not use such a word. If she really didn't see him, she would have directly said where she went. Jia-Yu guessed at the first time that something was fishy. Even if the assassination failed due to some extreme factors, the card would definitely be obtained. So how could it disappear? This seemed to conflict with the logic of his deduction. But he couldn't think of what went wrong for a while. "Yes." Aaron was obviously puzzled, and said, "The information I just received, the contact person on the black market confirmed that the item was not in hand. The reply from the other side was that the item might have been lost on the way. Anyway, it was gone." "Lost?" Jia-Yu pondered this unfamiliar word for a while, smiled, and shook his head. It's normal for ordinary people to lose things. But for high-level card masters, the word lost is absolutely impossible. Aaron obviously thought so too. She expressed her analysis and said disdainfully, "I suspect that the guys from the Royal Academy, who are black-eating black, probably think they can hold the Curse God card firmly." Hearing this, Jia-Yu hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "No. I have seen those guys, but they are not that stupid. This is more like an accident." A strange look appeared on Irene's pretty face. "You don't really believe that things are lost for no reason, do you? There are 50 laws in the universe, 49 are ordered, and 1 is disordered. The truth is often hidden in the most ordinary places." Jia-Yu seemed to have thought of something, and muttered a sentence his teacher once left for him. "I am the world, but I cannot deduce everything." In those deep eyes, it seemed as if the entire assassination operation had been reviewed in an instant. He thought of more, but in the end, he just smiled indifferently. Maybe it just disappeared. Irene rolled her eyes at him. Obviously, this explanation could not convince her, and she muttered, "It must have been taken by someone." Hearing this, Jia-Yu shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, that Curse God card will eventually appear in the world, and then we will know who took it." It seems that it should have been taken by a master who appeared by chance. TSK, that's interesting. It's impossible for someone to intervene in his plan, and he didn't notice it at all. The only explanation is that this is an accidental event, not a premeditated one. Using extraordinary imaging to explain, this is the extremely low probability disordered accident of the law of fate. This is beyond human control. Of course, Jia Yu would not take it too hard. He didn't dwell on this topic for too long, and said, Aaron, you should be careful with your disguised identity over there. The Langdon family has started investigating, although all the clues of the murder case point to Lady Camille from the second house. But I think there may be a master from the Holy See secretly intervening. Irene nodded yes. Jia Yu said, as for the blood samples of the Thunder Dragonborn, we can find others. The Royal Academy has many pure-blooded Dragonborn students every year. Irene's expression relaxed when she heard this, yes. She thought of something and asked, but don't we really want to help Senior Gongwu? If we delay any further, I'm afraid it will be very bad. Hearing this, the white-haired old man who had been studying in the corner of the cave suddenly spoke up. With a tone of complaining about his old friend, Old Gong came to the South Continent and kicked out the dojos of 19 martial arts schools. It would be strange if a pure-blooded human made such a big fuss and was not targeted. I say, you deserve this big fall. At such an old age, you still act like a young boy, fighting and aggressive all day long. The one who dared to complain like this was none other than Master Merlin. Jia Yu listened and smiled without saying anything. After a moment of silence, he also said, Senior Gong is now on the threshold of the martial saint realm. He chose to challenge various masters in order to glimpse the highest realm of martial arts. Senior Gongwu's belief and will in martial arts are indestructible. Don't worry, he will not die for the time being. Besides, from the trace of the law of fate that I glimpsed, his imprisonment now may not be a bad thing. After these words came out, Merlin and Irene didn't say anything more. Irene didn't plan to stay here for long. Before leaving, she asked curiously, Senior Merlin, did you successfully restore the bloodline return formula you studied? In addition to the dragon blood sample, do you need me to find any other materials for you? Speaking of his research, Merlin's eyes were full of burning, and he smiled, there are enough materials. Thanks to the black witchcraft formulas from the chaotic era that you found, the research has made great progress. Through experiments during this period, I have confirmed that human genetic beastification can be artificially intervened through potions. As long as the will is strong enough, there is a high probability that the blood brand slavery can be successfully reversed. Even the superior mythical races such as dragons, giants, and elves can do it. Finding more samples is just to make the experiment more rigorous. As he said this, he did not forget to sigh, I have to say that our ancestors were really creative, and had long thought about the hidden dangers of blood suppression of alien creatures. The secrets of alien blood are actually hidden in the Spade for Beast Walker professional sequence, and various golem cards. As soon as these words came out, Irene's expression also brightened, and she said, the southern continent is going to be lively now. By then, it won't be the dragons that enslave humans, but they will completely become extraordinary materials for card masters. This was a moment of witnessing history. She knew very well what the bloodline potion that Merlin was researching was. It was a potion that could give people beastly bloodlines without losing the dominance of human genes. This meant that the era when dragons relied on bloodlines to absolutely enslave Dragonborn was over. Ji-sun and his teammates followed young Master Sak into the city. It was about 10 days before the Royal Academy opened, and Sak didn't plan to go to the academy so early. The group wandered around the giant spirit city. Although young Master Sak was assassinated and lost his treasure curse god card. But Ji-sun and the other 6 people, as guards, who had made great contributions to protecting their master, also received due rewards. Not only was each rewarded 10,000 gold coins, but more importantly, they were directly transformed from reserve knights to Sak's close guards. This means that in the future, extraordinary resources will be biased towards them as much as possible. Resources are secondary. Ji-sun cares more about the hidden benefits behind this identity. Being a close guard means that he can follow Sak to access the top teaching resources of the Royal Academy that ordinary nobles cannot access. Young Master Sak planned to visit the Adventurers Market in the West City first. He was in a bad mood after losing his treasure, so he wanted to see if he could find some surprises. After all, those relics of the great emperor were found by adventurers in the monster forest these days. There were all kinds of legends circulating in the market. A large number of adventurers from all over the empire gathered in the giant spirit city. After they went to explore the monster forest, most of the treasures they brought back would be sold on the spot in the city. Gradually, a large-scale adventurers market was formed in the city. There happened to be a large number of students from the Royal Academy in the city. Those small nobles, who were used to seeing nobles in various large auctions, were more interested in this kind of street market. You can occasionally find good things by shopping at the various street stalls. Students, who are not short of money, also have a special interest in picking up bargains. Of course, more often, smart vendors recognize these wealthy people and deliberately sell their treasures. The urban area of Juling City is very large, with hundreds of thousands of permanent residents and countless mobile adventurers. 2 huge stone-paved roads run through the city from north to south and from east to west, and also divide the city into 4 cross-shaped districts. Soon, the group took a carriage to the Leather Street in the West City. There were originally a large number of shops selling monster furs here, and later adventurers also sold some other materials, gradually forming a large-scale street market. The high-level guards hid in the dark, and Sack led a dozen of his own guards into the Leather Street. In the previous assassination, most of the guards died, and Ji-sun's 6 newly promoted guards were also fortunate to follow the team. As soon as I entered the market, the noisy sound of selling came into my ears. Come on, the last few of the 3rd level Lightning Magic Core and 4th level Light Magic Core just brought out from the Warcraft Forest. Adult 6th level Sawtooth Pterosaur eggs, 6 in a nest, an excellent companion pet for Dragon Knights, only 20,000 gold coins to take away. Freshly baked, A-level talent Snow Wolf Cub, the best partner for adventure hunting and protecting the home, loyal and reliable. Selling mithril fragments and star iron dust or 800/piece. Selling various maps of the Warcraft Forest, Mirkwood, Silent Valley, Mandela Temple, and Western Plaguewood. Rare soul gems, essential materials for advanced enchanted items, only a few left, hurry up and buy them. Also selling soul mine exploration information. The Leather Street is lined with various stalls, densely packed from the street to the end of the vision. There are a lot of pedestrians on the street. In addition to adventurers and speculators, you can also see some students wearing the luxurious red and black uniforms of the Royal Academy, as well as companion knights like Ji-sun and various squires. There are also a wide variety of goods, including many specialties from the southern continent. Ji-sun took a glance and found that the prices of magic beast materials such as magic cores and furs were generally half of those in other city shops. In the place of origin, these materials can be said to be very attractive. And there are also many ancient items with mud, which are obviously dug out from the ground. Ancient stone slabs, pottery jars, corroded armor pieces, old outer god carvings, broken sheepskin scrolls. This world is not short of antiques, but these things with words or engraved with magic patterns were brought out by adventurers. Because few people can understand those ancient texts that have been lost, no one can say the value of these things, and the price tags are also very confusing. It is possible that they record some ancient secrets or top-level spells. There is no shortage of legends of getting rich quickly in the adventurer market. Just before Ji-sun came here, he had heard a lot of them, such as someone bought a piece of iron and deciphered it to find a top-level magic spell. A random pottery jar is a high-level relic that can seal demons. A tattered carpet dug out from an ancient tomb is a magic flying carpet. I bought an inconspicuous gooseneck copper lamp. If you rub it, you can summon a lamp spirit that can fulfill 3 wishes. In short, these antiques are real. They are all brought out from the ruins by adventurers. If you have enough knowledge, you can really find a bargain. It was the first time for Ji-sun and the other 6 to come to Juling City. It was the first time for everyone to see such a large-scale adventurer market. It was also the first time to see so many strange treasures. Even Ji-sun was dazzled. There were too many good things. He was very interested in those strange things. But there were so many in this market. If you want to visit carefully from beginning to end, you may not be able to see them all in a few days and nights. And every day, a large number of adventurers come back from the Warcraft Forest, and there are new surprises in the market every day. However, Ji-sun and other guards were accompanying young Master Sack to go shopping, so they could only follow silently. The young master of the Duke of Landon's family was used to seeing all kinds of treasures, and ordinary things were not worthy of his attention. As he walked, young Master Sack stopped at a stall selling antiques, and took a few more glances. The young master was obviously very interested in those ancient weapons. Sellers who sell single items are usually professional merchants. The goateed stall owner saw at a glance that Sack's identity was not simple. He greeted him warmly and took out the best goods in the bottom of the box. "Oh, young master, you came at the right time. I just got a few secret treasures." These vendors receive goods from adventurers all year round, and usually have real good things in their hands. They are just waiting to meet a customer who can afford it. Ji-sun and his companions watched from a distance. The magic dagger that the vendor took out was indeed good, and young Master Sak was also very interested, so the team stopped. But compared to these, Ji-sun was more interested in the fragments of ancient characters on the stalls. Selly was a lizardman, and their heritage in the southern continent was much older than that of humans. He looked at Ji-sun's fragments with interest and explained, "This is the Saxi script, something from the chaotic era." "Oh!" Ji-sun also saw this kind of text for the first time, and asked curiously, "Selly, do you know this kind of text?" "I don't know. But I know this style of writing. The elders in my family taught me. People in the magic profession are usually knowledgeable." Sari is also interested in these words. He said, "It is said that there were some powerful civilizations in the Warcraft forest before the Talon dynasty. There are many civilizations such as the Doxan civilization, the Lordaeron civilization, the Alterac Ruin civilization, the ancient Lodami River civilization, etc. There are dozens of civilizations from different eras that are supported by relic evidence. The time period they span exceeds our understanding of history. Even the mythical civilization before the Chaos era." "Is that so?" Ji-sun's eyes sparkled as he listened. In comparison, the eastern wasteland is too barren. Except for mineral deposits and some other dimensional spaces, there is really nothing that can be considered a historical relic. Just looking at this street stall now, Ji-sun feels like a brand new mysterious world is waving at him. It's eye-opening. Natives of the southern continent, like Sari, certainly know more, but they are not very interested. But he saw that Ji-sun's eyes were always looking at those antiques, and said, "You can just look at these stalls. If you really want to know more, there are many in the Royal Academy. After all, the Academy has special tutors, who will collect the rubbings of these relics." "Yes." Ji-sun nodded. "This is one of the benefits of the Academy. For example, these ancient text resources are provided by the Academy for free, and they are more complete." After Selly said this, the other few people had no interest in these ancient text documents that seemed to be readily available. However, Ji-sun's interest became stronger and stronger. Now, he is interested in anything that can help him understand the world and improve his cognition. The other teammates also watched with great interest. The items on the stalls around them were all new to them. Gang Duo was a dwarf, and he was very interested in the ores. Gale was an assassin, and he was interested in the dagger martial arts. Shuisha was a priest, and she was particularly interested in the potions and recipes. Only David had a cold face, and didn't say a word the whole time. Because he was still a slave, he had no money, and was not qualified to buy anything. "Master, this Thunder God spear, if you really want it, I will take a loss, and give you 100,000 gold coins." "Okay. And these too. Buy them together." When he heard the price, Ji-sun knew that this was no small vendor. It was obvious that he was the manager of some big business, who came to the market disguised as a vendor, and had been waiting for these wealthy people. But anyway, they were buying things, and the things in the market seemed more attractive to Mr. Sak. He spent a lot of money to buy several good things. Ji-sun originally thought it was just an ordinary shopping trip, but then he found that he really underestimated this adventurer market. The stall owner saw Sak spend hundreds of thousands of gold coins with a wave of his hand, and immediately knew that this was a real rich young man. At this time, he also took out the real good stuff. "Master, I have another treasure here. Do you want to see it?" "Treasure? Do you know what is a treasure for me?" "Of course, this thing was just produced from the ruins, and I spent a lot of money to get it. I dare say, if this is not a treasure, I will give you the stall. As long as you really have it, the price is negotiable." Ji-sun looked at the goat-bearded merchant playing hard to get, and thought it was at most a high-grade relic. However, when the guy mysteriously took out a small box and opened it to see a broken copper piece, Ji-sun's pupils suddenly shrank. "Is it this thing?" Not many people know this thing. But Ji-sun knew it, and had seen it. It's really a treasure. The thing that the goat-bearded merchant took out was not something else, but an original copper piece that recorded the 52 magic secrets. Seeing this, Ji-sun was really amazed in his heart. Are the merchants in Juling City so wild? Although it was a broken piece, a treasure of this grade was really taken out casually? Chapter 452. Is this the original copper plate? Sak looked at the copper plate, and was immediately attracted to it. The copper plate was engraved with advanced demon language, which was a mysterious symbol that ordinary people could not remember even if they looked at it. However, Dragonborns were pseudo-higher creatures with a higher level of life than humans. Their talent for understanding the extraordinary was innate in their blood. Sak was a pure-blooded Dragonborn. Although he could not understand the advanced demon language on the copper plate, he realized that this thing was extraordinary. In the family's inheritance, there are some introductions about the original copper plate, so he had a guess. Hearing that Sack recognized the origin of the copper plate, the goatee stall owner immediately smiled like a daisy, and then he flattered, "Master, you are really knowledgeable. If it were someone else, few people would know this thing. Even I have found many appraisers, and they don't know it. It's better to recognize it. Only those who know the goods know the value of this thing." However, the original copper plate is only more than 50 yuan in total. Most of the known ones are treasured in the royal family and the Vatican treasury. There are also some in the East Wilderness, and some that have not appeared in the world. Not many people have really seen the original version. Sack knew that such vendors would not dare to deceive him. Seeing this legendary treasure for the first time, he was also curious. Which sequence of magic secrets does this fragment record? The original copper piece is a treasure. But for most ordinary people, it is meaningless. After all, what card masters need is the magic secrets recorded on it, not the copper piece itself. In other words, this copper piece itself is just a rare antique. It has collection value, but it needs to meet the right buyer. Ordinary people will not buy it at all. They can't afford it. Moreover, the 52 magic secrets are out of reach for others, but for the students of the Royal Academy, as long as they can complete the specific academy assessment, they have the opportunity to go to the library's collection room to choose the secret that suits them. The goatee stall owner obviously realized this situation and hurriedly explained, "Master, I don't know this either. After all, this copper piece was brought out from the Warcraft forest 3 days ago, and the excavated ruins are also an ancient tomb that has never been explored by anyone. So I can guarantee with my personal integrity that this is a brand new fragment that has not been recorded by the Royal Academy." Sack raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and then he really became interested. It has never been recorded. If it has not been recorded, it means that the copper piece may record some new magic secrets. Then the value of this copper piece is completely different. Ji Sun, who was standing by, was also very surprised. If the stall owner didn't lie, this is really a treasure. Yes. The stall owner with a goatee was obviously very proud of the origin of his goods, and said, "The person who brought this copper piece out is a close friend of mine, and the source of the item is absolutely reliable." He then said, "I asked the black market appraisal Master Dancher to look at it." Although he couldn't decipher the content on the copper piece, Mr. Dancher said that this might be a secret technique about resurrection. Regarding the secret art of resurrection, it is most likely a secret art of healing, such as Red Heart 3 Priest. Oh, in the East Wasteland, this sequence is called Combat Doctor. The exclusive magic secret art of this sequence is called the Resurrection Sacrifice. It is said to have a miraculous effect of resurrection. But Ji-sun has never seen anyone who can really resurrect the dead. After all, among the 52 magic secret arts that have been passed down, almost none of them are complete. Even if the copper piece is complete, no card master can fully comprehend all the contents of the secret art. At present, the high-level priests can only heal those who are still alive. The effect is a bit like the spell of the Undying Curse that Ji-sun knows. As long as the nurse in the team knows this secret spell, the teammates will basically not die. But the Undying Curse is used on oneself, and the Resurrection Sacrifice is used on others. It is indeed a healing magic. Young Master Sack was already very interested, and he asked directly, "How much is this thing?" If it is a real thing, this thing is inestimable. Ji-sun was also curious about what price he would need to pay to buy it. However, what was unexpected was that when he heard the price, the man with the goatee changed his previous mercenary expression and saluted in a proper manner, "I want a hereditary baron title. No matter how many gold coins you have, they will all be spent, but the title can be inherited. Only with the title can you truly make a class leap. Not only in his life, but also in his descendants, there will be something to rely on to make a living. But in the southern continent, only the king with royal power can be qualified to confer a hereditary title. It is impossible for such a merchant to meet the king. At other times, even if he had treasures, he would not be able to obtain a title. But now it is different. He has to go to the old continent to expand the territory of those duchy kings. Expanding new territories, there are a lot of feasts and titles. This is a rare opportunity. It is also the best way to obtain a title." When Sack heard this, his eyes turned cold. "Do you know who I am?" Although he is young, he is not stupid. It is hard not to doubt the motives of such a transaction with a purpose. The goatee heard his tone change and said quickly, "The noble emblems on your buttons, and the knight's buttons are as dazzling as torches in the dark. The glorious patterns of the Thunder Dragon and the Blood Cross point to the Great Thunderborn, Dark Liberator, Shining Brave, and Truth Guardian, the Langdon family. Forgive me for my presumptuous speculation, but you should be Master Sack. Sack's face also improved a lot when he heard this. The fact that he could fully name his honorary title of the Langdon family shows that this guy has a deep understanding of noble emblems. Now the principality is opening up the old continent, and the last thing it lacks is fiefdom and title. This original copper piece exchanged for a hereditary baron is reasonable. Ji-sun watched from the side, and also found it interesting. Sure enough, opportunities are for those who are prepared. This guy has done enough homework for the title. Sack listened to the conditions, pondered for a moment, and said, I agree to your conditions. Since the other party dared to ask for a title, then this copper piece must be real. When the goat beard heard this, he knelt down excitedly and said, Thank you, young master. The deal was done. Both sides got what they wanted. But since he was promised the baronship of the Principality of Langdon, this guy with goatee is now a member of the Langdon family. This guy was very tactful, and returned the money that Sack had spent on buying things. But Sack didn't want it, and gave it back to the man as a reward, and asked, Which guild are you from? He was not stupid, and he guessed that the merchant who could take out so many treasures was definitely not an ordinary adventurer. The man with goatee said in panic, I am just an ordinary adventure merchant in Giant Spirit City. He is a character who has no background in any big guild, and makes money by reselling goods from adventurers. Sack lost interest as soon as he heard it. He wanted to build his own power, and he needed some powerful subordinates. He didn't even want to ask more questions about a speculative businessman. Goatbeard was also a smart man. He immediately realized the deep meaning of Sack's words, and explained humbly, But my father has been hanging out in the Warcraft forest 50 years ago. Now there are several medium-sized adventure groups that follow me for meals, with thousands of people. I know most of the intelligence dealers, and everything about the black market channels. It can be said that there are few people in this giant spirit city who know the Warcraft forest better than me. Whether it is the trials in the academy, or any material collection tasks in the future, I can be of some use. After hearing this, Sack became interested. Local tyrants also have their own advantages, and it is good to keep them. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, By the way, do you have any information about the Emperor's relics? The Curse God card had just been lost and was not yet warm. He came to the market to try his luck, and see if he could find some possibility of recovery. After all, the Curse God card is not just one card, but a set of 52 cards. As far as he knows, several cards have appeared in the world. In addition, many stolen goods will circulate in the black market. What if his own Four of Spades is also there? Upon hearing this, Goatbeard's mind immediately became active. He knew that this was the first mission assigned by his young master, and there was no way he could say I don't know. Young master, you really asked the right question. I actually know some news. Goatbeard's tone was always showing his value, and his expression was exaggerated and serious. Now there are rumors about the great Emperor's relics everywhere, but most of them are false news. Unfortunately, I know a reliable one. Sack's face lit up when he heard it, and he asked quickly, What news? This goatee had just been promised a title, but he definitely didn't dare to tell a lie at this time. Ji-sun, who was listening, was curious. Goatee said, Scarface posted a commission on the black market yesterday, looking for several high-level mercenary groups to complete a secret expedition cooperation. Although the outside world doesn't know where their destination is. But I estimate that it is likely that he has discovered a treasure site related to the Emperor's relics. Sack pondered. Scarface? Ji-sun certainly knew why he hesitated. Having just encountered an assassination attempt and almost lost his life, he was very cautious with these guys of unknown origin. What a coincidence, he just lost the Curse God card, and there was news as soon as he came to the adventurer's market. This coincidence made people think that someone deliberately lured him there. Sack had this crisis intuition, and Ji-sun could certainly think of it. In Ji-sun's eyes now, there is no coincidence that comes out of thin air, there must be a complete cause and effect line. But he thought more, and he had been deducing the whole incident from the beginning. Because it was the Curse God card, it involved the great Emperor Landlingster, the founding Emperor of Terran, and this relic itself had a huge cause and effect. Why did the great Emperor's relic appear at this time? The barbaric civilization of the southern continent has existed for countless thousands of years, and even the Arel Empire has a history of thousands of years. Why was it not discovered before, but suddenly appeared now? Goatbeard explained, Scarface is one of the most well-informed intelligence dealers in the black market of Giant Spirit City. Of course, for your noble status, those are just rats hiding in the sewer, not worth mentioning. Sack was cautious, but he was more concerned about the great Emperor's relic. He had saved his life with the Curse God card before, and he knew the power of this relic. Even if it was just a wrong information, he would not give up before he figured it out. So he asked, "How do you know that person is related to the great emperor's relic?" Goatbeard didn't dare to keep it a secret at this time, and responded directly, "Because that guy secretly sold a few young elemental elves." He explained, "Because according to the information I got, wherever the emperor's relics appear, the elements must be extremely rich. And the living environment of mythical creatures, like elemental elves, is also born in such element-rich forests. In addition, I have observed that there are a lot of antitoxic equipment and potions in the equipment those people are preparing to explore, so I guess the direction they are going should be the Phantom Poison Swamp, and some ancient architectural relics have been unearthed there recently, and the elves are likely to be caught there. It must be said that snakes have their own ways, and rats have their own ways. These local snakes in Juling City have some information that is even more accurate than the intelligence dealers. Not only intelligence, but also a kind of intuition about treasures." Goatbeard's speculation, even Jisun heard it, felt that this idea was completely correct. Goatbeard was still nagging, and there are definitely not many people who know this information. Sack interrupted him directly and asked, "Where is Scar?" Goatbeard said, "He should be in the black market at this time. He has a shop in the black market." Sack said without further ado, "Take me to see it." There is also a black market in Juling City. It is in a sewer in this city. Like other black markets that Jisun knows, most of the products sold here are contraband or things that cannot be seen in public. For example, some psychedelic drugs that students of the Royal Academy are allowed to use on a daily basis, high-end goods produced by noble workshops that are not sold to the common people, evil spell materials, forbidden items that cannot be seen in public, and stolen goods. This is a paradise for wanted criminals, thieves, killers, conspirators, and dark sorcerers. Soon, Sack and his men changed their clothes and were led by Goatee to the black market. Of course, it was impossible to bring too many people to the black market. In addition to the masters, who were secretly guarding, Master Sack only brought Ji-sun and Sei-Li. After all, he needed some smart people in this environment. Ji-sun's performance in the assassination before made his wisdom recognized by Sack. Sei-Li was a lizard, and was already well informed. The two were more suitable than other reserve knights. Master Sack was obviously coming to this kind of black market for the first time, and he was not used to the sewer pipes with a foul smell in the air. But he also resisted the discomfort, and followed all the way to the depths of the ground. The sewer pipes were directly discharged into the underground river at a certain place, and there was a small market in the dark. It was a bit like the black market in the East Wilderness Extreme Bandit City, and those mushroom-like small houses were built on the rock wall. A closer look showed that there were small boats coming and going on the river, and a large group of wooden stilt houses. The people in the black market were wearing cloaks, mysterious. This made young Master Sack frown. Goatbeard was very familiar with the black market, and led Ji-sun and the others along the wet wooden plank road on the rock wall. Soon they arrived at the door of a small shop with a dark red magic lamp. Lifting the black curtain, there was a small room filled with goods. A bald man, with a hideous scar on his face, was sorting the goods behind the counter. Seeing the customer coming in, Scarface recognized Goatbeard at first sight and smiled. "Yuri, what brings you here?" While speaking, he looked at the people who came in with his peripheral vision, and saw at a glance that Sack, the middle of the group, was extraordinary. Goatbeard didn't directly tell the reason, but said, "Scarface, I brought you a big customer. This young master wants the real good stuff. The goods sold in the shops in the black market are mostly classified and preferred, so it is normal to introduce business to each other. One party gets commission, the other party can make money, and everyone is happy." Scarface also became excited. "Oh, what does the customer want?" Sack didn't say anything, but Goatbeard spoke for him. "I heard that you have elemental spirits in your shop, and this young master wants to see it." "Oh!" Scarface heard this, and a hint of caution flashed across his eyes. He said to the Goatee, "You are well informed. You know all this. Outsiders definitely don't know this kind of information, and people in the black market can't guess much." Scarface looked at the Goatee's attitude toward Sack, and wondered about his true origins. However, it was impossible to deny it. He would definitely not refuse the business that came to his door. "You came at the right time. There are only 2 elves left," Scarface said, and took out a bird cage covered with black cloth from under the counter. When the black cloth was lifted, 2 little people suddenly appeared inside. Are they really elemental elves? When Ji-sun saw the 2 little people in the birdcage, his eyes were instantly attracted, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The southern continent is really rich in resources. There are such mythical creatures. The two little people look almost the same as humans, but they are only the size of a thumb. And they have transparent wings like dragonflies on their backs. To the naked eye, they seem to be a gathering of pure elements, emitting beautiful colorful magic light under the light. You know, this is a mythical creature. Ji-sun had only seen the existence of this kind of advanced race in the classics before. Yes, this is still a higher life race like the dragon. They are the darlings of the elements and the spirits of nature. They have an extraordinary affinity for the elements. The classics that Ji-sun has read recorded that some magicians like to raise this kind of spirit as their pet. Because this kind of spiritual pet is of great help to the extraordinary people in understanding the elements. But that was in ancient times. At least in the East Wilderness and the Old Continent, there has been no record of the survival of the elemental elf species for tens of thousands of years. Ji-sun did not expect to see a living creature in the giant spirit city. Sack looked at the elemental elves, his eyes slightly stern. What's the price? Scarface said, if you want it, 100,000 gold coins for one, just take it. You should know that this kind of elf is very rare. Although it is in its infancy, it is hard to find. 100,000 gold coins is not cheap. But if you can buy the mythical creature elemental elves, the price is absolutely cheap. It's like buying gold at a bargain price. Ji-sun knew why it was so cheap. Because Go-Beard had explained before that these were elves in their infancy. It was not easy to raise them and grow them up. Elemental elves do not grow by time, but by elements and mental power. If you want to treat an elf as a companion pet, she needs to be willing to sign a symbiotic contract with you, and after signing, she needs a lot of mental power and elements to grow. That means a lot of magic cores need to be consumed. Elemental magic cores are okay, but mental power magic cores are simply sky-high prices, and there is not enough supply on the market. This price is too high for most nobles to afford. If they are not careful or their growth needs are not met, they will die. Delicate. Gold-eating beast. Fragile, this is why the price is cheap. It can be said that the probability of this thing being able to survive to adulthood is extremely low. It is only sold for 100,000 because of this reason. Those who can spend such a high price to sell this thing are all nobles. In their eyes, they buy it just as an ornamental pet. If it can be easily raised, the price of this little thing is definitely not less than that of a pure-blooded dragon egg. However, when Ji-sun saw this, he was tempted. Others can't support it, but he can, not to mention that he is not short of money. He can buy as many elemental magic cores as he wants. And Moon the disaster object is a natural spiritual power release body. Ji-sun can never use it up in his daily life. It is enough to raise an elf. If it can be cultivated to maturity, will it be as magical as in the myths and legends? It is still unknown whether the news about the Emperor's relics is true or not, but Ji-sun really likes this elemental elf more and more. On the other side, young Master Sack knew that this elemental elf was not easy to raise, but he also waved his hand and said, buy it. Hearing the customer's straightforwardness, the owner Scarface said with a professional smile, okay. But he was not happy in his heart, but worried. He guessed that the other party's intention was not just for this elf. Chapter 453. Young Master Sack didn't come to the black market for the elemental elves. Now he spent 200,000 gold coins to buy these two elves that can only be used as pets. In fact, it can be regarded as a gift to the scarred shop owner to prove his strength. Those who can mix in the black market are not simple. Scarred guessed that Sack's identity was extraordinary. And he was brought by his colleagues, so he had guessed the other party's intention. But he pretended not to know, and smiled professionally. Dear guest, do you need anything else? My shop can get you anything that is available in Giant City. For ordinary people, the black market is a place full of mystery and treasures. You can often get good things here that you can't buy anywhere else. But it's not the case for high-ranking nobles. Although it was the first time for Sack to visit the black market, for high-ranking nobles like him, these places are like places where rats stay in the gutter, and staying there for one more minute is torture. Even if there is cheese, it is just the crumbs that fell from the rich people's plates on the ground, nothing worth seeing. 90% of the good things on the market are in the noble's treasury. Sack didn't waste time and went straight to the point. I heard you have information about the Emperor's relics. This? Scarface's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. But his expression was still that professional smile. Yes, yes. You have come to the right place, my dear guest. I just collected a batch of ancient relics recently, many of which are related to the great Emperor Landlingster. He took out a bunch of ancient things neatly. Like some broken sheepskin scrolls, iron pieces, unique architectural fragments, etc. At first glance, these things are antiques and have some value. But it is hard to say what era they are from. Scarface did not want to offend this person, and added, but as you know, the Emperor's relics are hard to come by, and 99% of the things on the market are hard to tell. Our shop has always been honest in doing business, so I will inform you of this in advance. Ji-sun listened and said nothing. But from the micro-expressions of Scarface, it can be seen that this guy is actually pretending to be crazy and stupid. This performance was flawless. Young Master Sack couldn't really say anything since he saw through it. If he could really fool them, the matter would be over. However, Sack, who had just lost his treasure, was eager to get it back. He didn't want to talk too much and glanced at Sari beside him. Bringing this lizard man here was for the purpose at this moment. Almost everyone in the lizard tribe was an appraiser. Sari took a look at the pile of antiques and said directly, "Young master, these are antiques from the chaotic era of Lord Darren's civilization, not the relics of the Emperor." Sack was disappointed after hearing this. He was not interested in talking anymore and asked directly, "Don't fool me with these things. I won't talk anymore either. I want to know where the elemental spirits came from. I want the information in your hand. Name a price." The arrogance of the high nobles was quietly revealed. However, this age is the most brilliant time, and Ji-sun didn't think it was wrong to ask this question. When Scarface heard this, his face twitched inexplicably. He glanced at the goatee who was traveling with him, and the unkindness in his eyes clearly said, "You are too unkind." This kind of betrayal of colleagues is despised in the black market. Even if you really want to do it, just do it secretly. Now you bring people to the store? Goatee's face was embarrassed. But he has already taken refuge in the Duke of Langdon's mansion, so he doesn't care about that. After Sack finished speaking, he looked at the stall owner coldly. "Don't look at these people who stir up trouble in the black market. In front of the real nobles, they are just small characters who can be easily manipulated." Scarface knew that he couldn't hide it, and his expression was very embarrassed. "Master, I don't know which family you are from. But to be honest, my intelligence has been bought out by a big shot. Usually in the black market, once this kind of thing is said, people who know the rules will naturally not ask more questions. The black market also has its own rules. Once the intelligence is bought out, it will not be sold a second time. At the very least, it will not embarrass the other party on the spot, but secretly find an intermediary to discuss, and perhaps it can be negotiated." However, when Sack saw this guy's expression, he immediately realized that Goatee's guess about the Emperor's relics might be correct. It is even more impossible for him to give up, and he said coldly again, "I said an offer. No matter who sold it, the Langdon family is not afraid." This tone already has a threatening meaning. Scarface's face was ugly, and he glanced at his colleague Goatee from time to time. Normally, colleagues would definitely come out to smooth things over in such a situation, but now Goatee has obtained the title of Baron, and he has connections in the black market, so he has to offend. Scarface saw this situation, and was more certain that this mysterious young master had a great background. He was forced to do nothing. He knew that if he didn't speak, the other party would definitely get the information even if he searched his soul, so he could only say, "Young master, please don't embarrass me. I sold my information to Duke Simon." Ji-sun had actually guessed this result a long time ago. Just now, this guy had actually guessed that young Master Sack had a good status, but he was not afraid. He was still beating around the bush for a long time. The only explanation is that there is someone behind him. Normally, if you tell the buyer of the information, you have to look at the buyer's background if you want to force him to buy it. Coincidentally, Duke Simon and Duke Sackland are mortal enemies. When Ji-sun heard this, he knew that things were going to be bad. As expected, Sack sneered. "So what? I can pay as much as the Simon family can." As he spoke, his tone was completely impatient. "I ask you one last time, name your price." Scarface's face was extremely ugly, but he had no choice. As soon as he heard the other party's tone, he had guessed that the identity of the person in front of him was not inferior to the Simon family. He could only tell the truth. "Dear guest, to be honest with you, I am just a small shopkeeper. This shop is actually managed by Master Furin." Ji-sun didn't seem surprised at all. The shops in the black market all have backgrounds to some extent. Many evil forces are even black gloves cultivated by big families. But unfortunately, this guy mentioned a name that exacerbated the conflict. Upon hearing this, Sack's face became even colder. "Farron?" Scarface revealed the financial backer, which meant that the information he wanted was basically hopeless. Coincidentally, at this moment, several people walked over from the plank road on the edge of the cliff. The other party seemed to recognize Sack's identity at a glance, and greeted him sarcastically from a distance. "Hey, who is this? What a coincidence." The person who came was none other than the direct descendant of Grand Duke Simon, Ferran. And it was no coincidence that the two young masters met in the black market. The territories of Duke Langdon and Duke Simon were adjacent, and they had been fighting each other for hundreds of years, which could be regarded as a feud. And after the news that Sack was assassinated during the trial outside the city yesterday spread, Ferran certainly wanted to see the joke of his rival. The informant happened to see Sack and his group shopping in the adventurers' market. After asking around, they found out that they were in the black market. Originally, he wanted to see why his opponent came to the black market, but he didn't expect to come to his own shop. Simon immediately guessed the other party's intention, and he couldn't succeed. He had finally obtained the information about the Emperor's relics, so why would he give it to others? Ji-sun also caught a glimpse of the man who was wearing a cloak, but he could still see the iconic green hair. Grand Duke Simon was a descendant of the green dragon among the five-colored dragons. He was good at controlling nature and toxins, and his family was also very powerful. Ji-sun thought back to the information he had obtained before. The other party obviously had bad intentions. Although young Master Sack had secret guards, he only had two reserve knights, Ji-sun and Selly, around him. Seeing this, the two of them quietly guarded in front of Sack. Sack looked at the newcomer with a bad expression. He was about the same age as Ferran in front of him, and the hatred between the two families continued to their descendants. The two had fought many times before. Ferran looked at Sack and mocked him without disguising. "Hey, Master Sack, why did you come to the black market? Has the Langdon family fallen so far that they have to buy things on the black market?" He looked at Sack, who had a dark face, and his smile became brighter. He asked himself, "I heard that someone was assassinated in the forest outside the city yesterday. Could it be you, Sack? Oh, it's so unfortunate. Those assassins are so amateurish that they dared to do it near the Royal Academy." There was something behind his words. Every sentence was a sarcasm. This shop belongs to Simon's family. Young Master Sack knew that it would be boring for him to stay. But when he wanted to leave, the narrow plank road was blocked by the newcomers, and he could not move forward or backward. Seeing this group of people coming, Ji-sun took the initiative to step forward and blocked in front of Sack. Seeing this, the lizard wizard Sari beside him did the same. Regardless of whether they can win or not, the knight's duty is to protect the master at all times. The two blocked the opportunity for Ferran to mock him face to face, and he didn't even open his eyes to look at him, and said coldly, "Get out of here." But Ji-sun was unmoved. He just looked at him expressionlessly. He found it more and more interesting. He could not tell what would happen next. This guy was deliberately provoking. The reason was, of course, that the Langdon family controlled the best territory in the old continent, which might become the fourth kingdom in the future. This was an opportunity, but also a hidden danger. Because there were too many people coveting the territory at the port of Thunder Dragon City. As a deadly enemy, the Simon family would certainly not watch the enemy grow stronger. And the South Road was originally a place where the strong were respected, and the dragon descendants always relied on war to solve problems. If there is a conflict, many people will take advantage of the situation to attack the Langdon family. The Ferran in front of him is here to intensify the conflict. The bravery of Ji-sun's team was recognized by Sack during the assassination. Although the young master didn't say anything now, he had already remembered it silently in his heart. Sure enough, it was right to bring them out. The two people's actions to protect their master saved the only face left for Sack in such a situation. Seeing that the two apprentice knights were unmoved, Ferran glanced at them and threatened coldly, "Are you looking for death?" Ji-sun ignored him, still expressionless. Selly felt a little guilty, but seeing Ji-sun didn't move, he didn't move either. A loyal knight only has the master in his eyes, and doesn't care how noble the enemy is. Ferran was ignored by the two trainee knights, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. He sneered and didn't say anything else. Saying one more word to such a lowly knight would be a loss of status for him. Then, Ferran ignored the two minions, continued to mock his opponent, and asked, "Come to my shop to buy something? Sack, just tell me what you want." Sack, of course, would not answer. Before he wanted to leave, Ferran turned to the shopkeeper and asked Scarface, "What does this young Master Sack want to buy?" Scarface's eyelids twitched. He did not have the courage of a knight, but he knew that if he said one more word at this moment, he would have to put another rope around his neck. But when the owner asked, he could only tell the truth. "Master, this distinguished guest wants to buy information about the Emperor's relics." Ferran's eyes flashed with sternness when he heard it. It turned out that he came for his own top-secret information. No matter how the information was leaked, it was meaningless to talk about it now. He asked knowingly, "Hey, didn't your Langdon family buy a Curse God card at the Rainbow Chamber of Commerce for a lot of money? Why do you still want to get the information from my Simon family?" Young Master Sack was not in the right to begin with, and now he was caught by someone, so he couldn't say anything. However, when Ji-sun heard this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. It was just a guess before, but now it is basically confirmed. Farron continued to taunt, "Oh Sak, I heard that you were assassinated yesterday and lost a treasure. No way, it can't be. Let's go!" Before the other party finished his ridicule, Sak angrily pushed through the crowd and left with 2 guards and goatee. After a trip to the black market, Master Sak not only did not get the information he wanted, but was humiliated by the enemy. Ji-sun and Se-li were the only 2 reserve knights who followed. They could hear Master Sak's gnashing curses all the way, "I want him to die." After returning to the ground, Master Sak went into the hotel with a dark face and never came out again. Goatbeard also tactfully did not follow, but went to look for other information. And Ji-sun and other reserve knights also had their own time. Originally, they could go to visit Juling City by themselves during this time. But after returning to the hotel, Ji-sun's 6-member team got together. Because young Master Sak rewarded the 6 members of the team with a sum of money, especially for Ji-sun and Se-li. Seeing that their previous performance in protecting the master in the black market was recognized by Sak. However, looking at the bounty, Ji-sun and the other men's expressions became subtle. Gang Duo couldn't keep his words in his heart, and asked directly. Master's face was so dark just now. "Sari, did something happen when you went to the black market?" Hearing this, Sari responded helplessly, "It was indeed a bit unpleasant. It was related to some secrets, so he couldn't describe in detail the process of his master's defeat." As he said this, he looked at Ji-sun with a somewhat embarrassed expression. He knew that although this teammate was usually quiet, his thinking and judgment were absolutely reliable, so he asked, "Brother Su-luan, what are you thinking about?" Gang Duo and the others immediately cast their curious eyes over. They thought they would hear the truth of the matter, but Ji-sun said something shocking after pondering for a moment. "I think we have to kill a few people." "Ah?" Gang Duo and the others were stunned when he said this. They couldn't understand why a trip to the black market would be linked to murder. Ji-sun simply said it clearly, "The young master has lost face, and we must get it back. Besides, we offended the young master before. Even if we didn't go, that guy would definitely find a chance to kill us." Se-li didn't say anything. In fact, he also thought of this. He also felt that this was what they had to do. The guards are not only to protect the head of the family, but also to share the worries of the head of the family. Before, young Master Sak said, "I want him to die." Those words were not just curses, but a clever command. The bounty sent was actually stated clearly. The Langdon family and the Simon family have been fighting for hundreds of years, and their hatred is irreconcilable. But the Dragonborn still have basic rules. Children fighting is just children fighting. Conflicts generally do not escalate. It is not possible that every small conflict will lead to the death of adults. This is a tacit understanding. There are many Dragonborn descendants, and it does not matter if a few die. Both families encourage this kind of conflict and cultivate their descendants' ability to deal with crisis. Only those who survive are qualified to inherit the family business. In Ji-sun's deduction, this conflict has seen many lines of results. In the end, it is not certain which of the 2 young masters will die. But they, the knight cannon fodder, will definitely die in the conflict. Especially Ji-sun and his companions, they will definitely die. The Dragonborn inherited the insidious and cunning character of the dragon. The previous offense was enough to cause the death of the 2 of them. Of course, this little threat is nothing in Ji-sun's eyes. He expressed this idea, in addition to better playing the role of Su-luan. With this identity, he should do what he should do. More importantly, he was also very curious about the information about the Emperor's relics, and the elemental spirit was still in the shop. So, Ji-sun planned to take the initiative, and also to give that Master Furin some eye drops. When Gang Duo and the others heard this, they realized what their master had encountered when he went to the black market before. As a knight of Sak, even if he died, he would not let the master suffer such a great humiliation. This face must be recovered. Gale was originally a member of the Langdon family, and was the most loyal. She did not think that Ji-sun's idea was wrong. But she thought about it and expressed her concerns. But if we act rashly, will it cause trouble for the host family? After all, the Simon family is not easy to mess with. Sari had completely followed Ji-sun's thinking and said, "If it succeeds, of course no one will know that it was us. If it fails, it is our personal behavior, and has nothing to do with the Langdon family. If we die, we die." As soon as these words came out, even Gang Duo, who was the slowest to reacted. Then, Sari also said, "And we must act as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be difficult to find people if the other party reacts too late." After Ji-sun spoke, he did not speak again. In the team, Sari's ideas were already perfect enough. After everyone discussed, they were ready to act. What level is the other party? Level 1. Okay, let's go together. Since we are teammates, of course we have to go together. Otherwise, no matter what the result is, those who retreat will not be well received. If they succeed, they will not get any reward, and if they fail, they will be implicated. This matter originally had nothing to do with David, a slave. But as he watched everyone leave, he thought about it and said, I go too. Ji-sun glanced at him. The dark-skinned boy didn't explain much, just said, you saved me. In the previous assassination, without Ji-sun, David knew he would have died long ago. Often, warriors with simple hearts have a very straightforward view of gratitude and resentment. Ji-sun listened and smiled without comment. Everyone went out quietly. Ji-sun and his companions changed their clothes, but they found nothing in the black market. The scarred man was also a smart man. He knew that he had caused trouble. After his master Fei Luan left, he immediately closed the shop and went to hide. Ji-sun had already deduced that the guy had escaped. He didn't say it in advance, because they now have a reliable source of information. The opponent often knows their habits better than they do. Ji-sun and his 6 companions found Yuri, with a goat beard, and got information from him. Those who are in the black market have several disguised identities. It is difficult for outsiders to find them. But for the local snakes who have been in Juling City for decades, many secrets are no longer secrets. Goatbeard can guess the information about the Emperor's relics. He is very scheming, and usually collects a lot of information from his peers. Before, it was just for self-protection, but now that he has the identity of a baron, of course it comes in handy. Coincidentally, he knew that Scarface had a secret lover in South City, which is also a hidden intelligence base of the black market. Not long after, at number 224 Taylor Street, South City. In an inconspicuous small building, leaning against the window of a dark alley, Scarface was secretly chatting with a hooded man hiding in the dark. Scarface was not only buying things on the black market, he was also a broker for several assassin organizations in the city. Blind man, have you found the assassins? Well, go to the casino and find a few unfamiliar outsiders to do it. Do it cleanly, and don't leave any handles. Kill a few apprentice knights first to teach them a lesson, especially a lizard man, a black-haired one. The young master meant to hang their heads at the door of the hotel for the Langdon family to see. Yes. Scarface was relieved after he finished his explanation. The reason why he closed the store and fled back to the secret base was that he guessed that the eldest son of the Langdon family was not someone to be trifled with. It was not only the order of his young master, but more importantly, he knew very well that in this situation, only by taking the initiative to act ruthlessly could the other party be afraid and thus protect himself as much as possible. Scarface went all the way to the second floor. On the bed was a widow with a cow-like figure, not too old, and quite pretty. The woman was not a good person either. She was also a famous slave trader in the black market, nicknamed the Red Scorpion. After Scarface came up, he still felt uneasy after thinking about it. He thought about it with a frown, and decisively began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets to pack things. The woman looked at Scarface, who was tossing back and forth, and asked, Hey, Lao Ba, why do you look uneasy? Scarface said, Yuri sold me out, and I got involved in some trouble. I plan to leave the city temporarily to avoid the limelight. The woman didn't realize the seriousness of the matter yet, and said lazily, Is it that serious? Scarface was also uncertain, who knew it would be involved in that kind of thing. If that young master wanted to crush a small character like me, he could just send anyone. I can't afford to offend him, so I can only hide. The woman didn't take it seriously, and said sourly, Oh, I thought you, the new baron, disliked an old woman like me. The woman was lying on the bed, and she was not wearing any clothes. Her pair of milky white snow-white eyes swayed, which made Scarface feel hot in his heart. He glanced at them and said, Forget it, there's no need to rush now. As he said that, the room was filled with spring colors. However, in this moment of delay, 6 people had already walked out of a secret passage guided by the goatee. Without attracting anyone's attention, they approached the small building at number 224 Taylor Street. It was right in that dark alley. The shadows hid the figures of the 6 people. Under one of the cloaks, it was a lizard face. Sari sniffed the smell in the air and said, 2 people, one is Scarface, I remember his smell. There is also a scent powder with toxin residue. It should be the Red Scorpion. Ji-sun nodded when he heard this. The tactics that had been discussed long ago did not need to hesitate at all, and several people rushed to the second floor. David rushed forward alone, and before the opponent could react at all, he had already rushed to the bedside. The two sides fought instantly. Although Scarface is a first-level card master, professional businessmen usually have little time to practice, and their strength is not much higher than that of professional knights like Ji-sun. Ji-sun and Sari controlled the situation exquisitely, and David punched wildly, and Scarface was captured with serious injuries in a blink of an eye. The only surprise was that the Red Scorpion, with its bare bottom, controlled everyone for a moment, and then poisoned the house, and tried to escape through the secret passage. However, there was a priest in Ji-sun's team, so this little poison was no problem at all. The Red Scorpion was killed by Gale in stealth, and Scarface was captured alive. The entire battle process was blocked by the barrier, and even the neighbors didn't notice the conflict here. Because the secret passage opened by the woman took the initiative, it also facilitated Ji-sun and his men. After looting in the house for a while, they wiped off the traces and left quietly. Chapter 454. What? Has the person been captured? Hasn't he been discovered yet? Ha ha, reward. A big reward. Ji-sun and the other 6 returned to the hotel smoothly. When Sak learned that they had captured the scarred man in the black market alive, the young master of the Landon family was extremely excited. At the same time, he also had a higher opinion of the loyalty, decisiveness, and wisdom of the 6 guards. Young Master Sak really cares about the relics of the great emperor. But face is more important. Before, he was humiliated by his rival Farron in the black market, which not only brought humiliation to him, but also to the honor of the Landon family. Sak knew that he was not in the right, so he had to swallow his anger. Unexpectedly, things turned around so quickly. It was not that Sak had not thought about revenge, but he was obviously not in the right. If he really ordered revenge, it would not only make him lose face, but also make him be ridiculed in the noble circle. The pride of the Dragonborn prevented him from making such a decision that would bring more shame to the family. However, now, several loyal and caring guards have perfectly solved this problem. They figured out his thoughts accurately and acted decisively. So decisive that when he was still trying to figure out how to save face, the 6 people had already saved face. More importantly, his men were doing a clean job and didn't leave any evidence for the enemy. Even if the matter was exposed in the future, Sak would dare to say that it was not his intention. The pent-up anger in his heart was swept away when he got the news. And because of this action, Ji-sun and the other 6 not only received the recognition of young Master Sak, but also received a large reward. Sak gave Gale the dagger worth 100,000 gold coins he bought at the adventurer's market as a reward. Gang Duoduo got a shield, Zhuosha got a relic robe, and Selly got an ancient dragon magic book. Although Ji-sun looked down on these things, for low-level card masters, these relics are even related to life. In the early stage of card masters, equipment and spell cards have a decisive improvement in combat effectiveness. Several reward relics have doubled the strength of the team. Those things were originally not necessarily obtained by the veteran knights of the Duke's mansion, according to their merits. Now young Master Sak directly rewarded several reserve knights. This was already a surprise. However, Ji-sun did not ask for anything else, but only got the 2 elemental elves he had bought before. Young masters of Sak's level could not raise these things to maturity, and in the eyes of others, he was just cashing them in. But no one said anything. This was young Master Sak's reward. As for the information about the earth relics in Scarface's hand, Ji-sun did not pay much attention to it. The person was handed over to young Master Sak, and there will naturally be experts in the Duke's mansion who will figure out the information. As for exploring and searching for treasures in the Warcraft forest, professional adventurers are more professional. Now that the information is known to come from Duke Simon's family, perhaps more people know it. With many families competing with each other, there will inevitably be major conflicts during the exploration. Ji-sun is not interested in wasting energy to ponder the news that has not been revealed. He thought that it would not be too late to consider it when the great emperor's relics really appeared in the world. Besides, he always felt that there was something wrong with the sudden news of the great emperor's relics. It seems that there is a big hand stirring in the dark behind the scenes. Ji-sun thought about the bizarre incident of the Pope's assassination again, and always felt that this method was a bit familiar. Although the dragons are cunning, they prefer to solve problems with force, so that the dragons of the southern continent don't seem to like to play any too profound conspiracies. But in the East Wilderness, Ji-sun has experienced it many times. That sense of familiarity arises spontaneously. The next day, in an adventurer's hotel in Juling City, Ji-sun's body rented a room here. At this moment, there was a bird cage in front of him. He opened the black cloth, and inside were 2 colorful elves sitting listlessly on the mat. This was the elemental elves that the clone had obtained. The 2 elves looked at Ji-sun, Their eyes were already full of numbness. They had been resold many times by humans these days, and every time they saw a new face, it meant that they had been trafficked once. Their companions became fewer and fewer, and in the end, the two of them could not escape such a fate. And that greedy look made the elves, who naturally liked beautiful things, feel very uncomfortable. Although this time is different. But this makes them no longer have any good feelings towards humans. Ji-sun carefully observed the two elves in the cage, and was also surprised. It was the first time he saw this mythical creature that only appeared in the classics, and he couldn't hide his surprise. And when he clearly sensed the elemental fluctuations on the two elves that seemed to be the embodiment of the law, he felt more and more impressed by the magic of the creator. Because it happened that Ji-sun had this feeling on another object. That is the mysterious symbol representing the law of the universe, the rune. The two elemental elves in front of him were like living elemental runes. Although they were all 7 colorful elements, Ji-sun also clearly sensed that one of them was more water-oriented, and the other was more wood-oriented. Could it be that they are really creatures transformed from elements? The more Ji-sun looked at them, the more magical they felt. There were not many legends recorded in the classics, but the goat said nonsense before that mature elemental elves were the darlings of the great magicians in ancient times. Now that he had them, Ji-sun of course planned to try to cultivate them. The elements of Giant Spirit City are already very rich for humans, but for the two elves, it is completely a barren land. Their spirits are sluggish. It's like a fish out of water. Although it can survive for a while, it won't live long. Seeing this, Ji-sun took out 2 magic cores to replace the original magic core in the cage. It's like changing the water in the fish tank. The two elves have a little life now. If you want the two elves to become companion pets, you must first make them willing to sign a contract. Elven language, like dragon language, belongs to the advanced language system that can embody the law. No one knows this lost mythical language. Fortunately, Ji-sun can use mental power to communicate spells language general knowledge. He tried to express his thoughts with mental power. I hope you could become my companion spirit pets. If you are willing, we can sign an equal contract. I will give you a suitable living environment, and I will not force you to do anything. You can leave at any time when you feel it is appropriate. Of course, you need to exchange equal value. What I have paid for you. As he said that, he took out a parchment scroll. Then he wrote down the content of the contract in Turungu and dragon language, and then engraved it again with his mental power. Normally, the contracts signed with pets are symbiotic contracts. This will ensure that the pets are loyal to their owners as much as possible, and can also drive the pets to do things. But Ji-sun used an equal contract. First, because Ji-sun now understands the power of God, he has an accurate understanding of higher creatures. For higher life such as elemental elves, the best way to get along is to respect each other, otherwise there will be hidden dangers in the future. In addition, for Ji-sun, it would be better if these two elemental elves were as the legend said, and it would not matter if they were not there. He himself also had an instinctive goodwill towards the beautiful things in the universe. At the end of the contract, Ji-sun said, "If you don't want to, I will set you free." After saying that, regardless of whether the other party understood or not, he directly opened the birdcage. The two elves looked at the open prison door and were stunned for a moment, but soon they reacted and flew out in panic. Having been locked up for so long, they already hated the cage that imprisoned them. Their first reaction was to fly to the window and try to escape. But as soon as they got to the window, they were frightened back by the crowds of people on the street and the turbid air. Ji-sun was not in a hurry, with a calm expression on his face. He never thought of stopping them from flying away. If they really wanted to run away, he would just think of it as losing 200,000 gold coins. For him, it was not a big problem. It is said that the intelligence of young elemental elves is not high, but they have the natural instinct to distinguish between good and evil. They seemed to see that the human in front of them really had no ill intentions. It was impossible to escape now. This was a human city, and they would be caught immediately if they flew out. Compared to the greedy faces they had seen before, the two elves felt that the human in front of them was more friendly. Ji-sun was afraid that they didn't understand, so he continued to express his thoughts with his mental power, and pointed to the contract that had just been written on the table. After hesitating for a long time, it seemed that they understood, and the two elves fluttered their tired wings and landed on the table. One of the green-haired elves looked at Ji-sun with her green crystal eyes, as if trying to identify something. Ji-sun also smiled at them. It must be said that the elves are really the darlings of the creator. If they were not only the size of a thumb, their appearance would definitely be considered stunning among humans. The two elves did not quite understand the rules of the human world, but they also roughly understood what Ji-sun meant. The content of the equal contract is that as long as they pay an equal price They can redeem. You can leave at any time. The two elves lay on the parchment scroll that was bigger than their bed and read it carefully. Seeing that they were interested in the contract, Ji-sun didn't rush them. He picked up the book he had just found from the market and read it by himself. At the same time, seeing that the two elves were listless like dehydrated fish, he took out 2 more magic beast crystal cores. The two elves felt that it was not good, but they couldn't refuse. Without the elemental energy in the crystal core, they felt that they would die. About a quarter of an hour passed. No one spoke in the room. Ji-sun was reading the book, and the elf was looking at the contract. But suddenly, something unexpected happened. Ji-sun heard a voice beside him, as if it was an illusion. Human, can you really do what you said in the contract? This elf can actually speak, and the voice is very pleasant. Ji-sun instinctively asked curiously, can you speak human language? He was not surprised that the elves could speak, but that what they said just now was the Terran language commonly used in the southern continent. At this point, the rumors on the black market that the elemental elves are not very intelligent and are dumb are of course false. They just don't want to communicate with humans. Although the green-haired elf was not very proficient, he also explained in the plastic-like Terran language, your human language is very simple. These days, I have been resold by humans and heard too many human conversations. I have learned it a long time ago. Ji-sun also understood it after listening. Higher life forms are different from humans. Things like language learning, which are difficult for ordinary people, are not difficult for them. That's right, elves are high-level life forms, and even if they are young, their wisdom is definitely not comparable to that of humans. But then again, can't I just learn Elvish? Countless thoughts flashed through Ji-sun's mind, and he suddenly felt as if he had really dug up a treasure. Being able to communicate makes it much more convenient. He said directly yes. What is written in the contract means that I will definitely abide by it. The terms of the contract are very broad. Thinking of the tragic experience of being trafficked before, the green-haired elf was not so resistant. But she was still a little embarrassed, and asked hesitantly, then can you send us back to the forest? At that time, I will also give you equal rewards in exchange. For example, I will give you some gold and gems that you humans like. The elf world is not as complicated as that of humans, but these days they have also understood some human behaviors. For example, transactions and coins. They know that they need something equal in exchange for freedom. Ji-sun also agreed, of course. But not now. The forest you are in is very dangerous for humans. I can't go there for the time being. But as written in the contract, I will abide by our agreement. The words are true. But I will definitely not let them go now. Now that he found that the wisdom of the two elves is higher than he imagined, he is more curious about this mythical creature. And in the causal line deduced by Ji-sun, these are not just two elves. Mythical races, the fate line involved, that is a myth. There is a very important deduction basis in the secret method of the world, that is, cause and effect. There is a cause. Then there is a result. Only when he has enough contact, Ji-sun can really have the possibility of contacting the myth of this world. After listening to Ji-sun's words, the two elves bargained for a while, and finally recognized the reality, and had to sign the contract first. Fortunately, they understood the content of the contract, and did not object. Ji-sun knew why the merchants in the black market said that it was difficult to sign a contract with this elf. They are not less intelligent than humans. Not to mention that they are of higher races, and that is a status gap derived from blood. Just like humans, how could they be willing to be treated as pets by wild beasts? Finally, after the two elves made up their minds, they signed their names on the parchment. Ji-sun could not understand the words that looked like a flower, but only saw the laws shining on the lines of the words. The contract was signed, and the magic circle lit up. Ji-sun asked again, by the way, what are your names? The green-haired elf responded, my name is Cora. The one with the little gold hair said, my name is Nina. Your name is Ji-sun, right? Human names are really weird. Cora was obviously more talkative. She looked at the name on the contract, murmured, and then said truthfully, but sir, your contract says that you will try your best to meet our survival needs. That's very presumptuous to tell you that your human living environment is too bad for us elves, especially the lack of natural elements is like a desert. This is not something that can be solved with just a few magic cores. We have been suffering these days. Those black market merchants and mercenaries will not waste too many high-level magic cores on them. Although they signed a contract, they did not completely trust the human who captured them. The elf also half believed and half doubtedly told the human what he thought. At this point, Cora was afraid that Ji-sun did not understand, so she made another analogy. Without elemental supplies, it's like you humans are hungry every day. If there is not enough source of elements, our body may collapse. Ji-sun understood. He smiled and took out 2 4th-level magic cores. The 2 elves looked slightly different, as if they had changed to a larger fish tank and their breathing was a little smoother. But they could not hide their disappointment. Korra glanced at Ji-sun's expression and said timidly, I have seen it before in the black market merchant's shop of you humans. I know this is already a very high-level magic core. But please allow me to state the facts. If you just want to rely on these magic cores to maintain our daily needs, you may need a lot of them, because they can barely maintain the operation of the elements in our body. If we stay in the city for a long time, we will need at least 3 a day. If you want us to grow, we will need more or even many times more. Not only that, we also need spiritual power crystal cores, so that we can better understand the natural elements. The elves have a kind of elegance, and even communication is very comfortable to listen to. But the cognition of the elves is very different from that of humans. This passage is very complicated. Some words are also used differently from human habits. But Ji-sun guessed and deduced, and roughly understood it. He raised his eyebrows. Before, he was wondering how much money it would cost to raise this pair of elves, which would make the nobles feel extravagant. Now he heard it, it was indeed a lot. These 2 4th-level magic cores are worth tens of thousands of gold coins in the market. Is this the normal consumption in a day? If you want to cultivate them to maturity, you need to spend 100,000 or 200,000 gold coins a day. It is not an exaggeration to call these 2 little guys a gold-spending den. And there is no guarantee that they can be raised to maturity. If it were someone else, without a family background, they would not dare to think about raising elves. Unfortunately, Ji-sun's family background is good. Although it is painful, at least it can be afforded for a long time. He also heard the 2 elves' thoughts of returning to the forest, and smiled and said, Don't worry. I will try my best to meet your living needs according to the contract. If I can't do it, I will send you back to the forest as soon as possible. Yeah. The 2 elves had a little hope after hearing the expression. They thought that this human would most likely send them back, because he couldn't support their consumption. However, Ji-sun thought of something else. The reason for signing the equal contract before was not just because this was the only contract that the elves would accept. There was another consideration, which was the clause of equivalent exchange. The more he gave now, the more it meant that if he really couldn't afford to support these 2 little guys, and they wanted to redeem themselves in the future, he should get back what he had paid, right? Moreover, as a mythical race, there should be some good stuff in the family. As long as the 2 elves are fine, this business will be profitable. Thinking of this, Ji-sun didn't care about the consumption at all. However, high-level magic cores are not only valuable, but more importantly, they are also strategic materials, which are essential materials for many high-level cards. Ji-sun didn't plan to consume them like this. He had already thought of something, and he took out 2 spell pottery jars. In a blink of an eye, the elements near the pottery jars became richer. Useless pottery jar. Although it is used to seal the outer gods, for Ji-sun, this is just an auxiliary relic for cultivation. Once this jar is taken out and restricted by the ban, the concentration of element in the room is at least 10 times higher than before. The 2 elves were also surprised. Korra asked in surprise, Hey, you humans actually have such a thing? Although I have seen some extraordinary items in the human world these days, this is the first time I have felt such a magical object. The biggest advantage of humans is that they are good at making tools. Ji-sun could understand why they were surprised and just smiled. Yeah. What do you think now? There is one point in the contract, that is, each party must keep each other's secrets. There is no need to worry about the jars being exposed. Besides, Ji-sun felt that as long as he was alive, the 2 elves would not be exposed. Korra sensed the increasingly rich elements around her and said, Yeah. Although it is a little worse than the elements in the forest, it is enough. Ji-sun heard it and said, That's good. At the same time, he remembered this in his heart. This level of elements is similar to that in the forest. The richness of the elements in the southern continent has already surprised Ji-sun. Why is there such a rich element in the place where they live? Is it the relic of the emperor, or some other reason? This way, they can barely meet their daily needs. Ji-sun also felt. But it's not over yet. At this time, Ji-sun took out a moon, and the soft moonlight wrapped in super strong spiritual pollution made the whole room bright instantly. Elemental spirits also need spiritual power to grow, which is a necessary condition for them to understand the higher level elemental laws. Elemental magic cores are not too expensive, but the price of spiritual power magic cores is more than 10 times that of ordinary elemental magic cores. And it is not easy to buy. Ji-sun doesn't think he can keep it for long. This moon that can always overflow spiritual pollution is what he has high hopes for. If it can really be used to cultivate elves, it can save a lot of money. But the only trouble is that the spiritual power of this moon is polluting to ordinary humans. I don't know what to do with the elves. As soon as the moon appeared, the two elves were surprised again. They were all shocked. Huh? What is this? Why do I feel like it seems to emit a very gentle spiritual power? This seems to be the moon in the moon well on the mural of the tribe's ancestral land. I feel a familiar power. Humans are really incredible. It's okay to have all kinds of strange tools, but there are such items with divine power. The chief said that humans are very cunning, even more cunning than dragons. Yes. We must be careful at all times. Anyway, he can't understand what we are saying. Ji-sun listened to the two elves chattering about something. I couldn't understand, but it seemed that they didn't feel uncomfortable. Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered that he had communicated with Master Merlin before. The so-called extraordinary pollution is actually that the body is too weak to withstand too high extraordinary energy. Moreover, the higher races have their own faith immunity. Elemental elves, it is a pure-blooded higher race, and it is almost impossible for the faith to be polluted by alien gods. Ji-sun had such a speculation before, so he dared to raise elves. But in order to confirm the risk, he still said truthfully that Korra, Nina, do you think this kind of spiritual field is suitable? I mean, there are some foreign gods in this relic. Will it have any effect on you? Korra explained, of course not. We elves believe in the goddess of nature, and we must not be polluted by other gods. She added, well, Mr. Ji-sun, although I don't know how you have such a magical thing, for us elves, this kind of gentle spiritual field is the best growth environment. Thank you for your efforts. At this moment, they finally don't have to worry about dying all the time. At this moment, they really believe in the ability of this human to fulfill the contract. But they were so naive that they didn't realize that they were gradually becoming less repulsive to the human in front of them. Ji-sun listened and smiled, saying, that's good. If you need anything else, just tell me directly. The moon and the jar could be used, meeting the most important survival conditions of the elves. He was also increasingly looking forward to whether he could be cultivated in the future. Ji-sun stayed in the hotel every day to practice. At such a close distance, the clone's knowledge was what the original body saw. Since the incident at the black market, the Su-Lun team has completely gained the trust of the young Master Sak, and they are always with him wherever they go. Their daily work is to accompany the young master around the city, to auction houses, clubs, and various high-end places in the aristocratic circle to try out new things. The top aristocrats have access to much more rare resources and intelligence than ordinary people. Ji-sun also took the opportunity to learn more about the giant spirit city, the Royal Academy, and the Warcraft Forest. Although Ji-sun's main body did not go out of the hotel, he knew a lot of intelligence. He also paid attention to some information. The news of the Pope's assassination seemed to have suddenly stopped, and there was no news about Xie Guisheng. However, there was more and more information about the Emperor's relics. There were more and more legends among the adventurers. Even in the Royal Academy, it was heard that several students from noble families had obtained the curse card. A large number of ancient relics from a certain era also appeared in the adventurers' market, which attracted more adventurers to go deep into the forest. There are many ancient relics buried in the Warcraft Forest, and they are discovered in waves like waves. Adventurers in the southern continent are no longer surprised. But Ji-sun always feels that there seems to be something wrong behind the large number of relics of the great emperor. However, without sufficient intelligence to support the deduction, he is not sure whether that feeling is right. 10 days have passed in a flash. It is the day when the Royal Academy of Arel will start school. Ji-sun and other reserve knights will follow Master Sak and start a long period of study in the future. Chapter 455. That day. At the foot of the Tata Mountains, at the Royal Academy of Arel, various luxurious carriages stopped at the entrance of the academy. Today was the day for the new semester, and young nobles from various territories in the southern continent arrived at the academy one after another. Not too early or too late. A purple carriage pulled by a grunt beast stopped at the entrance of the academy. Young Master Sak got off the carriage. Behind the convoy, Ji-sun and a group of reserve knights followed closely behind, wearing brand new armor and robes, holding the purple dragon cross flag of the Langdon family. Such a trip would certainly cause a sensation in other cities. But here, there are guards everywhere at the door, escorting young masters and young ladies to school. Today is the day for new students to enter the Royal Academy, and it is also the first day for those young nobles to start their college life. The students are not very old, about 13 or 14 years old, and their luxurious clothes and family emblems show their outstanding status. The nobles in the southern continent are numerous and complex, but the class division is also very clear. Ji-sun also has a detailed understanding of the noble emblems of the southern continent. The details of the pattern on the emblem revealed all the information. The patterns on the emblems of the direct line, the collateral line, and the number of descendants were all marked in detail. Ji-sun only took a glance and recognized the identities of many students. The 73rd Prince Roy of the Black Dragon Kingdom, Princess Sophia of the Red Dragon Kingdom, Prince Zeke of the Silver Dragon Royal Family, the 17th Princess of Grand Duke Raphael, and the 21st grandson of Grand Duke Xuangshan. The top nobles, who are rarely seen on weekdays, are everywhere here. Although the empire is large, the social circle of the aristocracy is still not large. Many of the minor nobles have known each other for a long time. After Sak got off the carriage, he met several acquaintances and started chatting with them while walking. "Hey Sak, I heard that you were assassinated. What happened?" "It's a small problem. Some blind guys. Curse God card, have you heard about it? There are a few guys in the academy who got lucky and got it. I heard that the thing can use spells infinitely. Do you think it's really that magical? Didn't I just detect that the blue dragon bloodline is very pure this year? Will he come to the academy this year? Why didn't I see it? Hey, I heard that the unlucky guy broke a leg while hunting and is now recovering at home. Hey, I don't know why, but I heard that there seem to be a lot of bounties on the black market for royal students. It's probably some ambitious people who are making trouble again. The church recently issued a pioneering law, and many downtrodden nobles have emerged, or they are the Dragon Rebellion Army. I always feel that the fingers of the major territories seem to be more chaotic recently. Didn't they say that the main force of the Dragon Rebellion Army fled to the old continent? Who knows? Have you heard that there are pagans causing trouble in some remote places in the north? They say it's a vampire. The church has even organized a crusade. Ji-sun followed the team. While walking, he also listened to the chatter of the young masters. These young masters and young ladies have their own family intelligence networks, and often know a lot of news that cannot be obtained through other channels. Every noble brought some reserve knights like Ji-sun. The higher the rank, the more they brought. Therefore, the academy recruits a lot of people every year. The group walked into the academy. The Royal Academy of Arel is built on the mountain, with the towering Titan Mountains behind it. There are green trees at the foot of the mountain, and most of the white Gothic dome buildings are hidden in the forest. This place is similar to the style of Giant Spirit City, with various huge buildings everywhere. There is a wide avenue leading to the depths of the academy. On both sides are neatly trimmed magic gardens, in which grow various exotic plants that are rare in the outside world. Some leaves are like wind chimes, swaying gently in the wind, making pleasant bell sounds. Some flowers bloom at certain times, releasing an invigorating fragrance, and there are vines that seem to be alive, which are some tree demons. Ji-sun was amazed when he saw them. It is really a magical world. After walking for a while, you can see the 100-meter-high human knight statues standing on both sides of the road. Looking from a distance, a huge building with stained glass windows came into view. That is the library of the Royal Academy. The most spectacular building in the entire academy. In front of the library is a square the size of several football fields. In the center of the square stands a huge white stone statue, which is a three-headed dragon 100 meters high. Before Ji-sun came, he had heard that there was a magical dragon statue in the academy. But when he saw this three-headed dragon sculpture for the first time, he was still shocked. The statue actually has such an exaggerated dragon power. The artistic content of the statue is very high, and the carving is also very exquisite. The whole statue is lifelike, giving people the feeling that it is not a dead object, but a living dragon that has been petrified. There is a scorn in the dragon's eyes, as if seeing the contempt of a powerful person for the creatures in the world. Majesty, cruelty, strength, cunning, the characteristics of the dragon are vividly portrayed in the sculpture. The first time he saw it, Ji-sun had a strong visual impact and inner shock. This statue is not carved casually. It is the dragon god Iroh, who has many titles such as the Colossus of Despair and Eternity, the Master of the Forgotten Kingdom of God, the Creator of all dragons, and the Shaper of Dragon Civilization, the most supreme existence in the Arel Empire. The lifespan of a true dragon is long, usually thousands of years. The lifespan of a divine dragon is beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans. It is said that this dragon god has lived for at least tens of thousands of years. Just looking at this statue, a heavy sense of history and mystery comes to mind. Every student who sees the dragon god statue stops to protect his chest and salutes involuntarily. This is the dragon's mighty awe from the bloodline, which is difficult for non-dragon descendants to bear. This is one of the most important reasons why Ji-sun did not dare to come in with his real body. Every corner of the academy is hidden with various magic barriers and traps, and outsiders can easily be exposed inadvertently. Not long after, a group of students changed into the classic aristocratic red and black uniforms and gathered in the spacious auditorium. The interior of the academy is somewhat similar to Ji-sun's school in his previous life. Portraits of outstanding mentors from past generations are hung on the walls. However, those who can be hung on the wall are at least the top card masters of the 8th and 9th levels. And most of them are still alive. This is the foundation of the Royal Academy of Arel. Here, students can access the best extraordinary resources in the world, and there are also real top masters to guide the way of cultivation. Ji-sun looked at the portraits of those masters, and had a lot of thoughts. His 6th level is already first class in the East Wilderness. But here, it is not worth mentioning. This place not only continues the heritage left by the Talinka civilization, but also the heritage of the Dragon civilization and various ancient civilizations hidden deep in the Warcraft forest. In Ji-sun's eyes, this is a superdimensional space with all kinds of treasures. The risk is huge, but the reward is also huge. The procedures of the Royal Academy's freshman opening ceremony every year are almost fixed. It is to get to know the senior management of the academy, test qualifications, divide classes, and assign tutors. The dean is a kind-looking old man, a genuine 9th level strongman. The old man showed his face and gave some official speeches about academics without borders and praising the great dragon god. Then the senior management of the 5 major academies of warriors, mages, priests, assassins, and mysteries spoke. Those who are qualified to sit in front of the podium in the auditorium are all formal students of SAC who have high noble status. Ji-sun and other reserve knights gathered in a square formation in the back. The little nobles were bored, but Ji-sun listened with relish. The content of the speeches of these college leaders sounded like empty talk to the ears of young students. But in Ji-sun's current realm, if you taste it carefully, it is all kinds of wise sayings. Those top masters used the simplest language to express what they saw in the extraordinary and supreme realm. It was not the first time that Ji-sun felt this kind of enlightenment from being instructed by others. But it was the first time that he encountered so many super masters instructing at the same time, which was like feeding food in his mouth. It felt great. It was several hours later when the various procedures of the opening ceremony were completed. Then came the last process, which was to assign class mentors and resources according to the entrance test of the new students. Because the entrance test was different every year, the rewards were also different. Before this, no one knew what would happen. The young nobles didn't care. After all, the family's training resources were enough. No matter what the academy rewarded, it was dispensable to them. But for the reserve knights, this might be their closest chance to top-level training resources. On the stage, a bearded instructor was reading the test report. The reserve knights below the stage were also listening carefully. The 7th reserve knight team of the Black Dragon royal family, the trial evaluation is A, and the reward is A-level extraordinary resources. The 13th reserve knight team of the Red Dragon royal family, the trial evaluation is A+, and the reward is A+ level resources. Duke Simon's 1st reserve knight team, trial rating B+. Count Sis's 9th reserve guard team, trial rating C. Count Godot's guard team, trial rating D failed, penalized with half research funding for 1 semester. There are thousands of guard teams scattered around. But in general, the higher the title, the stronger the guard team is, and the higher the trial rating is. It's called a trial rating, but it's actually more like a ranking of the guard team's strength. Although the nobles don't care about the rewards, they will be very happy to hear that their guard team is rated far higher than others, especially nobles of the same title. In the square formation, Ji-sun also listened carefully to the names of the teams. He habitually wrote down the information of everyone around him, and in case of future conflicts, these could be used as real references for deduction. However, as the person on the stage was reading, suddenly everyone in the audience seemed to have heard something incredible and fell silent. Duke Langdon Knight Team 16, Trial Rating S Reward. 1 book of the basic secrets of the 52 mystical magic techniques. As soon as these words came out, the huge auditorium fell silent. Not everyone has heard about Sack's assassination. And even if they have heard about it, not everyone knows what happened. The entire assassination incident was kept secret by the Langdon family and the academy. So when they heard this evaluation, everyone's expressions were as shocked as their thoughts, and they were speechless. The entrance examination is a ranking of strength, which is recognized by everyone. But usually, the Royal Legion Guards of the 3 kingdoms will have the best test results. Just like this year, the 3 Royal Reserve Knight teams, Red Dragon, Black Dragon, and Silver Dragon, almost all received A+ evaluations. It has been like this for thousands of years, with very few exceptions. But what did I hear just now? An inconspicuous team from the Duke of Langdon's residence actually received an S-level evaluation in the trial? There is absolutely no trick in the assessment of the Royal Academy. It is a comprehensive evaluation based on the trial situation by the Academy instructor. This means that the Langdon family team performed better than the 3 royal teams in the trial and received the only S-level evaluation in the freshman trial, which has not appeared in at least the past 10 years. Of course, the most excited people who heard the news were a certain 5-member team. Gang Duo, Selly, Gale, Shuasha, and Ji-sun. David was a slave and was not eligible for rewards, so he was neither happy nor sad. Even Ji-sun was surprised. He was not surprised that the previous trial evaluation was high. To be able to survive in front of a second-level assassin in that situation, luck and strength are indispensable, and it is almost impossible for other teams to do it. Even the 3 royal families. What surprised him was that the rewards of the Royal Academy were so luxurious. They actually directly gave out the 52 magic secrets as a reward. Although I know that this is a means for the Academy to encourage students to study hard, but the priceless magic secrets are just given as rewards. As far as Ji-sun knows, it is very difficult for even old students to get the magic secrets, and they often have to rank among the top in various assessments to have a chance. Those who can get such rewards will all be successful and famous people in the future. But now they are awarded to some low-level knights through a freshman trial. Although it was an introductory formula, it felt a bit too extravagant. Ji-sun always felt that this sudden increase in assessment rewards might have a lot to do with the recent bizarre situation in the southern continent. However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and he soon accepted it calmly. He came to the Royal Academy for those extraordinary resources. Ji-sun was also very curious about what kind of magic secrets he could get. The opening ceremony, which was originally as boring as in previous years, caused quite a stir because of the sudden S-level trial evaluation. Not only the young masters and young ladies of the various dukes' houses were jealous, but also the princesses and princes of the 3 royal families felt ashamed. However, after the subsequent whispers, everyone also figured out some things. The situation of the Langdon family this year is indeed different. The Duke's house has established a principality in the old continent, attracting many talents. It seems understandable that a few freaks suddenly appeared. The school probably wanted to stimulate the competition of the new students, so that everyone would be more motivated to learn in the future, so they announced the reward plan in front of everyone. All are multiple choice. Let the 5 people in the team choose by themselves. Gangdwood's reward is the exclusive magic of the Ace of Spades Black Knight sequence, which is known as the infinite barrier that can withstand all kinds of damage. Sari's reward is the exclusive magic of the Elemental Manipulator sequence, Super Elemental Perception. Gale's reward is the exclusive magic of the Assassin sequence, Void Flash. Shuasha's reward is the exclusive magic of the Priest sequence, Resurrection Filthy Sacrifice. And Ji-sun, his original character design is the Wisdom Path 5 of Club's Polymath sequence, but the magic of this sequence is missing from the hospital. He chose another one, the Gluttony Breathing Technique. This is not the secret technique that Ji-sun knew before. Gongwood said before that the Gluttony secret technique he knew was only a part of the inheritance, and it was only the basic part about elemental breathing. The other part about law absorption is in the southern continent, which is the part collected by the Royal Academy. The goal that Ji-sun had given himself before was to get the other half of the Gluttony Breathing Technique. I didn't expect it to be so easy to touch. This breathing method is also highly compatible with his Polymath sequence. 5 magic secrets were given out at once, which made the other reserved knights in the audience particularly jealous. 52 magic secrets can be said to be the ultimate reward that ordinary knight students can get in the Royal Academy. No one expected that this year's reward would be so generous. Even the reserved knights of the Duke of Langdon's mansion were extremely envious. Seeing the ordinary Ji-sun and the other 5 standing on the podium to receive the award, jealous eyes swept across the faces of the 5 people like needles. Even the extremely thick-skinned dwarf Gang Duo felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Ji-sun looked normal. Since he had gained such a great benefit, it was understandable that he would be a little jealous. And he also guessed that this was deliberately arranged by the hospital. However, at this time, some people in the audience finally couldn't help it, and many people stood up and said, "We don't accept it. Why can they get an S rating? Our team is not worse than theirs. If it is the same trial, we can do it." Ji-sun glanced at the person who spoke up, and he happened to know him, because he had deliberately remembered him before. It was none other than the 13th Reserve Knights of the Red Dragon Royal Family, which was rated A+ this year. As soon as someone started, others stood up to protest. "Yes, we don't accept it. We don't accept it either. Why can they get the magic secret? Although we are rated A, our strength is definitely not worse than theirs. It's not entirely because of jealousy. Some of them are the enemies of the Langdon family, and they are deliberately targeting them. More importantly, there are indeed some places in the assessment that can be misunderstood. The content of the assessment changes every year, and the content of the trial for each team is different. Just like the college entrance examination papers in Ji-sun's previous life, the questions were divided into different regions, and it was normal to have objections. The assessment evaluation of the Royal Academy, subjective score, accounted for a high proportion. However, it was a comprehensive consideration, and no one would question the college tutor. According to the habits of previous years, the normal ranking of the noble title was high, and no one said anything. But this year, an apprentice knight from the Langdon family suddenly suppressed the three kingdoms, which was unacceptable. There was a wave of protest from the audience. The 5 members of the Langdon family also became the target of public criticism on the stage. Except for Ji-sun, the other 4 were panicking. Seeing that the situation was about to become unresolved, another instructor from the academy came out to smooth things over. How about resolving it according to the academy rules? Everyone agreed with this statement. The Dragonborn's method of dealing with conflicts and disputes is simple and crude, that is, to resolve them by force. Duel is the most common way to resolve conflicts among the aristocratic class in the southern continent. The Royal Academy still has such a tradition. Ji-sun and his 5 companions are just one team, and of course they can't fight against these hundreds of teams. Finally, it was decided that the S team of the Langdon family and the A+ team of the Red Dragon Royal family would have a friendly exchange. Ji-sun and his 5 companions were also helpless, although they didn't want to agree. But the academy said that no matter whether they win or lose, the original rewards will remain the same. If they win, the rewards will be increased. And if the Red Dragon wins, it will also get an S rating. Ji-sun didn't expect that he would encounter such trouble on the first day of school. However, looking at the generous rewards of the academy, he suddenly felt that it would be nice to show off. If you lose, you will make a profit. If you win, wouldn't the increased rewards be more attractive? Anyway, they are just some trainee guards, and they can accept winning or losing. The one who can withstand the most pressure is still the young Master Sak. Chapter 456. I think our Earl Raphael Knights are not bad. Why is our trial evaluation only B? I want to see how powerful the reserve knights recruited by the Duke of Langdon this year are. You know what, that team might really have some skills. Look, there is not only a lizard guy in the team, but also a dwarf whose mythical bloodline is inherently more advantageous than us at the card player stage. Not to mention S level, there is still A level evaluation strength. That's Duke Langdon building a country in the old world. The lizardmen and mountain dwarves saw an opportunity, and wanted to make long-term investments. Hey, nouveau riche, they only rely on this external advantage. I want to see how capable they are against the elite knights of the Red Dragon royal family. Although all the people sitting in the auditorium are nobles, there are still differences in their levels. Sak, the young master of the Duke's family, is still one level lower than the princes and princesses of the 3 kingdoms. What's more, the 4th kingdom. The flattery also made the Langdon family the target of public criticism. So when Sak heard that someone was going to challenge his guard team, although his expression was not very good, he was completely helpless. Besides, the founding of the Langdon family this year did attract a lot of hatred. The new students in the auditorium gloated over the misfortune and swarmed to the trial field. Everyone wanted to see the team of the Duke of Langdon's mansion suffer a setback. On the other side, Ji-sun and the other 6 were wearing equipment in the preparation room of the trial field and discussing tactics. There were 5 people who received the award, but the actual team was 6. They knew very well that without David, the entire team would be like a dagger without a tip, and its combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Since they were a team of 6, the Red Dragon Royal Group also agreed to a 6-on-6 match. In this way, Ji-sun and his friends really had the confidence to fight. Since it was a competition between students, of course, fairness should be guaranteed as much as possible. The Royal Academy prepared sufficient training equipment for the students. The room was filled with various weapons, armor, and basic spell cards. The 2 teams that will start soon can only wear and use the equipment provided by these academies. Ji-sun and the other 6 people think it is a good thing. If we really compare the equipment, although the Duke of Langdon's mansion is not bad, it is still far behind the 3 major royal families. Especially some relic-level equipment and ultimate cards. If there are no restrictions, it will not be a competition of strength, but a competition of family background. Gang Duo is wearing a set of heavy armor that he has chosen. The armor is very simple, and there are not too many spells engraved on it. But the thickness of this basic armor is proportional to its defense. This is a natural advantage for the dwarves. He chose the heaviest set, which was easy to wear. While Gale was choosing his leather armor and dagger, David had no need for equipment and was sitting cross-legged to gather energy. Ji-sun and Selly were choosing suitable spell cards. Fire Bomb, Quicksand, Air Bomb, Flash, Acid Splash, all of which are entry-level cards. There are so many of them, almost covering all the basic spells that can be seen on the market. The Royal Academy is rich, and you can take any of these cards as long as you can use them. Ji-sun also selected them with great interest. After all, some of these cards were even something he had never seen before. They were practical spells optimized by the Dragonborn card masters of the southern continent over the years. The only sound in the room was the rustling of equipment being put on. Although the teammates were not afraid of the upcoming battle, they were a little nervous. The strength of the Red Dragon Royal Family's knights is obvious to all, and they are definitely the best among the best. Although Ji-sun and the other 6 can get rewards if they lose, it is still embarrassing. Not only them, but also the instructions of young Master Sak. Gang Duo is straightforward. He put on his horn helmet and asked at the same time, Suluan, Sayli, you two are smarter than us, how do you think we should fight? As soon as this was said, the others looked at Ji-sun and Sayli. These days, the two of them make the decisions in the team. Sari was holding a staff to try out the effect of magic energy concentration. Hearing the question, he casually said, it's hard to win. Our opponent, the Red Dragon Guard, is the reserve knights of the Golden Sun. They are the best in the army in terms of selection and training. And they all have actual combat experience on the battlefield, so their strength should not be underestimated. When he said this, everyone frowned. The Golden Sun Knights are the direct lineage of the Red Dragon Royal Family, and their strength is gained through fierce battles. Even the reserve knights are elites selected from thousands of people. No one would question their strength. But even so, they didn't want to lose. Sari thought about it, expressed his thoughts, and said, the strength of that team is no worse than ours. I think our only chance of winning is still on David. As he said that, he turned to look at David, who was sitting cross-legged and gathering energy, and said, your boxing skills have the ability to hurt the second level. As long as we can seriously injure one or two and break the opponent's formation, we have hope. This is indeed the only possible chance of victory that everyone can think of. But there are also monsters in the Red Dragon Royal Knights. Even if David is strong, he won't be much stronger. Shuasha thought of something, frowned, and said, but, will the Red Dragon Royal Family know David's strength and deliberately arrange targeted tactics? Hearing this, Ji-sun, who had been silent, spoke up. He chuckled and said, even if they didn't know before, I think they may know it now. Yeah, I think so too. Sari's eyes shone when he said this. If the opponent didn't know David's strength, it would be possible for them to succeed with their tactics. But if they knew, it would be difficult to be targeted. The competition, which suddenly seemed a little hopeful, fell into a stalemate again because of this sentence. Everyone couldn't think of a better way to deal with it. But looking at Ji-sun's calm expression, Sari asked again, Suluan, do you have a better tactic? Ji-sun didn't care about winning or losing, but he was really interested in the reward. After all, we can give it a try. He raised his lips slightly and said, I do have a plan. If it works, we will probably win. But if we really win, we might not have a good reputation. Hearing this, Sari's expression became strange, and he vaguely guessed that this plan might be a little special. But Gang Duo patted his chest and said excitedly, it's enough to win. If we really go to the battlefield, who cares what tactics you use? There is a training ground in the Royal Academy for students to train in battle. After all, the Academy not only teaches extraordinary knowledge, but also marching and formation. Many of the students here will be generals and senior officers who lead troops in the future, and they need some simulated combat venues. Not long after, the East 1 training ground was full of spectators. Not only this year's students, but also many of the Academy's instructors came. Many people are curious about what happened to the only S-level evaluation team among this year's freshmen. The 13th Reserve Knights of the Red Dragon Royal Family represented all the new students, who were dissatisfied and entered the training ground first. As Ji-sun expected, they had just received secret intelligence about the Duke of Langdon's mansion from other nobles. They knew some details of the previous assassination of Sak. So their attitude towards the Langdon family team changed from disdain to a serious fight. Along the way, the black-robed witch captain was still reminding, be careful, the intelligence said that the slave is very powerful, and his strange qigong boxing can easily penetrate armor. Even Kevin, you have to be careful, and you must not let him find a chance. Hearing this, The heavily armored knights in the team nodded, yes. The black-robed witch captain said, I suspect those guys might use the slave to perform the clip wings tactics. So Quinn, you and Willie must keep an eye on him the whole time. After saying this, the other two men wearing martial arts uniforms, who also looked like fighters, also responded, okay. One of them also said disdainfully, I've heard of that boxing style. It's called Bakwan. Before, there was an old guy from the East Wasteland, who was rampant in various martial arts halls for a while, but he was eventually suppressed by my teacher. The boxing style is powerful, but the shortcomings are also very obvious. Anyone who does not understand boxing well is just a foolish man who wants to die. Moreover, boxing requires Qigong cultivation to support it. That slave is just an apprentice. How powerful can he be? Don't worry, Captain, my ultra-intent wave fist is just right to restrain him. It's not that this person is arrogant, but there are many top fighters in the southern continent with complete inheritance. This apprentice knight named Willie is the direct disciple of the ultra-intent style. Not only him, almost everyone in their team is the best in each professional sequence. Even though they know their opponents are strong, they are confident that they will win. This is the confidence that family inheritance brings to them. It's been a long time since the opening ceremony was so lively. Young people, it's better to be energetic. But then again, which team do you think will win? The Red Dragon Royal Family's team. Although the team from the Duke of Langdon's mansion is not bad, it was formed only a month ago, so the tacit understanding is always a little worse. I'm more optimistic about the guys from the Langdon family. I read the trial report before. Although I didn't see how those people fought, they were able to survive the second-level assassin, which was not something that a card player could do. Besides, the lizards are natural mages, and the dwarves are the best warriors. Their individual qualities are not worse than those of the Dragonborn. And I heard that the slaves are also very good at Qigong. But then again, in every turbulent situation, there will always be some amazing people. I don't know what kind of extraordinary people will appear in these young people in the future. Oh look, people are coming. While waiting for the two teams to enter, the students in the audience were whispering to each other, judging the upcoming battle. Even the instructors of the academy were chatting with interest. At this time, Ji-sun and his 6 companions also entered the venue. Ji-sun and his 6 companions were not arranged to enter later, but they heard the cheers outside and deliberately entered a little late. While walking, Ji-sun was still arranging tactics. We will try our best to contain the melee in their team, and then David, you try to kill the opponent's magic system first. I heard that the witch is the captain. Concentrate your firepower to kill him first. This is a very standard wing clipping tactic. Control the opponent's thick-skinned melee card master, and kill the fragile magic system. In this way, it is like a bird with broken wings, and the rest of the people are at the mercy of others. However, while Ji-sun was talking about tactics, he seemed to be completely unaware that the 6 members of the Red Dragon royal family, who had been standing in a favorable position in the distance and waiting for them to come out, were staring at them covetously. Among them, the witch captain, who was wearing a black robe and had a totem on her face, had a sharp pupil, and was concentrating on watching Ji-sun's lips move. The distance was too far, and ordinary people could not hear clearly what the 6 people of the Langdon family were discussing. But this witch used lip reading to clearly hear their tactical arrangements. After hearing Ji-sun's arrangements clearly, the witch captain's mouth slightly raised, and she said confidently in her heart, hey, it's really the wing clipping tactic? It's the same as she expected. She would not doubt it subjectively. After all, this is the most reasonable and only winning tactic that she can think of that the opponent can use at the moment. However, the facts are shocking. On the other side, what Ji-sun said was completely different from what the team members heard. This is desert terrain, which is good for us. Stealth is easy to be targeted. We will proceed with plan B later. Shuasha, you are the bait. The enemy will definitely attack. David, don't attack. You should kill the sneak attack first. This tactic is not a wing clipping tactic, but a luring tactic. In order to be absolutely fair and test the comprehensive ability of the students, the terrain of the trial field is random. After they come out, they will see the environment. This is the foundation of the Royal Academy. They can create different combat environments at will, such as forests, deserts, swamps, and waters. Even though they knew that Ji-sun could speak ventriloquism, they saw that he said one thing and heard another, and Gang Duo and the others felt a little strange. It was not until they heard the complete plan that they realized that Su Luan had already known the opponent very well. In his own words, such a famous team, those people are all very strong knights, and I happen to know some of their methods. Right, that's right. Ji-sun had carefully observed everyone in the auditorium before. And those teams that got A+. Of course, they had special observations. These people will be future strong men if nothing unexpected happens. Coincidentally, the people of the Red Dragon royal family are too famous, and their heritage is even more famous. Ji-sun had heard of it a long time ago. After seeing the surnames of several people, he guessed their heritage families and deduced their abilities. He happened to know the mysterious heritage of the witch captain's lineage. Not only is he proficient in animal language, but he is also good at lip reading. So from the moment he entered the arena, he was calculating his opponent. This simple tactic may not be hidden from a high-level card master, but it is enough to deal with a group of teenagers who are only 13 or 14 years old. However, Gang Duo and several of his teammates are also teenagers. When they first heard about the ABC 3-set plan in the lounge, they were also shocked. Can a duel be played like this? They originally thought that they would fight with all their strength after going on stage, and the victory or defeat would depend on fate. I didn't expect that the duel would start right from the moment they entered the arena. And that plan B is hard to describe. The nun Jiosha and the lizardman Sari, who were the bait, had complex and resentful expressions. Who told them that they were both fragile. Originally, they should have been the main force for output and logistic support, but now they are bait. In short, Gang Duo and the others felt that if it were them, they would never have thought of such a tactic. Both teams entered the arena, and the audience's emotions also became high. The cheers were like a tide, almost all of which were cheering for the Red Dragon royal family's team. After all, no matter how you look at it, the Red Dragon's 6 people are more powerful than the other team with a crooked appearance. However, Ji-sun's methods can deceive his opponents, but not the instructors on the stage. One of the white-bearded old men looked at Su Luan, who seemed to be arranging tactics at zero time, as if he had discovered something, and couldn't help but smile inside. Interesting little guy. The young instructor next to him hadn't reacted yet. D&D, what did you see? Whitebeard is the vice president of the Academy of Arts. He is proficient in sound waves and saw the trick. He explained, that kid is very cunning. The words he said are different from the sound waves vibrating in the air. He must have used some secret technique to mislead his opponent. The little witch from the Hobbs family is going to suffer this time. Really? When he said this, several younger mentors around him were all shocked. They realized that before they even got on the stage, the Langdon family team had already started to plot against the opponent. This surprised the instructors, and they suddenly understood why this team could get an S-level rating. The trial field was very large, about the size of 4 or 5 football fields. Ji-sun watched this large area slowly turn into a desert relic. The stone slabs under his feet also turned into soft sand, and some broken boulders appeared in his field of vision, which could be used as shelter. This was the luxury of the nobility, using barriers to change the environment on a large scale, which was an advanced means of using elements. The energy consumption for one time is probably equivalent to the lifetime salary of many ordinary people. Standing on the sand, the referee was still explaining the rules. Basically, there are no restrictions, but you cannot use any equipment other than those distributed by the Academy. Ji-sun and the other 6 were on full alert. 200 meters away, the other 6 were also staring at them closely. When their eyes met, it seemed that fierce sparks could be splashed. In the team, the teammates could not hide their nervousness, but Ji-sun looked normal. When he saw these people, he immediately entered the deduction state. The outcome of this battle was unknown to others. But for Ji-sun, the outcome was already a foregone conclusion from the moment he stood in front of the 6 members of the Red Dragon royal family. A series of deductions appeared in his mind. No matter which leg the opponent took first, or which spell card he used, it was already within his calculations. Ji-sun saw the surrounding environment, and had already determined the last uncertain factor. So, in his eyes, the outcome was already determined. Just as he was thinking, the referee suddenly disappeared in the middle of the field and shouted, "The competition begins." As soon as the words fell, the 6 people from the Langdon family, and the 6 people from the Red Dragon royal family, made almost the same movements. The magic systems of both sides released Smoke Spell and Storm Spell almost at the same time. In an instant, the entire venue was covered with gray fog and yellow sand, and visual perception was suddenly restricted. The 12 people disappeared on the spot according to the tactics discussed by the team before. Hey, are these guys from the Langdon family quick enough to think of the same tactics as the Red Dragon? In this desert environment, interfering with vision is indeed the best means. However, if they have good sensing means, it will be difficult for them to attack effectively. Those guys from the Landon family are in trouble. Quinn from the Red Dragon team is a scout from the Dragon Eagle family, and his vision will not be restricted so easily. Yes. I think this duel will be decided soon. Look, both of them seem to be using the feather clipping tactic. Hey, it's interesting. Just based on this team's tactical response, the plans of the Landon family are at least rated A level. Yes. The same tactics, it depends on the commandos of both sides. Whoever can get rid of the opponent's fragile profession first will win most of the battle. The Academy trial field has a special perspective barrier. Even if the field is full of yellow sand, the audience can see the blurry figures through the barrier. The new students saw that both sides of the battle had people moving towards each other, and they all thought it was a feather-cutting tactic. In their view, this tactic is purely a head-on competition of strength. However, at the instructor seat, several high-level card masters saw this opening, and their eyes instantly became amazed and surprised. As soon as the battle started, masters of their level could already see the end. A certain white-bearded old man sighed with a smile. I didn't expect them to use this tactic. Hey, it's over. Yeah. This tactic is not very clever. But it just feels outrageous. How did these guys come up with this tactic? If they really win with this method, I'm afraid people will gossip about them. They are indeed smart. But a competition is a competition. If it really comes to the battlefield, these guys from the Langdon family are better. Indeed, lure the enemy from below, attack from above, and surprise. This tactic looks simple, but it is the best choice from any angle. But the choice of using teammates as bait is probably something that only a very sinister guy could come up with. After saying this, the other mentors also talked about it. In addition to being amazed, they were amazed. Since they sat here before, they never expected to see the scene. When they thought about the ventriloquism before going on stage, the whole tactic was suddenly clear in their eyes. There were some trainee instructors, and a few old students around the instructors. They didn't understand why the top masters of the academy came to such a conclusion. However, the next second, they saw that the winner had been decided. In the trial field, yellow sand filled the sky. The storm and smoke had completely restricted visual perception to the point where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. However, in the Red Dragon Royal team, the young man named Quinn had eyes as sharp as an eagle. He clearly saw two figures rushing over in the dim sand and dust, and immediately reminded his teammates, they are coming. This was exactly what they had expected. The other party planned to take advantage of the environment to assassinate the back row as soon as possible. Listening to the bang, bang, bang explosion in the air. No need to think, it was the Qigong master slave. There was also a ghostly figure, which must be the assassin. As elites, they still have some judgment ability. Since they knew that the opponent was coming back, the Red Dragon royal family would certainly not let the opponent succeed. The witch captain who stayed in place had already used the substitute technique, and Quinn and Willie were waiting for them to come. One can absolutely sense, and the other can restrain the Qigong master. The opponent has no chance of a successful sneak attack. If they hold on for a moment, their double assassin lineup will be enough to kill the opponent's fragile profession. However, looking at the two figures in the yellow sand, the four red dragons who stayed in place were ready for battle. In a blink of an eye, they were surprised to find that the opponent stopped. What does it mean? Why don't the melee department take advantage of the opportunity now to sneak up? What are they waiting for? The four witches thought it was a tactic. However, knowing how powerful the Qigong master slave was, they did not dare to break the four people's defensive formation rashly. Quinn, what's going on? I don't know. The two guys are hiding behind the stone. Should we? Wait a minute. There may be a conspiracy. The battle was forcibly suspended for a few breaths. However, because of this strange confrontation, things suddenly changed dramatically. Without warning, a scream came from a distance. Be careful of sneak attacks. Ah! Damn it! How could that guy be here? After a few breaths, there was only the sound of bang, bang, the muffled sound of the hammer, and the screams were silent. The four people who were defending the Red Dragon position realized that the battle over there had already happened. The screams were from the two assassins in their team. What happened? What happened to Kasin and Siri? The four were all confused. They didn't understand what happened for a while. The two assassins in their team were both elites, and even if the assassination failed, at least they could advance and retreat without any hindrance. However, listening to the screams just now, it seems that they were tricked. No, we were tricked. That slave didn't come over at all. The witch captain realized that they were tricked after identifying the special explosion of the Qigong punch in the battle just now. The other person didn't understand why there were two Qigong masters in the other team, and questioned, but among the two people who rushed over just now, clearly. The witch's eyes turned, and she had figured out something, and said angrily, "Damn it, that guy used air explosion to simulate the air stepping of the Qigong master. We were fooled." The normal wing clipping tactic is that the opponent's Qigong master and assassin will come to attack their magic system. However, the fact is that the Qigong master did not move at all. An unknown guy came to attract their attention. No wonder the two guys did not move when they approached just now. It turned out that they had no intention of coming to fight head-on. It was just a bait. But it was too late to figure it out now. The situation of the duel changed rapidly. If the other party took action, it meant that the two assassins in their team were in danger. It was 6-6 just now. Now it became 4-6. The advantage was no longer on the side of the Red Dragon royal family. The witch captain's face darkened, and she cursed in her heart, but she was also very decisive and immediately changed her tactics. "Quick, let's rush up and kill those two guys first." In her mind, the other party killed two of her teammates. So if they killed the two baits as soon as possible, the difference in numbers would be immediately narrowed. And since the Qigong master was not there, the bait was not much of a threat. However, the facts once again disappointed the Red Dragons. They could think of it. How could Ji-sun not think of it? The bait was none other than Ji-sun and Gale. When they rushed up, Gale had already run away. Although he might not be able to run away, he could at least entangle him for a while. Ji-sun himself was a magic card player, and he knew he couldn't run away, but he still managed to disappear. The assassin ran away. "Quinn, you go chase him. The other guy is gone." No, that guy sank into the quicksand. Damn it, what a despicable trick. When they were waiting for the four Red Dragons to rush up, they were refreshed by Ji's sand sinking tactics. No sound could be heard in the sand, but Ji-sun could still feel the movement of the angry trampling on the sand dunes. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be possible. But it would take time. This delay was enough for David and his men to come to reinforce. At this moment, the audience stands were dead silent. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the battle between the two teams in the duel arena. However, instead of the expected fierce battle, they saw such a bizarre and weird scene. Everyone, whether instructors or students, was stunned. Chapter 457. The trial field was filled with yellow sand, and it was difficult for both sides to see clearly what was happening. But in the audience, the instructors and students saw the process of the two teams' confrontation through the barrier. Although it was just some blurry shadows, the charging tactics were clearly seen. The same smoke bombs and the same wing clipping tactics. Nothing to complain about. But, when everyone saw the instructor in charge of rescue rushing in and saving the three people who fell to the ground, everyone realized that something was wrong. In just this encounter, 3 people were killed. Moreover, the Red Dragon team, the main attacker, had the most casualties. This was completely different from what the students had imagined. Because of the barrier, the audience only saw 3 people fall, but they didn't know who they were. In their imagination, the Red Dragon royal family's A+ team had the strongest combat power recognized by everyone. Before the game, everyone thought that this was a competition without suspense. Maybe there would be some small surprises. But in the end, the Red Dragon royal team will definitely win. However, things seemed to be different from what was expected. The instructors also thought it was a wonderful battle, and immediately strengthened the display effect of the barrier. The students in the audience saw clearly that the 2 assassins, Kosen and Siri, who fell to the ground were actually the Red Dragon team. The other one was the priest Jiosha of the Duke of Langdon's mansion. One priest, replaced by 2 main outputs. Seeing this, everyone took a breath. What happened? How did those guys in the Duke of Langdon's mansion kill the 2 elite assassins of the Red Dragon royal family in the blink of an eye? Yes, I didn't see it clearly. But why do I feel that the situation is reversed? Most people realized what happened just now. But it was because they saw it clearly that they were amazed again and again. Who is the Qigong master wearing a slave collar in the Duke of Langdon's team? How could he be so strong? He severely injured the Red Dragon's vanguard with just a few punches. Also, the air control technique is a Qigong skill that card players can master. He is indeed strong, but there are several people in the Red Dragon team who are not inferior in strength. For example, Willie of the Extreme Wave Flow, Quinn of the Dragon Eagle family, and the Black Witch of the Hobbs family. Logically, there shouldn't be such a big gap. How could it be? But, I saw that slave rush out at the first time. How could he stay there and trick the 2 Red Dragon's vanguard assassins? We were all fooled. This is not a wing clipping tactic, but a bait tactic. From the beginning, the guys from the Landon family used their own priest as bait, waiting for the Red Dragon's people to fall into the trap. Then the sneak attack really succeeded. As for the Qigong master, he never left from beginning to end. The one who rushed out first should be someone else, and the sound of the gas explosion was deliberately simulated to mislead the opponent. No wonder they interfered with vision as soon as they attacked. It turned out that this was their idea. If we really talk about tactics, this team of the Landon family is really worth watching. No wonder the Academy can rate it S. I understand it a little bit now. TSKA, shameless, to win, he actually used such a despicable method. If he really goes to the battlefield, this kind of person will also abandon his teammates. Someone who understood it suddenly understood it after an explanation. It sounds like a very simple tactic, just using bait and then sneak attacking successfully. But the most clever thing is that from the beginning, the Duke of Langdon team used a strange strategy. That is, the following substitutions. Using 2 vanguards to feint and delay the 4 strongest people of the Dragon Red royal family, then using the priest with the weakest output ability to lure and kill the 2 sneak attacking assassins. 1 auxiliary for 2 main players. From a tactical perspective, Ji-sun's tactics are completely fine. It also opened the eyes of this group of Dragonborn students. But in fact, many students are more disgusted. Because in the Dragonborn concept of victory and defeat, a duel is a contest of courage and strength. Only a direct force contact can truly measure the strength gap between the 2 sides. This tactical trick always gives the Dragonborn a feeling of unfair victory. In Ji-sun's previous life, this tactic was called Tianji horse racing. Use the weakest to hold back the opponent's strongest, and then the strongest of the parties will kill the weakest of the opponent first. There is no such thing as a fierce battle of 300 rounds at the level of card players. Before the job change, the physical body is not much stronger than that of ordinary people. Especially the assassins of the agility system, if they are exposed, they will be severely injured immediately. David's Tyrant Fist can hurt the second-level card master, so it is no problem to deal with 2 card players. Seizing a momentary flaw can immediately determine the outcome. Just like before. David and Gang Duo cooperated, one charged and the other output, and severely injured the opponent's 2 vanguards in a short time. The premise is that David can kill the opponent with 1 strike only if the opponent shows up. Sojua Shah and the others acted as a fixed bait perfectly, waiting to be stabbed. The price is that Zhua Shah, the bait, died. Sari was also stabbed in the back of the neck, but because he was a lizard, he didn't die on the spot. The facts were exactly as Ji-sun planned. If it was a real battle, Ji-sun would carefully weigh the bait tactics. There is even a high probability that he would take the initiative to take the most dangerous role of bait. But this is an internal competition within the Academy. No one will die. There are many such competitions between students within the Royal Academy, and the Academy also encourages this kind of practical training. Therefore, the trial field has a complete emergency rescue plan. Although there is a mortality rate, it is extremely low. Moreover, there are so many senior instructors on the scene of the Academy. It can be said that even if the neck is cut, it is likely that it can be rescued on the spot. Since he will not die, Ji-sun certainly has no psychological burden. As for the unfair victory, that is not what he considers. Just win and get the reward. As for face, it's the Langdon family that loses it. After a confrontation, only 4 people were left in the Red Dragon royal family. But as the pride of the royal knights, it is impossible to admit defeat and surrender. Although Ji-sun didn't see what happened in the sand, the violent shaking of the ground also indicated that the battle above was very fierce. We have the advantage in numbers, so there is no need to rush for reinforcements. Ji-sun crawled in the sand slowly, looking for an opportunity to climb up. After all, the original body has always been a melee reckless man, and now the character of the clone is a magic system. Now he also began to adapt to the magic fighting style from the beginning. After the last assassination, he also studied the means of escaping from the quicksand. Finally, before he suffocated to death, he came to the ground safely. When Ji-sun came up, the battle was as fierce as expected. If the previous tactics were tricky, then now it was a head-on confrontation. Sari and the Black Witch were facing each other, and they were fighting with spells. At present, there was a back and forth. Gale and the guy named Quinn were fighting, and they were slightly at a disadvantage. Gang Duo was wearing heavy armor and rushing around in the poisonous fog. What surprised Ji-sun a little was that David was entangled by the guy named Willie. After a glance, Ji-sun understood it and murmured in his heart, "The extreme intention wave flow is indeed a trick." I had heard of this school before coming to the southern continent. This is an ancient martial arts school passed down from the Talon dynasty, focusing on consciousness and a sixth sense, with a strong fighting instinct. I saw it with my own eyes today, and I have to say that it is really difficult to deal with. But it can't be said that the opponent's strength is stronger than David's. It's just that he is a little restrained in his boxing. After all, David is just an apprentice, and his understanding of Bakwan is still very superficial, only fierce, with little change. That Willie's talent is also very good. He saw the flaws in the boxing and suppressed the skills with his mind, so that the fight ended in a draw. Ji-sun took a quick glance and quietly took out a few spell cards, preparing for a sneak attack. If the opponent was fully staffed before, it would be unlikely for them to win head-on. But now, with the two assassins gone, the opponent who posed the greatest threat to Ji-sun was gone. He could also give full play to his abilities. With a flash of thought, Ji-sun quietly flew a card in his hand towards the Club 3 Potion Apprentice in the opponent's team. The best choice, of course, is to kill the weakest first. The Potion Apprentice is a nurse-type card master, and his combat power is basically based on potions. The body is weak. This guy is relying on the poisonous fog of the potion to move and contain Gang Duo. Originally, neither side could do anything to the other. However, Ji-sun's joining completely broke this balance. In the yellow sand, the sudden appearance of the fire crow burned the poisonous fog in an instant. The yellow sand has dispersed, and the people outside the field also witnessed this fierce battle. Those who were still indignant and thought that the tactics used by the Landon family team were despicable, now have nothing to say. From this point of view, the strength of these guys in the Landon family is really not weak. They actually fought to a draw with Quinn and the others from the Red Dragon team. Yes, those guys' strength, not to mention S-level evaluation, is indeed a plus. Dwarves are the heavy armored warriors of the gods, and the lizards are born with elemental affinity comparable to that of pure-blooded dragons. Of course, the Landon family is strong because they were lucky in the founding of the country this year. They were lucky to recruit some very powerful guys. Look, that guy is so insidious. Others were fighting well, but he tripped Quinn with a slippery spell. Paw dirty tricks. By the way, what is this guy's professional sequence? How come he knows all kinds of spells? Just now I saw him use at least 6 elemental spells. He's probably following the polynomous sequence. Forget about mastering all the elements. He's only a little bit outstanding in the card apprentice stage. It will become increasingly difficult to advance to this kind of professional sequence. It's hard to advance to a high-level card master, and he won't be able to make it. The battle was doomed from the moment the opponent's number was reduced. With Ji-sun here, of course there's no way the Red Dragon team will win. But the battle was still fierce. First, the opponent is really strong. Even if there are only 4 people, they still have individual strength and team tacit understanding far beyond the same level. Second, after all, it's the royal team, so face should be given. Ji-sun's deduction ability could easily end such a battle. But in the end, it dragged on until both sides were injured and narrowly won, and then finally won. In this way, the strength of the Langdon family team was also recognized. The Red Dragon royal family team fought with fewer people, and fought hard to defeat, and did not lose face. In general, Ji-sun's performance was not eye-catching. He served as a bait for the charge, and then used a few cards to make up for the knife, which seemed to be some supporting roles that added icing on the cake. The multiple sneak attacks were somewhat shameful. The ones who really attracted attention were David, Gang Duo and Sari. The true combat power of the 3 was obvious to all, and they were no less powerful than the elite of the royal family. Moreover, this was a team competition, and the aura of the team made Ji-sun inconspicuous. This was also the result he wanted. In the end, Ji-sun and the other 6 from the Langdon family won. A battle ended this small disturbance at the opening ceremony. Although the tactics of this victory still made some people angry. But victory is victory. Most people accepted the fact that the Landon team had an S rating. Young Master Sak was overjoyed. And Ji-sun and the other 6 also received the rewards they deserved. In addition to the magic secrets, they also each received a reward of 100,000 credits. This made Ji-sun very satisfied. These credits would allow him to greatly speed up his plan. The Royal Academy of Arel was a credit system. If students wanted to get credits, they had to complete the courses of the academy, as well as some tasks and challenges issued by the instructors. In one class, there are about 10 to 30 credits. In other words, if you don't actively participate in the academy's task assessment to get extra credits, but only rely on full attendance to get 100,000 credits, it will take about 2 or 3 years. This makes Ji-sun and the other 6 students far ahead of their peers. For the descendants of the great nobles, points are dispensable. But for the prospective knights, This may be the best channel for most people to get in touch with top extraordinary resources in their lifetime. Credits play a very important role. For example, you can redeem extraordinary resources, demon marks, career cards, ancient relics, and library reading privileges. Theoretically, if you have enough credits, you can even redeem the 52 magic secrets and the ancient artifacts treasured by the Academy. However, Ji-sun also heard that the introductory formulas they just got cost about 200,000 credits. So unless you are a quest fanatic, it is almost impossible to complete it during the Academy. Ji-sun also understood that the essence of credits is actually the allocation of resources according to talent. The more talented students are, the easier it is to get more credits, and finally exchange for better rewards, and then snowball, becoming stronger and stronger. Ji-sun wants this so that he can get access to the advanced content of the library as soon as possible without being suspected. And he also has Griffith's tutor's library card, which gives him higher borrowing privileges and consumes fewer credits. After the opening ceremony, Ji-sun and the other 6 were arranged by Master Sak to have a carnival, and the rewards were not small. Then the study life began step by step. Even the princes and princesses did not dare to act recklessly in the Academy. The Royal Academy was directly under the Holy See, and the Dean of the Academy was equal to the kings of the 3 kingdoms. Here, everyone had to study according to the rules. The Royal Academy did not cultivate waste, and those who could come here were not bad in talent. Except for a few lazy people who only wanted to gain experience and connections. Most of them wanted to become stronger and grow up so that they could inherit the family business in the future. Therefore, the students have great enthusiasm for learning and great competitive pressure. The courses of the Royal Academy are divided into compulsory and elective courses. The compulsory courses are the courses corresponding to the professional sequence, 1 or 2 classes a day, and the intensity is not too great. For example, for warriors, there are daily physical training courses in the Warrior Academy, which are required, as well as fighting, weapon drills, and confrontations. The magic system is the study of various spells, meditation, and spell card making. The nurse is making medicine, healing, and biology. There are also some general courses, such as element cognition, spell basics, barrier basics, spell engraving, and card making. There are also compulsory courses for nobles, etiquette, military command, current policy theory, and some teen compulsory courses. There are many elective courses, including history, economics, culture, art, exploration, extraordinary item production, dance, vocal music, Warcraft research, archaeology, etc. It can be said that as long as you want to learn, you can learn it in the Royal Academy. Although this Royal Academy of Arel has only a history of 2,000 or 3,000 years, it is a gathering place for treasures passed down by countless civilizations in the entire cave world. The mentors and resources of the Academy are unmatched anywhere else. After fully understanding the system of the Academy, Ji-sun felt like a fish in a small river, swimming into the sea for the first time, and was shocked by the incredible background of the Academy. But at the same time, he was extremely excited and looking forward to it. Like a sponge that absorbs water infinitely, it encountered an endless ocean of knowledge. Normally, as long as students don't want to be too tired, it only takes half a day to complete a day's compulsory courses. The remaining half a day and the evening can be arranged freely. However, Ji-sun's schedule is fully arranged. He is on the Olympic path, and this all-purpose profession requires a lot of things to learn, and they are diverse. So every day, in addition to the compulsory courses of the Mage Academy, he even goes to audit courses in other academies. Even for elective courses like archaeology and ancient characters research, which are not very popular and require a lot of energy and time, Ji-sun would listen with great interest. So much so that his class time during the day was almost fully scheduled. And the library was also the place where Ji-sun stayed longer than the dormitory after class. So every day, except for the summons of Mr. Sak, he would hardly attend any time-wasting activities. Ji-sun was never seen at various dances and social gatherings, absorbing all kinds of knowledge like a whale. The first-year students of the Royal Academy were all taught about the knowledge of low-level card masters, which was originally dispensable for Ji-sun's 6th-level peak. But the fact is that he listened very seriously. Only after he really came into contact with this systematic and professional academy knowledge did he realize his shortcomings. Ji-sun was a wild man on the path of transcendence. All the way from a card apprentice, he relied on his own exploration and the guidance of some predecessors, and never had any systematic learning. So his cultivation is like a dam, which looks like a very high wall and a lot of water. But only he knows that there are densely packed and holes in the dam. Those ant holes are even hidden in places that Ji-sun himself cannot detect. It seems that the tiny holes are insignificant. But if he really encounters a master, it may be a fatal flaw. Only after he really came into contact with top-level educational resources did he clearly see where his shortcomings were. The study of the Royal Academy is to discover those ant holes and fill them up little by little. Build an extremely solid, extraordinary foundation. This is also the foundation of his universal domain, and it is precisely because of this that Ji-sun understands why Griffith, the leader of the rebel dragon army, suggested him to come here when he heard his ideas about the domain. Because Griffith's height clearly saw what he lacked. And the shortcomings of the ant holes are not clear, and only systematic learning can fill them up little by little. Su Luan. The perfect personality of a polymath also made his ascetic learning attitude not arouse suspicion from others. Besides, there are many hard-working students like him in the academy. Those civilians with excellent talents but poor family conditions, or the downtrodden nobles who hope to turn their fortunes around in the academy, all want to seize this precious opportunity. In this way, a month has passed in a flash. Although the learning in the first month of school is just some basics, Ji-sun feels like a weapon that has been repeatedly tempered, the impurities faded, and it becomes stronger and stronger. After a month of observation, Ji-sun became familiar with almost the entire academy, and then he began to steal books from the library. The Royal Academy Library has countless secret books. Even the 52 secret magics are said to have more than 40 fragments and original versions. This is the priceless treasure that Ji-sun is most looking forward to. Chapter 458. That day, get out of class had just ended, and there were still 2 hours before dinner time, so Ji-sun planned to stay in the library as usual. After walking out of the teaching building of the Magic Academy, and passing through a shortcut path full of magic trees, he arrived at the library. But before he reached the door, he saw a dark-skinned boy waiting for a long time in the corner of an inconspicuous forest on the side of the road. It was David. Ji-sun looked at this teammate, who was obviously waiting for him, and smiled and took the initiative to greet him. David. David's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked out of the woods, saying, "Brother Su Luan, I knew you would come to the library." After going through so many things, the 6-member team of the Langdon family has been running in well. Even David is no longer unfamiliar with them, and often participates in some team activities. On weekdays, they often communicate and learn from each other. Ji-sun looked at the bruises on the face of the dark-skinned boy, pretending to be a little strange, but he knew what happened in his heart, and asked, "Did you spar with the senior students again?" "Yeah," David explained casually. "In today's fighting class, a few second-year guys provoked me, so we had a fight." It seemed that he had gained a lot from the fight, and when he talked about it, his eyes were full of brilliance. As for the injuries on his body, he didn't care at all. Ji-sun smiled, and he was not surprised at all. The only S-level trial evaluation at the opening ceremony was too eye-catching, which made their team the star team of the entire Royal Academy. In the Royal Academy full of young and energetic nobles, without sufficient background, fame can only bring endless troubles. However, the strength of the team is there. Among the same level, if you want to challenge, you have to look at your own strength. So many of those who came to the door were second-year students of the academy. And David was a slave, so he was provoked the most. Even if the opponent was killed, he fought back without mercy. The result was that even if he won, he would be beaten up by the noble guards for various reasons. This happened almost every day. Either he was fighting or on his way to a fight. So David's injuries never stopped. But Ji-sun didn't think it was a bad thing. It looked like he was being beaten, but on the other hand, if he were in another place, there wouldn't be so many geniuses to practice boxing with him. This painful experience was a rare tempering for David's mind and strength. The situation of other team members was similar. On the contrary, Ji-sun was the most free because he was either in class or in the library all day and had no time to deal with those people. As he was thinking, David touched the back of his head and said with an embarrassed expression, "Su Luan, I have a question for you. When I was practicing breathing recently, I found that the magic power was not flowing smoothly, as if it was blocked, and then I felt weak. Do you know what's going on?" Ji-sun knew that he was here to ask questions. Slaves are not eligible to enjoy any benefits of the Royal Academy, including the qualification to enter the library to read, and they cannot have a mentor to guide them like other students. So David almost audited all the courses in the academy. If he understood, it was fine. If he didn't, he could only comprehend it by himself. Fortunately, his teammates were generous and occasionally helped to explain. But there were differences in professions. Not everyone understood the things of a Qigong master. And Ji-sun's polygamist just came in handy. More importantly, Ji-sun and David practiced the same breathing method. Gluttony. Although the magic secret method was a prize of the academy, it was confidential when it was obtained and could not be shared with others. But Ji-sun's understanding of the secret method of gluttony is far more profound than those elementary formulas. Ji-sun saw David's problem at a glance, but did not say it too clearly. After a moment of silence, he said, "It should be because you have just advanced, and the basic formulas cannot meet the meridians widened by the professional card. It just so happens that I have also been practicing breathing methods recently. I seem to have seen it in a classic book, which is this Qigong Mystery Explanation and this Master Morton's basic breathing method. There are detailed explanations of this situation in it. You can take a look first." As he said that, he took out a thick gold-embossed book. David looked at the book in front of him, his eyes full of expectation, and his expression became more embarrassed. Although the teen now recognizes that Ji-sun, who spends all his time in the library, is a know-it-all. The polymath sequence is a path of knowing everything. Even if he doesn't know it, he can probably point out some related books. Just like what is happening in front of him. But David always troubles others these days, and he feels that he always owes people a favor. Ji-sun looked at David's embarrassed expression and said with a smile, "It's just a junior book for the academy, take it. It won't make any difference if I return it to the library 2 days later." Hearing this, David didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Then I take a look first. I return it to you in 2 days." "Okay." Ji-sun smiled and nodded, waving goodbye. On the back of the dark-skinned boy, he saw the shadow of Gong Wu when he was young, with the same dedication to martial arts and the same stupidity. David didn't know that this book was not borrowed by Ji-sun by chance. He had seen that David would encounter these problems in Qigong after he advanced. Gong Wu, his teacher, was not there, so he borrowed it to give some pointers to this nominal junior brother. After Ji-sun and David separated, they went straight to the library. It is said that 80% of the top card masters in the southern continent have studied in the Royal Academy, and there is a reason for this. Ji-sun is not the only one who has practiced hard. There are many students who can come to the library during their spare time. There are many young masters and young ladies from top noble families. These people are naturally gifted, have sufficient resources, and work hard. It would be strange if they are not strong in the future. Stepping into the magic light door at the door, the library is a world of magic knowledge. The roof is inlaid with huge colorful glass windows. The light of magic lamps shines through these windows, forming rainbow-like elemental light and shadow. What comes into view is the densely packed bookshelves that are as spectacular as a maze. The dozens of meters-high mahogany bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books. The materials of the books were different: paper, animal leather, stone slabs, metal, and some of them were gleaming with light, as if they contained mysterious extraordinary powers. The air was filled with a faint smell of corrosion from the pages of books, which was the smell of magic lingering on the books for a long time. Occasionally, you could smell a trace of strange herbal smell, which came from some books that recorded ancient black magic and alchemy. The space inside the library was much larger than it looked from the outside. It is said that this library is not just a building, but also contains many treasures. The oil paintings on the wall are mostly masterpieces, and each of them contains extremely profound artistic principles. The armor that seems to be placed casually in the corner of the road is an ancient relic left by the artistic conception of a top-level card master. The light of those magic lamps is the embodiment of the light and shadow of the elements, allowing people to better understand the mystery of the law. Even the aromatherapy is a valuable high-level warcraft material. The smell can make people's memory and thoughts clear. There are many such clever settings. In short, the Royal Library hides many luxurious devices that ordinary people can't imagine. Although Ji-sun had heard of it before, he was also amazed by the luxury of the Royal Academy when he came here for the first time. Only with this foundation can top-level strongmen be cultivated continuously. This is completely incomparable to the East Wilderness. After a month here, Ji-sun is already familiar with the environment of the library. This is only the first floor. Most of the books here are free classics that do not require credits, and there are hundreds of millions of them. It is estimated that it may take hundreds or even thousands of years for a person to finish reading all the books on this level. In addition, a large number of books and ancient relics are sent from all over the southern continent every day, sorted and recorded, and the number is still increasing. The library is very quiet. The students choose books and find a place to read quietly. Ji-sun returned several books he borrowed yesterday. Then he walked up the stairs and came to the second floor. Most of the people walking on the second floor are old students and nobles. because the second floor is almost full of paid books, and there is also a paid reading room. Without enough credits, you are not qualified to stay there. And the 100,000 credits that Ji-sun received as an admission reward came in handy at this moment. Although Ji-sun is a new student this year, many people know him because he is a celebrity in the college. Moreover, he is a frequent visitor to the library and can be seen every day. But he is not in a good mood. The entrance examination is too high profile, and the hatred of Duke Landon's founding a country is too great, so Ji-sun, a family knight, also suffered all kinds of cold eyes and contempt. In the eyes of other students, he felt that he must have a label on his head, that is, a nouveau riche with 100,000 credits, but Ji-sun thought it was just right. Without those useless social interactions, he could concentrate and read quietly. Ji-sun had been to the second floor many times, and he swiped his student card familiarly. Then he walked into the barrier. There were still rows of bookshelves here. But the difference was that the space here was not like a normal white paper, but a kaleidoscope of space fragments. The entire second floor was like a huge beehive. Ji-sun was already proficient in the laws of space, so he certainly saw that this was a space barrier, or some kind of top-level space relic. There were many independent reading rooms here. Ji-sun redeemed one. 50 credits per hour. In other words, the credits accumulated by ordinary students in a day's class were only enough to stay here for an hour. But on weekdays, credits still needed to be redeemed for resources, and few people were so extravagant. Ji-sun's 100,000 points gave him the confidence to squander. Holding the sign in the air, I waved it around, and the surroundings turned into an independent small room. Outside the glass window, there were birds singing and flowers blooming, and the breeze was blowing the newly green branches on the tree branches. The perfect sunlight shone through the glass, casting mottled shadows of trees on the quaint solid wood table. Although I know that this is an illusion, I have to say that entering the room gives people a refreshing feeling. This place is very suitable for reading quietly. This independent reading room is more than just a small room. Its most important function is to assist learning and keep secrets. As soon as he entered the room, Ji-sun's panel had an additional halo of comprehension +1. This is the most important reason why this room needs to be charged. The blessing of comprehension has indescribable benefits for learning and extraordinary practice. Ji-sun has been here many times. He came to the room and first observed the room environment calmly. Finding that there was no problem, he sat on the stool, took out the classics and began to read. There were no outsiders here, so he took out 5 books at a time and flipped through them quickly. They were all basic classics of various professional sequences that polymaths needed to understand. He already had a very high level of comprehension, and at this moment, with the blessing of the environment, his reading efficiency was also very high. He absorbed the knowledge like a whale. Originally, Ji-sun would sit here for most of the day and then leave. But this time was different. After waiting for about half an hour, Ji-sun raised his eyes and observed the room again. Although Griffith had said before that when she was a tutor in the academy, she had confirmed that this independent reading room was private enough. Because there are not only students here, but also tutors. In the eyes of the extraordinary, a person's reading habits can be used to analyze most of his personality, combat methods, and spell specialization. So for the extraordinary, confidentiality is particularly important. The higher the level of the card master, the more he cares. So the reading room in the library of the Royal Academy is one of the few absolutely private places in the academy. Ji-sun's caution made him observe for a month. Before, he always felt that he was implicated by some kind of causal line. Now he thought that it was because he was too high profile when he entered school, and many people were watching him. It was not that there was something wrong with the room. In the past few days, that feeling completely disappeared. Ji-sun deduced everything and confirmed that there was no problem. He then took out a book from his storage ring, and then turned to a few specific pages, tore them apart, and formed a magic circle. The clone's strength was not enough, and he could only rely on external objects to perform certain secret techniques. He took out a few more magic cores, and activated the formation. In a blink of an eye, Ji-sun saw his shadows split apart, and then turned into 3 shadows with blurred features. The clown shadow trick now, he has a high level of proficiency, and with the multitasking of Qianji Guishan men, he can control 4 shadows including his clones at the same time. Although the more shadows, the weaker the strength. But it is perfect for reading and learning. Ji-sun now gradually understands why this shadow trick is Joker's exclusive magical power. Because the comprehension of the clone will also bless the original body. Although the clone is less comprehensible than the original body, it also means that Ji-sun's current reading and comprehension efficiency is several times higher than before. After summoning the shadow without triggering anything, Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief. Then he searched for the required classics on the bookshelf. I have to say one more thing. Although the South Continent is almost a zero-tech society, some practical magic has been studied to the extreme. Just like this book search magic system in the library reading room. After all, there are countless books in the library. Even a small category is as big as several houses. If you really have to look for them one by one, it will be time-consuming and laborious, and you may not find them. And this book search system is extremely convenient. Ji-sun chose the keywords. Introduction to the field. Experiences in the field. Keywords, and a dense number of book titles immediately appeared on the magic light screen. As long as they are recorded in the book and meet the keyword search conditions, they will be displayed. Explanation of the principles of the Aurora field. Exchange requires 2,700 credits. Introduction to the Forbidden Magic Field. Exchange requires 3,000 credits. Thunder Element Field 10,000 Thunder Demon Sea. 3,500 credits. Super Restricted Space. The spiritual structure of the 9-layer spiritual prison in the field. Some are ancient relics. Some are collected from various places, and some are written by the college tutors themselves. In the Royal Academy, tutors also need credits to exchange for resources. The teachers in the academy need to obtain corresponding tutor points through teaching tasks, and some research results, in order to obtain more resources. The easiest thing is to write various extraordinary experiences. Elsewhere, no one is willing to write down their own special skills for you to study. But in the Royal Academy, this is a tradition. After all, under normal circumstances, only people inside the academy can see these classics. This is convenient for Ji-sun. If he can comprehend the domain before advancing to the 7th level, and then comprehend the divine power or take shortcuts, the success rate of advancement will almost reach an astonishing 100%. If he wants to build his own universal domain, he needs a lot of insights from other career paths. There is no such opportunity anywhere else. Ji-sun looked at the catalog with bright eyes, but at the same time, looking at the credits required for exchange, he said helplessly in his heart, but then again, these high-level classics are so expensive. This is what he did when he used Griffith's library card, and the authority of the tutor to redeem it. If he were a student, the credits required for the same book would be several times higher. When redeeming those basic books, Ji-sun still felt that he could never use up all the 100,000 credits. Now it seems that they are not very durable. If I really want to borrow all the high-level books, it seems that I will have to find a chance to collect credits soon. Ji-sun muttered to himself, picked a few books that suited him best, and then put them on the table and read them with shadow. No one would have thought that a new student would borrow high-level books related to the field. On the other side, in a hotel in Juling City, Ji-sun's main body was flipping through the intelligence he had just bought from the intelligence dealer, muttering, "The Scarlet Sect? It's really become a big deal. What's going on with old Xie?" More than a month ago, he heard that vampires had appeared in some places in the southern continent. At that time, he was not sure what the situation was. Now it has been confirmed that not only are there vampires, but they have become a big deal. Even the Holy See has sent troops to conquer them many times, but they haven't solved it yet. This is very telling. People in the southern continent don't know what the vampire situation is, but Ji-sun knows. And the jar that seals the outer god's scarlet corruption Sayadis is in Xie Guozhong's body. Dragonborn are not easily contaminated by the outer god belief, but this Sayadis is different. Vampires are physical changes at the blood level. The blood purity of Dragonborn is not enough, and the probability of being contaminated is not small. Although the influence of the Scarlet Sect in the southern continent is definitely not as great as in the eastern wasteland. But this matter is not simple no matter how you look at it. Ji-sun once again thought about the previous assassination of the Pope, and he always felt that something big might have happened to Xie Guozhong. Moreover, recently, more than 20 Curse God cards have appeared one after another. Why are the relics of the Great Emperor appearing in such a large number now? After reading that piece of information, Ji-sun began to deduce it in his mind. These pieces of information are causal lines in the deduction, as if there is some connection between them. As he was thinking, the image of Shadow coming back from the library suddenly emerged in his mind. It really worked. Ji-sun collected his thoughts, and was delighted. After preparing for so long, today he had achieved perfect expectations. The summoning of Shadow was not discovered, which meant that the theft of books in the Royal Academy would be safe for a long time in the future. Thinking of this, he immediately sat cross-legged in meditation and comprehended the extraordinary knowledge that he urgently needed. Chapter 459. Time flies, and it has been several months. Ji-sun came to the Royal Academy for the extraordinary knowledge in the library. So he almost gave up all unnecessary social activities. No dances, no dinners, no participation in any extraordinary clubs. Every day, his life is almost a straight line between the library and the teaching building. Every day, he is immersed in the ocean of books, absorbing a huge amount of extraordinary knowledge like a whale. However, the Royal Academy has too many books. Even with a clone, Ji-sun felt that it would take him hundreds of years to finish reading. Fortunately, although the Royal Academy has countless books, they are also very regular. This is the result of countless predecessors in the Academy for more than 2,000 years. The books on the bookshelf are not like sand, giving people a messy feeling. Rather, they are like trees. The hundreds of millions of books in the entire library are divided into categories. A category is a big tree. For example, fire spells are a large category, like tree trunks. Then, there are many branches: element theory, spell structure, spell seal, spell, barrier, mystery, and other major categories. Finally, there are various leaves and colorful spells. The whole library is a forest of knowledge. Each category has some authoritative card masters in this field with detailed notes, as well as librarians' labels to guide readers on how to choose the direction they need. This greatly improves the efficiency of finding books and reading for students who come to the library. Ji-sun's comprehension was extremely high, and his ontological realm was also very high. Reading those basic classics, he could almost understand everything. For many categories of books, after reading the general outline and finding a few representative works, he could basically understand the general framework of this type of knowledge. In addition to his photographic memory and the ability to read multiple classics at the same time, he had read a huge number of books in the past few months. He had a rough understanding of almost all the categories in the library. When he saw his shortcomings and what he was interested in, he would go deep into it, even if it was literature, art, and history. The legend of the southern continent was the origin of the Kashi civilization. Although it was not as glorious as the Terran Empire in the Old Continent, it was far more profound in terms of history than the Old Continent. These books contain a lot of knowledge about various civilizations that Ji-sun had never heard of before. Doxy civilization, Lordaeron civilization, Alterac ruin civilization, ancient Lodami River civilization, all these ancient documents that Ji-sun saw when he visited the adventurer's market before can be found in the library. These books are like a mysterious veil covering the world, which is being peeled off layer by layer. It is obvious to the naked eye that Ji-sun has a better understanding of this world. Because Ji-sun has been in the library for a long time, he gradually lost his sense of existence in the academy. In contrast, the other members of the 16th team of the Langdon family are becoming more and more famous among the freshmen of the academy. Especially David, Gang Duo, and Sari. After successfully changing their jobs, their strength and talent have really exploded. Because of the S-level evaluation of the trial when they entered school, they have been challenged by others. This high-intensity challenge rhythm has given them valuable practical experience. In addition, the magic secret method and 100,000 credits awarded at the beginning of the school have made them grow faster than other students. Even the nun Josha and the assassin Gale are among the best in the same profession. This day, Ji-sun walked out of the library. At the entrance of the library, the 5 teammates who had been blocking the entrance saw him at the first time and greeted him enthusiastically. "Hey, Su-luin, we are here." Ji-sun walked over with a smile and greeted, "Are you all here?" Hearing this, Sari complained, "You are really something. You are not going to prepare for the semester trial today, and you are still hanging out in the library?" Ji-sun laughed. "It's just a trial. What's there to prepare for?" Although this guy has a lizard face, he is more kind-hearted than most humans. Hearing this, Shuasha smiled slightly under the black and white nun's headscarf and said, "That's right. For others, this kind of trial must be well prepared. But for polyologists, reading books in the library is preparation." "Uh-huh." Ji-sun laughed without comment. This polymath is a joke, but also serious. Now the teammates are very familiar with each other, and there is no strangeness in their tone. As soon as this was said, the teammates laughed and responded, "Yes. Haha, others think that our Landon 16 team is strong. It may be David, or it may be Sari and Duo. But if you ask me, I think Su-luin is the best. This guy knows everything. I don't know how he loses. It's a pity that no one comes to challenge him. He hangs out in the library every day. It's strange to find him. But then again, we have to do our best in this trial. I heard that the top few will get generous rewards. Let's go to the back mountain to gather, otherwise the instructor will punish us if we are late. Don't be so anxious." Su-luin came out at this time, and he had already calculated the time. We will definitely not be late. Ji-sun just smiled when he heard it. As his teammates said, in fact, he is the most powerful one in their team. But his teammates didn't really see his strength, but the tacit understanding from the team. Only teammates who have participated in team trials together know how lucky it is to have a teammate who knows everything. From the assassination during the entrance trial to the award competition and team training, it was once, but it was the same every time. No matter what situation he encountered, he could think of reasonable and even refreshing tactics. No matter what kind of mechanism, prohibition, spell or magic, he knew a thing or two, especially in theoretical classes, he could always hand in a perfect answer. This guy perfectly explained the absurdity of the career sequence of polynomist. Although Ji-sun did not perform well in the battle, his teammates had no doubt that he must be very powerful. David was particularly impressed. As a slave, he could not enjoy any teaching resources, so in the past few months, he almost always asked Ji-sun to solve the problems he encountered in his practice. Although he did not know how brilliant the things Ji-sun taught him were. But he could comprehend Bakwan, and he had a clear mind for martial arts. He could feel through his martial arts intuition that this teammate was really special. He was confident that he could fight any card master of the same level he had seen. Even if he lost, he knew where he would lose. However, when he saw Ji-sun, David always felt unpredictable and didn't even know how to attack. It seemed that no matter what move he made, the opponent would definitely predict it. This was a sense of oppression that he could not feel from any student of the same level. Ji-sun certainly knew that David would notice his difference. The original plan was to be completely invisible and hang out in the library. Later, I found out that David was Gong Wu's disciple, so I pointed his finger at him. As long as there is a purpose, there will be flaws in the causal line. But it's not a big problem. The powerful that the teammates noticed was still within a reasonable range. Moreover, this impression made Ji-sun perform better in this assessment. That's right. These few days are the midterm test of the college. It's called a test, but it's actually an assessment. Just like the exams in the previous life, this is the activity that the students are most looking forward to and most nervous about. After studying in the academy for a year, it's time to check the results of my study. What I expect is that, just like the entrance examination, there will be surprise rewards in the examination. This is one of the most important ways for students to obtain a large number of credits. What I am worried about is that there are death quotas in this kind of examination. Every year, many unlucky people, or those who are lazy in their studies, will die suddenly in the trial. However, this is a mandatory examination, and no one can escape it. Even the princes and princesses are the same. This is also the reason why Ji-sun rarely stayed in the library all day on his day off. After Ji-sun arrived, the team of 6 walked towards the back mountain of the academy. The strong strength also gave everyone confidence. The few people had no worries about the upcoming trial, only expectations. On the way to the back mountain, there were groups of first-year students. Everyone was going to the trial, and they were all talking about things related to the trial. Hey, what do you think the theme of this year's trial will be? I heard from the seniors that if it is a normal adventure mode, it's okay. If it is a war theme, many people will die every year in battle. Who knows? Anyway, our team is not strong as a whole. Even in war mode, we won't get too difficult trial tasks. But in that case, the credits and rewards we can get will be less. Yes. After I accumulated those credits and exchanged them for a volume of Ultimate Martial Arts, I only have a few dozen points. I am still waiting for this assessment to earn more, exchange for the rights of the training room, and break through the bottleneck of boxing. I hope the trial is more difficult. Look, that's the team from the Duke of Langdon's mansion. Those guys have such a strong aura. I heard that 3 of them are in the top 50 of the first-year combat power list. Humph, they are just lucky nouveau riche. Isn't it because of the 100,000 credits and the magic secrets that they can reach their current level? If they were given to me, I would definitely not be bad. Ji-sun and his teammates walked along the way, and of course they heard those gossips. But they have long been used to it. In the southern continent, being strong and being envied is something to be proud of. Other teams may still be short of credits. Except for David, everyone in their team has a stock of 100,000 credits. It's only been a few months, so they can't spend all of it. The dwarves are straightforward. Gang Duoduo didn't take the gossip seriously, but he muttered as he walked, I still have a lot of credits, and the trial rewards don't matter. But I'm very interested in the ranking of the Babel trial. Do you think our team will set a new record? Hearing this, Sari smiled and joked, who would complain about having too many credits? If you exchange for any advanced items, Tens of thousands of points will be gone. I have spent tens of thousands of points in the past few months. Sister Jwisha also said yes. After you are promoted to a higher level, more and more credits will be required to exchange for extraordinary materials. Of course, the more credits, the better. I am preparing the materials for the second-level job transfer. I have seen that many materials for the Yaoyin card also require tens of thousands of credits. Gale's eyes are full of expectations for the future. Now that the magic secret method is available, if possible, I also plan to exchange for the legendary demon mark. But I saw that it would take hundreds of thousands of credits, and I'm still trying to save them. Gang Duoduo, I almost forgot that we dwarves don't use demon marks, and I don't need many materials. I just use the training room to train every day, and I can't spend all the credits. Everyone, Ji-sun couldn't help laughing when he heard it. However, the other people were more or less proud. And he really lacked it. Others thought that he could stay in the independent reading room on the second floor of the library for a long time because of the 100,000 credits awarded by the opening assessment. In fact, the 100,000 credits were long gone. This is because he used the tens of thousands of points left in Griffith's library card, which is why he has been able to hold on until now. Now, after a few months, the credits in his student card are only a few hundred points. And he estimated that in the future, there will still be a huge gap of hundreds of thousands of credits just to exchange for the classics in his must-read catalog. Not to mention exchanging for other things. So in this trial, Ji-sun felt that if possible, he would really try to get as many as possible. The entire Royal Academy is built at the foot of the Titan Mountains. Ji-sun and his 6 companions walked along the boulder-paved road from the library in the center of the academy for nearly 10 kilometers before arriving at the back mountain. There is a special building with 100 floors here. It has a special name that exists in mythology, the Tower of Babel. This is another place in the Royal Academy that makes Ji-sun very curious. Because Griffith said that this is the fragment of the inherited artifact that the Royal Academy of the Talon dynasty used to train students 3,000 years ago. Ji-sun had even seen it before. That was the Shinshu treasure house that Jia Yi used to wipe out the 2 major sects, Scarlet and Silver Moon. And this Tower of Babel is another part of that inherited artifact. This tower looks like a building, but in fact, it can create a trial site that can accommodate tens of thousands of people at a time. The trial scenes in the tower are independent magical worlds, where testers can get rewards by taking risks and completing tasks. In other words, this is a man-made different dimensional space, and it is a controllable different dimensional space to a certain extent. If we really want to judge the foundation of the Royal Academy of Arel, this tower accounts for at least 1/3. Even many of the collections and treasures in the library were brought out of this tower by the students. After coming to the academy for so long, it was the first time that Ji-sun saw this Tower of Babel. Seeing this towering white tower, his eyes narrowed slightly. While being shocked by the majestic and miraculous tower, he also muttered in his heart, "Controllable different dimensional space. What level of God was it that created this artifact?" Artificial creation of different dimensional space is like creating a world. Ordinary people cannot understand it, nor would they think of understanding it. But Ji-sun is different. In the deduction of I am the world, the logically self-consistent virtual worlds made him seem to glimpse a vague shadow of the extraordinary and supreme realm. But at the same time, he thought of another question, strange, where does the energy of this Babel Tower come from? No matter what secret realm, it needs energy support. Just like the Battle of Innocent City, Jia Yi was able to drive the Shinshu treasure house, but he still consumed the little foundation left by Nan Shinyu, the last priest of Terran 3,000 years ago. I used it once, and now I don't know how to use it a second time. And now, the Tower of Babel in the Royal Academy of Arel is open to all students for trials every year. It has lasted for thousands of years, and the energy consumed is terrifying. So, where does the energy of this tower come from? It seems that the top management of the academy deliberately concealed this fact. Griffith didn't figure it out when he came to be a mentor, so you can imagine how deep this secret is. Ji-sun was of course more and more curious. As his teammates joked, Ji-sun went out on time. When he arrived, the first-year students had almost gathered. Not long after, the vice president in charge of the first-year student studies stood on the stage and began to speak. Students, the test of your learning achievements has begun. The theme of this year's test is the exploration of ancient civilizations. The alien space opened by the Tower of Babel is also a space rich in treasures. I hope everyone will explore it enthusiastically. The Academy has set up generous rewards for this assessment. The top 100 teams will receive a large number of credits, relics, martial arts, and material rewards. Although Ji-sun was thinking about other things, He also listened carefully to the trial rules of the vice president. Generally speaking, it was similar to what he knew. The rules and rewards were similar to the trials of previous years. The trial was conducted in teams, and then points were obtained and finally ranked. Students could not only get rewards from the trial space, but also get extra rewards from the college based on their ranking. Ji-sun estimated that the rewards from the college for the top 10 teams in the trial were worth more than 100,000 credits. Although their team is strong, they still have to rely on luck in many cases. It is true that the trial in the Tower of Babel is a man-controlled alien space. But even the hospital has only a small part of the authority to choose the difficulty and send observers. And they cannot control the direction of the plot and the hidden risks. This is also the reason why people die in the trial every year. This kind of assessment trial is a very rare experience for noble students who have never participated in adventure since childhood. But for Ji-sun, who explores various wild alien spaces like a daily routine, it is nothing new. In his opinion, this is essentially a low-level space with controlled risks. He was not even very interested. Just as Ji-sun was thinking, the vice president in front of him finished speaking. Then a female voice came from his ear. "Students, everyone is ready. We are about to enter the trial space. Remember to be careful and ensure your own safety." The one who spoke was a young woman with red hair. This is the instructor and assistant of Ji-sun's team of more than 50 people, the 4th-level Flame Dragon girl, Kaluna. If Ji-sun guessed correctly, the identity given by this person was not just an assistant teacher. Rather, the college was still investigating the assassination of Sak, and they specially arranged for this investigator. In the past few months of contact, Ji-sun found that this Kaluna was intentionally or unintentionally contacting their team under the identity of an assistant teacher to find out some clues. Although the means were clever, except for Ji-sun, no one else in the team knew what happened. Of course, the investigation was fruitless. The other party did not pose any threat to him, so he ignored it. But for some reason, Ji-sun had a special premonition at this critical juncture of the trial. He always felt that this woman seemed to have some other purpose hidden in her. Chapter 460. After the college instructor finished speaking, everyone entered the Tower of Babel one after another. The surrounding environment changed, and Ji-sun and the other 6 also appeared near a small cabin that looked like a logging site. Chi-di also appeared at the first time. You have entered the trial field of the Royal Academy of Arel Bandits in Black Crow Castle. The mortality rate of this space is not available. Current plot difficulty level D. Space exploration progress 0%. Keywords: Team, Exploration, Adventure. Task: a group of bandits who came from nowhere are entrenched in the ancient abandoned castle. They harassed and looted the surrounding villages. The sheriff of the Silver Fur Lord issued a bounty order. You and your teammates are bounty hunters who came here after hearing the news. The current task is to kill at least one bandit each. Killing the plot target will earn points. Completing the task will earn you plot-related task prop card pool rewards. Explore the plot and discover the surprises hidden in history. Clues: it is a haunted castle that has been abandoned for 100 years. It is said that a villager once saw the castle was brightly lit, as if a lewd dance was being held. As soon as he entered the space, Ji-sun habitually glanced at the content of the Enlightenment. Experience has shown that these seemingly simple task prompts often hide the key to the entire trial space plot. For example, after just a glance, Ji-sun had already deduced the plot of this space. The D-level plot is just an introduction. Killing a mountain bandit is extremely easy, and following the line of the castle can trigger the more difficult C and B-level plots. Finally, the haunted castle is probably a hidden plot, and the difficulty should be A-level. As for the S-level plot, it is usually not clearly hinted in the Enlightenment. However, because he understood the difficulty of the plot at a glance, Ji-sun immediately muttered in his heart, "Is the difficulty so low?" Perhaps because he had dealt with too many high-difficulty plot spaces, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable watching the bandits of Black Crow Castle. But he changed his mind and thought, that's right, after all, it's just the college trial space with the authority control of the college, so the difficulty won't be too outrageous. In just a moment, most of his interest was lost. All that was left in his mind was thinking about how to trigger the advanced plot as much as possible and get more credits. The only thing that surprised him in the entire space Enlightenment was that 0% exploration degree. I have participated in virtual exploration of different dimensional spaces of various difficulties, but this is the first time I have encountered this. This means that this is a space that no one has ever come to explore. I don't know why, when I saw this, I always had an indescribable feeling in my heart. Strange, why do I always feel that there is something wrong? although Ji-sun's clone is only at the first level. But the perception ability of the mysterious level related to the soul comes from the main body. In other words, he sensed some premonitions that he should not be able to sense at his level. It's not necessarily dangerous. It's more like something hidden under logical reasoning was ignored, which made him feel that there might be variables in the deduction. But the cause and effect of the college trial are clear. Where are the variables? The 6-member team entered the space. Ji-sun finished reading the Enlightenment content in an instant, and at this time, he heard his teammates exclaiming, "Wow, it's amazing! Is this the trial space? I've heard adventurers say that the different dimensional space is the same as the real world, and it turns out to be true. Really? But the space elements are too barren. Ha ha, never mind. Anyway, we won't stay here forever. Have you seen the mission? I like the bandit killing mission. As long as you kill enough, you will definitely get a high score. Yeah. This is a medium-sized trial scenario with 500 people. The number of bandits is limited. We have to hurry up, otherwise they will be killed by others, and we will have fewer points. Hey, didn't you see that this is the exploration mode? It's not as simple as killing. Although their team is very strong, except for Ji-sun, only David, who used to be a mercenary, has entered the other dimension. It was their first time entering the space, and everyone was a little excited. After hearing the round of Gang Duo and others, David, who had experienced the dangers of the other dimension, couldn't help but remind everyone should be careful. It's only level D difficulty now. Once it's level B or above, even we have a chance of death. He paused and reminded, although the number of kills does affect the clearance evaluation. But in the actual exploration mode, high settlement rewards are usually obtained by triggering high difficulty plot tasks or hidden tasks. David is right. After saying this, the excitement in the eyes of other teammates was also restrained. They also realized that David was the only one in the team who had experienced the different dimensional space. They were all teammates, and there was nothing strange about it. The dwarves didn't want to use their brains. Gang Duo couldn't help but be curious and asked, "David, how do you trigger a high difficulty task?" David shrugged, "I don't know either. At present, it seems to be related to the Black Crow Castle." Gang Duo patted his thick heavy armor and suggested eagerly, "How about we go directly to the castle? I think we have to complete at least the A-level tasks this time to have a chance to enter the top 30 of the trial assessment. For the top 10, we may have to complete more tasks. They are the star team of the academy. With that strength, they are of course going for the list rewards." All the teammates think so. Even Ji-sun is the same. And Gang Duo's idea is also correct. Normal people will think that the difficult plot must be in the Black Crow Castle when they see the plot prompt. If you go too late, you may be beaten to it by others. However, this is not the case. Ji-sun is also interested in going directly to the castle to take the lead. But he knows very well that the exploration mode is not a simple killing task, but a test of the adventurer's wisdom. You need to dig deep for clues to trigger some difficult hidden plots. Ji-sun knew everything, but he didn't say anything. As long as the general direction of this trial was not wrong, he didn't plan to perform too outstandingly. And David's experience was enough for this kind of trial. He suggested, "I think we should go to the nearby human territory first to confirm the situation of the bandits before taking action, so that we can dig out some side plots as much as possible. And I always feel that if the local sheriff is helpless, the bandits may not be that simple." After saying this, Sari also said, "Yeah. I also think it's better to be safe. After all, if it's an A-level difficulty story, the mortality rate will be very high." Shuisha and Gale also nodded in agreement. D-level difficulty is an entry-level task that can be completed casually, and the difficulty is usually lower than the adventurer's strength level. C-level tasks are tasks with the same difficulty as one's own strength. B-level tasks require the wisdom and tactical arrangements of the trialists, and the trialists have a high probability of death. The mortality rate of A-level difficulty is extremely high, and it is likely that the task can only be completed normally by a higher level. S-level, it is a life-or-death situation, with almost only a glimmer of hope. Judging by the rank, it is basically 2 rank higher in difficulty. These contents were taught by the instructors in the adventure class of the academy. But only after truly experiencing the high difficulty plot can one deeply understand the feeling of death following like a shadow. No one knows better than Ji-sun. Because even David has only completed the B-level difficulty space at most. Ji-sun is in the logging field outside the village, and a bonfire can be seen a few kilometers away. However, just as they were about to set off, a brilliant magic fire exploded in the sky not far away, transforming into a purple dragon. It's the family's assembly signal. Yes. And it's the signal sent by the young master. This Black Crow Castle Bandits has more than 500 students in total, which means nearly 100 teams. And the Landon family also has several teams in the academy. Everyone is randomly assigned to the trial space, so it's normal to meet each other. Before coming in, young Master Sack had arranged that if any team met in the space, they would cooperate with each other and try to get a higher assessment. Ji-sun and the other 6 didn't expect that it was such a coincidence that they actually ran into young Master Sack's team. Sending a signal in the wild means that you are in danger. The signal was directed at young Master Sack. The 6 people did not dare to delay and rushed towards the direction of the fireworks. There was a cedar forest that shone like silver on the hillside where they were. The plot suggested that this was the silver for logging site. I thought they might have encountered a monster. However, when Ji-sun and the other 6 rushed over, they saw something flying past in the dense tree canopy above their heads. It was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The UFO was so fast that Ji-sun and his 6 companions could not catch up, and they did not chase it. Instead, they rushed to the place where the signal was sent. At this moment, Master Sack had transformed into a half-dragon, and was looking at the body of the guard on the ground with a sullen face. Ji-sun glanced at the body, and inexplicably thought of something, and his pupils shrank slightly. The 6 people arrived, and immediately changed into a defensive formation. Sari looked at the body on the ground, frowned, and asked, "Master, what happened?" The 5 people following Sack were all knights of the Langdon family. Although their individual strength might be weaker than Ji-sun's team, this team was considered first-rate in the academy in terms of equipment and team tacit understanding since childhood. However, now, someone died just after entering the space. Ji-sun also guessed that the murderer might be the black shadow that flew away from the top of his head just now. Sack's face was dark, and he didn't say anything. His eyes were full of solemnity, and a guard explained, "We were ambushed by a monster just now." Ji-sun and his companions knew that they were attacked by monsters. But what kind of attack could kill such a first-class team in such a short time? When Sack and his companions joined forces, they could kill not only first-level monsters, but also second-level monsters. Could it be an A-level plot? It shouldn't be so difficult to enter. The guard knew what Ji-sun and his companions were wondering about, but he seemed to have not figured it out himself, and said uncertainly, "We appeared here just now, and found a sneaky guy who seemed to be investigating something. We thought it was a character in the plot, so we wanted to catch it and ask it, but we didn't expect that the monster was very strong, so we started fighting." Seeing that the other party stopped here again, Sari frowned and asked, "Is it a second-level monster?" The guard looked embarrassed, and after a moment of silence, he said, "No. It should be a first-level monster." As soon as these words came out, Gang Duo and the others all showed puzzled looks. How could a first-level enemy cause Master Sack's elite team to suffer? But Ji-sun seemed to understand something, because the guard mentioned character and monster again. The existence that launched the sneak attack must be very special. Thinking of this, the guard could not hide his regret and said, "We killed that guy as soon as possible." But that guy died and resurrected, and sneak attacked and killed Anthony, who came forward to check, and then flew away. Plot hint: that guy is the bandit's scout captain, Sting Taylor. After saying this, Ji-sun and others were also inspired, triggering the team's shared B-level hidden plot to investigate the secret of the resurrection of Sting Taylor, the scout captain of Black Crow Castle. Now they understood. As soon as Sack's team came in, they found a suspicious bandit. Then, they killed the bandit. Unexpectedly, he was resurrected again. Due to carelessness, they lost a knight. The monster was not too strong, and it was attacked by surprise, just because of carelessness. And the resurrected monster saw that it could not beat Sack and his men, so it flew away. That was when Ji-sun and his men came over. They saw the black shadow flying away quickly in the tree canopy. This outrageous plot made Sari and his men frown like Sack and his men. But Ji-sun had already understood everything. He came to a conclusion that surprised him: vampire. Ji-sun and his companions were listening to the guards telling them what had just happened. Sister Jua, the team's nurse, was helping to rescue the knight who had fallen to the ground. At this moment, the knight suddenly spurted out a mouthful of black blood. Ji-sun raised his eyebrows as he looked at this scene. He was not unfamiliar with it. "I thought this guy was going to become a vampire." Unexpectedly, another pharmacist said excitedly, "Anthony is alive." Jua also took out a dispel spell card and confirmed that the wounded had come over while casting it. "There is a strong dark power remaining in Anthony's wound. I have dispelled it. It will recover soon." As she said that, she thought of something and added, "It may be some kind of evil creature, or a monster from the abyss." If it is not dispelled, the wound may be contaminated and distorted. Everyone should be more careful. The person was saved, and the haze of reduction in the team was dispelled. Young Master Sak's face looked better. He looked at Shuai and praised, "Well done." Shuai returned a knight's salute. This is what a subordinate should do. Seeing this scene, everyone in the two teams looked at her with amazement and joy in their eyes. With such a powerful nurse in the team, safety is greatly guaranteed. Only the teammates knew what was going on. Gang Duo muttered, "Shuai's magic resurrection sacrifice has been practiced. It is very difficult to get started with the magic. Even if there is a secret formula, it is not easy to get started." "Yeah. I just figured out a little trick not long ago." Shuai nodded slightly, but glanced at Ji-sun and the team. She had never gotten started before, but later she asked Su Luan for advice, and after reading some targeted books, she got started. I didn't expect it to be so useful. Immortal, able to fly, and pollute. Completely satisfied. Ji-sun has confirmed that the guy before was a vampire. Dragonborn are not easily polluted, and with the resurrection sacrifice, this knight named Anthony was lucky enough not to die. But Ji-sun was curious about why vampires appeared in this trial space. The information known now was very limited, and Ji-sun couldn't figure it out. If he wanted to solve the puzzle, he had to dig deeper into the plot. There were no casualties, and the haze over the heads of the two teams immediately dissipated. It was just carelessness before. They were fully capable of handling such a plot. In addition, hidden plots in the exploration mode usually mean more rewards. Resources are secondary, face is more important. Now that the Langdon family has established a country in the old world, they need to demonstrate their family strength and recruit more talents. The Royal Academy trial ranking list is a good opportunity to expand their influence. Young Master Sak looked at the 16th team that he had high hopes for and asked, "Sari, how does your team plan this trial mission?" Lizard Mage Sari is the captain of the 16th team. He replied, "Master, we had planned to go to the nearby village to find the plot characters to understand the situation of the mountain bandits." As he spoke, he repeated the discussion that the others had had. Sak frowned for a moment and nodded, "Yes. Let's go together." His original plan was the same as Gangwood was. He wanted to go directly to the Black Crow Castle, where the bandits were entrenched, to see the situation. After all, there was only one bandit lair. Whoever broke it first would have the upper hand. It wasn't that Sak was arrogant. It wasn't that he didn't know the risks of the trial. It was that their team was one of the few teams that were qualified to use such reckless tactics in this trial. The Langdon family finally had a pure-blooded dragonborn, so of course they used all their resources as much as possible. So many people in the guards of Master Sak were equipped with luxurious equipment. When they were apprentices, several guards could survive the second-level assassins with their equipment. Now they have advanced to become formal card masters, not to mention a low-level different dimensional space. Even if they spend money, there is no reason why they can't solve the A-level difficulty of this space. However, after experiencing the undead monster, Sak also realized that there was something wrong with his plan. Now we don't know how to kill the monster. If we rush to the castle, we might get into trouble. In this way, the attack just now was a blessing in disguise. The two strongest teams of the Duke of Langdon's mansion merged together. Everyone in the team was full of confidence, and they were more confident in this trial. Ji-sun and the team did not interrupt, and still acted as a small transparent person. However, before they entered the village, they suddenly saw a beam of red dragon flames rising into the sky in the dark deep mountain ravine in the distance. When everyone saw it, someone immediately said, "It's the Red Dragon royal family's rally fireworks." Ji-sun looked over, and saw that the location of the fireworks was very remote, most likely not in a village, but in the wild. That means that maybe it was the same situation as before, when Master Sak and his men were in danger, so they lit the rally fireworks, and the rally fireworks are like the noble emblems. The one in the hands of the nobles, and the one in the hands of the knights are different. Seeing the pattern of the fireworks, Sak immediately realized something and said in surprise, "Princess Sophia of the Red Dragon royal family is also in this different dimension?" In the trial, the teams are in a competitive relationship. Watching the strong opponents send out the rally fireworks, the players of the two teams of the Duke of Langdon's palace were a little gloating. It turned out that they were not the only ones who suffered a setback. The royal team was the same. Especially the guards, who almost lost their members when they came in, their expressions relaxed a lot. Selly also analyzed, looking at this distance, if the people of the Red Dragon royal family were not in that position when they came in, it is very likely that they are heading for the Black Crow Castle. The result of Ji-sun's deduction was roughly the same. The strength and equipment of the royal team were the best, so there was no reason not to try some aggressive tactics. But what Ji-sun was thinking about now was not whether the Red Dragon royal family was in the Black Crow Castle. He was curious about why it was so coincidental that several strong teams entered this different dimension at the same time. It might be a coincidence in the eyes of others, but in the cause and effect deduction of my world, there must be logic to follow. Although all the clues were broken, no results could be analyzed. But it immediately aroused Ji-sun's strong interest. If he met young Master Sak, he would still think it might be a coincidence, but now he met the main force of the Red Dragon Royal Princess, which was interesting. Ji-sun smelled a familiar smell. The familiar feeling that made his blood faintly excited came back. In his eyes, this trial space suddenly became interesting from this moment on. Vampire? A plot that can involve the 7 Lords of Natural Disaster is definitely not simple. And Ji-sun had not forgotten that there was a ghost inside the Royal Academy in the previous Sak assassination incident. Now that several strong teams appeared in the same trial space at the same time, he could not help but suspect that someone did it on purpose. However, Ji-sun did not think there was anything wrong with this. Instead, he was looking forward to it strongly. Before, he thought that exploring the plot world step by step was a bit boring. Now, assuming that his speculation was correct, if there really was such a behind-the-scenes person, then it meant that the plot of this space was more worth digging into.